Then one day, without any warning, a strange gate tore open the sky. Soon after, similar portals began appearing all over the planet. They became a common sight, yet strangely, they seemed completely harmless to all living things. Their origin remained a complete mystery that governments and scientists could not explain. This growing uncertainty plunged the world's population into a state of deep anxiety. News channels provided constant updates on the bizarre phenomenon. Experts worked around the clock, theorizing that dangerous creatures could emerge from the gates and threaten all life on Earth. And yet, the gates remained silent, and nothing dangerous ever came through. Despite the fear, people had to carry on with their lives, working day in and day out just to get by. This is Han Jujin, our main character. At the moment, he's working as a mover for an elderly couple. Full of youthful energy, he always tackled his work with passion, which made the old couple adore him. But his true motivation was earning money to put his younger brother through college. Their parents had passed away early, leaving the two brothers to rely on each other. Jujin wasn't just an older brother, he had to be a father and mother, too. He was willing to sacrifice everything to give his brother the best life possible. Jujin showed the couple a picture of his little brother, who was just as handsome as he was. He spoke about his brother with overwhelming pride. Whenever the topic came up, he couldn't stop praising him. Jujin mentioned that his brother was getting out of school early today. He planned to pick him up for a celebratory meal of Korean barbecue or something just as delicious. Every time he spoke of his brother, a warm, happy smile spread across Jujin's face. At that very moment, Jujin's brother was on a bus heading home. He sat by the window, staring thoughtfully at the gate hanging in the sky. Back with Jujin, he and the elderly couple were now in the truck, driving to their next destination. The old man suddenly pointed at the portal. "I wonder what that thing is," he said, adding that the anxiety it caused had driven many people away. It appeared out of nowhere. Was it a good omen or a sign of doom? Jujin noted that there was a similar gate near the route his brother took home from school. As he watched it, he felt a strange sense of unease. He asked absent-mindedly, "Sir, has that thing always been that color?" The old man replied, "I think it's usually a bit bluer." Suddenly, a violent impact from behind sent all three of them lurching forward. Thinking it was just a car accident, Jujin rushed out to investigate. But the moment he stepped outside, a horrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. Perched on the car was a monstrous creature of bizarre design. More importantly, it was drooling as it stared right at him. One look into its predatory eyes was enough to know this was a highly dangerous, flesh-eating beast. It let out a piercing shriek and lunged at Jujin. He desperately threw his hands over his head and dove aside, narrowly avoiding its deadly beak. The truck, however, wasn't so lucky. The monster's beak was so hard it tore right through the vehicle's metal frame. The force of the attack sent the truck flipping onto its side. Jujin screamed in terror, "Sir, ma'am." At the same time, the air filled with the blood-curdling screams of others nearby. His eyes widened in absolute horror as he looked toward the sky. From within the portal, hundreds of bird-like monsters were swarming out. They looked as if they'd been starved for ages, making them incredibly ferocious. They attacked any living thing in sight. In an instant, the entire city descended into pure chaos. Those gates, it turned out, were connected to another world. They were known as dungeons, and now, hordes of monsters were pouring out of them. As soon as the bloodthirsty beasts emerged, they began indiscriminately slaughtering everything they saw. This catastrophic event was a dungeon break, caused when a dungeon becomes overloaded. When there was no more space, the monsters had to claw their way out, and with them, all of hell broke loose. The disaster struck everywhere at once, completely beyond control. Millions were injured but were lucky enough to survive. However, tens of thousands more were not so fortunate. The nationwide statistics reported over 10,000 fatalities. Back with Jujin, though paralyzed by fear, he couldn't just stand by as the monster closed in on the elderly couple. He summoned all his courage, grabbed a nearby pipe, and prepared to fight. But just as he was about to charge, a pair of powerful hands shot out from inside the wreckage. Those hands grabbed the monster's beak, holding it back with impossible strength. It was the old woman. Barehanded, she was overpowering the massive creature. "Honey, are you okay?" She screamed. "Run. Get out of here." Her husband, still in shock, could only stare in disbelief. "Your hands. What's happening to your hands?" he cried out. She had no idea either. She explained that her body had moved on its own, driven by pure instinct. This was the awakening, a new power emerging in humanity to coincide with the monster invasion. These awakened individuals possessed the strength to fight back against the beasts. Those with combat abilities would become hunters. They would be the ones to seek out and destroy the monsters that emerged from the dungeons. It was about to become the most important job in the world, and Yujin's beloved younger brother, Han Yu-hyun, had just awakened his powers. He wielded the incredible power of the Black Flame Seal, and with it, he became one of the world's very first S-rank hunters. 8 years have passed since the dungeons first appeared. On the surface, it seems the world has everything under control. At a television studio, an awakened is demonstrating her unique ability. But strangely, the reporter interviewing her can't see a thing. The young woman explains it's a status window, a special interface that only awakened beings can perceive. Each window is completely private, visible only to its owner. It's where they can see the entire list of skills they possess. This woman, for instance, has the power to rapidly grow plant life within a specific area. She then unleashes her skill, stunning the entire studio audience. This hunter's name is Yumi, and she awakened her powers 8 years ago. Her power apparently manifested because she was too lazy to clean her moldy apartment. Thanks to that, she gained the ability to create powerful vines. It's a surprisingly useful skill for rescue missions. She joined a guild and became a hunter, dedicated to clearing dungeons and fighting monsters. But there's more to it than just fighting. Raiding dungeons allows hunters to harvest incredibly rare materials. The job is grueling and incredibly dangerous, but the financial rewards far outweigh those of any normal profession. High-ranked dungeons are virtual treasure troves. The most valuable prize is a mana crystal, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. This incredible wealth attracts countless professional hunters, and in Korea, one name stands above all others, Han Yu-hyun. Even as a high school student, he awakened the legendary Black Flame Seal, an ability of overwhelming power. That power made him a titan in the hunter world. He founded his own guild, Hyeon, becoming the youngest guild master in history. But back to Choi Yumi. Though she's only a low E-rank hunter, her determination is inspiring. She risks her life in dungeons for one simple reason, to earn enough money for her younger sibling's school tuition. But soon after her TV appearance, the headlines told a tragic story. The vibrant young hunter had been killed during a dungeon raid. She was rushed to the hospital, but her wounds were too severe. This high-paying job comes with a brutal, unforgiving price. Hunters can lose their lives in an instant. In a dark room, a man sits alone before a television, surrounded by empty liquor bottles. On another day, a new team gathers before a dungeon gate. They're preparing for another raid. But one of the party members speaks up, his voice dripping with annoyance. "Boss, what's the big idea bringing him along?" He gestures with disgust towards a man standing apart from the group. "Isn't that the F rank, Han Yujin?" It turns out, Yujin also awakened after the dungeons first appeared. But unlike his legendary S-rank brother, he was branded an F rank with the pathetic title of caregiver. Life for him has been a constant struggle. He's forced to beg his way onto raid parties just to scrape by. His low rank makes him a constant target for ridicule from arrogant hunters. In a world where might makes right, the weak are treated as nothing more than the dregs of society. The only reason Yujin was even allowed on this raid was because his hiring fee is dirt cheap. The hunter continues his tirade, spewing insults without restraint, calling Yujin garbage, a blood-sucking parasite. He even claims Yujin is a walking curse, because somehow he's always the sole survivor when his parties get wiped out. When the insults run dry, he decides to hit below the belt by bringing up Yujin's brother. Ever since Yujin's leg was crippled, his brother hasn't visited him. The bully sneers, claiming that Yujin was abandoned because he's useless trash. Yujin can swallow any insult, endure any humiliation. But bringing his brother into it, that crosses the line. In a flash, Yujin is on his feet, grabbing the arrogant hunter by the collar. He stares him dead in the eye, his voice laced with fury. "Why don't you shut your damn mouth?" The fire in Yujin's eyes screams murder, but reality is a cruel master. He's just a weak F rank. The hunter just scoffs, and then unleashes a brutal assault. He lifts Yujin by the throat as if he weighs nothing at all. Yujin is powerless to resist, forced to endure the beating. Once he's had his fill, the bully tosses him aside like trash, muttering a final insult. Seething with rage but utterly defeated, Yujin can only wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. The raid leader, however, acts surprisingly friendly. He steps forward and uses a healing ability on Yujin. He offers some advice. "You're just an F rank who gets carried, so learn to hold your temper." Taking the leader's words to heart, Yujin shoves down his anger and puts on a cheerful face. Seeing the man's kindness, Yujin feels a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry," he says. "It must be tough having to mediate for us. Please keep up the great work. I'm truly grateful for everything." The leader replies with a warm, friendly smile. "Thank you." The leader says, "You're the only one who appreciates how hard I work." Yujin just smiles back. But behind that smile, he understands everything perfectly. The party leader whirls on the arrogant hunter. "Hey, lay off Jujin. You have no idea how much he knows about dungeons and monsters." From the back of the group, Jujin activates his skill, checking the target of his influence. The one he's focused on is the boss himself. The insults echo in his mind: worthless, bad omen, bastard, blood-sucking parasite. None of those words are wrong, he thinks, because this very skill is how I've always managed to survive. The team ventures deep into the dungeon. Past the gate lies another world, just as vast as their own. However, unlike the world they know, this place is nothing but desolate ruins, teeming with hidden dangers. Instantly, they're swarmed by the dungeon's monsters, but these low-level creatures are no match for them. This is just a D-rank dungeon, so the monsters are equally low class, posing almost no real threat. Once slain, the monsters slowly dissolve, sometimes leaving behind small mana crystals if the hunters are lucky. But even these tiny stones are worth thousands of dollars. Instead of fighting, Jujin's job is to use a pickaxe to dig for any mana crystals buried in the earth. The hunter named Hyuk still won't let up, sneering. You'd better dig up as many as you can if you don't want to starve. The life of an F-rank awakened like Jujin is no different from Cinderella's tale. He's only allowed on the team to be ordered around, forced to do the most grueling and humiliating jobs. Jujin silently accepts his fate and continues his work. He sings to himself, trying to push away the misery. But the lyrics are as harsh as his own life. I am Cinderella, an orphan since my earliest days. And it was true. Jujin had lost his parents, and now he was scorned by the younger brother he was once so incredibly proud of. Ever since his brother awakened, he left home, ignoring all of Jujin's pleas to stay. During that dark time, Jujin was drafted into the army, while his S-rank brother founded his own guild, Abies. Once that guild became the strongest in all of Korea, it became nearly impossible for Jujin to even approach his brother. He was left all alone, wishing he could have awakened too, just so he wouldn't be a burden. Filled with that desperate thought, Jujin sought out a broker, someone who claimed they could force an awakening. He quit his job and handed over every penny of his life savings to them without a second thought. Those men flattered him, promising to protect him because he was the brother of an S-rank hunter. In exchange, Jujin had to do the most degrading work imaginable. And finally, he did become an awakened. But his dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Though he had awakened his powers, he was only an F-rank, the lowest class possible, only slightly stronger than a normal human. The very people he had trusted turned their backs on him, all because his rank was disgracefully low. They treated him like dirt. From the start, they had only clung to him because of his S-rank brother. The media relentlessly attacked him, accusing him of exploiting his brother's fame. Drowning in debt, he was forced to endure the icy words of the brother who had once been his greatest pride. The title you earn after awakening was caregiver, wasn't it? That's because you raised an S-rank hunter, right? Isn't a title like that shameful? Ha! Some caregiver you are. You're just in my way. Humiliation piled on top of misery. After Jujin lost both of his legs during a dungeon raid, his own brother refused to pay for his healing, causing his life to spiral into an endless abyss. That cold stare and those chilling words were forever burned into Jujin's memory. Brother, please just live quietly. Don't you ever get in my way again. And so, Jujin lived in silence, enduring every insult just to survive another day. With lifeless, empty eyes, Jujin mumbles to himself as he works. That's right, I deserve to be thrown away. An incompetent older brother of an S-rank hunter. A parasite trying to leech a few benefits from his family. Yes, nothing they say about me is wrong. An F-rank hunter like me has only survived this long in dungeons where people die daily because of my skill at leeching off others. Speaking of his caregiver title, his F-rank skill, which seemed completely useless, did have an effect on his surroundings. As long as Jujin genuinely cared about someone, opening his heart to them, all he had to do was say the keyword. You can do it. Whoever received his words would be influenced, gaining a small boost to their own growth. That was the fundamental skill of a caregiver. With an ability like that, he could never survive in a dungeon by himself. That title only made him a minor support character who had to cling to others for dear life. He was always just someone in the back, so even if his teammates were wiped out, the one they called a parasite would always survive. It was all thanks to another passive skill. The Nurturer possessed the very key to Jujin's survival. The real reason he was still alive while everyone else had perished was the Nurturer's additional skill, called Final Reward. With it, the skills and stats of a targeted individual would be transferred directly to him upon their death. And not only that, the abilities inherited would be twice as powerful. However, this power came with a grim truth. The moment the target's skills were transferred was also the moment of their last breath. That's right. The condition to activate this cursed skill was that the target had to die. Before Jujin lay his boss, lifeless, in a pool of blood. Nearby, the arrogant bully who tormented him was on the brink of being torn apart by a three-headed dragon. A supreme-class monster had just appeared inside a D-rank dungeon. The bully's blood-curdling screams threw Jujin into a state of pure panic. Before him stood the poison curse Dragon King, Laz. This was a supreme-class dragon that even S-rank hunters struggled to confront. Until now, anyone who encountered it was considered already dead. But for some reason, this top-tier monster had shown up in a low-level D-rank dungeon. Sensing another living being, the beast immediately lunged forward with its long neck and razor-sharp fangs. But Jujin wasn't just going to stand there and wait for death. With his boss's power now doubled inside him, he desperately twisted his body, dodging the attack and breaking into a run. Using every ounce of his new strength, Jujin sprinted for the dungeon gate at top speed. But this monster was on a completely different level. Its speed was overwhelming, leaving him absolutely no chance of escape. A single whip of its tail cut off his escape route and sent him flying dozens of feet through the air. His limbs trembled with a paralyzing fear. This was the feeling of death itself closing in. Facing Laz, Jujin had zero chance of survival. To make matters worse, the passive skill also forced him to receive his boss's final memories. It was the crushing despair of his boss's last moments. His own legs refused to move. The Grim Reaper was drawing nearer. Yes, this is what it feels like to die. All he could do was close his eyes and brace for the worst. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, followed by the agonized roar of Laz. It was Yu Hyun. His younger brother had arrived, snatching him from the clutches of death. After moving Jujin to safety, his brother turned to face Laz. Jujin's voice trembled with worry. Wait, even you can't fight that thing one-on-one. But Yu Hyun ignored his brother's warning and fearlessly charged into battle. Activating his Azure Willow Leaf skill, dozens of blue lights swirled around him. Yu Hyun then launched himself forward, attacking with terrifying speed before finishing with a flying sword strike, so fast. So this is how an S-rank fights. As the blade struck home, a green fluid oozed from the monster's body. His brother warned Jujin that it was a deadly poison that not even an even potion could cure. Without hesitation, Yu Hyun charged forward again, activating a giant shield. After landing another decisive blow, Yu Hyun's blade began to rust, stained by the monster's blood. Jujin was completely stunned. Did that happen because he was trying to protect me? Is that why he can't fight at his full potential? Yu Hyun could only glare back at his brother. Why are you in a dungeon again? Wasn't a broken leg enough to make you wake up? Have you forgotten how weak you are? Now look at the mess you've made. How much longer do I have to keep cleaning up after you? I've told you so many times. Just stop causing trouble and live quietly. In that moment, Jujin felt a wave of despair wash over him. He wondered to himself, when did things between them go so wrong? Suddenly, Jujin lost control of his emotions. You must be exhausted, having a brother who never knows his place and just makes a mess, right? So why did you even come here? There's a much simpler way. With that, Jujin charged directly at the monster, letting its toxic fluids spray all over him. He simply thought that if he died right here, his brother wouldn't have to deal with the trouble of planning a funeral. Jujin believed that if he died, even those in hell would feel a sense of relief. However, seeing his older brother in danger, Yu Hyun moved without a second thought, rushing in to save him. Blood sprayed into the air as Yu Hyun suffered a massive injury. Jujin was truly horrified now. In his anguish, he could only think, when did things between my brother and I go so wrong? After their parents died, their brotherly bond was the only thing they had left in the world. In that moment, Yu Hyun struggled to his feet and managed to utter two words that froze Jujin in place. Big brother. Yu Hyun urged him. Listen to me carefully. Laz hibernates once a year. You just have to hide for a few more hours and it'll fall asleep. Use that chance to get out of here. But Jujin was utterly bewildered and had to ask his brother. When I broke my leg, you didn't visit me in the hospital, not even once. You just cruelly pushed me away. Why? When I begged you for help, you told me to stop bothering you. So why? Why are you looking at me with that smile now? Yu Hyun said nothing more. He just handed his brother a portal stone, telling him to use it and escape this place. You should be the one using this, not me. We have to do something about your wound right now. But in that moment, nothing else mattered. Yu Hyun knew he couldn't use it himself. The system's alert echoed in his mind, activating the title Caregiver. And in that instant, Yujin knew his brother was gone forever. The title's unique skill, Last Repayment, flared to life. All of the awakened Han Yu Hyun's power and skills surged into Yujin's body, doubled in strength. Yujin could feel it all. The raw power coursing through his veins, and the crushing agony that came with it. Yujin rose to his feet. Determined to make the monster suffer a world of pain, he unleashed a furious storm of slashes, showing no mercy. But with that immense power came Yu Hyun's memories, flooding his very soul. And finally, the questions that had haunted Yujin for years were answered. To his brother, Yujin was just a fragile F rank. They had to stay apart at all costs. Yu Hyun had forced himself to create distance, pushing his brother away more than ever before. He knew that if his enemies ever discovered his weakness, his own brother, they would stop at nothing to hurt Yujin. That's why Yu Hyun made a choice. Even if it meant shattering their bond as brothers, he would do anything to protect him. Time and time again, Yu Hyun had felt powerless, unable to keep his brother safe. And every time Yujin was hurt, an uncontrollable rage had consumed him. Every cold word, every cruel act to push him away, had been a dagger in Yu Yun's own heart. All he ever wanted was for his brother to stop setting foot in those deadly dungeons. Realizing the truth, Yujin let out a hollow laugh, like a complete fool. Why, Yu Haeyun, I never knew. I was only ever in your way. A system notification appeared. The duration of last repayment had expired. The latest poison would now claim his life. And in that moment, Yujin had no reason left to live. But then, the system declared it a miracle. Yujin had single-handedly slain a dragon, earning the legendary title, Dragon Slayer. His rewards were immense: 10 portal stones, 5 high-grade essences, the Crimson Dragon's greatsword, and a wish stone capable of granting any desire. The instant he understood its power, Yujin made his wish without hesitation, to bring his brother back. But the system's reply was merciless. The stone cannot resurrect the dead. Still, it could grant any other wish. It could make him stronger than Yu Hun ever was. He could become the world's strongest hunter, a celebrated hero. He could finally seize the glory he had envied for so long. But none of that mattered anymore. Yujin made his decision. He asked the stone to turn back time to a point before Yu Huan's death. He would live a quiet, normal life, never again stepping foot into one of those damned dungeons. He wanted to return to the time before he ever became an awakened being. Yujin knew he might regret this choice, but it was a risk he had to take. He swore to himself, this time would be different. In an instant, the world shifted. He was back in time, sitting on a sofa in Yu Hun's guild office.
He pulled out his phone, and the date confirmed it. This was the day. He went to see that shady broker.
He remembered bringing a huge sum of money, completely unaware he was walking into a scam, a trap that would lead to so much trouble. Back then, Yujin had despaired, thinking he could never be like his incredible brother. But now, everything was crystal clear, which meant any second now, Yu Hyun himself would appear right here to stop him. And just like before, the door burst open. Hyun! Yu Hyun shouted, how many times do I have to tell you? Stay away from things like this. The moment Yujin saw his brother's face, tears streamed down his cheeks. He was really back. Yu Hyun froze, stunned as his older brother suddenly threw his arms around him. Yujin held him tight, a choked apology escaping his lips. Yu Hyun, I'm so sorry, he sobbed. It was all my fault. I was so immature. For everything. I'm sorry. Yu Hyun, completely bewildered, could only assume Yujin had gotten into some kind of trouble again. Yujin didn't let go. I was just thinking on my way here, he murmured. You're 25 now, right? No, I'm 20. He corrected himself. But you've gone through so much alone, managing the guild, dealing with dungeons. As your older brother, I should have known how hard it was for you. I'm sorry. I won't cause you any more trouble, he promised. You won't have to worry about me anymore. Yu Hyun was speechless. It was as if his brother could suddenly see every secret worry he had carried in his heart for so long. After finally saying what he needed to say, a wave of relief washed over Yujin. It was awkward, sure. But beneath the embarrassment, Yujin felt an overwhelming joy. He had a chance to stop the nightmare before it ever began. From now on, nothing would ever tear them apart. Yujin decided to forget everything about hunters and awakenings and just live a quiet, normal life. But the moment he made that vow, the system announced that Han Yujin had been registered as an awakened being with the legendary grade title, the Dragon Slayer, and the perfect caregiver. Activating the bonus skill, My Kid is the best. It boosts Han Yu-hyun's growth rate by 100%. Both brothers were completely floored. However, even in his wildest dreams, Yujin never could have imagined this scene. The two of them, so close, sharing a meal together. Before he turned back time, they had fought, and Yu-hyun had walked out right after. But now, it was a relief that they had finally made up. Still, Yujin was curious about the status window. He never thought he would awaken again, and this time was completely different from before, granting him a brand new title. Yujin had assumed it would have vanished when he regressed. If it's L rank, that must mean legendary, a level even higher than S rank. After checking the details, he froze for a full 5 seconds. The Dragon Slayer title came with 4 additional skills. All of his elemental resistance skills were rated L rank. This meant Yujin could resist all skills below the legendary grade. This also meant that if he had to face Lakshitas, this skill would let him deal double the damage to all dragon types. It finally dawned on Yujin. After turning back time, he had become one of the most powerful people alive. However, he was still curious if his overall rank was S or L. Yujin's current physical condition was no different than in the past, so how could he possibly use these skills? Yujin sat down, feeling helpless. Just as he thought, nothing had really changed this time. Both his dexterity and spirit stats were only raised to E rank. Yujin guessed they were quite similar to his previous skills. However, the perfect caregiver title had been raised to L rank. This title also came with 4 skills, including the level skill, Last Repayment. He would rather die than ever use that skill again. Seriously, these skill names were ridiculous. The skill My Kid is the Best was also raised to L rank. It enhances a target's growth rate using a related keyword, and the effect lasts for 3 days. Similar to the perfect caregiver title, if he could double a person's growth rate, it meant the time it took for his allies to get stronger would be twice as fast as other hunters. With the My Kid is the Best skill at SS rank, if Yujin praises a target with the keyword in front of at least 5 people, their stats and skill effects will get a percentage boost based on the number of people watching. In other words, if Yujin praised his little brother in front of 50 people, he would become 1.5 times stronger. And in front of 100 people, the effect would be 100%, doubling his power. Yujin realized that making Yu Han the strongest in the world was now just a matter of time, and it wouldn't be just Yu Hyun. Every hunter in their guild would grow and become the strongest guild in existence. And if they succeeded, the mastermind behind it all would be none other than Yujin. He grinned, just thinking about it. He was lost in a daydream of absolute power. Yujin just stood there, confused, while his older brother was practically shaking with excitement. Yujin received a keyword. I love you. He guessed that the keyword must have changed right after he awakened. If Yujin went around saying this to everyone, he'd be arrested for harassment, not create a buzz. He was speechless and felt completely hopeless. The skill itself was incredible, but it was basically unusable. There was one last skill, called Promising Seedling. Yujin could now identify people who had the potential to awaken soon, and those affected by the keyword would awaken with their maximum possible potential. He was still lost in deep thought when his little brother finished cooking the meal. When was the last time the two of them could talk so comfortably like this? Yu Hyun explained that nowadays, the world has items and potions with detoxifying effects, but they didn't exist back then. It seems someone had been poisoning and cursing Yu Hyun's food. Since he was just a troublesome kid, nobody had ever paid any real attention to Yu Hyun. The major guilds schemed with powerful corporations to expand their influence, but Yu Hyun refused to join any of them, telling everyone he'd start his own. The younger brother said, if I had joined a mid-tier guild, I'm sure things would have gone much more smoothly. Hearing his brother say that, Yujin rushed over and grabbed his brother's face, his energy bubbling over. You idiot. Why didn't you tell me any of this? At those words, Yu Hyun's expression grew heavy. There were things that had been bothering the younger brother for a long time, namely the difficult relationship between them. Yu Hyun had been monitoring their enemies and cut off contact with his brother so they couldn't find Yujin. He was avoiding him on purpose, to keep him safe. Seeing the truth, Yujin could only chide his brother. You still should have told me. But Yu Hyun refused to see his brother get hurt, and he knew Yujin wouldn't understand his reasons. Still, Yujin was thrilled to have turned back time. It was the single best decision he had ever made in his life. Right then, after they finished lunch, Yu Hyun announced he had to leave and take care of some things. Before heading out, his younger brother gave him a chilling warning. Delete the broker's contact info. Because even if Yujin called, they would never be able to answer again. A cold sweat ran down Yujin's back. He deleted the number, praying his brother wouldn't kill him for his earlier mistake. Yu Hyun then declared that from now on, his brother would not be able to leave this place. He could just live here. Yujin couldn't believe what he was hearing. Just this morning, he was free to come and go, but now his own brother was locking him down. Yu Hyun explained that the situation was different now. Since Yujin was by his side again, he was no longer safe like he was before. The only reason you've been safe until now, he said, is because I completely cut off all contact with you. But now, my enemies will start targeting you. Your life could be snatched away at any moment. How could I possibly leave you alone? That's why you can't go anywhere. Yujin still couldn't process it. He shot up, absolutely furious. Just then, the movers arrived, asking for a signature. Yujin was hit with another wave of shock and finally snapped at his brother. You damn psycho. What the hell do you think you're doing? Seeing his brother lose his cool, Yu Hyun calmly explained, it's useless to go back to your old home. This is your new home. You said you'd be okay with that, didn't you? You told me you were sorry, that you loved me. You even said you would accept everything I've done for you. That was basically giving me permission to do whatever I want with you. Yujin was speechless, wearing a look of pure defeat. He couldn't argue. It was a checkmate he never saw coming. Yujin collapsed onto the floor, accepting his new reality with total despair. He figured this had to be one of the side effects of turning back time, but just lying around like this wasn't an option. Yujin made a decision. He would grab what he needed and escape before his brother came back. Otherwise, he might be imprisoned here forever. But things are never that simple. The moment he opened the door, a towering, muscular bodyguard was standing there. And where do you think you're going? Yujin was so intimidated he could barely manage a greeting. What could he possibly do now? This was the A-rank hunter from the Abyss Guild, Kim Sang-in. He was Yu Hyun's trusted right-hand man, a master of defensive skills. Yu Hyun had actually assigned an A-rank hunter just to keep his own brother from leaving. Yujin felt his entire body being crushed by the immense pressure that only a high-rank hunter could emit. He felt like a helpless herbivore standing before a deadly predator. But at that moment, the system activated. The fear resistance effect kicked in, neutralizing the pressure completely. Suddenly, Yujin was no longer trembling. His eyes cleared, and suddenly the terrifying bodyguard looked more like a harmless puppy. Yujin decided it was time to confront Kim Sang-in directly. "Don't you know the law?" he challenged. "There's a little thing called personal freedom. Holding me here against my will is a serious crime." He even threatened to call the police and have him arrested if he wasn't released. Annoyed by Yujin's defiance, Sang-in simply lifted him up and tossed him back into the room. Yujin was utterly powerless, his skills completely useless against this man. Suddenly, a new skill activated, Promising Sprout. Yujin had a feeling this might actually be useful. As he looked at the awakened hunter Kim Sang-in, a flood of information appeared before his eyes. Sang-in's awakening potential was grade A, meaning he could become an S-rank hunter in the future. That would mean the Abyss Guild would have 2 S-rank members. After the awkward scan, Yujin just felt embarrassed. The system then notified him. "The target has not yet been fully influenced by the keyword for the skill, 'My kid is the best.' You can obtain S-rank skills." This meant Yujin could actually change the outcome. It seemed the answer was influence. If Yujin could successfully influence him, Sang-in would obey his every word. His mission was clear: awaken an S-rank hunter and win back his freedom. To do that, he had to speak the keyword. Yujin awkwardly stammered the words, "I love you." But the bodyguard's expression didn't change at all. He just looked completely baffled. He bluntly turned and walked away, leaving Yujin to his fate. While the older brother was wallowing in despair, Yu Hyun returned from his business. "Did you get some good rest?" he asked, while Yujin looked like he was on the verge of death. Yu Hyun gently lifted his brother up. "You haven't even unpacked your things. You really do want to live here with me instead of your old place, right? I'll prepare a room just for you, so let's get you moved in." Yujin was too exhausted to fight, letting his brother do as he pleased. However, when his brother said, "Just hang in there. I'll let you go outside soon," something inside Yujin snapped back to life. "Just calm down," Yu Hyun said softly, "and listen to me. Countless enemies still have their eyes on the underworld, but once we're stronger, no one will dare to touch us. Only then can you go outside. Then I guess we'll have to wait until the Abyssal Realm becomes the most powerful guild in the country." Yujin cried internally. That could take years. It meant he was going to be locked away for the foreseeable future. Seeing his brother's pitiful expression, Yu Hyun said he'd make an exception and take him out a few times. But that was no different than taking a dog for a walk. Yu Hyun explained, "We can't take you out often. A dungeon scan takes several days, and I can't leave you with any hunter below B rank." Suddenly, an idea sparked in Ejin's mind. He had been researching hunters every single day, and he knew exactly which ones would awaken as high rankers. Ejin's plan was simple: find them before anyone else and awaken their powers himself. After carefully nurturing them, he'd make them sign a contract to become his personal bodyguards. He would create his very own army. With absolute confidence, Ejin declared that as soon as he found a single A-rank guard, he would gain the freedom he craved. His younger brother was skeptical, asking how he'd do it, but Ejin just vaguely replied that he had his ways. Sensing something was off, his brother pressed him. "Ejin, have you awakened? Is this a skill that helps you find high rankers or see their potential? When did you awaken without me knowing?" "It wasn't when you met those brokers this morning." "So, was it after you met me? What kind of skill is it? What am I supposed to do if even more people start targeting you now?" Ejin could only scream on the inside, as his secret was put at risk. Even so, he would rather die than ever reveal the truth, because if he let slip that he had an L-rank skill, he knew he would face a lifetime of imprisonment. So Ejin lied, telling his brother he'd only received a common F-rank skill whose only use was telling the weak from the strong. On top of that, he could only awaken one person per month. Hearing this, his brother concluded that such a skill wouldn't put Ejin in any real danger. He figured it wouldn't be long before something made that skill obsolete anyway. An official awakening center was being built, with equipment that could predict potential with high accuracy. Once the center was complete, everyone could be awakened safely, minimizing fake awakenings and reducing any attention on Ejin's skill. Ejin seized on that excuse to deceive his brother, trying to frame his ability as something useless and not worth a second thought. And that was why he needed to find an A ranker. He begged Yu Hyun for just one chance. Yu Hyun finally agreed, but it wasn't going to be easy. For now, Ejin still had to pack his things and move into his brother's house. But Ejin had another plan brewing. He thought to himself, "You think you can just lock me up as you please? Just you wait. I'll bring back every hunter from A rank to S rank and completely blow your mind. I'll hire them all and do whatever I want. What if I end up joining a guild that's even bigger and more powerful than the Abyssal Realm? Hehehehe. The next morning, Egan and Kim Sung-gun appeared at the registration office of the Korean Hunters Association. The presence of the Abyssal Realm's impenetrable shield made everyone gasp, sparking curiosity about the man walking beside him. Everyone looked at Ejin with admiration, assuming anyone escorted by an A-rank hunter must be someone extraordinary. However, from that day forward, Ejin was officially registered as an F-rank awakened. The truth was so embarrassing he didn't know where to hide his face. Immediately, the whispers began. He's not even an S rank, so why does he act like one? Wow, there's nothing special about him at all. What a disappointment. Egan ignored the gossip. First things first, since the registration was done, he was going to get some gear. Yoo Hyun had given Ejin money for shopping. Opening the envelope, Ejin was stunned to see 1,000,000 won. He thought, my brother is completely insane. After a lifetime of working manual labor to support his brother's education, he had never seen so much money. With a huge sum of cash in hand, Ejin's confidence soared. He strode boldly into the shopping district to buy the best high-end equipment, but he was actually looking for something simple. It wasn't until a merchant brought out a pair of earrings called Shadow's Whisper, which boosted magic power by 29, that Ejin was remotely interested. Along with them, he got a pair of gloves that increased stamina by 60 and strength by 20, and a belt that raised dexterity by 16. After buying the necessary equipment, the young man calculated his new stats. He had to be at least C rank by now. And just as he thought, it was true. The power of money was on a whole other level. With the remaining cash, he decided to buy a few contracts and some poison potions. The moment he stepped outside, he saw his bodyguard waiting. Where have you been? Ejin showed a flicker of annoyance. I was shopping inside the building. You have to at least let me do that much, right? Still, there was one more person Ejin had to find. The Ice Witch, Park Yim, had to be living somewhere nearby. If he recalled correctly, she lived with a relative who ran a barbecue place on Jeju Island. Even among A-rank hunters, her potential was off the charts. With her on his side, even Yoo Hyun couldn't complain. Yerim had awakened 3 years early, at the tender age of 15. That meant she was just a high schooler now. Ejin had to find her quickly and secure his own freedom. But the moment he arrived at a restaurant and asked for her, none of the staff seemed to know who he was talking about. It turned out there were far more barbecue joints than he realized. To find her, he'd have to comb through every single one. While searching aimlessly, he suddenly spotted Yerim in a heated argument with a shop owner. She then took off at a speed that was impossible to follow. Even though she hadn't officially awakened, Ejin was confident he could keep up with his B-rank belt. He moved like the wind, a blur that no ordinary person could possibly track. Finally catching up, he offered to talk with her for a moment, but Yerim assumed her difficult uncle sent him and refused to go back. Just then, a car sped toward her, and Ejin dove in to shield her from the impact. Only then did Yerim finally agree to talk. Ejin casually invited her for some barbecue. The girl ate as if she'd been starved for weeks, so much that it even startled him. Luckily, he had the company credit card, which eased his financial worries. With her mouth full of food, Yerim answered his question. Why wasn't she eating at her uncle's barbecue place? She scoffed that the food there was terrible, telling the old man not to waste his money. He wondered how old he looked to keep getting called that. Now that she had calmed down a bit, Yerim was ready to ask her own questions. All right, spill it. I heard you're the brother of the Hwan Guild's master. So why is someone like you looking for me? The young man offered a friendly smile and replied, You could say that I sensed a powerful energy emanating from you. Hearing him spout such nonsense, the girl looked completely bored. She lost all interest in the conversation, dismissing it as superstition. She was ready to leave before she even finished her food. Ejin had to improvise. Actually, I knew your parents. After mine passed, they helped me a great deal. It might be late, but I want to repay that kindness. Yerim let out a long, weary sigh. Whatever. Plenty of people pretend to be nice before stabbing me in the back. This is nothing new. Ejin pressed on, explaining that he recognized her innate talent and truly wanted to help her. Yerim still looked lost, unsure what he was referring to. The power he was sensing was her potential to awaken. Ejin revealed he had the ability to awaken others. Park Yerim was no ordinary girl. She had the potential to be at least a B-class awakened. Since he was backed by the mighty Hwan Guild, he could help her become a hunter. With that, Ejin offered to form a contract with her. At those words, the girl froze. Seeing her reaction, Ejin knew for sure she had taken the bait. To add a little more credibility, Ejin decided to put on a show. He produced a unique contract scroll, created from a dungeon byproduct, leaving Yerim stunned and amazed. All she had to do was sign it. The terms written on it were for an agreement with the Hwan Guild. She must keep Ejin's abilities a secret and be responsible for his protection for 1 year. After reading it, Yurim just asked, "Aren't you embarrassed to be protected by a high school kid like me?" Egan was completely speechless. Once she awakened, Yurim would be leagues stronger than him. The girl's only real question was, if she awakened, could she finally be independent? That was obvious. For an awakened, age was just a number. Without a second of hesitation, Yurim agreed to sign the contract. But even with his success, Egan insisted she read all the terms carefully. He advised her to check and make sure any contract was fair for someone her age. "You're probably not used to this sort of thing. That's why you still need a guardian." At this, Yurim's expression immediately soured. A guardian is useless. If that person just exploits me, what good is a fair contract? In the end, everyone just uses me anyway. As if on cue, her ill-tempered uncle showed up, shouting and causing a scene. Horrible words like crazy brat flew from the vulgar man's mouth, all directed at his own niece. Egan then noticed Yurim's tattered clothes. Now he understood what she meant. She was better off without a guardian like him. Yurim screamed in frustration, "He's a monster. He took all of my parents' inheritance and didn't give me a single penny. Even in a storm, he'd only give me a cheap umbrella. And when it broke, he refused to buy me a new one. I had to walk around with a plastic bag over my head." The other patrons in the restaurant listened in horror. It was nothing short of cruel and ruthless child abuse. Burning with shame, the old man lunged forward. But before he could even touch him, Egan collapsed, wailing and thrashing on the floor like a victim. He put on a masterclass performance, complete with crocodile tears streaming down his face, worthy of a movie star. "Playing the victim perfectly," he cried out. "A real man uses words, not his fists. Why would you attack me? I was only trying to protect this young lady. You assaulted that defenseless high school girl, and now you're assaulting me, aren't you?" The false accusation sent the man into a rage, and he grabbed Egan by the collar. With a swift move, Egan hooked his leg, sending the old man sprawling face first. Egan then feigned concern, exclaiming, "Oh no, sir, you have to be careful." That spilled soda made the floor incredibly slippery. Pretending to slip himself, Egan masterfully maneuvered it so the man's face plunged right back into a bowl of sauce. Dropping the act, his voice turned cold. "You should be ashamed for." Seeing this for the first time, Yurin gasped with excitement. She heard a loud crash that sounded like a pro wrestling match. However, that sound didn't come from Egan. It came from outside. A terrifying monster had crawled out of a dungeon gate. Kim Sung-han, still holding a sausage, froze in shock. He screamed Egan's name, desperate to know if he was safe. Chaos erupted as everyone scattered in terror. A dungeon break had just occurred right near them. Sung-han roared for everyone to get back, declaring he would handle it. He then activated his A-rank skill, Earth Shield. Egan had no memory of this event ever happening. Why would a monster suddenly appear out of nowhere? He began to wonder, was a dungeon break really supposed to happen here at this exact moment? Sung-han charged forward to face the beast head-on. But he quickly discovered the monster had no physical form and was passing right through the walls. What in the world was going on? In the confusion, Yurim's shoelaces tangled together, sending her crashing to the ground. The older hunter saw her fall but simply abandoned her. Just in time, Egan appeared, blocking the path with his shield and pulling Yurim toward the evacuation shelter. For the first time, Yurim felt someone genuinely worry about her, and the feeling touched her heart. The shelter was an underground shopping center. Egan urged Yurim to hurry inside, telling her that he was staying behind. In his memories, he realized he had seen this thing once before. While not powerful on its own, it was a massive threat if not taken out in a single blow. Kim Sung-han was a defense-type hunter, so he lacked any wide-range attack skills. In fact, the current situation made it painfully clear. He was the worst possible matchup against this monster. Egan decided he had to find a way to deal with it. But Yurin grabbed his arm, insisting she would go with him. "Please, awaken me," she begged. "Just let me join the fight." But Yurim hadn't even signed her hunter contract. And that was exactly why Egan couldn't let her. This situation wasn't as simple as she thought. Awakening doesn't automatically make you a skilled fighter. Egan had planned to awaken her in a safe environment, never intending to throw her into a real battle like this. Time was running out, so he simply told her, "I'm not going to let a kid like you fight alone. The adults will handle what needs to be done. You just get to safety, understand?" Before entering this life or death moment, Egan reminded himself that as a hunter with over 5 years of experience, he should be able to find a way to escape even this situation. The moment Hunter Kim Sung-han saw Egan running toward him, his confusion only deepened. Egan shouted, "Sung-han, please, use your technique." But the man believed it was useless. Even if he created a defensive barrier, it couldn't possibly cover the entire town. Egan insisted his skill was more than enough and that he had a plan. Together, they stood on a high wall, observing the scene below. After Sung-han used his seismic skill, Egan sprang into action, launching himself forward in powerful leaps. His shield was like a solid wall. If he could use it to surround the monster, it would become a giant cage. Among the items Agent had bought at the Hunters Association was an A-rank poison item, saved for an emergency. If Agent could detonate it inside the barrier and seal the area, he could wipe everything out in a single, decisive strike. But in a moment of distraction, he looked back to see the crevice was empty. The monster had already escaped. From a sewer drain below, a chain shot out, wrapping tightly around Agent's leg and hoisting him violently into the air. Agent never expected this attack, because after all, who would ever find a sewer inside a dungeon? Out of nowhere, Yurim rushed in with an umbrella, striking the monster hard and startling it into releasing Agent. He screamed at Yurim, asking what a mere civilian was doing risking her life. However, he conveniently forgot that he himself was just a pathetic F-rank. The two ran for their lives, bickering the entire way. But Yurim's reckless actions actually had a reason. When Agent saved her, she felt a deep sense of security, knowing someone truly wanted to protect her. But that feeling of helplessness made her furious, having to rely on others simply because she wasn't strong enough to protect herself. That's why Yurim craved more power. In moments like these, her age was a curse, leaving her with nothing to do but pray for someone, anyone, to come save her. The power to protect yourself and to forge your own path. Those were Agent's words, and they were burned into her memory. He told her that she possessed a strength greater than anyone else, and that she had the potential to become truly powerful. In this critical moment, Yurim had to know. What was her true worth? Just how strong could she become? A massive, explosive sound ripped through the air. Sung Han panicked, having no idea what in the world just happened. A system window appeared. Skill. Icy Breath has been activated. Awakened being Park Yurim's registration is complete, and just like that, Yurim had awakened as an S-rank hunter. She was stunned by her own incredible power, letting out a triumphant shout that left Sung Han's jaw on the floor. But behind her, another monster still lurked. Yurim casually tested her new abilities and instantly stopped the monster in its tracks. This was the undeniable power of an S-rank. A surge of confidence washed over Yurim. She declared she would handle things from now on and asked to borrow Sung Han's weapon. She gripped the weapon, unleashing a few basic attacks that sent waves of power hurtling toward the beast. The skill from Hemet's shoes activated. In her excitement, Yurim accidentally went a little overboard. The reality of her strength finally began to sink in. Sorry, everyone. I'm still a little clumsy with controlling my power, but only Ijin knew the truth. Though she was the hunter known as the Ice Witch, she was still just a kid with a radiant smile. Even he hadn't expected her to awaken in such a spectacular way. If only Yurim had an area of effect skill, it would be perfect. But then, Yu Hyun suddenly appeared, announcing, "Leave this to me. It'll only take one shot." In a flash, Yu Hyun incinerated the entire pile of monster remains. Despite having caused so much trouble, his older brother greeted him cheerfully, as if nothing had happened. Yu Hyun's face instantly darkened as he turned to Ijin with a disapproving shake of his head. "What do you have to say for yourself? Do you have any idea how worried I was on my way here? This is exactly why I tell you to stay home. You know what? I should really just lock you up. And maybe throw away the key." To calm his furious younger brother, Agent presented the prize he'd found today. A newly awakened S-rank hunter, Park Yurim. Yurim gave a shy greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Standing before Yu Hyun, she could barely believe her eyes. "Am I really standing in front of a guild master?" Egan proudly showed off his find. "She's already agreed to sign a contract with you. What do you think? You don't have to worry anymore now that you have an S-rank bodyguard, right?" But the only thing on Yu Hyun's mind was her age and the issue of a legal guardian. Thinking fast, Ejin declared he would become Yurim's guardian, explaining that her uncle was a truly cruel man. Yu Hyun couldn't believe his ears and had to ask again, "What did you just say?" Not just a supporter, but her legal guardian? Yurim had assumed the two roles were basically the same thing. However, a supporter can't interfere in personal matters. Even if she signed an unfair contract, they would be powerless to protect her. A guardian, on the other hand, is the legal protector of an underage hunter, essentially taking on the role of a parent. After hearing the explanation, Yurim finally understood and frantically tried to stop Ijin. "A parent? You'll be my uncle? You don't have to go that far. Honestly, who would want the responsibility of looking after someone else?" But Ijin couldn't stand by and watch a terrible uncle take advantage of his own niece. Ultimately, the decision was up to Yurim. But Yu Hyun was having none of it. "I object. This is for my brother's safety. I've seen too many cases of high-rank awakeners abusing their low-rank guardians. An S-rank hunter can't be paired with an F-rank like you, brother. What if this girl decides to hit you?" Being just a well-behaved high school student, Yurim felt the accusation was deeply unfair. Yu Hyun argued that it made more sense for him to become Yurim's guardian, not Ijin. However, The young hunter didn't seem to like that idea at all, insisting that Ijin must be her guardian. They started bickering back and forth. One argued that the schoolgirl would surely abuse his brother, while the other swore she wouldn't, since the contract would require her to protect Ijin. Ijin watched from the sidelines, a massive headache forming as they started to fight over him. Two S-rank hunters were literally pulling him back and forth. Ijin felt like his bones were about to pop out of their sockets. At this point, he had no choice but to use his authority as the older brother. Ijin's voice was sharp as he scolded Yu Hyun. "Is this how I raised you? The choice of a guardian is Yerim's right, so why are you sticking your nose in it? Besides, you're a guild master. You should be thrilled that I brought you a new S rank." Hearing that, Yu Hyun had to admit it made sense. Seeing his younger brother calming down, Ijin pressed his advantage. "Why would we go home in this situation? Aren't you going to deal with this mess? Look, Sung Han is standing right there waiting for you. Go do your job, guild master." With that, Yu Hyun had no choice but to back down and leave the matter for another time. Jujin let out a sigh of relief, realizing he'd narrowly escaped another disaster. Yerim, however, was still fuming about the guild leader's true personality. Deciding to be strict, Jujin turned to lecture Yerim, scaring the girl into an immediate apology. "Please forgive me. I'm having trouble controlling my strength. Is your shoulder all right?" Jujin grumbled back. "Does it look all right to you?" It just popped out of place. Still, he didn't forget to take care of her, picking up the shoe that had fallen off and handing it to Yerim. He wanted to support her until she could master her power. Looking at the worn-out shoe, which wasn't even the right size, Jujin felt a sharp pang of sympathy. He couldn't believe that scumbag uncle had given his niece such a tattered pair of shoes. Jujin decided to buy Yerim a new pair. But before he could act on this kindness, a fly landed right on his head. Thinking fast, Yerim slapped the fly off his head, nearly sending Jujin to the afterlife along with it. He desperately needed to find a way to keep himself busy. Before all this, Yerim had asked him why he went so far for her. It was because he truly understood what she was going through. Yerim had also endured a difficult time after her parents passed away. He wished he and his brother had a reliable pillar of support back then. Jujin confessed that while he might not seem dependable, he would do his absolute best for her. But Yerim saw things in a completely different light. To her, Jujin was incredibly trustworthy. Even though he was an adult asking a middle schooler for protection, she only hoped Jujin would take good care of her, because he was now her only guardian in the entire world. But what Jujin said next, caught up in the moment, came as a complete shock. "Maybe not as much as your parents would. But Yerim, I love you." It was supposed to be a meaningless keyword, but after she heard those words, her mind interpreted them in a completely different way. And because of that, the system announced that the S rank awakened, Yerim, had been influenced by the keyword. Just then, her scumbag uncle ran up, pretending to be worried and asked, "Where have you been? I was so worried about you. Is it true that you've awakened? I heard awakeners can make a ton of money." He kept asking over and over, "Did you really awaken, Yerim?" When she revealed she wasn't just awakened but an S rank, he became ecstatic, dreaming of the fortune they were about to make. But when Yerim announced she was moving out and had signed a contract with Jujin, the man completely lost his mind. He shouted that she was only 15 years old and had no right to move out on her own. Seeing this, Jujin stepped in and said, "According to the Special Hunter Act, hunters can become legally independent at the age of 14. Shouldn't you be trying to solve this with words? Why are you getting physical? I bet you've raised your hand against this girl before, haven't you?" The young man then declared he would gather more evidence from the diner to use against him in court. He warned the man that if he ever approached Yerim again, he would expose everything. The old man couldn't control his anger and grabbed Jujin by the collar. Seeing her guardian in trouble, Yerim could no longer stand by. She unleashed her power. Although there's a rule that awakeners can't harm ordinary citizens, the Yerim standing there now was a completely different person. A savage smile spread across her face as she stepped toward her uncle. "I have no idea what you're talking about. You pushed this man and then fell over, right?" The old man was paralyzed with fear. He felt like he was facing a ferocious predator, not the timid niece he once knew. Even Jujin had to activate his fear-resistance skill against the sheer killing intent pouring out of her. Yerim's rage finally exploded, pouring out years of pent-up resentment. "You know it too, don't you? You are not worthy of my gratitude. What kind of guardian are you, anyway? You couldn't even buy me a proper umbrella. There's nothing I want more than to make you pay for everything you've done." The girl crushed a piece of cloth in her hand as she spoke. But despite all the suffering he caused her, the young girl ultimately chose to let it go. In her eyes, he was now nothing more than an insignificant bug. That terrible uncle was no longer worth her time or energy. Before letting him disappear, Yerim delivered a final warning. "Remember this? Continue to be an insignificant nobody to me. If you don't stay in your lane and try to get in my way, or start trouble with Mr. Jujin, I will not let it slide." After her awe-inspiring display of power, Yerim ran over to show off her victory. How was that, mister? I was copying you. Did I do a good job? That's when it hit Jujin. He needed to be a shining example for these kids to follow. Not whatever this was. When he got home, Yoo-hyun immediately demanded his brother hand over the things he bought the day before. The color drained from Jujin's face. What? Are you talking about the items from the Hunter Mall? Did I spend too much? I thought I was allowed to use all the money. But in truth, the item Yoo-hyun was talking about was the black poison stone. Jujin was stunned, unable to understand how his brother knew he had bought it. Yoo-hyun stared at the black stone for a long moment, then suddenly rushed forward and wrapped his brother in a tight hug. It turns out his little brother thought he bought it for a much darker purpose. If my enemies start targeting you, you become my weakness. If you're taken hostage, you can use this so they can't exploit you. The truth was, a thought like that had never even crossed Jujin's mind. Across from him, Yoo-hyun continued his passionate appeal. You worry way too much about me, but please, never use something like this again, okay? No matter what happens, I will always come and save you. Jujin's face twisted, unable to explain the real situation. The young man had actually bought it to sneak off and clear dungeons alone, but he couldn't exactly reveal his S-rank poison resistance to Yoo-hyun. As the misunderstanding seemed to spiral, Jujin curiously asked if things with Urim had been handled properly. A few days ago, guild leader Sung had paid them a visit. That scumbag uncle had tried every trick to hold on to her, but it seems he'd already wasted millions of won from Yerim's inheritance on his own personal business ventures. He signed a binding contract, vowing to never again approach or contact Yerim. In exchange, Yoo-hyun wouldn't press charges, and even had to give him a bit more money, so he definitely won't be a problem anymore. Jujin thought Yerim's inheritance was a massive sum. However, she wanted nothing more to do with them, so she accepted the loss. Yoo-hyun figured that by now, she was probably getting accustomed to her new stats. Yerim had even been holed up in the training room all night long. This room was specially designed to withstand the power of an S-rank hunter, so Yerim could go all out without any worries. Or so they thought. The moment they arrived to check on the room, they found it completely demolished. It just goes to show you can't predict a single thing in this world. This place was built to handle S-rank power, so how did this happen? Stepping inside, they found Urim deep in her training. She slammed her foot down, activating a skill that made the very world tremble, and the shockwave paralyzed Jujin where he stood. The color drained from the young man's face as he fainted on the spot. When he woke up again, he barely recognized the girl standing before him as Urim. She had chopped off her hair, revealing a completely new and stylish look. Turns out Hai gave her a makeover, since she'll be joining the Hunters Association. With this vibe, she looked like a model for an energy drink ad. Yerim had already submitted her application to become a registered hunter. She had also been testing her skills to get a deeper understanding of them. Jujin asked about the ability Yerim had just used. The first was an ice system skill called Frozen Breath. Jujin had seen that one in action before. She could also fly and perform short-range teleports with the Shoes of Hermes. And Shadowless Day was a buff skill, with a wide area of effect and a very special property. It significantly increased certain stats and amplified the effects of her attribute skills each time Yerim used it. Furthermore, it could absorb an enemy's shadow, slowing them down and granting her a buff corresponding to the number of shadows absorbed. It seems she grew stronger by absorbing ambient power, which explained why the training room was utterly destroyed. However, there was one final skill, Pale Corpse, an ability that could extract information from dead bodies. No matter how you spun it, that was an ominous power. Yerim was also confused, since she thought she was supposed to get an offensive-type skill or something similar. Jujin immediately advised her, from now on, keep Pale Corpse a secret. You don't have to reveal all your skills when you register, so let's hide a few of your trump cards. We'll only write down the buff effect for Shadowless Day and the flight ability for the Shoes of Hermes. We'll just list their skill levels at about this much. Before he knew it, Yerim was staring at Jujin with eyes full of admiration. To her, Jujin was some kind of master strategist. Seeing how enthusiastic she was about his brother, Yoo-hyun got irritated, feeling a pang of jealousy. He's only this good because he raised me. Please keep your distance. And just like that, they started bickering back and forth, forcing Jujin to intervene. Everywhere Jujin went, he was treated like a superstar. The press swarmed the area, cameras flashing, as the new S-rank hunter Yerim made her debut. She was the 8th S-rank combat hunter in their nation. According to what was released to the media, she had 3 starting skills. Watching from behind the crowd, Jujin felt a surge of pride seeing Yerim handle it so well. Sung Hyun-ji noticed the young man sneaking around and said with a sigh, "If you were going to do this, why didn't you just come with her? She was really disappointed that you weren't by her side." Jujin just explained that he had some unpleasant memories involving large crowds. But knowing Yerim's personality, she won't be sad for long. Jujin even felt that once she gets famous and starts living the high life, she won't even spare me a second glance. I think she'll do just fine on her own. However, far too many things had changed from his previous life. The cold, arrogant Yerim he knew from the future was gone. In her place stood a confident high school hunter who always wore a smile on her face, and the massive explosion that happened a few days ago never occurred in the original timeline. Jujin couldn't help but wonder, was it all right for the future he knew to change so drastically? But after a moment of doubt, he shook his head. Good things were happening, and that's all that mattered. Now that he was officially with the association, his next move was clear. He needed to scout for hidden talent, even among the so-called F and E ranks. After all, finding another S-rank hunter through sheer luck was a 1 in a million chance. A high ranker wouldn't just be wandering around here. Then, something caught his eye. With a flash of realization, Jujin took off. He had turned back time to save his brother and to help both Yim and him have a better future. And if a precious gem, buried in the rough, appeared right before his eyes, then perhaps his ability was granted to him. For the sole purpose of making that gem shine, he dashed forward and grabbed the stranger's arm with unshakable resolve. This was the awakened Yu Myunggu. Current rank, F. Awakening potential, F rank, but his optimal starting skill was a hidden SS rank. Jujin went with a classic, bold move. He acted as if they were long-lost friends, putting on his most convincing performance. Hey, it's been way too long. Don't you recognize me? It's me, Jujin. As Yu Myunggu stared back in utter confusion, Jujin just smiled warmly. Don't worry about it. I get it. It's been a while. The truth was, Jujin had never met this man, but through his special eyes, he had scanned his abilities and found an incredible skill. SS rank Master of Metal. Just from the name alone, it was obvious. This was a production class skill for forging gear, and an SS rank one at that. An SS rank blacksmith could forge legendary equipment, items that even billions wouldn't be able to buy. And awakened with a skill like this might not appear again for another 5 years. Finding Yu Myunggu today was like hitting the jackpot. Guilds from all over the world would pay a fortune if they ever discovered his hidden talent. And seeing how much he was struggling, Jujin knew exactly what he had to do to get this future legend on his side. So, how have you been? You've awakened too, right? He asked. Yu Myunggu didn't hesitate to reply. I awakened. But I'm just an F rank. They said I could get 1 million just for registering. Jujin seized the opportunity. Wow, what a coincidence. Me too. I'm an F rank as well. Want to go through the basic training together? But Yu Myunggu didn't seem interested at all. He was clearly just here for the sign-up bonus. The problem was, the training wasn't free, and for a bottom-tier F rank, spending money on it seemed completely useless. He was clearly desperate for cash. Jujin saw his opening and invited him to his guild. I guarantee it'll be completely free, he declared. But before he could finish his sales pitch, Sung Hui grabbed him by the collar to set the record straight. Jujin, only official guild members get free training for new hunters. The moment Yu Myunggu saw Sung Hui, his whole body began to tremble. Even while being dangled by his collar, Jujin couldn't resist bragging, especially after seeing the look of pure awe in Yu Myunggu's eyes. The guild master, Sung Hui, he's actually my little brother. Suddenly, Jujin seemed to radiate a blinding light. Jujin puffed out his chest. That's the aura of power for you. I'll put in a good word, so just come with us. Here, you can even borrow my gear. Seeing Yu Myunggu was still on the fence, Jujin grabbed his hand enthusiastically. Don't hesitate. Don't even think about it. Just accept. I'm doing this because you're a good person. You deserve to be treated well, you know? Hearing those words, Yu Myunggu was so overwhelmed he burst into tears. To bridge the gap, Jujin bought him coffee at an expensive cafe to help him calm down. Yu Myunggu, still sniffling, couldn't hold back his emotions. I'm sorry for suddenly breaking down like that. It's been so long since anyone has been this kind to me. Ever since he was a child, Yu Myunggu had been gifted, winning countless awards for his incredible craftsmanship. But as he got older, his parents told him his talents were completely useless. Stop playing around and just study, they all said. From that point on, his life went into a nosedive. He had zero talent for academics. His grades were a disaster. He couldn't find a job, and his family turned their backs on him. Before he knew it, he was drowning in debt. Just like that, Yu Myunggu became a total failure with absolutely nowhere left to turn. Listening to his story, Jujin felt a deep empathy. He knew that feeling all too well. Even after the world changed, for him, nothing had been different. People were judged solely by their rank. Only those with combat or healing abilities were ever given a chance. They said if you didn't have those skills, you were nothing more than a worthless F rank. Jujin realized that if he hadn't intervened, Yu Myunggu might have gone his entire life without ever getting a chance to use his incredible gift. But now, everything was different. Jujin had found him in time, and he was ready to change his fate. With newfound energy, he made a declaration. Stop holding back, Yu Miongu. So what if no one else can see your true worth? This world is tough enough as it is. It's time you had some faith in yourself. It's time to love yourself. Yu Miongu. I really care about you, my friend. At these words, a system notification appeared. The awakened hunter, Yu Miongu, had been influenced by certain keywords. Jujin thought everything would go smoothly from there, but his plan was blocked by the HR manager of the High Guild. The man refused to let a complete stranger receive the guild's official newbie guide. Even when Jujin pleaded, his answer was firm. Impossible. The newbie guide is a valuable asset. We can't just hand it over to some piece of trash. Where did you even dig him up from? Hearing that, Jujin's temper flared, and his voice filled with outrage. You've gone too far. How can you call him trash? Jujin passionately argued for him, insisting he was a person with incredible potential. The HR manager admitted Jujin had a good eye, and that discovering Yu Miongu was impressive. However, he brushed it off as a simple coincidence. He then sneered, honestly, I don't get what you're trying to pull. Just a few days ago, you were scammed by a broker, weren't you? And now you're trying to suck up to the guild master for personal gain. Do you really expect us to suddenly place our complete trust in you? Seeing Jujin endure this humiliation for his sake, Yu Miongu couldn't hold back his emotions and ran off, sobbing uncontrollably. Jujin wouldn't give up and went after him. Yu Miongu just gave a small smile and said he was fine. Just hearing someone say he had value was more than enough. It was thanks to Jujin that Yu Miongu found the will to live again. Yu Miongu declared he wouldn't hide anymore and would do anything he could. He mentioned a place that offered jobs to F-ranks like him. The moment he finished speaking, a car filled with thugs screeched to a stop and threatened them. Hey, Yu Miongu, you're a hunter now. How about you pay back your debt? With a forced smile, Yu Miongu stepped into the car, promising to contact Jujin after he earned some money. Jujin sensed that something was terribly wrong. He quickly pulled the door open before the gangsters could harm Yu Miongu. Are you loan sharks? Where are you taking Yu Miongu? Their eyes narrowed as one of them growled a warning at Jujin. What's it to you? The young man quickly replied, I want to go with him. And just like that, he found himself surrounded by a car full of tattooed thugs. Jujin couldn't help but exclaim, you borrowed money from some really scary dudes. Apparently, no bank was willing to lend Yu Miongu money. As he said this, Yu Miongu wondered why Jujin was coming along since he didn't owe anyone anything. The thugs sitting next to them glared. So you know Yu Miongu? Are you an awakened too? Jujin managed to reply that he was just an F rank. The young man introduced himself as Yu Miongu's childhood friend. They had just reunited at the Hunters Association. He explained that Yu Miongu told him about a job for F ranks, and his curiosity made him tag along. The thugs felt like they'd just caught another fish and smirked with delight. They made an offer. Hey buddy, how about you come with us to a dungeon and mine some magic stones? You know most guilds don't accept F ranks, right? But we'd be happy to have you join. Jujin feigned surprise and excitement. They continued, since you're Yu Miongu's friend, we'll let you come along with us. Do you want in? Jujin agreed without a moment's hesitation. While he was at it, he decided to keep up the innocent act, throwing in a few compliments that made the thugs swell with pride. I thought you guys were scary, but you're actually handsome and really nice people. Jujin knew exactly what this was. A slave mining contract. Jujin himself had been a victim of this scheme before. They pressure an unequipped and inexperienced F rank, forcing them to mine while the actual guild members go hunting. It's a completely unfair contract where they take 70 to 80% as a protection fee. Even so, getting injured or killed by a monster attack was a common occurrence. If you remember the future correctly, Yu Miongu died being exploited in a place just like this, never getting to show his true talent. On the way, the thugs explained the job, saying Jujin just had to pick up anything that looked valuable, and they promised that by doing so, Jujin would get rich. He had to act the part, putting on his most innocent and gullible expression. Jujin acted incredibly excited about such an easy, high-paying job. That was on the outside. But inside, he was seething with rage, silently cursing them as a bunch of miserable scammers. Finally, they arrived, stopping in front of a building called the Hope Errand Service. Jujin kept up the compliments. The building's a little rundown, but I can really feel the hope coming from that second-floor office. It must get a lot of sun. Before he could finish, one of the thugs kicked him hard in the back, making him choke. They didn't just kick him. They started mercilessly beating Yu Miongu as well. Now that they were here, the gangsters showed their true colors. It's a shame you got dragged into this, even though you don't have any debt. But you can only blame yourself for walking right into this trap. You had a choice coming in, but there's no getting out. Yu Miongu was crying miserably, apologizing to Jujin over and over. They then started forcing Jujin to sign a contract. They made their offer. After their fees, he could keep a mere 20% of his earnings. This was a contract exclusively for the awakened. They warned that if Jujin broke it, he'd be struck with a D-rank curse. Playing the part, Jujin meekly asked for a small favor. He wanted to compare his contract with Yu Myung-gu's. If our terms are the same, that wouldn't be fair. I don't carry the same debts he does. Hearing this, the thugs burst into laughter. A smart one, are you? It's always wise to check the details. The boss sneered. Here's the contract. Take a look. Holding the paper, Jujin was stunned. They were exploiting Yu Myung-gu for a measly 10%. This wasn't a contract. It was a slave's chain. Calmly, Jujin tore the document in half. Who gave you the right to do this to my Yu Myung-gu? The gangsters were thrown into a panic. The system announced that the contract's D-rank curse had been activated, but the curse was instantly nullified by his resistance skill. Without wasting a second, Jujin slammed his foot directly into the leader's face. In that moment, they realized their fatal mistake. Jujin was no F rank. The remaining thugs charged forward, hoping to overwhelm him. Jujin calmly pulled out his phone and called Sung Haiji. The call had been active for 25 minutes, just waiting for the signal. And right on cue, Sung Haiji appeared. Sung Huiji's arrival was like a tempest unleashed. In a flash, he sent the thugs flying in every direction. You see, the moment Jujin got in their car, he had already made the call. Sung Haiji, being incredibly sharp, understood the situation immediately. Jujin had also described their destination precisely, making it child's play for Sung Haiji to find them. Anyone foolish enough to stand in his way was met with absolute annihilation. Seeing Sung Huiji's overwhelming power, one of them lunged with a sharp knife, attempting a cowardly attack from behind. But against a true titan, such pathetic efforts were meaningless. The blade barely managed to tear his shirt. Sung Huiji simply flicked his finger. You should have brought a weapon that can actually hurt an A-ranker. It was then that the chilling realization dawned on them. This man was from the legendary Hand Guild. When Sung Huiji commanded them to kneel, they scrambled to obey without question. After confirming that both Yu Myung-gu and Jujin were unharmed, Sung Huiji asked how they should deal with the trash. Jujin's mind was set. A blood debt must be paid in blood. He presented them with a new contract, an S-rank contract, and forced them to sign. Gazing at the terms, the leader was horrified. We have to hand over 90% of our profits for 50 years. Are you even human? Jujin answered with another brutal kick to his face, payback for all the innocent lives they'd ruined. He was seething with rage, calling them the scum of the earth, furious that they believed an F-rank's life was worthless. They preyed on the desperate, treating them like cheap commodities. By promising them a dungeon run, countless F-rankers walked right into their trap. Jujin's fury reached its peak. I understand that rank is the most important thing, but they are still human beings. But for you, murderous dogs, now it's your turn to feel the same pain they did. That might help you realize the weight of your sins. But honestly, I'd rather just throw you all into a high-ranked dungeon. Hearing this, the leader finally broke, begging for forgiveness and pleading for mercy. They whined that a 50-year contract was too cruel, asking him to show some compassion. In response, Jujin flashed a chillingly bright smile. Good, you admit you were wrong. So that means you'll gladly accept your punishment, right? Jujin finally handed them over to the Hunters Association and left with Yu Myung-gu. Sung Haiji immediately contacted Yu Haiyan to handle the gang's assets. Their revenue will be used to compensate the victims. I'll submit a separate report on this incident to you later. Yu Myung-gu was completely overwhelmed by everything Jujin had done for him, and he finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. After returning, Jujin went straight to Su Cheon-min and, after some forceful negotiation, he secured a dormitory room by leveraging his status as Yim's official guardian. Jujin had reserved this room specially for Yu Myung-gu. Though called a dorm, it was more like a luxury apartment with 4 rooms. Outsiders weren't normally allowed in the dormitory, but helpers were a special exception. So Jujin came up with a clever plan. After his training, Yu Myung-gu would stay there by posing as his official helper. To avoid any misunderstanding, Jujin quickly emphasized that it was only a title and that Yu Myung-gu wouldn't have to do a thing, because he knew it would take a long time for Yu Myung-gu to recover. The poor young man was an emotional mess. After hearing Jujin's kind words, he burst into tears all over again and rushed forward. Yu Myung-gu was so exhausted he looked like he could fall asleep, standing up. He even began talking in his sleep. Leave all the housework to me. Do you want to bathe first, eat dinner first? Or me? It was clear that Jujin's overwhelming kindness had completely and utterly won over Yu Myung-gu. Seeing this, Jujin could finally relax and head to Yu Hyun's to retrieve his belongings, his mind at ease. He braced himself for war. The moment his brother discovered he had moved, it would be an absolute battlefield. But when he opened the door, it was Zhang Hui, standing there like a stone statue. But he wasn't here to drag Jujin back. Today, his purpose was something else entirely. Don't cause any more trouble, Xiang-hu warned. Just follow me. With that, he led Ju-jin to a nearby bar. The moment they entered, Sung-hai's piercing glare locked onto a staff member. Do you know Kim Minui? He demanded. The employee immediately broke into a cold sweat, stammering that he would guide them to a private room. Every eye in the place followed them, filled with suspicion. They looked like trouble, like they were here to collect a debt. But instead of a back alley, they were led to a table overflowing with food. Ju-jin was confused. Why bring him to a place clearly meant for teenagers? As it turned out, this location was recommended by Kim Minui, a hunter from the Haihei Guild. She was around Ju-jin's age and had insisted this was a popular spot for friends to hang out. With a face so tense, he looked like he was about to commit murder. Sung-hai said, "Relax. Don't feel pressured." Ju-jin couldn't figure it out. Why was Sung-hui really here? Finally, the man broke the silence. I wanted to apologize. As soon as I could. Honestly, I never trusted you. You were always a nuisance, a stone in the guild master's path. But I realize now, I was wrong. You're a good person, Ju-jin. Hearing those words, Ju-jin was completely thrown off. Sung-hu was deeply grateful that Ju-jin had risked everything to come back for him during that dungeon break, even earning the trust of Yim. He secured a contract that solved a major future problem and rescued his friend Yu Myung-gu from certain death. In that moment, Sung-hai saw Ju-jin as someone he could truly rely on. An opportunity. Ju-jin knew he couldn't let this pass. If he could strengthen his bond with Sung-hui now, using the keyword would be the perfect final move. The main character instantly wiped the confusion from his face, replacing it with his most charming smile. Tonight was the night. He would make his move on Sung-hui. I was also impressed with how you handled things today, Sung-hui continued. Did you plan your encounter with those awakened brokers days in advance? Ju-jin put on a calculated expression. Of course. I had a few things to investigate. The problem was, for an F-rank hunter, a move like that was incredibly reckless. Still, Ju-jin had faith his brother wouldn't just stand by and watch, but he never expected the brokers to be captured so quickly. Yu Hyun really did worry far too much about him. As they talked, Sung-hui opened up, revealing he was an orphan, raised solely by his grandfather. Even after growing up, he visited his grandfather every single holiday. Sung-hai's powers awakened while shielding his grandfather from a mana shock inside a dungeon. After the old man passed, Guildmaster Yu Han took him in and supported him. Worried Ju-jin would get the wrong idea. Sung-hai stressed a point. The Guildmaster understands the importance of family more than anyone, so please, don't think badly of him, even if he worries too much. After their heart-to-heart, the drinks began to flow freely. Ju-jin knew this was his chance. He'd pretend to be drunk and get Sung-hai's keyword. But even with that plan, Ju-jin found himself downing drink after drink. Finally, the moment arrived. He had to put on the performance of a lifetime, but inside, he was screaming, "Why am I not getting drunk?" It had to be his poison resistance skill. He had to turn it off. There was no way he could say those cheesy words while completely sober. A system window popped up. Poison resistance skill deactivated. Instantly, Ju-jin's face transformed, flushing a deep crimson. The alcohol hit him like a tidal wave, and his world went black. When he finally came to, he was safe in his own bed, with Sung-hui gazing down at him. Basic training starts today, he reminded Ju-jin. You need to get ready. Ju-jin's mind raced. Why was Sung-hai here so early? The plan must have worked, but why was he still here this morning? Then, Sung-hui dropped a dangerous question. Do you remember what happened last night? I'm curious how much you recall from your drunken state. 1,000 terrifying possibilities exploded in Ju-jin's head. As his mind reeled, Gyung-hoi handed him a glass of beet juice for his hangover. He was even, massaging Ju-jin's legs. He even offered Ju-jin a bedpan so he wouldn't have to get up. The horrifying truth came out last night. A wasted Ju-jin had confessed his love to Sung-hai 30 times. But instead of being annoyed, Sung-hui was strangely delighted. Ju-jin's drunken confessions reminded him of his late grandfather. His grandfather used to do the exact same thing. Every time he drank, he'd tell Sung-hui how much he loved him. The keyword had worked. When Sung-hui awoke, its effects had completely taken hold. Being with Ju-jin now felt just like being with his grandfather. That's why he was now trying to care for Ju-jin with such devotion. He even promised not to say anything weird in front of others and to always be there for Ju-jin. That's when it clicked. This was the comprehensive nurturing effect. Those words of affection made the target subconsciously recall the person who raised them. It was just like what happened with Yerim and Miu. He finally understood why Yerim and Myung-gu treated him with such kindness. They genuinely saw him as their caregiver. And for his brother, Yu Hyun, the effect must be exponentially stronger. After all, Ju-jin had literally raised him. Yerim woke up and went to find Ju-jin, only to see Miu clinging to him. which made her feel jealous. Jujin believed his nurturing skill, while not powerful, had a brainwashing effect that made others obey him unconditionally. However, he thought this skill could be dangerous and wondered why the system would grant it to him. The system also had the ability to activate poison resistance. A few days later, Miu had become a true homemaker, with her cooking skills improving daily. During a meal, Jujin told Yurim, "One day, you'll be clearing dungeons just like Sunghan and Yu Hyun, and you'll even be on TV." Yurim's eyes sparkled with excitement for that day. "Of course. The day will come when I conquer those dungeons, collect all the magic stones, get rich, and buy a huge mansion. Then you can come live with me and ditch that Miu girl." Jujin could only hope that the two of them would become close and stop fighting. Feeling powerless, Jujin decided to step out. But the moment he opened the door, Simyeon was there. The new hunter training was starting today. Turns out, there was a change of plans. They were skipping the theory and jumping straight into basic combat. The condition to pass this practical exam was simple: take down the monsters. Hearing this, Jujin, Yirim, and Miu fell silent. But the one panicking the most was Jujin. This was just basic training, right? They just had to beat one monster each, didn't they? Simyeon explained it was just a hands-on class to get them used to facing monsters head-on. Yirim, however, was the only one thrilled by the idea. She even talked about bringing one back for a barbecue. But her overconfidence led her to charge recklessly, straight into the monster's path. Anyone else would worry about throwing rookies against a horde of monsters. But Simyeon wasn't concerned in the slightest. In fact, his real worry was that Yirim's rampage would leave no monsters for the other two to fight. After swiftly dispatching the remaining horde, Yirim stacked their bodies into a gruesome Christmas tree. However, one monster slipped through the cracks, and it was charging straight for Miu. The timid boy could do nothing but run for his life. Just as it was about to pounce, Jujin stepped in, protecting Miu from behind. These were low-level monsters, F-rank rat fangs. Their vision is terrible, so they can only charge in a straight line. To defeat one, you just need a simple forward thrust. As Jujin handled the beast, Simyeon watched from the sidelines, analyzing his every move. Let's see how you react in a situation like this. His movements are far too polished for a rookie. Combined with that professional contract he signed with Yirim, it's like he's hiding a massive secret. Miu watched, worried sick for Jujin. But Jujin just declared with absolute confidence, "Even if I'm only F-rank, a beast like this is nothing." He sounded just like a seasoned, veteran hunter. Miu's words snapped him back to reality. He realized that effortlessly killing this monster would look way too suspicious. Jujin knew he had to act like a clueless rookie, if only to protect Miu's fragile ego. The heroic figure from a moment ago vanished. He did a complete 180 and began screaming in terror with an Oscar-worthy performance. "Ah, I'm so scared." Hearing his cries, Yirim had no choice but to rush to his rescue. Simyeon, who had been expecting something great, was utterly disappointed. "Am I losing my touch?" And just like that, the trial was over. Miu and Jujin looked completely wiped out. But Yirim was still bursting with energy. "I finally got to use my skills to my heart's content. I want to go another round." Miu dragged his exhausted body, sobbing. Jujin was the one in danger, yet he was the one who had to be saved. This pathetic state proved Miu really wasn't cut out to be a fighter. At the end of their basic training, Simyeon offered some praise, though it was hard to tell if he was being sincere or sarcastic. "You all did an excellent job, though Miss Yirim is already skilled enough to not need this test. As for you two, I honestly thought you were hopeless." Jujin was absolutely furious. He muttered that he was going to tattle to his younger brother. Simyeon then announced that their theory classes would begin tomorrow, and their instructor would be Professor Si-Han. Despite being young and stunningly beautiful, she was a full-fledged professor, truly at the top of her field. Jujin recognized her instantly. She was the world's leading expert on dungeon research, a young prodigy who had studied in America and discovered the origin of dungeon formation. She was known globally by one name, Dr. W. But no one had called her that in a very long time. The moment they met, Si-Han praised Jujin. "You're quite knowledgeable. I've already heard all about you from Captain XC." That's when Jujin realized they had the same last name. Si-Han had entered the abyss on her own merit, and was currently staying in this fringe world for her research. After shaking hands with the beautiful professor, Jujin felt like his romantic luck had finally turned around. For the first time, the young man's heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Yu-Han and Sung-Han were still deep inside. Sung-Han couldn't sense a single sign of life here. The horrifying monster lying dead before him was the fire god. It had died, completely unable to harm Yu-Han. And beneath the mother's corpse lay a young, infant fire god. The moment dungeons first appeared in the world was like the moment primitive man first discovered fire. Everyone gathered, a mix of anxiety and curiosity swirling around them. But as the dungeons faded from memory, explosions erupted, and monsters began pouring from the rifts. Dungeon breaks and dungeon shockwaves occurred simultaneously whenever a dungeon gate collapsed. However, a new breed of human emerged, the Awakened. They rose up, ready to fight against the danger. New elements and technologies were developed, using magic stones as a revolutionary power source. Humanity adapted to this changed world with terrifying speed. Every city began establishing hunter guilds to manage the Awakened. Most hunters were affiliated with these powerful corporations and guilds. S-rank hunters, however, were on another level, working with national enterprises to form the largest guilds. This was the lesson Ha Yan was teaching the newcomers. Hearing all this, Yujin felt a wave of nostalgia. Ha Yan continued her lecture on the Awakened. An Awakened's rank is determined by a comprehensive look at their stats and skill levels. Yujin thought to himself, her lecture was good, easy to understand. But the curriculum was 5 years old. Some parts were completely outdated. Skills were said to only change based on aptitude and environment. Seeing Yujin lost in thought, Ha Yan asked curiously, "Is something wrong? You have the same look in your eyes as my old professor. You make that face when you spotted a flaw, don't you?" It seemed Ha Yan had seen right through him. Yujin just scratched his head and replied, "It's just a thought, but isn't it a little off to say skills only awaken in dangerous situations to protect someone? There are plenty of Awakened who gain skills without ever fighting. So I don't think self-preservation is the only trigger. Dungeons are breaking everywhere, all the time, so it just seems like they're always in danger. It makes me wonder if there are other factors that influence how a skill is formed." Hearing this, Ha Yan fell into deep thought. The existence of demons or monsters, beings once confined to fantasy, were now a grim reality since the dungeons appeared. Most of them were simply targets to be exterminated. However, occasionally, someone could tame them, turning them into powerful mounts. These mounts were incredibly valuable. High-level dungeons were vast, and having a mount with fire resistance was a massive advantage. It was too good an opportunity to pass up. Yujin returned home and brought this up with his brother, declaring it would be the perfect mount for Yu Haiyan. His suit-covered younger brother just stared blankly, but as he considered it, he realized his older brother had a point. "Just think about it," Yujin pressed on. "Even if you find another beast, do you really think it could withstand your fire skills? This is the first high-level mount with fire resistance ever seen. If we can tame it properly, it'll be an unrivaled power." Plus, Yujin stood to gain a huge benefit from taming it himself. The only thing Yu Hyun was wondering now was how exactly Yujin planned to tame it. With an air of absolute genius, Yujin announced he'd start with food. A good meal was a surefire way to score points with any beast. Yujin began brainstorming meal ideas. They eat monster meat, but only if it's mixed with magic stones. That meant every single meal required a C-rank magic stone, and each stone cost a staggering $10. Sparkling magic stone dust was sprinkled over processed monster meat, a dish filled with love and money. In an instant, a high-class monster meal was ready. Even feeding it just once a day would cost $300 a month. That's $3.6 million a year. If it ate 3 times a day, it would be $10 million a year. The thought alone was soul-crushing. But Yu Hyun simply said he would pay for the food, telling his brother to just get it done. Yujin wondered if this cute creature would even understand the command, "I love you." Even if the keyword was cheer up, Yujin had to convey the feeling for it to work. So, with every feeding, he would say, "I love you." The first step was making the beast grow fond of him. The plan was simple. Play with it after feeding to build a bond. Yujin pulled out a B-rank rope. The young man figured that with all this part-time experience at a vet clinic, any pet would love him. They could play a friendly game of tug-of-war. And just like that, a life-or-death tug-of-war began. As the beast went wild, Yujin played his final card. He held out a collar. Suddenly, the ferocious beast became incredibly docile. A system notification appeared. The title Perfect Nanny is enhancing the effect of the owner's collar. The target has taken a liking to you. The little beast instantly transformed into an unbelievably cute puppy. Even Yu Hyun was stunned. He'd never seen it act so adorable before. Yu Hun worried that the creature would bite his brother. After all, it was still a monster. Thinking fast, he offered his own hand. And the creature bit down. Yujin used this chance to teach his new pet a lesson. No biting people. Biting is bad. Its eyes seemed to sparkle as it obeyed its new master. Seeing this, Yu Hun could finally smile, relieved. "It's all right, brother. I'm just glad it's not hostile towards you. Raise it well. Even if you can't ride it, at least it will protect you." This made Yujin ecstatic. Tamed monsters were far more reliable than brainwashed humans. Yujin was already picturing the future. If he could pull this off, he could tame an entire army of young monsters to fight by his side. His title would be the Monster Tamer. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through his entire body. However, Jujin had no intention of leaving the creature with his brother. He made an excuse, saying his own dorm room was plenty big. Jujin needed a reason to live on his own. He knew if he stayed with his brother, he'd be trapped all over again. Suddenly, a wave of sorrow washed over his brother's face, leaving Jujin completely caught off guard. Yoo Hyun's heart ached. They had only just reconciled. He knew his brother deserved his own life, but he desperately wanted things to be like they were before. Jujin remembered what Sung had told him, that Yoo Hyun understood the weight of blood ties better than anyone. Even if you think he's being overprotective, please, try to understand where he's coming from. Jujin walked over and ruffled his younger brother's hair. Look, I'm not blaming you, he said gently. And I'm not moving out for good. I'll just be splitting my time between two places. I'll be around a lot. Okay, if you think about it, this is all because of my own skills and the state of the world. As soon as I finish my training, I promise we'll hang out all the time. Jujin realized it had been far too long since they'd spent quality time together, so he suggested a night of drinking after his dungeon internship was over. If the world was still peaceful, they'd probably be sharing a beer in their own home right now. But first, it was time to name his new beast. Jujin decided to name him Peace, a reflection of his deepest wish for a world filled with love and tranquility. The next day, Yoo Hyun himself appeared at the dungeon gate. The sight of him made Yurim jump out of her skin. I've really been looking forward to today, Yoo Hyun said, asking his brother to take care of him. Jujin was so embarrassed he could only look at the ground. Yoo Hyun's appearance today was for one reason, to personally assist the hunter Yerim on her very first dungeon raid. He wanted to guide the new S-rank hunter through her inaugural dungeon clear. He explained it was his duty, both as an S-rank senior and a guild master. Yerim forced a smile, but inside, her heart was breaking as tears welled in her eyes. It finally dawned on Jujin. This was his brother's way of promoting his own public image. The media immediately began reporting on the perfect combination. Not only did they possess opposing fire and ice attributes, but the tamed monster Miu was also there. With her ability to craft equipment and Kim Sung-han's S-rank defensive skills, they were truly a dream team. Just looking at them filled Jujin with anticipation. The gear would be rented for free, to be returned after the dungeon was cleared. A major guild like this truly never disappoints. Every single piece of equipment here was top tier. Jujin thought excitedly that in the future, Miu could probably craft items thousands of times better than these. Jujin even encouraged Miu, telling her not to be afraid and to pick something good. The higher the item grade, the better its durability. Miu wanted to grab a few extra recovery potions, but they weren't free for non-official guild members. So, Jujin told Yerim to put the potions under her name and give them to Miu, while also picking out some weapons for herself. Jujin continued to advise Yerim, you need to focus on your skills, so pick something that suits your physique, not something cumbersome like the one you're holding. Even while being interviewed by reporters, Yoo Hyun never took his eyes off his brother's every move. He was starting to think that team leader Seo was right. Jujin was far too experienced for a rookie hunter. The young man stood there, lost in thought about his brother with a constant smile on his face, a moment the media was quick to capture. Before them shimmered the portal to the dungeon. Below it was a D-ranked dungeon, a relatively safe, low-level instance. The gate would close 1 hour after entry and wouldn't reopen until the boss was defeated, or all the hunters inside were wiped out. Yoo Hyun produced a stone, explaining, although you could use this stone to escape in an emergency, it's an incredibly rare item, almost impossible to find in this country. But before he could finish, Jujin's mind drifted. He remembered the feeling of being treated like trash, scrambling helplessly inside dungeons. It felt like only yesterday, but things were different now. He was no longer drowning in debt, no longer cursed by everyone around him. Not even in his wildest dreams could Jujin have imagined entering a dungeon with his brother and with people who actually cared about him. That dark past was over. It would never, ever happen again. The moment they entered the dungeon, a breathtaking vista unfolded, almost like a different world. But Yoo Hyun's voice cut sharp, demanding everyone stay focused. This place might look beautiful, but they weren't here for a scenic tour. This was no nature hike. Hidden beneath that stunning beauty, a horde of grotesque monsters laid in wait. Yoo Hyun unleashed a single sword strike, and a blast of light tore through the mountain range. The naive Yerim could only complain, worried he was destroying the environment, completely clueless that Yoo Hyun had just sensed the hidden monsters. In truth, the first rule of entering a dungeon is to secure your surroundings. You can never be sure what the situation is. There's no way to know if monsters are lurking just out of sight, which is why the strongest member always goes first to clear the path. The realization finally dawned on Yerim. This is exactly what happens when you don't pay attention during your training. Now, The condition for her to level up was to acquire an AoE skill. If she kept killing monsters, she could reach level 10. That was the main goal of this training session. However, no one could possibly know which skill Yurim would receive. In reality, Yujin was pulling the strings from behind the scenes, having already chosen the optimal skill for her to learn. It was the Blue Dance skill, the signature AoE ability of an Ice Witch. The system announced focused development of the unique skill Blue Dance on the target Park Yurim. To boost her morale, Yujin offered some encouragement. I have a good feeling you're going to get an amazing AoE skill. Hearing this, Yurim's eyes lit up. Really? Then I'll hit level 10 in a flash and help you level up, old man. But of course, things were never that simple. Yu Hyun explained that the experience needed for an S-class to level up is worlds apart from an F-class. Not only would Yurim need 5 times more experience than an F-class, but the requirement would skyrocket with each new level. Even if she monopolized this entire dungeon, she wouldn't even come close to level 10. Yu Hyun was just making it clear that he would be the one to help his brother, no one else. It was pure jealousy, and seeing it, Yurim flared up, declaring war on Yu Hyun. Yu Hyun calmly retorted, I'm not declaring war on you. I'm just helping you understand your place as an S-class. Their bickering became so intense that Yujin finally snapped and punished them both. If you two are going to argue in front of me, then get lost. Both of you, get out of my sight. Only Myung-woo stood there, paralyzed with fear, not daring to get involved. Yujin started questioning them. First, my little brother, answer me. Why are you here? His brother stammered, saying he was here to guide the training. Then Yujin turned to Yerim, who also mumbled that she was here to level up. They each had their own goal, yet they were acting like this. Yujin's anger boiled over. I need you two to focus on hunting those damn monsters. Even F-class has to kill a ton of them to reach level 10. Act like you did during the interview earlier. If you two keep fighting like this, I'm done with both of you. After that fiery lecture from their elder, the two troublemakers finally settled down and agreed to cooperate. But it was clear they were only putting on a show. This is a dungeon, so no one can afford to let their guard down. Yujin then asked everyone to help Myung-woo reach level 10. The words had barely left his mouth when Yerim and Yoo Haeun both lunged toward a monster, competing to be the one to help Yujin. For Yujin, he thought this might be the ideal combination, hoping that in the future, the two of them might actually become closer. Meanwhile, in another location, a group of strangers was discussing Yujin. It seems he's entered a dungeon, the one who returned from the past. They were currently trying to pinpoint which dungeon Yujin was in. Back on the battlefield, a massive explosion echoed through the mountains. Yerim let out a delighted laugh. I'll freeze them all solid and hand them right over to you, old man. But easier said than done. Yujin wasn't strong enough to pierce the thick ice with his spear. Yu Hyun offered a tip, telling Yerim she needed to burn their skin first. Only then could he easily pierce them with his spear. Piles of monsters were thrown together, their chests still rising and falling. Now, all Yujin had to do was deliver the final blow. Myung-woo still couldn't believe what he was seeing. They were all frozen and burned. It was absolutely incredible. Yujin's job now was to protect the magic stones from the monster corpses. These rich S-class hunters probably had no idea how valuable they were. Just as he was about to strike another monster, Yujin remembered Myung-woo also needed to level up. He approached with his spear, his hands trembling. Do you think, if I try to level up, I'll also get a good skill? Yujin was ever the supporter, offering words of comfort. What are you worried about? Of course you will. Only Yujin knew that once he hit level 10, Myung-woo would receive an SS rank crafting skill. But just then, he discovered another condition was needed to acquire it. SS rank Master Blacksmith's Forge. Acquisition condition, reach level 10. Yujin's face was a mess of question marks, unable to process what was happening, while Myung-woo was ecstatic. Whoa, it's working. My experience points are going up. Yujin could only think, what the hell is this? A typo? Can the system even have typos? Was all of this typed in by hand or something? Myung-woo had reached level 10, but his face was a mask of disappointment since he still hadn't gained a single skill. Do-win couldn't help but wonder, who in the world wrote all of this? Even in the future, no one could uncover the system's secrets. Many believe it was a divine miracle that had reshaped their world, but that raised the biggest question of all. Could a god actually make a typo? Yerim hovered in the air, completely captivated. Hey, you guys, I think I've reached the end of this place. Spotting his older brother, Yu Hyun immediately called out, how's it going? What level are you right now? Next to him, Myung-woo was sniffling pitifully. Yujin answered instead. Myung-woo did an amazing job. I'm about to hit level 10 myself. In that very instant, a system notification flashed before them, leaving both Myung-woo and Yujin completely baffled. Yujin had to squint to get a better look. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. My status window is just acting a little strange. The system continued to display a series of bizarre apologies. It left Yujin trapped in a tangled mess of confusion, with no idea what it was sorry for. Suddenly, Yu-hyun and Yerim charged forward, screaming, "Hyung, watch out." The exact moment a massive inferno exploded was when Yu-hyun managed to pull his brother from the blast zone. While Yerim used her weapon to form a temporary shield, Yujin was frozen solid once again. His younger brother frantically checked him over, terrified that he had been injured somewhere. Yerim immediately recognized that was an attack from the dungeon boss. The realization sent a shockwave through the party, plunging them into a state of absolute chaos. The dungeon boss, but a boss in a D-ranked dungeon should never be able to use an AoE attack like that. The original boss had been a giant mountain goat, but then a strange bird had descended from the sky and obliterated it in the blink of an eye. Yerim was completely lost. Shouldn't the exit gate appear once the boss is defeated? Yu-hyun quickly made his assessment. It's dead, but the escape gate still hasn't appeared. It seems that Bird has replaced the old boss and become the new one. This meant they had to defeat that monster to escape this place. Another attack detonated with an even greater roar than the last. They were officially out of time. Even with all his experience, Yu-hyun had never seen a creature like this before and had no clue what its true power level was. He handed an item to Yujin. "Take this, Hyung. If things go wrong, you just need to use this." Hearing those words, Yujin fell silent. The color drained from his face, his expression one of pure horror. He was terrified because this was playing out exactly like the past. An impossibly strong monster appears, and his little brother sacrifices himself to save him. In that moment, Yu-hyun had offered him the same item, but this time, Yujin refused. "No, I don't need it. That thing is far weaker than you. It's a golden A-rank monster. You can see for yourself. It's a fire type, and this bird is the boss of an A-rank dungeon. Its beak is its main weapon, and its primary weak point is the skull. Compared to its tough back and belly, its skull is much more fragile. It has 2 pairs of wings, so don't attack the wings. Aim for the head." Hearing such a flawless stream of analysis, Yu-hyun was deeply puzzled as to how Yujin knew all of these details. Yujin's resolve was unshakable. "What is it? You doubt me? We can talk after we kill this thing." He was desperate for this victory. He silently prayed that this time would be different. He swore he would not let the past repeat itself. As the boss dove from the sky, Yujin began commanding the party. "Yerim, use ice breath to create a barrier." Yerim immediately obeyed, unleashing her skill. A wave of freezing power swept across the entire sky. Next, Yujin ordered his brother to take care of the damn bird's feathered head. Before he left, Yu-hyun offered his own instructions. "I'm leaving things here in your hands." Yerim replied, "Just go and don't worry about us." Yu-hyun was still worried about Yujin, insisting his brother hold onto the stone just to be safe. With that, he soared into the sky to confront the boss. In a sky swallowed by fire, Yujin yelled, "Aim for its head." "Yu-hyun, you can do it, right?" Yerim questioned the strategy. "Will he be all right? Wouldn't it be better if I went? I have a flight skill." But Yujin had already calculated every variable. If you went up there, you'd be burned to a crisp. The monster's flames demand someone with high fire resistance, like Yu-hyun. Even though Yu-hyun doesn't have a flight skill, he has something similar. Right now, he's luring the bird straight down. The moment the creature lost control of its momentum, Yu-hyun dodged aside, letting it smash its beak right into the ground. Now that it was grounded, the next move should have been a finishing blow. But the attack went wide, and Yujin's heart began to pound with anxiety. "Why did you attack its wing?" "I told you that wouldn't work. It has 2 pairs of them." Yujin was confused. This was strange. Why is he still on the ground? The bird took flight again, unleashing a non-stop barrage of fire, each blast growing more intense than the last. A knot of dread formed in Yujin's stomach. The plan was for Yu-hyun to simply jump up, strike its head, and use the blue willow leaf skill instead of flying. Then, the horrifying realization struck him. It was possible Yu-hyun hadn't acquired that skill yet. At this rate, they were in deep trouble. Yujin still held out hope that his brother could succeed. But then, the boss monster suddenly switched targets. It spun 180 degrees, rocketing toward Yujin and Yerim. The entire party froze in shock and terror. "Hyung, what are we supposed to do now? It's coming right for us." Yerim shrieked. "Do you really think my ice breath can stop that thing? What am I going to do?" To make matters worse, a panicked Miangu was trembling uncontrollably, practically choking Yujin. But just in the nick of time, Yu-hyun activated his blue willow leaf skill. That was a terrifyingly close call. Wait a second. So he can use it, but something about the way he was doing it seemed off. The blue willow leaf just kept slapping uselessly against the monster's head. "What in the world are you doing?" Yujin yelled in desperation, forced to direct his brother from the sidelines. "Hey, that's not how you use it. Step on it." Yushun's face was a mask of confusion. "Use the leaf to jump." Yujin screamed again. Acting on pure instinct, Yu Shun followed his brother's command and leaped onto the leaf. In that instant, it clicked. He never imagined it could be used like that. With this new technique, Yu Hyun's speed increased dramatically. The beast unleashed a torrent of fire straight at Yu Hyun. But for a fire attribute user like him, the flames were completely meaningless. Yu Hyun hurled his weapon for the finishing blow, and the world erupted in a massive explosion. The sheer heat was so intense, Yerim felt like she was about to collapse. Yujin, still on the ground, urged her to hang on. Yerim, we would have been dead without you. Just then, the monster's corpse plummeted from the sky, completely incinerated. His clothes tattered and his face covered in soot. Yu Hyun slowly descended. The moment his feet touched the ground, Yujin rushed to his side. Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Overcome with emotion, Yu Hyun suddenly threw his arms around his older brother. It was all because of you, Hyun. That was incredible. How did you even think of something so amazing? Using the blue willow leaf skill as a substitute for flight. Yujin was baffled. He just assumed his brother always used the skill that way. But in reality, that brilliant idea had never even crossed Yu Yun's mind. Yu Hyun had always been crippled by his lack of a crucial flight skill. And just like that, Yujin had handed him the perfect solution. Yerim stood there, awkwardly scratching her head. Well, since you did manage to take down the boss, I'll let it go this time. But Yu Yun was still buzzing with excitement. Let it go. This is huge. It feels like I've just unlocked a brand new skill. Yujin's eyes sparkled. Seeing his younger brother this happy was like watching a kid get all his birthday and Christmas presents at once. After they got out of there, Yujin decided he wanted to check out Yu Hyun's other skills, too. Hearing that, Yerim immediately demanded he look at her skills as well. But the moment they stepped out of the dungeon gate, everyone froze. Guildmaster, are you all right? Someone shouted. We were terrified when the dungeon's rank suddenly shifted. Yu Hyun quickly explained that an A-rank boss had appeared out of nowhere. The crowd was also ecstatic to see that Hunter Yerim was safe and sound. While his brother and Yerim were swarmed by guild staff and reporters, Yujin had already slipped away, trying to go unnoticed. I'd better keep my distance, he thought. I need to return this equipment quietly before I draw any attention. He barely finished the thought when Sosan came barreling towards him, screaming his name. The man tripped and crashed right at his feet. Mr. Yujin, are you all right? I should have gone in with you, he cried. So much for staying out of the spotlight. Yujin recoiled in shock, completely bewildered. Huh, what's wrong with you? I'm perfectly fine. Sosan was being so over the top, it was embarrassing. This guy's enthusiasm was bordering on insanity. Get on my back. I'll carry you home so you can rest. Yujin could only wave his hands frantically. No, really, I'm okay. Watching the scene, Miu's expression was one of clear sadness. Night had fallen by the time Yujin finally made it back. The moment he walked in, he called out cheerfully. Yu Hyun, your big brother is home. Laid out on the table was an impressive spread of snacks, and even a bottle of wine. The guild management had really rolled out the red carpet. This stuff looked seriously expensive. When his brother didn't answer, Yujin figured he must be in the shower. After all, he had gotten covered in the boss monster's blood. While he waited, Yujin decided to play with peace. Before long, the little creature was spinning around like a furry tornado. In the end, even without fighting a single monster, he felt just as worn out as his brother. All right, I think that's enough playtime for now. He knew he was going to die soon anyway, but for a moment, he really thought today was the day. Too many strange things had happened, starting with those system typos. He'd received a message through the chat window. Not to mention a monster appearing that was way above the dungeon's proper rank. Events like these were incredibly rare, maybe happening once every few years. A sense of dread began to creep into his heart. Could it be that they all possessed some way to turn back time? Something must have gone terribly wrong when his own timeline was reversed. That must be it. Events that shouldn't have occurred for years are happening right now. This is what the system was desperately trying to warn him about. Yujin froze as the realization hit him. Then his shock turned into pure frustration. This isn't my fault. If this was a possibility, you should have explained it from the very beginning, he raged. The system had been so ridiculously vague about everything. Like which skill he was supposed to start with. If it had just explained things properly, he never would have chosen that keyword. But right at that moment, the status window in front of him began to shift again. Yujin could only stare in confusion, wondering what in the world was happening to his status window now. Behind the veil of the system, its controllers were talking. The window for intervention was just too brief. We had no choice but to force a gateway from our side. It would have been so much better if we could explain things. I had to write it in a rush, but surely he can figure it out. I tried to make it as intuitive as possible, using a format he would recognize in his world. The currently affected targets have been identified as Yu Hyun and Yim. Yujin stared at the list, thinking it looked like some kind of kindergarten attendance chart. He wondered what the system's creator was thinking. Weren't the affected targets supposed to be S ranks only? He figured he was right, since Mew and Sosan weren't on the list. Plus, there were 50 empty slots and a strange lucky bamboo symbol. Just as he was puzzling over it, Yu Hyun stepped out of the shower. His face was dark as he stared at his brother, who was breaking out in a cold sweat. Is this thing seriously telling me to raise 50 S-rank mounts? It was only day 2 of using the monster taming skill on the infant carrying type fire lion. Right now, Piz was 51 centimeters long and weighed 5.6 kilograms. It had literally doubled in size in just 2 days. Yujin was absolutely ecstatic. Whoa. I don't think you can even call this a wild animal anymore. Overjoyed, he reached out to scoop Piz into a hug, but its powerful leap nearly sent him tumbling backward. It's fine. I've already borrowed all the strength and stamina equipment. As of now, Yujin's stamina had increased by 94, and his strength was up by 45. The night before, he'd had a talk with Yu Hyun over drinks. His younger brother was clearly shocked by Yujin's new Beast Tamer skill. A Beast Tamer? Yeah, it's a skill I acquired after hitting level 10. And what exactly does it do? Hearing that question, Yujin's mind raced. This was the perfect cover story for his new ability. He couldn't possibly tell him it was actually an influence-type skill. So Yujin gave his brother the rehearsed answer. I can raise monsters in a tamed state using my own power. It's an S-rank skill, so I can even use it on high-grade monsters. Yu Hyun was completely floored by this revelation. An S-rank skill, an F-rank with an S-rank ability, in a world as dangerous as this. And not only that, is it a unique skill? As he spoke, Yu Hyun tightened his grip on a rope, sending a chill right down Yujin's spine. Whoa! Hey now. You're not planning on locking me up again, are you? We should be using this skill, not hiding it. I can raise Piz until he's strong enough for you to ride into dungeons. I could even raise mounts for other hunters. Just think how many S-rankers need high-class mounts right now. What if every single member of the ABS guild was given one? It'd be like slogging through a massive dungeon on foot for hours. And then suddenly, being handed a warhorse. See? With an ability like this, the entire dynamic of dungeon clearing changes. It's a good thing Piz was already affected. And if he really had to influence 50 S ranks like the system demanded, it was much better to brainwash monsters than people. The training session with Piz left Yujin completely and utterly exhausted, but Piz just stared back with sparkling eyes, not tired in the slightest, and then proceeded to happily stomp all over Yujin's head and neck. He was so tired he could have cried, managing only a weak whisper. I plan on making a fortune, but not like this. Once we have more mounts, raid efficiency will skyrocket, dungeon breaks will become less frequent, and the world will finally be a safer place, especially with the number of dungeons exploding these last few years. My body just can't handle messing around anymore. As he was sprawled on the ground, Sim Young suddenly appeared, clapping his hands. I never expected you to continue training in a place like this right after the practical session. Yujin was completely lost. What? Yu Hyun told me I could use this facility. The man replied, I'm not here to kick you out, don't worry. It's just, after only 1 day of using your skill, the infant monster has already grown this much. I'm not just incredibly impressed. I have completely reconsidered everything. Hunter Yujin. Yujin had no clue why he was acting this way. Sim Young continued, bowing his head deeply before suddenly kneeling and grabbing onto Yujin's leg. I sincerely apologize for all of my past disrespect toward you. Your profound insight, your analytical abilities, and this new skill are all astounding. I implore you, join the ABS Guild and breathe new life into the world of hunters. Yujin found this desperate display incredibly uncomfortable and could only yell, Don't do this, let me go. I don't have that kind of power, I'm begging you. But the man clung to his leg like a lifeline, refusing to let go. We need your skills, Yujin. The younger man was fuming internally. Profound insight, my ass. All I did was memorize an answer key from the future. Besides, I can't stand this guy. I want nothing to do with him. You have no idea how on edge you made me feel every single time I had to visit the ABS Guild. But despite the rejection, Sim Young was relentless, begging him to reconsider. I promise, we will provide everything. Transport for this baby beast, food, taming fees, whatever you require. It was then that Yujin suddenly realized that things would never be the same again. In this new timeline, Sim Young had no memory of Yujin's pathetic former life. Instead, Yujin now held all the cards, giving him the power to command the room. With a firm and resolute tone, he declared, I don't need it. But Yu Hyun already offered to cover all your expenses, Sim Young countered. So why are you being so difficult? You already have a dorm room. There's nothing more to discuss. Let's sign the contract now. Yujin clarified his terms, stating he would join not as a hunter, but as a regular staff member, becoming a freelance hunter. Only then could he raise mounts for other guilds and make a fortune. This blatant obsession with money made Sim Young worry about the future of the ABS guild. Yujin added, "Oh, and I forgot one crucial detail. ABS isn't the #1 guild in the country, so you can't sign me to an exclusive contract. And I'm keenly aware of just how valuable this mount taming skill really is. When it's used effectively, the success rate of dungeon raids will increase dramatically. I'm destined to become a golden goose for high-ranking hunters. But the ABS guild wants to monopolize that power. How do you think the other guilds will react? They'll stop at nothing to destroy what they can't have. I've heard stories about assassins poisoning food. I'm just an F rank. If that happened, I'd be dead for sure, wouldn't I? Wouldn't it be much better for me to become a freelance hunter? That way, I can tell every guild that if they guarantee my safety, I'll raise a mount for each of them. Although I get paid on a case-by-case basis, I would still raise peace for you. So I just need to join as a regular employee. How about it? You can support me from the shadows and handle the messy negotiations with the other guilds. And of course, I'll need a salary, benefits, and bonuses." Hearing these outrageous demands, Sim Young could only laugh. Haha, it seems I'm outmatched. Well played, Yujin. Can I use this training video to help with the negotiations? One more thing. If the ABS guild becomes so powerful that interfering with other guilds is no longer an issue, will you sign a contract as an official hunter then? Yujin pretended to think, but he had already sensed the recorder was running to get evidence, so he exposed him immediately. "Are you recording this?" "Hey, you caught me." Just as he was about to leave, Yujin posed a question. "What good does recruiting me actually do for you? You're already benefiting from my skill. There's nothing else for you to exploit. I won't be responsible if you regret hiring me." Sim Young let out an incredulous laugh. "Haha, you're full of surprises. Nothing else to exploit? Does Hunter Yujin really have so little self-awareness?" Every encounter with Yujin left him astonished. Most people with unique skills are blinded by their own power, completely oblivious to the world around them. He had seen countless such awakeners before. Han Yujin might seem arrogant, but he was different from the rest. He calmly assessed the situation and masterfully turned the negotiations to his advantage. Has he always been this talented? Was I so dazzled by his younger brother's brilliance that I failed to notice him? But if he becomes our exclusive hunter, the other guilds will definitely interfere. The ABS guild was prepared for that threat, but as a freelance hunter, the entire game changes. All eyes won't be on the ABS guild. They'll be focused squarely on Han Yujin himself. The risks and rewards. Does he not grasp the sheer weight of this situation because he doesn't understand the world of high-rank hunters? Or is he trying to protect his brother? Whatever the reason, the 3 major guilds, and indeed the entire world, will now be watching Han Yujin. Sim Young considered everything, predicting that Yujin would soon realize just how valuable the card he was holding truly was. Elsewhere, a blissfully unaware Yujin was busy building a lavish den for Peace. It was a massive structure for a pet of its size. "Do you like it?" he asked Peace. "You'll be living here with me from now on." The creature circled the new den, looking absolutely thrilled. Yujin worried the den might be too small once it grew up. Just then, an equally excited Yerim burst into the room. "Whoa, what's that, mister? What a cute kitten." The girl rushed forward to hug it, only to get a sharp bite in return. "Yerim, it's not a cat. Mister, help me. It's going to bite me to death." It already took out Miyangu. Right in the middle of the chaos, Yuhyun opened the door. "Brother, do you have a moment?" Yujin stammered. "Probably not, since the guild masters are coming to see me now." Yuhyun was clearly not happy about this. "You can just refuse," he insisted. "You have no obligation to meet them." But Yujin knew he couldn't do that. They're S-rank hunters. For most low-rank hunters, just getting a chance to speak with them is a miracle. "Tease, see, I was right. Let me tell them to go back." As his brother was about to send them away, Yujin pulled him back. "Stop right there. You're a guild master. Why do you keep acting like this? Just imagine what the other guilds will think when the masters of the largest guilds all show up at ABS. They'll all be saying, 'Wow, ABS is on another level. Isn't that the perfect reason to meet? It's fine for you to be seen. From now on, you're forbidden from saying 'but' in front of me." Seeing his brother's clear frustration, Yuhyun immediately tensed up. However, Yujin cut him off again. "You're also forbidden from saying 'however' to me." Yujin stormed off, his face a mask of irritation. If we're going to negotiate, it's best to check out the clients in person. But the moment they entered the room, they saw a crowd of guild masters already waiting. Every face was deadly serious, the tension wound as tight as a bowstring. Yujin broke into a cold sweat as his fear resistance skill activated. Yuhyun spoke first. "Allow me to introduce you all to Hunter Han Yujin." A man stepped forward, asking to hold Yujin's hand for a moment. "This will allow me to appraise your skills before we negotiate." Yujin understood and offered his hand to the man. The second he did, the spectacled man grabbed it, causing the young hunter to erupt. Oh my god, how can you just grab another man's hand like that? Yujin was overreacting because he never imagined they'd bring a skill appraiser. He was terrified the man would reveal his L rank and S rank skills. And if they discovered it wasn't a taming skill but an influence type ability, it would all be over. The appraiser pleaded, I only need a few seconds, so please just give me your hand. As Yujin fumbled for a response, his monster, Peace, leaped forward, snarling as it prepared to bite the appraiser. Yujin had to physically hold it back. Peace, it's okay. He's not a bad guy. The white-haired man in glasses was the president of the Hunters Association. Did that beast detect a skill being cast on its master? The Hansen Guild master, Park Mignon, noted that it was still small, probably only C rank, but its power was unexpected for that level. Just then, the Breaker Guild master, Moon Hyuna, spoke up. I don't think any more proof is needed. The way it fiercely protects its master is enough. There's no need to appraise his skill. Am I wrong, beast tamer? She then carefully invited Yujin to sit. We can't let a VIP like you stand. At first glance, you'd think she was a powerful man, but she was a woman. Yujin thought to himself, she's huge. What an insane physique. Moon Hyuna flashed a friendly smile. I had no idea the young master of ABS had a brother like you. Staring at her smile, Yujin wondered, are all S-rank hunters built like her? If so, does that mean Yirim will get taller than me too? Moon Hyuna looked at Peace and asked, it's a horned flame lion. It looks like it'll grow to be an A-rank dungeon boss, correct? So, what do you say, young man? Since it's still so small, why don't you just hand it over to us? At that moment, Yuhun interjected. We're not giving it away for free. We intend to trade it for a top-tier rideable beast with ice resistance. Moon Hyuna immediately understood Yuhun's meaning. So if you're offering a mount that Miss Yirim can use, aren't you being a little too greedy? The MKC Guild Master, Choi Jungjin, the man with the most strained expression, chimed in. 7 high-rank beast hatchlings and 1 top-tier beast hatchling. The ABS Guild has already cornered the entire market on hatchlings. How can you have the nerve to demand another trade? Yuhun replied, there's one in a dungeon, so just make the exchange. A wave of fury washed over the man as he slammed his fist on the table. Are you mocking me? You mean if we want a mount, we have to bow to every ridiculous demand you make? Are you acting this arrogant because you're hiding behind your brother's power? Don't think I don't know that his claim of not being involved with the guild is just a deceptive act. He's your brother. Of course he has ties to the ABS Guild. Sensing the explosive atmosphere, Moon Hyuna quickly stepped in to mediate. That's enough, everyone. My deal with ABS is simply a mutually beneficial partnership. Yujin also spoke up with a calm voice. I need their help because I can't handle everything myself. It's thanks to them that this meeting is even happening. If I had intended to work with my brother from the start, I would have simply raised this beast and given it to the ABS Guild. Why would I organize a complicated meeting like this? This sharp logic stopped Choi Siowon cold, and Yujin added, the number of beasts I can raise is limited. Let's look at the facts. If this deal succeeds, you will possess rideable mounts before any other guild in the world, just like ABS. Isn't that an opportunity worth negotiating for? It's a pleasure to welcome all of you esteemed clients here today. Fortunately, those smooth words managed to cool Choi Siowon's anger. His temper was a far cry from the image he projected on television. Yujin had been a huge fan back when Choi Siowon was on the Korean national soccer team, long before he awakened his powers. Moon Hyuna clapped Yujin on the shoulder repeatedly, showering him with praise. He's not just powerful, he's also a master negotiator. His little brother is a guild master. He's a super rookie, and even his pet is adorable. The more I see, the more I'm falling for you. If I had you, I'd get all those things too, right? Do you want to join the Breaker Guild? What in the world is happening right now? Though the thought that this girl was quite beautiful crossed Yujin's mind, he was terrified Yuhyun would go berserk and burn the whole place down. So he tried to placate his brother first. I already told you, I'm not picking a side. Besides, I'm not some product that comes with a free gift. Hearing this, Mun Hae-yoon turned back to him. So you're not for sale? Then what about your little brother? Yujin stated plainly, I'll wait until my little brother is the strongest in the nation before I make any moves. His words plunged the room into a dead silence for 5 solid seconds. What? Is he being serious? But Yujin, completely oblivious to what he just said, replied with pure innocence. Yeah, what's the problem? A look of genuine confusion crossed his face. Did I say something wrong? Why are you all? But they couldn't hold it in any longer. The laughter exploded. He actually called Yuhyun manageable. Ha 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 ha. I was wondering all day why that kid was being so formal. So his brother was the reason. Ha 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 ha. That absolute mad dog is putting on a prim and proper act for him. Hearing his little brother insulted, Yujin shot to his feet. How dare you call Yuhyun a mad dog? Are you just insulting him because he's young? The association president was laughing so hard, tears streamed down his face, but he managed to speak. Hey, whatever works. As long as he's good to his big brother, right? You've got yourself a well-behaved sibling there. Jujin shot back, annoyed. Wipe your tears before you speak, Mr. President. Ha ha ha. After the wave of laughter died down, they presented Jujin with a contract. Thanks to you, I had the best laugh I've had in ages. All right, let's finalize this deal. Jujin still couldn't grasp their reaction. What was the big deal about Yu Hyun? Maybe, because he became a guild leader so young, he has trouble acting proper. Manhwa explained that most of them had already reached an agreement before the brothers even arrived. Read it over carefully, and let us know if you need anything. Jujin's eyes scanned the document with intense focus before he agreed to the terms. The contract clearly stated. The 5 major guilds would guarantee the safety of both Han Jujin and his building. Manhwa saw Jujin's blank expression and guessed Sok Simyong hadn't told him anything yet. The guild leader spoke up to explain. You need a place to raise your monsters, so he built a facility nearby for that very purpose. And he put it in your name. Jujin was deeply moved by Sok Simyong's incredible gesture. The main points of the agreement were as follows. 1. The 5 major guilds will protect Han Jujin and his facility. 2. Han Jujin will prioritize requests from those 5 guilds. 3. The taming facility's construction will be funded by 4 guilds, excluding ABIS. And 4. Ownership of the building belongs to Jujin. He listened intently as Yu Han read on, his lips pressed together, foolishly trying to contain his overwhelming joy. Yu Hyun paused his reading, noticing his brother's strange expression. Hey, what's wrong with your mouth? Jujin blushed, feeling a little embarrassed. Oh, I'm just so nervous, my face is getting stiff. In reality, he was fighting the urge to burst out laughing. But in a situation this tense, he couldn't even manage a smirk. The young man still couldn't process it. He was about to become a building owner. A massive building, right in the heart of Seoul, was going to be his. He just wanted to break the tension. I will bow to you all, my esteemed patrons. A building in my name, protected by the nation's 5 strongest guilds. I'll bring Mi Young-yu over and open an equipment workshop. I should try to convince Si-han to join too. If she conducted her research here instead of in the U.S., the young man began to get lost in his sweet, wonderful daydream. He imagined himself as some kind of superstar. Mr. Jujin, a real estate mogul at just 25 years old. Do you have a secret for going from a construction worker to a millionaire? Haha, no secret at all. I just dedicated myself to serving my valuable clients. Yeah, something like that, maybe. Jujin figured he could retire comfortably just by collecting rent. While he was lost in his fantasy, the guild masters began to take their leave. Even as they were walking out the door, Jujin couldn't hide his absolute delight. Great work. He was so lost in thought, he didn't even realize the negotiations had already concluded. Yu Hyun spoke up hesitantly. Hey, don't worry about what those other guild leaders said about me. I've never done anything truly evil, at least. These two were always so careful about the image they presented to each other. Seeing his little brother act so bashful, Jujin couldn't help but laugh. Haha, who cares about that? Is there any guild leader out there who doesn't have to get rough sometimes? He was so excited. He turned to hug Peas and shower it with praise. Piss, you did a great job, too. I can't believe you stayed quiet for that long. For Jujin, today was a monumental success. He knew he couldn't have asked for better terms. Suddenly, the world felt strangely beautiful. Even better, he was treated to a lavish meal, carefully prepared by Mi Young-yu. Mi Young-yu felt Jujin absolutely deserved this kind of treatment. It had been far too long since Jujin had eaten a meal this good. He chatted with Mi Young-yu as he ate. By the way, Mi Young-yu, you don't have any luggage, right? No. But why do you ask? Mi Young-yu replied, nothing special. It's just that we need to prepare to move out of here soon. There's a new building being constructed nearby, and before he could finish, Mi Young-yu collapsed. Sob. So I'm being kicked out after all. Before the situation was even clear, the man was already on the floor, weeping. I knew it would end like this. Even if you keep me around, I'm just a useless F rank. Jujin was flustered, unsure what to do, and could only offer some comfort. Hey, what's going on? I'm an F rank too, you know. Please don't cry. But Mi Young-yu's wailing continued. Even though we're both F ranks, we're completely different. You protected me without fearing those high-rank hunters, and you can even give your S-rank brother advice. You're truly special. I can't even get a level 10 skill. Jujin didn't know how to explain that it was all just a series of clever tricks. For now, he'd have to keep trying to console him. Don't be like that, Mr. Mi Young-yu. Mi Young-yu continued to sob. It's just as I thought, there's nothing good about me. I guess I should just pack up and leave like you said. Thank you for everything you've done for me until now. Jujin felt helpless. Where do you think you're going? You don't have anywhere else to go. It was a complete misunderstanding. Mi Yong Yu pressed on. Even so, I can't let you waste your time on someone like me. Jujin screamed internally. All he knew was that Mi Yong Yu was destined to receive an SS rank skill if he forged 10,000 items. This man was a crucial part of securing Jujin's perfect, leisurely retirement. But Mi Yong Yu would never believe him if he just said it outright, and Jujin couldn't possibly reveal his own secret ability. Putting on a dramatic, pained expression, Jujin spoke. I suppose. I can't force you to stay by my side. I feel terrible for making you endure so much when your life is already so hard. No, it's not like that.
Even though I found some information that could be incredibly valuable to you, no matter how priceless it is, I can't make you listen if you don't want to.
Seeing he had successfully piqued Mi Yong Yu's curiosity, Jujin continued his performance. I was going to share this with you, but I really shouldn't, should I? Overcome with curiosity, Mi Yong Yu begged Jujin to tell him. Well, do you want to hear it before you leave? I heard from Miss Seo Ha-Yan that there's a training method that can help a pseudo-awakened like you gain a special skill. Borrowing the name of a powerful figure was the best way to gain Mi Yong Yu's trust, Jujin thought. Please allow me to use your name, Seo Ha-Yan. I promise I'll repay you for this later. Meanwhile, in an office somewhere, Seo Ha-Yan looked completely exhausted. With this, all the necessary procedures were complete. She wondered if the answer she sought would truly appear. Jujin continued, right here in front of us are a ton of knives. This is an amazing training opportunity, but you can't tell anyone who told you about this, especially not Miss Seo Ha-Yan. Mi Yong Yu agreed to the condition, but he still wondered what all these knives were for. Jujin replied, these are the materials we need. You have a weapon enhancement ability, right? Use it to sharpen these knives. Mi Yong Yu picked one up, still looking a bit worried. He placed the knife on the whetstone and began to sharpen. After he finished, a counter appeared before him, 1 out of 10,000. Jujin again invoked Seo Ha-Yan's name. She said that if you just keep sharpening weapons like this, you'll acquire a powerful weapon-based skill, a mythic-grade skill that could support you for the rest of your life. As Mi Yong Yu stared in absolute shock, Jujin hammered the point home. It's true. Although reaching 10,000 points might be tough, but if you can persevere for a whole year, you should be fine. To Mi Yong Yu, 10,000 points sounded incredibly simple. Just 10,000? I can finish that in 100 days. Jujin jumped in shock. 100 days? Are you planning to do nothing but eat and sharpen knives all day long? For Mi Yong Yu, the one thing he had in abundance was perseverance. Just wait a second. This will only take a moment. Jujin had to physically stop him. Whoa, put the knife down and let's talk about this. Mi Yong Yu declared that he would train diligently to repay him. Jujin smiled to himself. Repay me? You alone are my #1 retirement fund. Time to work on fund #2. Back in Seo Ha-Yan's research lab, she was speaking to Jujin with great excitement. My, it's wonderful that we can communicate so smoothly. You're so knowledgeable about dungeons. You must have done your own research. Would you like to study at my research institute? Or perhaps partner with me to open our own lab? Jujin's face was a mask of despair as he thought to himself, how many hours has it been? Please, for the love of God, let me go home. Seo Ha-Yan continued to sketch out her grand plans, adding, the problem is, people always say dungeons are unpredictable. Nobody wants to research things they think they already know. I agree, Jujin confirmed. But right now, that's just a theory. I don't have enough data to prove it, especially since our country lacks enough dungeons for proper research. Seo Ha-Yan's head snapped up, her eyes wide with agreement. Exactly. Our nation is so small. The number of dungeons is barely worth mentioning. She winced. Yikes, if anyone important heard me say that, I'd be in huge trouble. Jujin gave a strange smile. Don't worry. I understand what you mean. If we could just study more dungeons, we could finally analyze a proper data set. Ha-Yan jumped in. Right. Why are other nations so secretive with their dungeon data? Why won't they let foreign researchers in? Does this mean I have to join some research guild overseas? And with that thought, Ha-Yan was on a plane to America. 3 years later, her research team had finally uncovered the secrets behind the principles of dungeon generation. As a result, the United States reaped massive royalties from the discovery. If only that breakthrough had been made back in Korea. That's why Han had prepared this special offering. A dish called muk. Muk is a traditional Korean jelly, made from grains or starches like buckwheat. Han explained that if you prepare muk and makgeolli, the dakebi's favorite treats, on the last night of each month. Dakebi, you say, they're hunters who appear and disappear in a flash. Have you ever heard the stories? As Hyan explained, the dakebi are strange beings with a bizarre fashion sense. To this day, no one knows their real names or even their genders. The only thing known for sure is their ability to teleport instantly. It's a power that lets them go absolutely anywhere they please. They're famous for saving countless lives during dungeon breaks and natural disasters. But that power has its dark side. Their sudden appearances often terrify people, making it seem like an ambush. The Dakebi seem to know all of society's secrets. And as long as they remain untouched, those secrets stay buried forever. Their skills make them nearly impossible to capture. Besides, what powerful organization on Earth doesn't have skeletons in its closet? And so, the Dakebi roam free, bound by no laws or loyalties. Heian believed they must hold the key to understanding all types of dungeons. She had even looked up how to summon one online. Now Heian hummed as she roasted buckwheat, wondering what she should ask when they finally met. Jujin waved his hands dismissively. But he's not a real Dakebi. I think asking ABs for direct assistance would be a much better move. In an instant, the room plunged into darkness. Jujin fumbled for his phone, switching on the flashlight. Its beam cut through the dark, revealing Heian. Frozen solid, her jaw dropped and sweat pouring down her face in pure terror. Jujin was completely baffled. Miss Heian, what's wrong with you? What is it? He turned his head and let out a blood-curdling scream. When he whipped back around, Heian had already passed out, foaming at the mouth. Miss Heian, what in the world is going on? A system message appeared. Fear resistance skill has been activated. Okay, stay calm, Jujin thought. Ghosts aren't real in this day and age. Monsters, yes, but ghosts? This has to be some kind of prank. The culprit. It has to be the Dakebi. Jujin immediately shouted, All right, cut it out, Dakebi. A figure finally emerged from the shadows. All right, take it easy. I only showed up because she said she wanted to meet me. Maybe that was going a little too far, he admitted. I swear, I didn't think she'd actually faint. Using his analysis skill, Jujin scanned the creature. The Dakebi's name was Rhett. He was Class B, with a Class B growth potential. The system confirmed Jujin's own skills could completely dominate him, a hunter unaffiliated with any guild. Free to do whatever he pleased. This was an unbelievable opportunity. With his help, Heian wouldn't need to go to America. This is my chance. Jujin thought, standing his ground. I'm not scared of your little tricks, so why don't you try knocking me out, too? Seeing Jujin's sudden lack of fear, the Dakebi shot back. Huh? You're a terrible liar. I saw you shaking like a leaf. Jujin kept a perfectly straight face. That's only because you caught me by surprise. At this partial admission, the Dakebi bounced with glee. See, you were scared. Scaredy cat. Total chicken. Ha ha, Jujin said, completely exasperated. I told you, I wasn't scared. Did you really think I'd fall for such a childish prank? Dakebi were rumored to be tricksters who loved scaring people. Knowing this weakness, Jujin saw an opening. All right, to prove it then. How about we make a little bet? I bet that you can't actually scare me. The Dakebi puffed out his chest, grinning from ear to ear. He declared that Jujin had just challenged the undisputed master of fear. The moment Heian came to, she panicked, realizing the Dakebi was gone. She only sighed in relief after Jujin told her he left, but Jujin couldn't stop himself. Man, that Dakebi's fashion sense was a complete disaster. Blue clothes and a red mask. What was he supposed to be? The Korean flag or something? It's definitely more peaceful now that he's gone. But Heian looked heartbroken. I still had so much to ask him. My national-level research paper has hit a dead end. I was hoping he'd be the breakthrough I needed. Seeing Heian looking so dejected and hesitant, Jujin decided to offer his own brand of help. Before he could even finish his sentence, Heian's eyes lit up and she shrieked, Wait, are you going to enroll in university? Jujin flinched at her wild misunderstanding. No, that's not it at all, he quickly clarified. I just mean, I can provide you with more data. You said that data collection was your biggest problem, right? I was thinking. No. I have a way to get that information for you. Turns out, Dakebi and Jujin had already made a bet. Dakebi got right to the point, asking for the stakes, and Jujin answered, If I get scared, I'll become your subordinate, but if not, you'll serve me for 3 years. Upon hearing this condition, Dakebi erupted into laughter, filled with scorn. Ha ha. A measly F-ranker wants me, a Dakebi, to be his subordinate, serve you for 3 years, even if you're the brother of the guild master. You'd have to serve me for at least 20 years to make it fair. From his words, it was clear he knew a lot about Jujin. Seizing the moment, our hero cleverly threw down a contract, demanding his signature. All right then, I'll draw up the contract. Dakebi was suddenly thrown for a loop. What? Hold on a second. This is seriously strange. Suspicious, even. Signing a contract when you know you're going to lose? What kind of twisted motive are you hiding? You don't seem to have any amazing skills. You are an F rank, after all. So it must be an item, right? And right then, Jujin confirmed it. The creature had no idea about his skill. Fear resistance made him completely immune to all threats and fear from anything below the mythic grade. Jujin thought with absolute confidence. The moment he fell for my trap and agreed to this bet, he had already lost. But to add a little more drama, Jujin decided to bait the hook. To be honest, I do have a motive. Dakabi leaned in close. I knew it. So what is it? Jujin took the chance to lay on the flattery. Honestly, it's because you're so incredibly cool. You're amazing, you saved hundreds of people, and you claim to hold countless secrets. You're the best.
So really, I have nothing to lose, do I? If I win, it's just a bonus. And if I lose, I still get to become the great Dakabi's subordinate.
Hearing these words made Dakabi's ego swell. Aha, that's right, I am perfect, and unbelievably cool. You've got a sense of humor. I would have just scoffed if you had begged to serve me. But you made a wager and even presented a contract. I'm starting to like you. Jujin pressed on, making the bet even more irresistible. Don't get me wrong, though. I am confident that I won't lose. Dakabi shot back instantly. Fine, fine. 3 attempts in 1 week, starting now. If you get scared but show no fear, I will become your #1 subordinate. And that's how it all went down. But back in the present, Jujin couldn't tell Ha Yan how he had obtained his information. Still, he was certain he could provide enough data for a national-level research project. Burying his head in books was not Jujin's strong suit.
So, he laid out his conditions. If you discover the principles of dungeon formation with the data I provide, you just have to share the profits with me.
Ha Yan gave a small smile, then replied seriously, You're very kind, but there's a chance this research won't yield any results at all. Once again, Jujin stated with unwavering certainty, I am positive you will succeed, Miss Ha Yan. His powerful confidence and intense gaze actually made her blush. Jujin pointed both hands to his head. I'm not just making this up. Wait, what's this now? Yes, let's go with this. An A-rank dungeon was just discovered in Incheon, Gyeonggi Province. The environment inside will be either humid or coastal. Ha Yan was stunned, wondering how he could possibly know that. The young man didn't answer her unspoken question since the answer came from the future, and simply replied, If it turns out to be true, please consider my offer very seriously. I'm making this offer because I'm absolutely certain you can do it, so please don't worry about the results of the research. And remember to tell your uncle to secure the management rights to that dungeon. After stepping outside, the young man was visibly thrilled. This will be fine, won't it? Telling her that much should be okay. All that's left now is to play with that Dakabi for a week. The first scare attempt came while Jujin was holding peace. Dakabi appeared with a ghoulish face and began his threat. Heh, do you want the blue cloth or the red one? Jujin looked completely unfazed and even told Peace not to worry about some ghost with an outdated fashion sense. Dakabi froze, utterly speechless. The first attempt was a total failure. The next scare came as Jujin was carrying some things home. I'm home, Miyu. You're back? Miyu? I just picked up some more dull knives from the second-hand shop. Suddenly, a hand shot out and tripped Jujin flat on his face, then started dragging him by the leg toward a closet. After that fall, Jujin was furious. He jumped up and chewed him out. Hey. I said scare me, not try to kill me. The ghostly Dakabi actually had to apologize. Sorry. I didn't realize you fall so easily. But Jujin just kept yelling. Don't underestimate the weakness of an F rank. And just like that, Dakabi's second attempt failed, leaving only one final chance for Jujin to win the bet. In the middle of a dark and stormy night, Jujin got thirsty and went to open the fridge. Right on cue, Dakabi appeared in another ghastly form. But Jujin's face was a mask of sheer boredom. Oh brother, you've really used up all 3 of your chances now, and I'm still not. Before he could finish, Dakabi lunged from behind, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Jujin just went, ooh, a 2-part attack, huh. In truth, if it weren't for his fear negation skill, he probably would have wet himself. But just as Dakabi was getting into it, Miyu appeared with an ice-cold expression, a knife in hand, staring right at them, which made Dakabi's face turn pale with genuine fear. That face was more terrifying than any ghost. Once again, Jujin's fear-resistance skill had to carry the team. Oh, Miwu. Turns out, Miwu couldn't sleep, so she decided to sharpen a few knives. Jujin's sharp gaze shifted over to the Dakabi. What's got you so terrified? The moment Yi Young-woo saw the Dakabi, he was so shocked he passed out, foaming at the mouth. The inevitable finally happened. After 3 failed attempts, the Dakabi was defeated. All he could do now was wail in complete despair. Wah, I really lost. And to make it worse, my own subordinates chewed me out for recklessly signing the contract. He just kept rolling on the floor, whining endlessly. Meanwhile, Jujin had to carry the completely unconscious Yi Young-woo to bed. Jujin turned, feigning surprise. So, you have subordinates? I think it's because you failed to read the fine print. The Dakebi continued throwing a tantrum. If I go back, they'll skin me alive. I can't go back. I won't go back. I want to live here. A headache building, Jujin finally snapped. Stop crying. How old are you, anyway? I'm not a child, he retorted resentfully. I'm over 100 years old. Jujin was in disbelief, thinking he had to be joking. I am a Dakebi. That's just an act. How can a real Dakebi even exist? Well, dungeons and awakeners exist, don't they? Plus, you have a little brother who can breathe fire. That's because of the system. Suddenly, Jujin realized it all started to make sense. Weren't Dakebi and ghosts more believable than dungeons and awakeners suddenly appearing out of nowhere? But isn't this guy an awakener? And something about his name seems strange to me. Facing Jujin's skepticism, the Dakebi removed his mask, revealing his true form. All right, a bet is a bet. I will tell you everything. Sir, I am over 100 years old. And at the same time, I am only 3. 3 years old, that is. Those 3 years were counted from the moment dungeons and the system first appeared. His very existence was tied to the birth of this new world. Dakebi are entities born from spirits inhabiting ancient artifacts. A coincidental surge of dungeon power must have awakened him from a slumber that lasted over a century. Hearing this, the pieces of the puzzle finally started clicking into place for Jujin. This would also explain the Dakebi's mysterious teleportation skill. The system's power, after all, could connect different dimensions. Still, a Dakebi made of flesh and blood was a massive shock. Jujin immediately asked him, Your name is Yun. Is the first Yun your family name, and the second Yun meaning wheel? Does that mean you're the old watermill from Yun village? The question made the Dakebi freeze in astonishment. He couldn't understand how this human knew his identity. Amazing. Are you also a Dakebi, sir? Jujin could only sigh and turn away. No, I'm not. In any case, I'm your boss now, and I have a job for you. A Dakebi subordinate? Seeing the blank look on his face, Jujin had no idea what to make of the expression. Before Jujin could even assign him a task, he was already throwing a fit. What are you making me do now? I'm not doing any more boring chores. With such a rebellious attitude, could he even be called a subordinate? Though feeling a bit helpless, Jujin continued with the assignment. Your mission is to investigate dungeons in other countries. I've already written down what you need to look for. After all, foreigners are usually banned from entering dungeons. But with your teleportation and stealth skills, it should be a piece of cake. The Dakebi's face remained utterly blank. Of course. But why? Jujin decided to sweeten the deal to motivate him. It's all to help you become an even greater hero, of course. If you gather data, we might figure out the principles behind dungeon formation, right? And then, the negative effects caused by dungeon breaks will gradually decrease. See, the Dakebi began to get lost in visions of worldwide admiration, and he enthusiastically accepted. Well then, I suppose I have no other choice. I'll be right back. But, do I really have to go to another country? That's so far away. Jujin looked surprised. Could it be that the Dakebi couldn't teleport that far? According to him, despite his ability, he couldn't travel to another country, so his skill wasn't high level enough for long-distance teleportation. Come to think of it, that ability wasn't on his skill list. In that case, Jujin would have to help him level up. Suddenly, Jujin's voice became sickly sweet. Hey Dakebi, I love you. Hearing this, the goblin jumped in shock. What the hell? What are you suddenly saying? Jujin explained cheerfully, don't you know? Dakebi are typically very emotional beings. There are even tales of Dakebi transforming into beautiful women to seduce people. I read it on the internet. A true Dakebi has to be accustomed to love and affection. The Dakebi bought it hook, line, and sinker. Really? Is that true? With sparkling eyes, Jujin continued. Love. From now on, let's greet each other like this. I love you, Yumyun. Now it's your turn. With tears in his eyes, the Dakebi tried to say it back. But he couldn't, and instead made a run for it. Things had been so awkward before. From now on, I'm counting on you, my beloved subordinate. The next morning, the peace was shattered when Heian burst in, screaming and practically dancing with joy. Jujin, you were right. You were so right. Jujin was completely baffled as the man suddenly lifted him into the air. So this was the infamous slime dungeon. I had my doubts when we made this bet, but who would have thought we'd actually hit the jackpot? Seeing its master being held up, Pies flew into a rage, growling menacingly. Jujin desperately begged them to put him down, while trying to stop Pies from going berserk. Calm down, Pies, please. According to reports, the Abyss Guild had raked in massive profits, all thanks to Jin. The moment they stepped inside, they realized every corner of this dungeon was practically a gold mine. Yes, this is some rare material. From now on, we won't have to worry about guild funds. Shimyun couldn't stop praising him, wondering where a treasure like Jujin had come from. It's all because of Jujin? Huh? Hearing this, our hero didn't feel any joy, only a crushing weight of expectation as the others celebrated wildly. I will accept your proposal, Jujin. I will give it my all. We'll place a tracking device on you to ensure your safety around the clock. The moment he heard that, Jujin's excitement vanished into thin air. His expression soured instantly. What the hell? Are you insane? Stop spouting the same nonsense, you Hyun would. Come on, pies. Bite him. Shim Yoon quickly tried to explain. But we can't possibly leave a priceless asset like you unprotected. Jujin shot back, his temper flaring. I don't care if I'm an asset or not. I can't make precise predictions. And Miss Shahaha will be conducting research for me. Just have the guild support her paper. All I know is how to tame monsters. And with that, he was gone, bolting as if his life depended on it, his mind racing with bitter thoughts. Do they really think I'd fall for that kind of flattery? No chance. All I want is to live a quiet life. I only got that prediction right because of pure luck. From this point on, everything is going to change. That's why I have to turn them down, so I don't get exposed as a fraud. Meanwhile, Ha Hyan stood frozen in place, completely baffled by Jujin's reaction. So he's a true scholar after all, a man who cares more about supporting research than taking credit for his own achievements. The older man beside him was just as deep in this delusion. Even if you don't show it, I know you care for the guild more than anyone. And so, the misunderstanding spiraled to epic proportions. The only moments of peace Jujin could find were the ones he spent with Peas. He had entered Piss into a competition. Today's challenge: escape the pet maze. Glass walls and tempting toys were placed everywhere as distractions. Even cats and dogs usually took 3 minutes to finish. Who knew how long a horned fire lion would take? But unbelievably, Pies was already out before the announcer even finished explaining the rules. It's a new record. As expected of a high-ranked magical beast, its intelligence is simply on another level. Jujin swept Piz into a huge hug. You did so well, my little one. The host's voice boomed over the speakers. Let's hear it for Piz and Hunter Jin. The real reason Jin was on live television traced back to an earlier meeting. You should participate in the game show. What? Why so suddenly? We need to control your public debut. No matter how hard we try to hide you, word of your existence will eventually leak to the world. It's better if everyone knows who you are. The more attention you draw, the safer you'll actually be. And that was why Jujin had reluctantly agreed. Standing behind him, his bodyguard Yerim couldn't stop cheering over the victory. But for Jujin, appearing on television brought back nothing but bad memories. He was terrified of facing the public's scorn once again. Even so, he forced a happy expression onto his face. Meanwhile, the host and other contestants were absolutely fawning over how adorable Peace was. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. I've never seen such an adorable magical beast before. This is the greatest moment of my television career. To witness this level of cuteness in person. After all the commotion, Jin finally got a moment to rest. He was bursting with pride for his little companion. See, I'm not the only one who thinks Piz is adorable. Hiding this cuteness would be a crime against humanity. Should I start a social media account for Piz? Then we could sell photo albums and merchandise, and when Piz grows up, it'll be a global superstar. And I'd get famous right alongside it as its manager and beast tamer. Lost in his fantasy, Jujin closed his eyes and yelled out loud. All right. Form a single file line for autographs. Just then, a figure with long hair leaned over him. Okay, I'm first in line. Jujin's eyes snapped open. He was completely stunned to see the guild master of Breaker. She asked softly. Pice's autograph would be a paw print, wouldn't it? Hey, little brother of the Doomsday Guild master. Didn't you know? You meet at least 3 A-rank hunters present to film a magical beast. So, I used that as an excuse to come and meet you. Staring at her powerful aura, Jujin was completely intimidated. And he wasn't the only one. Whoa, it's Moon Hyan. The guild master of Breaker. She then offered a hand to help Jujin up, but he ignored it completely and shot to his feet on his own. Moon Hyan looked a little confused. Come on now, don't you want to hold my hand? Or perhaps I should give you a proper princess carry instead. Jujin bluntly refused. Everyone is watching. Please don't do anything that could cause a misunderstanding. But Moon Hyun was relentless. Oh, who cares about that? After all, you're going to be raising my baby, aren't you? Her dangerously misleading words sent a shockwave through the crowd. Jujin gritted his teeth, swallowing his pride, but she just kept going. Hey, I've really taken a liking to you. How about joining my guild? Jujin shot back. Then why not meet my demand first? Mun Hyan, just smirked. The way you talk back without a shred of fear. Isn't it wonderful? Jujin steadied himself, his voice firm. Why would I be scared? My brother is an S-rank too. At the end of the day, we're all just human. Mun Hyun clapped him on the shoulder. I like your spirit, but you should still be careful. Just then, Urim returned with the drinks, only to see a strange energy pulsing around Jujin, sealing him off from everyone. Panic flashed in Yirim's eyes as she tried to rush forward, but Mun Hyun Ah raised a finger to her lips. Shh. Just let me borrow him for 5 minutes. This was a soundproof barrier, and inside, peace was raging. Jujin roared, "What the hell are you planning now?" Mun Hyun Ah looked completely unfazed. Soundproofing. A simple, yet effective skill. My people will explain everything to little Yirim, so don't you worry. Jujin's breath hitched. Her mastery over her skills was on a completely different level, simply unbelievable. Even an S rank like Yirim couldn't react in time. Mun Hyun Ah crossed her arms. There. Now we can finally have a proper chat. Jujin scoffed, scratching his head. Hey, what kind of secret is so important you had to do all this? More than a secret, she said, her voice dropping. Think of it as a safety measure for discussing your little brother. I'm worried you know far too little about him. The mention of his brother made Jujin's expression harden instantly. Her own smile vanished. See that? I haven't even said a word, and you're already on edge. Unable to hold back, Peace lunged, ready to attack Mun Hyun Ah, but she just offered a disarmingly gentle smile. Easy now. Calm down. I don't have any ill intentions. I'm not trying to interfere. But as his big brother, you really should learn a little more about the person he's become. I actually laughed during our entire negotiation because it was so surprising. But you should know, if you want to continue in this line of work, do you truly trust your brother? Do you really believe that kind little brother of yours built an entire guild from nothing, just with his own power? A sweet boy, born into poverty with no parents. That kind of story doesn't even exist in fairy tales. That's not realistic. Jujin desperately argued. That's because Yu Hyun is B. Before he could finish, Mun Hyun Ah cut him off. Oh, I understand. Because he's an angel who fell from the sky. But you seem to forget that angels don't trample on others just to build their own kingdom. Perhaps I should tell you what kind of life your brother has really lived as a hunter? After my awakening, my career as an athlete was over. I was eventually pushed into the position of guild master. But how could someone who'd only ever been an athlete possibly know how to manage a guild? Both Choi Suk-woo and I are just partners with the corporations. We're little more than figureheads with some extra value. That's why, among the 5 major guilds, the only true masters are Sung Hyun of Jupiter and Yu Hyun of Abyss. Just a high school kid trying to build his own empire from scratch, ignoring every major power that extended a hand to him. I thought he was just some arrogant brat who didn't know his place. I was sure he'd be crushed in no time. I even heard people tried to poison him, to kill him. It's almost funny. I was so naive back then that I actually decided to stop them. At the time, he was still a minor, just a kid without an ID card. So I thought taking his life would be too cruel. Then I saw the flames devouring a building, and I assumed it was a monster attack, but it wasn't. I heard cries for help, and I found Yu Hyun standing there, with a man begging for his life at his feet. I won't do it again. I'll never come near you again, I swear. So please, just let me live. But Yu Hyun didn't even care. It was a one-sided slaughter. The moment I tried to intervene, he attacked me without a second thought. I regretted it instantly. I couldn't believe I had actually worried about a child like that. Back then, Yu Hyun was no different from a wild beast. The incident was covered up as a gas explosion, and everyone who helped him was eliminated in secret, one by one. And that is how the Abyss Guild rose to power, by forcing all of its rivals to kneel before it. After hearing everything, Jujin was completely frozen in shock. This is reality. Mun Hyun Ah stated firmly. It's hard to believe, I know, but this is what an S rank awakened is truly like. I heard you two haven't lived together in quite a while, right? Isn't he a lot different now from the little brother you knew before his awakening? Think about it very carefully, big brother. At least, the side of him that I've seen is a far cry from the brother you used to know. He is a monster. Right now, he's only pretending to be your good little brother, but you never know when he'll finally show his true colors to you. Getting too close could be very dangerous. Just then, Mun Hyun Ah's phone rang. Well now, it seems he's already sniffed out what's happening here. What's your plan? If you want to keep your distance from him, I can lend a hand. Just when it seemed Jujin could be swayed, he let out a heavy sigh. I get it now. So he has to go through this mess too. Without another word, he snatched the phone right out of Mun Hyun's hand. Hearing his older brother's voice, Yu Hyun frantically tried to explain. Are you okay? Did that witch say anything else strange to you? Jujin was stunned into silence. A monster for a younger brother. Anyone who wants to climb to his position must have hands stained with blood and walk over mountains of corpses. Jujin began to lay it all out. Listen, she was talking trash about you. Jujin knew his brother had become a little strange, but he understood exactly how this world worked. After the chaos of the past year, his own hands weren't exactly clean either. Besides, after witnessing that, what kind of older brother would I be if I'd just let him go? Ju Jin spoke bluntly. I think she's seriously underestimating me. I'll just have to talk trash about her right back. No, wait. I guess I'll say it to her face. About what happened about a year ago, specifically last April. Moon Hyuna's dark past from the last 4 years was exposed to the entire nation on April 1st at 5 o'clock. The incident happened at a convenience store in Incheon, Gyeonggi Province. Hearing this, her face twisted with fury. She snatched the phone from Jujin's hand and crushed it in her grip. How? No one was supposed to know about that. Where did you hear that from? Tell me, now. Jujin remained perfectly calm despite her screaming, simply saying he stumbled upon it by chance. Moon Hyuna was losing her mind. Damn you. I should just kill you to shut that mouth for good. Knowing he had hit her weak spot, Jujin continued to provoke her. Humph, don't you need your mount anymore? Go on. Kill me. This is the price you pay for bad-mouthing my little brother. How about we both just keep our mouths shut? I'll even accept being at a disadvantage. Moon Hyun-ah glared, her eyes a clear warning. Damn it, you better watch yourself. Fine, I misjudged your brother. Jujin knew that this kind of secret was bound to get out sooner or later. But Moon Hyun-ah continued to spin her own story. You looked more naive than him, so I thought I'd test you. But it seems it wouldn't be a problem even if other guild masters approached you, right? It was only then that Jujin realized just how troublesome all of them truly were. At that moment, the magic dispelled and Yirim could see her uncle again. Seeing her panic, Jujin calmly reassured her, I'm fine. Moon Hyuna stepped up and clapped Jujin on the shoulder. Hey, we were just having a little adult chat. She smiled brightly at everyone, but whispered a chilling warning into Jujin's ear. If you breathe a word of this, I will kill you. Seeing that sinister face whispering to her uncle sent Yirim into a rage, and she lunged forward. You're at it again. What are you trying to do to my uncle? I'll punish you myself if you touch him. The competition was set to resume in 5 minutes, so Jujin needed to get some water. Watching Yirim grapple with Moon Hyuna, Jujin couldn't help but wonder. When did those two get so close? He had no idea when that happened. Could it be because they're the only 2 female S-rank hunters in the entire country? After her contract ends, she won't just run over to the Breaker Guild, will she? In any case, Breaker is set to disappear soon anyway. Ultimately, Moon Hyuna couldn't stand being in such a small country. Neither could Choi Jeon. That's why in a few years, both MKC and Breaker will be disbanded. Jujin even found himself thinking about whether he should try to recruit Moon Hyuna. Moon Hyuna's powerful offensive skills would be a perfect match for Yirim, and he was going to influence many more S-ranks, regardless of what the system wanted. Yirim would definitely be happier with a woman as a mentor than an old uncle like him. But that was all just a fantasy for the future. Right now, Yirim was still being incredibly hostile toward Moon Hyuna. He's not just raising your monster, you know. My uncle is going to raise my monster, too. Jujin also chimed in with a warning, stay away from Moon Hyuna. She's not a good person. And just like that, the show was broadcast to the world. The title of 25-year-old Han Yu-jin, the father of a monster, spread like wildfire. Watching the replay, Yirim was thrilled, while Jujin turned beet red with embarrassment. Uncle, you're the monster's dad. The reason Jujin felt so helpless was because his official title as a beast tamer had completely vanished, replaced by father of a monster. That title was now burned into the mind of the public. This red bag is filled with plenty of knives and supplies. Jujin and Miu were heading to the equipment maintenance room since they were told they could borrow the workspace. I asked them since you can't just keep sharpening knives in the kitchen forever. Kim Young-gu stammered, you're right. Not to mention we scared your friend, and I even passed out. Jujin had lied, telling the goblins that they were his friends. Jujin thought it would be a good idea for Miu to get close to the staff in the maintenance room. Who knows, they could even become colleagues one day. Miu seemed pretty hopeful about the idea. He made it clear that he never wanted to conquer a dungeon again. That kind of work really didn't suit him at all. And though he agreed out loud, Jujin thought to himself, so what if it doesn't suit you? It's destiny. You're going to become an SS rank blacksmith. You'll be seeing places like this far more often than dungeons. Before them was the materials maintenance room. The moment the door opened, a wave of scorching heat blasted their faces. Inside, workers buzzed around countless machines. So this was the equipment maintenance room. Everyone here looked incredibly serious. Rin mentioned the staff here are all E-rank awakeners or higher. Miu's eyes were drawn to a glowing stone nearby. Could that be a magic stone too? As his curious fingers reached out, a worker shouted, Hey, you! Don't just touch things on your own. You can't enter without permission. Jujin stepped forward with a formal smile. Ah, hello. Human Resources should have contacted you about providing a workspace for my friend. At that moment, the man finally recognized them and bowed his head. Oh, that's right. I heard you have a knack for sharpening. he asked. The massive size difference between the man and Miyu gave even Jujin a moment of doubt. With such a frail build, could Miyu really become a blacksmith? As they walked, the man asked if Miyu even knew how to use a grinding machine. In reality, Miyu had used one since he was a kid. His eyes landed on a special grinder, and his curiosity flared up once more. I've seen this online. It can sharpen blades automatically with a single touch. The man's expression soured with annoyance, and he issued a warning. Don't touch it. That's ours. I've already prepared a separate space for you. This dilapidated room. This was to be Miyu's new workshop. You can use the regular grinder over there. Since you said you know how to use it, I'll be on my way. Jujin immediately flared up in protest. Wait a second. That's incredibly rude. Are you just going to abandon him in this dark, cramped room? Miyu quickly stopped Jujin from saying anything more. The foreman's face was stern, and the other workers in the room looked just as displeased. Is that him? The friend of the guild master's brother? I heard he's an F rank. Our guild doesn't even recruit F ranks. Damn connections. As if we aren't busy enough. Miyu patted his shoulder and told Jujin, it's normal. To them, I'm just a guy who got in through sheer luck. Just being allowed to use the equipment is a blessing for me. I'll work as hard as I can. The more cheerful he acted, the guiltier Jujin felt for bringing him here. Miyu eagerly inspected his new workstation. Let's see. I guess I'll have to sit here. Jujin looked worried. Are you going to be okay? You said it's been a long time since you've used one of these. Miyu was determined to give it a try. With his very first motions, the wheel began to spin. Sparks immediately started to fly. Jujin was deeply impressed. Wow, it still counts as weapon sharpening. A conventional machine like this might be even more effective than all that fancy equipment outside. Miyu decided to focus even harder, tying back his hair to get serious. The shower of sparks grew more intense, and Jujin worried that Miyu would get hurt. But the masterful grinding continued, and the result was utterly astonishing. That cold, focused expression. When did Miyu learn to look like that? The Miyu he knew was always fearful and on the verge of breaking down. Jujin had never seen him so calm. Hours flew by, and finally, Jujin's phone began to ring. Miyu, I have to go home. It's almost time for Peace's training. He was so focused, Miyu didn't even realize Jujin had been standing there the whole time. Oh, you're still here? Time really flies. Sorry for taking up so much of your day. Do you need me to see you out? Jujin smiled brightly, saying he'd wait for him at home. Jujin truly wanted to watch Miyu just a little longer. He wondered if this is what a fish, struggling to survive in murky water, looks like when it finally returns to the vast ocean. Even someone as dense as Jujin could recognize it. This was Miyu's innate talent. From now on, he was going to be all right. He thought everything would only get better from there. But the very next day, Miyu collapsed on his bed, his entire body racked with pain. He cried and whined endlessly. After just one day, I really can't do anything right. Miyu had to stay home because of a severe muscle injury. The next day, Miyu didn't show up to the workshop either. The other blacksmiths wondered, is he not coming today? The kid who borrowed our grinder. Huh? A textbook example of someone using their connections? Huh? He said he couldn't come because he's sick. Ha ha, after just one day. Are you sure the kid isn't lying? He probably got desperate when he realized his connections couldn't land him an easy position. As these guys stood there mocking him, the foreman in the white bandana told them to go look at Miyu's workbench. Hey, come over here and take a look at this. Do you think someone looking for an easy life could do this? The female worker still didn't understand what he meant until the foreman stated it plainly. 1,000. That kid sharpened 1,000 blades in a single day. About a week later, Miyu was churning out more and more razor-sharp knives, leaving everyone speechless with his progress. Despite everything happening around him, he remained completely focused on his work. Miyu's knife sharpening progress reached 5,600 out of 10,000. Strangely, after a hard day's labor, he would go into the kitchen, and the dishes he prepared would shine even more brilliantly than before. Jujin could only shout in astonishment. Whoa, what is with all this food? It's literally glowing. Did your knife sharpening skill improve your cooking skill? It looked like Irem was about to get a feast, too. She was lost in a state of pure bliss. What is this feeling? Let's stay together forever. Minu. Just one taste was enough to completely change Irem's tune. She stuffed her cheeks, gobbling down the food. I've got to eat more. You can't get food this good inside a dungeon. Her words reminded Jujin. Today was the day Irem would be entering a dungeon. The young girl sighed, admitting she'd been feeling incredibly frustrated lately. Because of her age, she was only allowed to enter dungeons below B rank. But she desperately needed to level up faster, to get new skills and earn more money. With a defeated look on her face, Irem wondered aloud. If she could even make progress by raiding multiple dungeons a day, if I unleash all my skills at once, I could probably clear multiple dungeons in a single day. Sensing her reckless ambition, Jujin immediately warned her, "You really shouldn't do that. It's easy to tell when your stamina is drained, but it's much harder to notice when your mana is dangerously low. Imagine fainting from mana exhaustion in the middle of a dungeon raid. Wait, Aram, what's your current mana?" Her mana stat was a staggering 102. The moment he heard that number, a strange smile crept across Jujin's face. His own mana was a pitiful 2, plus a mere 29 from his gear. Compared to Aram, he was in a completely different league. Jujin lowered his gaze, wondering to himself, who in the world even decides these things? Her mana stat was 51 times higher than his. Even if he combined all his other stats, her mana alone was still 5 times greater. Ignoring Jujin, who was spiraling into self-doubt, Aram and Minyu carried on with their conversation. "Oh right, Minyu, you're not planning to raid dungeons anymore? Nah, I can make a mountain of cash just by being a chef. Honestly, you should just open your own restaurant." The idea seemed to genuinely intrigue Minyu. "Haha, I'll definitely think about it." Aram pressed on, "With a skill like yours, you don't even need to be a hunter." Jujin chimed in as well. "Aren't you pushing yourself a little too hard? All you do is sharpen knives and cook all day." Minyu explained it was simply his passion. Jujin then handed him a pair of gloves. "Here, at least use these. I'll lend them to you." Minyu hesitated, reluctant to accept them. "Wait, aren't these gloves insanely expensive? Didn't you say they were an A-rank item?" But Jujin just shrugged. "I haven't used them lately. They run too hot. You can borrow them until you sharpen all your knives." Overwhelmed with emotion, Minyu's eyes welled up as he threw his arms around Jujin. "Jujin. Oh, Jujin. I'll take such good care of them. I'll never take them off, ever." These dramatic outbursts always got on Jujin's nerves. "Arj, get off me. And you better take them off when you shower." Minyu then presented another huge pile of dull knives. "This should be enough to last me the afternoon." The heat in the workshop was intense, but that was expected in a forge that ran on flames. From behind, another smith offered Minyu a towel. "Here, use this. It's a cooling towel made from a magic stone, so it helps regulate your body temperature. It gets way too hot in here." This was the first act of kindness Minyu had received since arriving. His work process became smoother and more efficient. After hours of intense labor, his body was exhausted, and he realized everyone else had already left for the day. As he stepped outside, a glowing stone caught his eye. Overcome with curiosity, he walked towards it. Is it glowing on its own? So cool. But just as his fingers were about to graze its surface, the workshop owner caught him, shouting, "Don't you dare touch that. That's an S-rank mana stone. It's worth at least $1 million. Minyu was completely stunned. The foreman continued, "It's incredibly rare to find one preserve at that size. We're holding onto it because we're not sure if we should try to refine it. It's a shame. Not even the equipment team from a major guild like Abbey has anyone capable of refining a stone of this quality. This is hardly something an F-rank hunter should be looking at. I'm sure you've heard the whispers that you only got this job because of your connections, but around here, we judge people by their skill. If someone didn't come through the proper channels, we don't acknowledge them." Minyu awkwardly scratched his head and lowered his gaze in shame. Just then, the foreman continued, "But sometimes, you find a diamond in the rough. Someone who deserves a chance because they've been overlooked. I heard you even sharpened some equipment for our staff yesterday. I took a look myself, and it looked brand new. You must have put some serious dedication into that work, so keep proving that you're not just some guy who got in on connections. Do that, if you want to keep your place here." A spark of hope ignited within Minyu. He realized any stats he lacked could be compensated for with the right strength-enhancing equipment. "I'll work my hardest." And for a while, everything went smoothly, until the incident. He was working diligently when someone rushed in, looking frantic. "Is Hunter Minyu here? You're Hunter Minyu, right? Please, come with us." Before Mingu could even process their intentions, the woman placed a hand on his shoulder. "Hunter Jujin has vanished, so we need to investigate you." The words struck Mingu like a bolt of lightning. He froze on the spot. What? What happened to Jujin? Mingu's mind went completely blank. Nothing else mattered in that moment as he stammered, "Missing." But Jujin said he was staying at the AB Guild Hall all day. "I didn't see anyone suspicious get near him, either." The woman scoffed dismissively. "So, are you saying he just vanished into thin air?" Just then, Aram rushed onto the scene. "What's going on with the old man?" He was on his way to a dungeon raid, but the moment the call came in, Iram dropped everything and raced back. A man in glasses escorted Iram over. "Please, this way. The guild master has returned." Mingu, his face etched with worry, began to stammer. "Wait, if there's anything I can do to help." But the man in glasses cut him off cold. "Please, just stay put. It will be safer that way. And I apologize for being blunt, but you are of no use to us here." Just a few hours earlier, Jujin was lounging peacefully on the sofa. He felt a sense of pride, knowing that both Yu-Hyun and Iram were progressing perfectly. He had also successfully scouted Miss San. As for Mingu, it was only a matter of time before his own skills would finally awaken. All he had to do was chill with his companion, Peas. But as he sank into a daydream of a quiet life, Peas started clawing at him, desperate to go outside. Jujin sighed and gave in. Feeling cooped up, are we, boy? All right, let's head downstairs and get some training in. The moment he opened the door, a burly bodyguard was standing guard right outside. Jujin hesitated. Excuse me, I was just heading downstairs. The guard questioned, and where might you be going? This whole situation was starting to get on Jujin's nerves. After the big negotiation, all the major guilds started sending their own bodyguards to tail him. Their mission was to both keep an eye on him and protect his identity. This particular guard was a B rank from the MKC guild. The man was on the phone, getting directions to the basement, then turned to Jujin. You're heading to the training room, correct? Jujin's mood brightened. That's right, basement level 2. Inside the elevator, Pies did something incredible, pressing the button all by itself. Jujin was overjoyed, showering the creature with praise. Piss, oh my gosh, did you press that all by yourself? Look at how smart our little friend is. Jujin was bursting with excitement, but one glance at the bodyguard's stone-cold expression quickly killed the mood. Jujin reined in his enthusiasm, feeling a bit puzzled. The last guard thought Pies was great. Cheech. I guess not everyone is a fan. The elevator doors slid open, revealing a group of staff members hauling enormous cases of equipment. Even crammed into the tight space, Jujin's curiosity got the better of him. He used his observer's eye skill to check their levels, their ranks. They were definitely not from the AB guild. Jujin decided to ask directly. Are you guys from another guild? Oh, us? We're from Brit, a smaller guild affiliated with AB. All this armor and gear just came out of a dungeon clear. We always borrow this training facility to appraise our items. Don't worry, your security team already vetted us. We're not anyone suspicious. Their friendly demeanor put Jujin at ease, and he chatted back warmly. Haha, sounds like you guys work really hard. Finally, the elevator reached basement level 2. As they left, they all turned to wave at Jujin. Well, this is us. Have a good one. Jujin smiled back. Yeah, you too. Goodbye. Jujin appeared friendly on the surface, but inside, alarm bells were ringing. They seemed incredibly suspicious, and worse, they didn't even say Pies was cute. That alone made him feel wronged. But then Jujin shook his head, scolding himself. No, I'm just being ridiculous. There's no rule saying everyone has to adore Peas. As they finally entered the training room, Peas leaped to the floor, buzzing with excitement. All right. You want to play tug-of-war first? Huh. Just give me a second to get my gear on. He had just finished pulling on his gloves when he turned and saw the men from the elevator. They threw a cloud of crimson powder right in his face. What is this powder? A system window flashed before his eyes. Item. Fruit of Bao An has been activated. Poison resistance has been activated. Item effect has been nullified. Sensing danger, Piss spun around, let out a low growl, and then collapsed to the floor. Jujin panicked, his mind racing. Before he could react, the men lunged forward, pressing a cloth over his nose and mouth. The attackers stared in disbelief. The intermediate-grade sleeping powder had no effect. He's still conscious. Did the AB Guild give him some kind of high-level antidote? It was then that Jujin finally realized. These were the same men from the Brit Guild. How are they here? How did they get past security? Thinking fast, Jujin slammed a foot into one man's chest and twisted the arm of the other. The attackers were stunned. What the hell? Weren't his stats supposed to be F rank? Jujin focused every ounce of his being. He just had to make it to the door. He bolted with everything he had, screaming for the bodyguard outside. Please, help me. Intruders. But as the words left his mouth, the bodyguard slammed a brutal elbow into his chest, sending him crumpling to the floor. He glared at the other attackers. Can't you idiots do anything right? All his power comes from his items. His little brother must have given him some nice gear. Strip him of his equipment first. Overwhelmed, Jujin couldn't fight back. Panic set in as he realized he was completely trapped. They pinned him down mercilessly. One by one, they tore off his items. Reinforced, gauntlets had been unequipped. Strength dropped by 25, leaving his current stat at 4. With the thin cloth belt gone, agility plummeted by 16, now also at a mere 4. It seems the MKC Guild had betrayed him. Those bastards sent assassins instead of bodyguards. No matter what, Jujin swore he would find a way to escape this hell. As they tied him down, their eyes landed on his earrings. Could the earrings be the antidote to the poison? Without a second thought, they mercilessly ripped the jewelry straight from his ears, causing blood to gush out. The black fairy earrings have been unequipped. Mana has decreased by 29. The situation was spiraling out of control. He had already burned through so many skills. With his earrings gone, his remaining mana was at a critical, life-threatening level. He had less than 10% left. Jujin's strength faded completely, leaving him unable to speak or resist. Seeing their target finally subdued, they quickly bound him and the monster, stuffing them into a large trunk. They already checked us on the way in, so they probably won't do it again. Jujin ground his teeth in pure rage. Damn it, I should have known something was off when they showed zero interest in P. After being knocked out for hours, they dragged Jujin into a dark warehouse. The man with the ponytail roused him by splashing a bucket of freezing water in his face. As his eyes fluttered open, confusion washed over him. The man crouched down, a wicked grin spreading across his face. So, you're finally awake. You were snoring so loudly, I thought I'd help you wash your face. Through his appraisal skill, Jujin identified the man as Kim Yuen. I don't recognize that name. Is he from a kidnapping guild? If he's a B ranker, he has to be the guild master or at least the vice master. Kim Yuen grabbed a fistful of Jujin's hair, yanking his head back. I almost feel sorry for this pretty little F-rank face of yours. So I'll get straight to the point. That horned fire monster you're raising. You have the owner registration code, don't you? Hand it over. He took a long drag from a cigarette, telling Jujin to give up any hope of being rescued, and again demanded the owner's code. If Kim Yuen wanted the code this badly, it meant they hadn't killed P yet. Recalling their conversation, he realized P must have been brought here, too. Jujin's voice was a low growl. You look awfully relaxed. You must think you've already won, huh? Do you have any idea what the 5 great guilds and the Hunters Association will do when they find out about this? Kim Yuen just smirked. I'm not worried. It's only a matter of time. He then held up a phone. See this? It's a message from your bodyguard. He's still standing guard outside the training room. Nobody even knows you're missing yet. And even if they did, how would they find this place among thousands of identical containers? By the time they start their pointless search, we'll be on a boat to Japan. So, it seemed the Japanese were backing this entire operation. We're not backed by anyone, Kim Yuen scoffed. It's just an auction house. If I can deliver you, I get a massive fee, plus half of your final auction price. And then it all clicked. They couldn't touch him in his own country, so they were planning to sell him overseas. So this was how they bribed the bodyguards and smaller guilds into cooperating. A deep anxiety gripped Jujin. Would he be rescued in time? Once they realize he's been kidnapped, the guilds and the association will tear the country apart, even mobilizing the Coast Guard if they have to. But if that ship reaches international waters, everything will become infinitely more difficult. Jujin had to stall for time, no matter the cost. He could not let their plan succeed. Kim Yuen continued to smoke arrogantly. Why don't you just give up and hand over the owner's code? Jujin let out a strange, hollow laugh. The man was stunned by this bizarre reaction as Jujin began to speak. Do you really think I'm that stupid? You really think I'd hand over the code after everything you just told me? Kim Yuen's face was a blank slate of confusion. What? Jujin pressed on. You just admitted that I'm a valuable asset, which means now I know for a fact you can't afford to seriously damage me. So tell me, what do I have to be afraid of? Aren't you supposed to be the smart one? Smart, my ass. You're just a brainless thug who can't think 2 steps ahead. It's a shame, really. Such an ugly mouth with absolutely nothing going on behind the eyes. Even if I gave you the code, what could a complete idiot like you possibly do with it? The taunts hit their mark perfectly. He angrily stamped out his cigarette, then lunged forward, slamming his fist deep into Jujin's gut. The blow was completely uncontrolled. The man was losing his mind. To talk like that, you must have forgotten your place, haven't you? Though he was on the verge of spitting up blood and felt weaker than ever, Jujin forced his words to remain a weapon. My place? He coughed, a grim smile on his face. Of course, I know it. I'm much smarter than the fool standing right in front of me, and my skills are on another level entirely. A common B-rank combat hunter like you is nothing special. You could get a whole truck full of hunters like yourself, and you still wouldn't measure up to me. The rage escalated, and Kim Yuen delivered another vicious kick to Jujin's ribs. He stomped down hard on Jujin's right leg, his eyes blazing with fury. That's right. You're too precious for us to actually destroy. It's a real shame I can only torture you to this extent. Jujin pushed through the pain, goading him on. Just a little more. Come on. Hit my neck. Or my stomach. Hit me harder. I need you to put me into critical condition. So critical that I have to be hospitalized. It's the only way I can buy more time. Kim Yujin dragged Jujin out into the hall and sneered. Let me introduce you to my new friend. We've been raising a little pet of our own. As Jujin looked up, a monstrous tentacle grazed his shoulder, slicing his cheek and drawing blood. Kim Yujin reveled in the look of pure terror on Jujin's face. So, you're finally showing your fear. That's a crit-class dungeon beast. It uses the toxins on its tentacles to lay a powerful curse on its prey. The agony it inflicts is on another level. After just 30 minutes, anyone would break down and beg for it to end. Now, Let's see how a prize asset like you cries and grovels. I'll give you a full 30 minutes to play. Cold sweat dripped down Jujin's face. This was a completely unforeseen move. Meanwhile, the AB Guild was in total chaos, and Aram couldn't contain her seething rage. The moment she stormed into Yu Hyun's office, she grabbed him by the collar, demanding an apology. You told me the AB Guild's security was impenetrable, didn't you? You promised me he would be safe. And now look at what's happened. Yu Hyun faltered. This whole situation. It makes no sense. The odds of a direct subordinate to an S-rank hunter committing treason are next to zero, especially those who have raided S-rank dungeons together. It's like a wolf pack following its alpha to survive. They would never defy their leader. That's precisely why my brother's security detail was restricted to only the guild master's most loyal subordinates. But Irim's grip on his collar remained, her eyes burning with resentment. Then how was he kidnapped? She demanded. It appears the guard wasn't the one originally assigned to the post. Someone from inside the MKC Guild must have orchestrated the swap. The MKC Guild is funded by powerful, unawakened individuals. Unlike our hunter-centric AB Guild, their power structure is fractured. This has to be the work of one of their sponsors who is investigating my brother. It also explains why Cockworld has been losing his grip on the guild, held in check by those very same sponsors. I knew it was only a matter of time before their two factions clashed. But I never imagined they'd conspire with one of our own subsidiary guilds, and I never thought they'd stoop to using such low-rank hunters. Jujin is only an F rank. I should have been more cautious. Wound tight as a bowstring, Aram pressed. So what is the MKC Guild Master saying? Where is he right now? A shadow of grief crossed Yu Hyun's face. That's what we need to find out. And it's why I called you here. Can you use your white corpse ability? Aram released her grip. No wonder I smell blood in the air. You want me to read the memories of the guard who was in this room, don't you? Exactly. Find out where they could be holding him. I've already informed MKC that the AB Guild will be handling the traitor. I believe this will be far more effective than a simple interrogation. Yu Hyun reminded her to keep this absolutely secret. Meanwhile, Kim Yujin was checking the time on his phone, waiting. That's strange. Shouldn't that bastard have sent his usual message by now? Could we have been discovered? TH, whatever. As long as I get the master code, I'll come out ahead even if the rest of the plan goes up in smoke. Kim Yujin swung open the door to the beast's cell, calling out excitedly to Jujin. So, did you have some fun? Seeing Jujin's lifeless form on the floor, he smirked, thinking the curse had broken him. But then, Jujin's eyes snapped open. He sprang to his feet and declared, All right, let's begin. What? Kim Yujin couldn't process what he was hearing. Just then, a tentacle slithered silently around his neck. The very monster he'd raised was turning on its master. What is this? What in the world is happening? It was unbelievable. There was Jujin, casually stroking the creature. Kim Yujin was in shock. I thought you only raised infant-class monsters. Jujin let out a smirk. You, of all people, should know. A hunter never reveals all of his skills. Go on, B. Bite him for me. At its new master's command, the tentacles coiled even tighter. Kim Yujin's mind was reeling. Damn it, this is nothing like the rumors I heard. I've never heard of you being able to do something like this. Jujin flashed a brilliant smile and replied, You never imagined a lowly F-rank could pull this off, did you? The truth is, I'm full of surprises. But 30 minutes ago, it had been a different story. Facing the creature, Jujin had been utterly terrified. This thing is seriously creepy. What's with all these tentacles? My curse resistance skill should keep me safe, but what happens if it decides to attack me directly? Jujin shot to his feet. Thank goodness. He could still access his inventory. But can I really take down a class monster in just 30 minutes? The beast stared right at him and then recoiled. Wait, it's backing away? Why? It almost looks afraid of me, but I'm just an F rank. A system notification appeared. Activating effective title, Dragon Slayer, natural enemy of the Crick. All skill effects are doubled. It's because of my Dragon Slayer title? Of course. I earned this after killing a dragon that used curses and toxins, so it must affect other draconic species with the same abilities. The creature continued to retreat. Even without any offensive skills, the boost also applied to his influence abilities. To show he meant no harm, Jujin tossed his dagger aside. There now. Good boy. B, are you hungry? Here's a class magic stone for my inventory. And just like that, Jujin successfully tamed the monster. Back in the present, seeing the absolute terror on Kim Woojin's face was deeply satisfying. I can't give you all the details, but let's just say I was lucky enough to run into the perfect situation. Plus, I made a powerful new friend. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Jujin commanded B to crush him. Even with a tentacle wrapped around his arm, the man still boasted, These flimsy tentacles are useless against me. The instant the beast shattered its chains, Jujin seized the opportunity, plunging a knife deep into Kim Yujin's back. Kim Yujin gripped Jujin's arm and roared, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Though he was easily thrown to the ground, Jujin felt a surge of adrenaline. Even a pathetic little knife could harm a B-ranker who'd been weakened by poison. All the enraged hunter could do now was scream, "You son of a bitch." Kim Yujin arrogantly declared, "So what if it's free? It's just a C-rank beast. I can handle this thing with one hand." He then charged forward, his weapon raised, and landed a devastating strike on the monster. "Ha, did you really think that thing could help you? No matter what you low-rank trash try, you'll never defeat a B-rank hunter. You're going to pay for this. Model." Just as Kim Yujin was gloating, a vile transformation began. His body was consumed by a sinister black aura. What in the hell? I was so sure he was dead. That curse is a lower rank than I am. Jujin activates his ultimate skill, Final Gratitude. It converts all of the monster G's stats and skills at double the efficiency, activating Nemesis of Crick. The effect of Final Gratitude is amplified, doubling its power once more. With its power squared, the pain is immense. To Jujin, this wasn't an attack. He was just returning the favor. This was self-defense. He glared, asking one final question. Why would you provoke someone who just wanted to be left alone? He pressed his hand down on the man's face. Now, let me ask you something. Where are you keeping my dear piss? Kim Yujin could only gurgle in agony. You bastard. What the hell kind of monster are you? I'll kill you. Mark my words. I was actually going to let you live, but hearing you run your mouth has completely soured my mood. So, you refuse to talk. After a threat like that, I no longer have any reason to show you mercy. Jujin activates the skill, Viscous Toxin. My apologies. But my abilities, especially Final Gratitude, must remain a secret. You're the one who kidnapped me, after all. I never thought I'd have to kill someone in this life. I'd love to leave your body intact, but unfortunately for you, we have a young woman on our side who can read the memories of the dead. Jujin inspected the twisted metal bar in his hand. This overwhelming power, so this is what it feels like to be a B rank. This godlike state would last for 7 days. When he returned, Jujin vowed to cover up every trace of what happened here. Seizing the opportunity, he accessed Breaky's system to search for any useful skills he could find. The moment he did, countless high-level skills appeared, leaving Jujin utterly speechless. He spotted one right away, perfect invisibility, the ideal skill for infiltration. Next, he found Intuition of the Weak, a skill that would help him avoid accidental run-ins with high-ranking hunters. But as he admired his new arsenal, a crippling pain shot through his leg. Fighting through the agony, he selected the Lizard skill. With renewed determination, he immediately set out to find Piss. Meanwhile, the ship's crew and kidnappers were chatting idly, when suddenly, unseen threads tightened around their necks, choking the life out of them. Calmly, Jujin walked past them, his invisible aura clearing a path, straight to the leader's quarters. The leader's jaw dropped in disbelief, seeing that Jujin had not only escaped, but had found his way all the way here. When Jujin demanded to know about the horned fire lion, the man just smirked. With terrifying force, he hurled a wooden box, smashing it against the wall behind Jujin. An F-ranker like you should have just kept running. Why on earth would you come back here? The horned fire lion? Oh, it's locked up good and tight, and I've got the key right here. So what are you going to do about it? The leader, Park Sango, wielder of the Blood Rain Axe skill, laughed manically, daring Jujin to take the key from a C-rank hunter like himself. But before Sangu could even finish his sentence, a devastating slap from Jujin sent him flying, blood erupting from his mouth. With a cold, indifferent expression, Jujin simply demanded the key and a full confession. Sangu sprawled on the floor, dazed. But before he could even process what happened, dozens of relentless blows rained down on him, beating the very air from his lungs. The only sound in the room was the ceaseless, brutal impact of the assault. Sangu was beaten into a bloody mess, completely unable to speak. Seeing his target was still stubborn, Jujin picked up the man's blood rain axe and effortlessly bent the steel into a useless heap. The color drained from Sangu's face, terrified out of his mind. Sangu swore he'd hand over the key. But first, he begged Jujin to sign a magical contract. It was a contract, guaranteeing Sangu's safety. After the key was handed over, without a moment's hesitation, Jujin signed it. The binding aura around Sangu vanished, and the man sighed in relief. But the second Jujin turned to leave, Sangu's demeanor flipped in an instant. With murderous eyes, he lunged forward, grabbing Jujin by the throat. Ha! You fell for it so easily. What are you going to do now? You can't attack me anymore, can you? This contract is sealed by an incredibly potent curse. If you attack me, you'll go blind for violating the contract's vow. You should have thought this through a little more. I guess I expected too much from a complete newbie on his first dungeon dive. Sang-gu was roaring with laughter, but his triumphant smirk vanished the moment he saw Jujin calmly tear the contract in half. As it turned out, the curse of blindness was completely nullified by Jujin's curse resistance ability. A smirk played on Jujin's lips as a murderous aura began to radiate from his entire body. His other hand gently took hold of Sang-gu's, and then the inevitable happened. After delivering a thorough beating, a refreshed Jujin stepped out of the chaotic room, which was now filled with Sang-gu's dark slime. Walking past the unconscious staff members, the benevolent Jujin decided to spare them, since they hadn't seen him use any of his skills. He'd leave the rest for AB to handle. Thinking of Breaky, Jujin quietly opened its door and stepped inside. Seeing the creature lying pitifully on the ground, Jujin worried that if he left it, it would be tortured and sold for materials. Instead, he decided to use his magic, transforming it into a useful diamond stone. Afterward, he found piss in the dungeon, but worried that taking it out now would arouse suspicion. So, Jujin simply crawled into the cell and cuddled up with Piz for a nap. A short while later, Abbas's team arrived in a storm of activity, only to discover Jujin and Piz sleeping soundly together on the ship's deck. While he was dozing, the system suddenly alerted Jujin that an S-rank awaken was approaching. Yu Haon, Yurim, and Sung Hyun rushed over and threw open the cell door, frantic with worry about whether Jujin was all right. Overwhelmed by their intense concern, Jujin was a little bewildered. He felt like maybe he had become someone important. As they were walking, Jujin suddenly stumbled into Yu Hyun, sending everyone into another wild panic, as if boiling water had been poured on them. Jujin awkwardly explained that he was fine, but before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by Yu Hyun. He was swept up princess style and carried straight ahead, leaving everyone else staring with expressions of pure disbelief. Jujin was so embarrassed he wanted the ground to swallow him whole, but he also felt a warmth in his heart from having such a kind, caring younger brother. Yerim wistfully saw the two Jujin brothers off to their car, saying she would return right after investigating and cleaning up the scene. In the car, Jujin felt a bit anxious, thinking about the difficult task Yerim had ahead of her. Abruptly, Yu Hyun ordered the driver to head to the hospital, making Jujin's heart nearly stop. Even though Jujin frantically refused, Yu Hyun was adamant that he go to the hospital for a full checkup, just in case. This couldn't happen. If he went, they would discover that his stats had increased dramatically due to the gratitude he received. Jujin thought with mounting panic. Luckily, his pretty boy charm worked its magic, causing Yu Hyun to soften and immediately tell the driver to turn around. However, Yu Hyun's sharp nose still detected the foul, fishy scent of a reptile on Jujin, making his heart nearly leap out of his chest. Using his wall lizard stealth skill, Jujin quickly lied, saying it was just the smell of the sea. This seemed to satisfy Yu Hyun, who didn't comment further. And so, a long day came to a close, with MKC being temporarily stripped of its security duties. It was the obvious outcome. Security for guests and new bodyguards was also tightened significantly. The guild master himself was now personally checking identities, but every night, Jujin was still plagued by nightmares from his new skill. Breaky's memories from before its death still lingered within him. He jolted awake, drenched in a cold sweat, his breathing chaotic and ragged. This was a feeling he had experienced many times before, but had since forgotten. It hadn't been long since Jujin had regressed. As he went to the kitchen for a drink to calm himself, he recalled the time he was stuck at home, doing nothing but drinking. Suddenly, people had burst in and taken him to the hospital. Looking back now, Jujin guessed that Yu Hyun had sent those people. It's okay, that won't happen again this time. An S-ranker doesn't go down that easily. But what about Miyu? Jujin thought to himself. As he passed Miyu's room, he realized his friend wasn't there. It turned out Miyu was busy down in the basement, forging a knife. He had already forged his 9,980th blade, yet he still felt completely powerless when he thought about how he couldn't do anything when his friend was kidnapped. The words the AB organization had said to him earlier stabbed into Miyu's heart like daggers. They had claimed he was powerless to help, and that they saw no connection between him and Jujin, despite their long friendship. Not only was he useless, he was a nobody. Miyu hung his head in despair and broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. First thing in the morning, Jujin was on the phone, frantically shouting at Yu Hyun that Miyu had run away from home. Not only that, but before leaving, Miyu had left behind a pot of beef rib soup. This detail sent Jujin into a complete panic, because it meant Miyu had no intention of ever coming back. Jujin was scared to death that something had happened to Miyu. Meanwhile, Miyu was wandering aimlessly through the city with his backpack, with no destination in mind. He was incredibly depressed, thinking about how he was Jujin's friend, yet was completely useless when he got kidnapped. As he was walking, his shoelace came untied. Miyu sighed and bent down to tie it, but as he did, the contents of his backpack spilled all over the street. It seemed like Miyu just couldn't catch a break. Just as Miyu was on the verge of tears, two kids suddenly found his Abyss Guild access card. They started shouting excitedly, causing a commotion on the street. The children looked at Miyu with pure admiration, peppering him with endless questions, drawing the attention of passers-by. Overwhelmed by the unwanted attention, Yu could only sob that he was just the housekeeper for the Abyss Guild dormitory. The kids' attitude flipped in an instant. The moment they learned Yu was only an F-rank hunter, they delivered a harsh verdict. You're useless. The words shattered Yu's heart. After sharpening tens of thousands of knives, he still felt hopelessly inadequate, and their cruel words were like salt in the wound. Yu's mind flooded with images of Jujin's party finally abandoning him. He burst into tears right in the middle of the street, leaving the kids completely frozen in place. Feeling a pang of guilt, the kids dragged the pathetic Yu home, determined to help him find a decent skill. And so, the help Yu received was nothing short of torture. From being waterboarded to getting shoved off a second-story balcony, he was scared half to death. Wasn't this just straight-up assault? Getting bullied by children, Yu. What in the world am I even doing with my life? Dragged around like a toy, Yu's mind went blank. He was so lost in thought, he didn't even notice the kids had pulled him out onto a major road. When they told him to cross the 8-lane highway, terror seized him, and he vehemently refused. We already told you, we're just trying to help. Skills only awaken when your life is on the line. I'm sure a good combat skill will pop up if we keep doing things like this, the girl, Gayet, declared with confidence. Yu mulled it over. It was completely unconvincing, but it also made a twisted kind of sense. Looking at the two kids' unwavering expressions, Yu curiously asked if they did this kind of thing every day. When they confirmed it, his heart stopped. He urged them to stop and focus on their studies instead. Come on, what's the point of studying? You can't make a living like that. Everyone says so. They all say being a combat hunter is the best, the boy replied, much to Yu's surprise. The focus just shifted from school to hunting, he thought to himself. Nothing has changed at all. But in that very instant, a massive explosion erupted behind Yu, followed by a blinding flash of light. A dungeon break had occurred. The government immediately broadcast an alert urging all citizens to evacuate to the nearest shelter. In stark contrast to Yu's terror, the children were thrilled, thinking this might be their chance to finally awaken. Yu scrambled after the kids, terrified they would get hurt. The streets were pure chaos as people fled for safety. In a far-off location, a spider fiend with devastating firepower and webs blocking every path let out a monstrous roar, preparing to break free. The dungeon break was a brutal, catastrophic event. The entire city was engulfed in a hellscape of flames and spiderwebs. Hordes of giant spider monsters poured into the city, launching a ferocious assault. This all happened because a gate had formed inside an abandoned shopping mall. It went undetected, causing the dungeon to break. Amidst their live broadcast, news reporters accidentally caught footage of Yu and the kids running for their lives. Right behind them, a swarm of spider fiends was in hot pursuit. Yu and the two children ran, sobbing silently in terror. When they glanced back and saw the spiders attacking other people, their fear intensified tenfold. Yu ran like never before, a wave of regret washing over him forever following these two kids. While Yu and the little boy screamed hysterically, the older girl remained surprisingly courageous, trying to calm them down. Without warning, a massive spider charged straight at them. The girl leaped in front of Yu and her brother, who was now so scared his face had turned purple. Unable to even breathe, she grimaced, unleashing her S-rank dragon's claw skill to attack the monster. But as expected, the spider merely flicked its leg, sending her flying. She trembled, struggling to rise from the chaotic pile of rubble. Her face ashen, she stared at her own hands in disbelief, failing to notice the spider fiend flanking her from behind. Before it could land the fatal blow, Yu miraculously lunged forward, scooping up both siblings and making a desperate run for the rooftop. Carrying the girl was exhausting. His lungs burned and he was on the verge of collapse, but he didn't dare say a word. Suddenly, the girl spoke in a faint voice, telling Yu to leave her behind. Just leave me. It's over for me. I just awakened. And I'm only F-rank. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. The monster had already reached the foot of the stairs, striking a fresh wave of terror into them as they scrambled forward. Seeing the strain Yu was under, the girl screamed for him to leave her. I'm only F-rank. My life is over. I don't even have a combat skill. I'm not worth you risking your life like this, so just leave me and run, she shrieked. Yu immediately set her down, but not to flee alone. Instead, he pulled a sharp knife from his bag and turned to face the monster. I'll hold it off. You two go on ahead. Kids like you shouldn't be saying things like your life is over or that you should be left behind. Isn't there still so much more that you can do? Even if that weren't true, your lives still have value. So get up, go find help, and then you can come back here. While you run, make sure you help each other. Now, go, Miyu said, his voice thick with unshed tears, though they hated to leave Mi Yong-yu behind. The two kids obeyed. They hurried to find an exit, promising they would be back for him soon. Mi Yong-yu put on a brave face for the children. But inside, he was terrified. His entire body trembled in panic, and he could barely even stand. He knew he was no match for the monster. But remembering the little girl's words, Miyu decided to risk it all and charged forward. Mi Yong-yu's efforts were utterly useless. The monster thrashed him mercilessly, sending him flying out of the building in a single instant. Ah, see, it's all over. Just as I thought, I'm completely and utterly useless. Thank you for everything up until now, Jujin. Those were his thoughts as his life flashed before his eyes. As Miyu fell through the air, he could only think of Jujin in the final moments of his life. He caught a glimpse of Jujin appearing by his side, thinking it was just a final illusion. But unbelievably, Jujin was really there. Descending like a god, Jujin shot forward, grabbing Mi Yong-yu's hand just before he hit the ground and met a gruesome end. Overwhelmed with emotion, the rescued Mi Yong-yu could only cry, unable to form words, but he wouldn't remember any of this because his memory cuts off right after Jujin saved him. He'd witnessed Jujin fighting desperately against the monster, with a disgustingly long tentacle that sprouted from his back. At that moment, Miyu was so horrified he couldn't even comprehend Jujin's skill, stammering in absolute shock. To avoid any more complications, Jujin simply chopped Miyu on the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. And just like that, Mi Yong-yu's memory was severed at that exact moment. Jolting awake and covered in sweat, Mi Yong-yu found himself back in the dormitory. On the television, a news report confirmed that the two kids had been rescued safely. Mi Yong-yu let out a sigh of relief. It hadn't been a dream. But Mi Yong-yu was still completely bewildered, with no idea how he had returned safely. Just then, Jujin walked in from the kitchen, carefully carrying a pot of porridge, leaving Miyu stunned. He wondered if this was real or a dream. Was it you? Did you save me? And you had something like a tentacle on your back. Miyu questioned him about what he'd seen, but Jujin flatly denied it all. Jujin claimed that hunters from the Abyss Guild were the ones who saved him and brought him home. Before Miyu could even process this, Jujin grabbed him by the collar and unleashed a deafening lecture about the crime of running away from home. Seeing Jujin so worried that he was scolding him like a mother hen, Miyu was deeply moved, his tears soaking his shirt. It felt as if the heavy burden crushing Miyu's heart had finally vanished. Jujin, even if I sharpened 10,000 knives and still ended up with a useless skill, would you still be my friend? Miyu asked again, desperate for confirmation. Hearing such a foolish question, Jujin's face turned purple with anger. He realized Miyu ran away over something so trivial, and it made him want to beat some sense into him. Even without a skill, you're already doing a great job. I even heard you were scouted by the equipment maintenance department a few days ago. Besides, I have a request for you. I don't think I can eat anyone's cooking but yours. So even if you become successful, don't you dare leave me. Or at the very least, you have to visit often and cook for me. I promise I won't be a picky eater. I'll even pay you for it. But honestly, it's best if you just keep living with me. Hearing Jujin's heartfelt words, Miyu was so happy he could cry, promising he would always stay by Jujin's side. Miyu no longer felt hopeless or worried because he knew Jujin would always be there. He remembered awakening in a cramped, filthy apartment. The same day, he almost did something foolish. After that night of awakening, his life didn't change at all, as he was saddled with a useless F-rank skill. Mi Yong-yu had no expectations for a new beginning, feeling like he was never meant to be a main character. He had no one by his side and nothing to his name. Miyu could only breathe, not knowing what else to do. Just as he was about to log out of the world from sheer despair, Jujin suddenly appeared in his life. At first, Miyu was doubtful, wondering if he even deserved such kindness. Mi Yong-yu was both afraid and grateful, knowing he could never be like Yu-hun or Yim. Even if he sharpened knives day and night, he couldn't imagine himself with a cool skill. However, the moment he heard that little girl ask him to let her go, Miyu realized he had been wrong all along, and that's when it hit him. From the very beginning, Jujin had never once looked down on him. Jujin never forced Mi Yong-yu to get used to combat, something he wasn't suited for. Jujin simply made Mi Yong-yu believe that he could do what he loved, which is why Mi Yong-yu was able to focus entirely on his own strengths. All this time, Jujin had been cheering him on. That's why Mi Yong-yu was no longer afraid. Mi Yong-yu believed he had finally found his path forward. to a way to become stronger, but on his own terms. And so, after forging the 10,000th dagger, tears of joy streamed down Miyu's face as he received his new SS rank skill, Master of the Mana Crystal Forge. In just one night, the legendary weapon had found its master. The news sent an earthquake through the hunter community, and the wielder of this incredible S-rank weapon was none other than our very own Yerem, holding the Frostblight Spear, Famine, a masterpiece crafted by Mi Yong-yu himself. Yerem decided to test it on the nearby stream. With a single wave of her arm, an uncontrollable torrent of frost energy erupted like a blizzard, its overwhelming power instantly freezing the entire region solid. You can clearly see the effects of an S-rank ice attribute enhancement, can't you? This was the 16th domestically produced S-rank weapon, and its origin wasn't a dungeon, but the hands of a human. After inspection, it was confirmed to be an S-rank weapon, and the Korean Hunters Association certified Hunter Mi Yong-yu as its creator. The MC at the press conference boomed with excitement after playing the video of Yerem's weapon test for the crowd. Facing a barrage of questions from the reporters, Mi-yu stood confidently in a sharp red suit, his hair styled perfectly. He calmly offered his explanations as Jujin and Sung Hyun watched from above, filled with pride for their friend. The Mi Yong-yu of today looked so reliable, so much healthier and more confident than when Sung Hyun first met him. Sung Hyun's jaw dropped when Jujin revealed that Mi Yong-yu had leveled up to C rank just from crafting that one item. To gain that many stats at once, Mi-yu was truly a one-of-a-kind case. Jujin remembered just a few hours earlier, when Mi Yong-yu had immediately set to work on the S-rank weapon right after acquiring his skill, and it didn't stop there. Mi-yu also showed Jujin a spatial bag filled with S and SS rank materials that appeared with the skill, nearly blinding him. How could one skill grant so much? The L-rank skill I got has just one measly line of text, and my keyword is basically garbage. Damn it, system. Are you playing favorites or something? Jujin was so jealous he flopped onto the ground and started crying. Seeing this, Mi Yong-yu invited Jujin to tour his golden forge. Mi Yong-yu simply waved his hand, and a dazzling golden door radiating brilliant light materialized before Jujin. Though a bit nervous, Jujin allowed Mi Yong-yu to lead him by the hand, feeling like Mi-yu was the main character of some epic story. The moment he stepped inside, the vast scenery and the presence of the fire elemental, Yemu, left Jujin utterly speechless with awe. Mi Yong-yu explained that Yemu had helped him forge the weapon. Preparations left by the forge's previous owner helped Mi-yu learn the basics of crafting. Jujin never imagined another hunter with a crafting skill existed before Mi-yu. Mi-yu pulled out a card left by that person and read it aloud to Jin. Welcome, my successor. Perhaps the blessings of embers and molten metal have found you. Sometimes, traces of civilization are discovered within dungeons. These remnants resemble our world, yet their homes and castles are entirely different. This led to the theory that another civilization exists in a different world. Mi Yong-yu wasn't sure if the forge's previous owner came from that other world, but he believed they left all this behind so their successor could learn the art of crafting. Mi Yong-yu then gently offered a colorful bouquet to Jujin. He vowed to follow Jujin, no matter what path he chose. Everything was falling perfectly into place, just as Jujin had planned. Both Yerem and Mi-yu were now on his side. But instead of feeling triumphant, Jin felt a wave of anxiety. He hesitated, scratching his head. You don't have to do that. You don't need to worry about me. There's something I've been hiding from you. We don't really know anything about each other. You've misunderstood me. Think about it. We only just met in front of the Hunters Association not long ago. And now you're tangled up in all this trouble because a stranger tricked you. So please, don't worry about me anymore. Just do whatever you want to do, Jujin said, his voice faltering. The truth was, Jujin didn't want Mi-yu to leave, but seeing him grow and succeed brought him genuine happiness. So, rather than tying him down, Jujin felt it was better to let Mi-yu go free. Jujin, you said this skill was powerful, right? That it could help me create an influence even greater than a guild. Then I don't need to think twice about it. There's no calculation needed. Let me give this to you. Because if it's left here, it will simply burn away. I'm just doing what I want to do. And like you said, I won't worry about you anymore. I will only do what I intend to do. Mi-yu gently placed the bouquet in Jin's hands. Back at the press conference, Mi-yu had officially given the Frostblight Spear, Famine, to Yerem. Because the Abyss Guild had helped him so much, he decided to gift his very first S-rank creation to them. Jujin watched with a painful sting in his heart, feeling as if he'd just personally torn up a winning lottery ticket. But on the bright side, Mi-yu's newfound fame helped divert some of the attention away from Jin. Life was finally a bit easier now. Mi-yu really did it. I don't have to worry about him being all alone anymore. Now, Mi-yu would be welcome wherever he went. He was the world's one and only manufacturing hunter with unique equipment. Every guild and every hunter would soon be seeking him out. So what reason did he have to stay here? He should find a better place to call home. Jin thought to himself, calmly sipping his drink while talking to Sanan. After all, their relationship was purely professional, not like they were childhood friends bound by loyalty. Suddenly, on stage, Yerim not only thanked me but mentioned Jin by name, causing him to choke on his drink in shock. Immediately, Mi followed suit, thanking the AB's guild and emphasizing Jin's contributions, causing the entire crowd to whisper and turn their eyes toward him. In that moment, the man of the hour just wished the ground would swallow him whole. Turns out, Jin had no idea how much he truly meant to them. Instead of wanting him to leave, they considered him a vital member of their family, someone to be protected more than anyone else. Sanan smiled, understanding their true intentions. For me and Yurim, this was a stern warning to the world. Anyone who dared to touch Jin would pay a heavy price. The days that followed passed by quietly. Security was tightened, leaving Jin with no excuse to venture outside. As for Nyu, he was buried in the forge day and night. One afternoon, Jin, bored out of his mind, decided to take Peace for a walk and coincidentally ran into Hunter Kang Sojang at the elevator. Learning he was headed to the training room, she happily offered to join him. Kang Sojang was the A-rank hunter whom the guild master of Jupiter, Sung Hu, had personally recruited from England for her outstanding talent despite being only 19 years old. More importantly, Jin knew that she would later become entangled in a romance scandal with Yohyun. In other words, Sojang was his future sister-in-law. Knowing everything that was to come, Jin cheerfully stepped into the elevator with her. Sojang gently started the conversation, saying she was only truly at ease after knowing Jin had returned safely from the kidnapping because he was her one and only hope. The truth is, I have an SS rank skill. It's a monster taming skill called Dragon Rider. Sojang suddenly revealed her secret, leaving Jin utterly astonished. Dragons are the most difficult species to tame, so an A-rank hunter like her possessing a high-level dragon mount was considered almost impossible. But if Sojang could control such a beast, she could conquer dungeons more easily than anyone. It's so frustrating. I have the skill, but I can't even use it. That's why I'm depending entirely on your skills. Dragon lairs occasionally appear in dungeons managed by Jupiter. If they can hatch an egg, I'll finally get my very own dragon. I'm so excited. I can't imagine how adorable my baby dragon will be. Sojang's cute appearance and infectious excitement made Jin smile along with her. His little brother's future girlfriend was unbelievably charming. However, when Sojang nonchalantly mentioned that Jin would be the one raising her baby dragon, he almost fainted on the spot, all thanks to the rumor his sister Hyuna had started. He led Peace into the training room, but the creature stubbornly refused to move, making Jin a bit worried. Witnessing the struggle between Jin and Peace, Sojang couldn't hold back her laughter. Seeing Jin's disappointment at not being able to walk his monster outside, Sojang suddenly had an idea. She called her guild master to ask for permission to use the rooftop garden of the Jupiter Guild headquarters. Despite Jin's fierce protests, the guild master on the other end of the line quickly agreed and sent a car to pick him up. He is always welcome here. We need to prepare meticulously for this very special guest, don't we? The Jupiter Guild master said with a sly smirk. The moment Jin stepped onto the rooftop, he was stunned by how vast and lush with greenery the place was. Sojang walked cheerfully beside him, letting him know she had blocked all entrances so he could use the space freely. Noticing Peace seemed hesitant, Jin quickly went to reassure it. He told it to relax, that Sojang was a good person and this place was completely safe. As if to prove his point, Sojang gave a mischievous smile and suddenly planted a quick kiss on Jin's cheek, leaving him so flustered he wanted to dig a hole and hide. I can't let you do that, future sister-in-law. Is this kind of thing normal for her since she's from overseas? What if this messes up the future of the Abbey's Guild? Jin clutched his face, his mind racing with worry. After some encouragement from Sojang, Peace finally regained its confidence, bursting with energy as it danced among the flowers. Its extreme extroversion made even Jin feel second-hand embarrassment. The force generated by Peace's dancing completely destroyed the surrounding flower beds. But Sojang didn't mind one bit, because Peace was just too adorable. She hoped that it and her baby dragon could become playmates one day. When Jin asked about her dragon, she described it as a level 3 flying dragon with sharp, black-scaled wings. Its exterior was dark and hard, and its entire body radiated a majestic aura that was incredibly cute. Jin failed to see the cute part in that description at all, thinking Sojang's taste was certainly an acquired one. Sojang cheerfully invited Jin to visit more often, to take walks and enjoy a change of pace. Jin smiled, realizing it was a good idea. It had been a very long time since he'd been able to just take a walk like this. Before returning to the past, Jin never had the luxury for such simple things. Since he couldn't go out freely now, visiting this place seemed like a pretty good option. From a distance, Peace came waddling over. Jin was having a great time playing with Peace. He was desperately hoping the Jupiter Guild Master wouldn't appear, but of course, fate had other plans, and just like that, he was there. Huji, the guild master of Jupiter, appeared like a ghost, holding a bouquet of deep purple flowers that clashed wildly with his designer outfit. Huiji was known as the owner of the nation's top guild, with influence that stretched far beyond Korea. When he left Korea a few years back, his true identity was a complete mystery. He always held the #1 spot on the volatile hunter rankings, solidifying his title as the strongest man in the world. And now, that very person was pouring tea for Jujin, a sight so shocking it scrambled his brain. Not only did Huiji thoughtfully offer Jujin cake, he even brought a dragon's wing bone for P, who wagged his tail in absolute delight. Jujin was a bit stunned by how capable Huiji seemed. Even the sweets he made were so delicious that Jujin couldn't stop eating. After checking in on Jujin about the kidnapping, Huiji made an unexpected proposal: help him raise a pet. You have a monster taming skill, and you're the nanny for an S-rank hunter. On top of that, you're now protected by the world's only blacksmith. Right now, no one can even compare to you. Because of the MKC Guild's foolish decision, other guilds are going crazy, desperate for a chance to even speak with you. No matter who you ask, or what you ask for, they would surely bend over backwards to make it happen. So there's no need to be so humble. No matter how selfish you want to be, everyone is ready to cater to you. Would you like to give it a try? At Haiji's offer, Jujin just stared for a few seconds, unsure of how to even respond. Does he want me to act like some tyrant and abuse my position? This guy's methods are completely rotten, aren't they? Jujin thought, his irritation growing. When Jujin explained he was just a weak S-ranker worried for his own safety, Huji revealed they were already discussing assigning a second high-level monster to protect him. Didn't your younger brother tell you? The MKC will be paying for everything to take responsibility for the kidnapping. Just think of it as them being punished by the entire community. Even if he didn't tell you that, I know for a fact your brother will protect you fiercely. Huiji revealed this while casually munching on a pastry. Jujin froze, realizing that Yu Hun hadn't told him a single thing. Yu Hun would just shrug his shoulders whenever Jujin asked if the kidnapping incident had been resolved. If time hadn't been reset and Jujin only had his taming skill, he probably would have been locked away, living his life in complete ignorance. Honestly, I can't understand Yu Hun's actions lately. You now have enough power to create a guild that could rival the very top ones. You already established an organization with the last negotiation. If you continue to build your forces, you could even command a legion of monsters. I think raising too many might be illegal, Huiji said. That might be an issue now, Jujin replied hesitantly. But laws only exist when there's a state and society to enforce them. For now, we've been able to manage the dungeons and maintain social order. But you know as well as I do that the number and difficulty of these dungeons are constantly increasing. In my opinion, within 5 years, everything will change dramatically. Back then, we'll be desperate for more power, whether it's mounts or something else entirely. And in that situation, you will be unlike anyone else. Someone who can nurture reliable S-rank and A-rank monsters. Yu-hun knows this, but he's deliberately hiding it from you. I think you two should have a proper talk, Huiji said with a smirk. Jujin felt like the man's words were a mix of help and contempt, as if he were being tested. Meanwhile, Yurim was revealing something to Yu-hun. She had used White Vow to read the memories of a Breaker Guild member. After looking through Jujin's memories, Yurim suspected he was hiding something crucial. As Jujin was about to leave, Jupiter's master said he would send a bodyguard even stronger than an A-ranker. And that person turned out to be Huiji himself, personally waiting to take Jujin home. Not only did he give Jujin a ride, but he also bought him flowers and a gift. It was so embarrassing, Jujin wanted to dig a hole and hide. With a gloomy expression, Jujin quietly told him he was grateful for all of this. But if you do all this, you won't get anything out of it. Suddenly, Haiji lunged forward, his strong hands shooting toward Jujin to fasten his seatbelt. The abrupt movement made Jujin's heart leap out of his chest. Just consider it my way of making up for not helping during the kidnapping. It was MKC's fault anyway, but thanks to them, you visited my guild. Besides, we've discovered that the MKC is rotten to the core. They need to be eliminated. And soon. Huji said this with a calm smile while driving, which took Jujin by complete surprise. Does this mean the MKC will collapse sooner than I thought? I think this is the first guild to fall before my regression. Countless thoughts swirled in Jujin's mind. Glancing at Huiji beside him, Jujin realized he knew almost nothing about this man. Even his past before his awakening was a total blank. Because of his fair skin, rumors flew that he was a foreigner or of mixed heritage. Information about his birthplace, parents, or siblings was non-existent. Should I try using my promising bud skill on him? I wonder what the status window of the world's #1 hunter looks like. Just a quick peek should be okay, right? He probably won't even notice if I look. I just need a split-second glance the moment it opens, Jujin schemed to himself. With his heart hammering against his ribs, Jujin decided to risk a look. But in that exact instant, a hand clamped down on his neck, shoving him forward with immense force. A cold sweat broke out on Jujin's face. He could feel it. If that grip tightened even slightly, his life would be over. Jujin couldn't fathom it. How could he have known? He hadn't even activated his skill yet. I thought you were supposed to be my bodyguard, Jujin growled, choosing his words carefully. Are you trying to imitate the MKC now? Huiji finally released his grip, acting as if nothing had just happened. But Jujin was now on high alert, wary of this terrifyingly perceptive man. The car screeched to a halt right in front of the guild entrance. The second it stopped, Jujin bolted, sprinting away at full speed like a marathon runner escaping the starting line. But waiting for him at the entrance were not only Huiji, but two others with furious expressions, Sanin and Department Chief Simeon. Seeing Huiji approaching with the flowers Jujin had left behind, Simeon immediately went on guard. After all, an S-rank hunter rarely visits another's guild, especially not after everything that happened in the past. Jujin was completely bewildered, clutching Peace tightly in his arms. He broke into a nervous sweat, wondering, was Huiji provoking everyone on purpose, just for fun? There's no need for such hostility. I promise I will guarantee Jujin's safety. And besides the flowers, I also wanted to give Mr. Jujin this. Huiji gently tucked a flower onto Simeon's lapel, then pulled an incredibly expensive skill item from his pocket. It will increase your mana and grant you a B-rank barrier skill. Please, take good care of Yu Hyun from me. And keep this item safe. I believe you dropped your earrings. I haven't seen you wearing them since the kidnapping incident. Huiji's words sent a chill down Jujin's spine. That level of obsessive detail was terrifying. This is quite a significant gift. It will require several other components to be fully activated. From now on, I hope we can all get along. Huiji declared with a smile brighter than the sun, his voice gentle, yet his posture radiating confidence. Back home, the moment he set Huiji's gift on the table, Jujin cautiously decided to test the new barrier skill on Peace. When the little creature couldn't get any closer, Jujin smiled, satisfied. The skill definitely worked. After a quick sniff, Jujin realized Peace was a little stinky from running around so much all day. So, he immediately popped him into a basin for a bath. While lathering up Peace with soap, Jujin chatted away with his companion. He was thrilled with how the day turned out. Not only did he recover his energy, he even got a new mana artifact. It was a huge win. But I never want to go back to the Jupiter Guild. Jujin thought back with a sigh, remembering the harsh lecture Simeon gave him for even setting foot there. Simeon had also warned him that if Yu Hyun and Huiji ever clashed, it would be a catastrophe, especially since Yu Hyun had once been captured right after visiting another guild. Learning this bombshell left Jujin stunned. The mission required him to influence 50 of these unbelievably dangerous people. It made him want to grab the system by the collar and shake it. While Jujin was lost in his troubling thoughts, Peace playfully leaped out of the bath, splashing water everywhere. Jujin frantically reached out to grab Peace, but froze. The thing in his hands wasn't his companion, but a doll that looked exactly like him. The cause of the commotion? A dakebi who had just appeared outside his window. The dakebi excitedly presented the doll to Jujin, explaining he'd just brought it back from Japan. It was modeled after a horned fire spirit, a perfect lookalike for Peace. And that wasn't all. The dakebi had also bought a ton of other gacha items, making Jujin's head spin. But when he took the investigation report, Jujin was shocked to see it was already completely filled out. The level of detail was far beyond what Jujin had anticipated. However, the section on dungeon interiors was completely blank. The dakebi explained that for some reason, every time he tried to enter one, he was instantly ejected. Ejected? Could it be because he possesses the power of a dungeon himself? Does that mean one dungeon's power can't exist inside another? Wait a minute. What if Yu Hyun is also considered a dungeon? A light bulb went off in Jujin's head. He suddenly lunged forward and grabbed the dakebi in a tight hug, squeezing the air out of him. As the dakebi struggled wildly, Jujin stared intensely and whispered an order, "Just hold on to me for a second, and then teleport." The dakebi had no idea what was going on, but he had no choice but to obey his master's command. In an instant, they were gone, reappearing with Jujin high above the city. Jujin was stunned. The sensation was exactly the same as when he'd stepped through a dungeon gate. After a few more teleports with the dakebi, he was beginning to understand. Let me think. This is just like when I entered the dungeon before. Ah, the status window is changing. The system. It sent me a message while I was inside the dungeon. So, if I can borrow the dakebi's teleportation power, I might be able to fully communicate with the system. Thrilled by the discovery, Jujin turned to the creature. Let's do that a few more times. But at that moment, dakebi was completely exhausted, having to carry Jujin as if he were in a wrestling match. Thrown hard onto the ground by the drained dakebi, Jujin was a bit sore. But luckily, his barrier skill cushioned the impact. Just as he predicted, a system notification pinged for Jujin. He was taken aback for a second. The The system now used a status window to communicate, instead of speaking to him directly like it did in the dungeon. But then it hit him. The message in the dungeon meant it couldn't find him until he entered its domain. So it was powerless in his world? If that's the case, then he had no choice but to return to the dungeon. With his mind made up, Jujin gave Dakabi a cheerful farewell. His grim determination reminded the creature of its former, frail landlady. And just like that, something within Dokabi was finally moved. The next day, after confirming exclusive access to the F-rank dungeon, Jujin geared up, cloaked head to toe like a shadow agent, ready for infiltration. This was Jujin's one and only chance while his concealment skill was still active. He moved with purpose, like a secret agent, ducking behind a potted plant to survey the situation. After activating his concealment, Jujin faced his first obstacle: how to get into the elevator without arousing suspicion. Fortunately, just as the elevator doors opened for a cleaning cart, Jujin saw his opportunity and slipped inside successfully. My objective is clear this time, he thought. With my skill effects quadrupled, not even an A-rank hunter could detect me. Besides, concealment is a rare, monster-only skill, and among high-level monsters, only Dakebi are known to possess it. Thanks to this power, no one would ever know someone had just come and gone. Jujin hid inside the elevator, thinking with satisfaction, but his second trial was fast approaching: the body scanner. He poured all his strength into a single burst of speed, dashing past while another person was being scanned. His movement created a deafening clang and a dangerously obvious gust of wind. After successfully clearing both hurdles, Jujin had finally made it through safely. After a frantic sprint, an exhausted Jujin arrived before the entrance to the F-rank dungeon. He glanced left and right, then hastily opened the door, planning to contact the system and get home as quickly as possible. He tightly gripped the divine elixir and the gate stone his brother had given him. Jujin's resolve was absolute. He promised himself this would be the last time, then he could finally rest. In a flash, the scenery around Jujin transformed into a massive, dense jungle reminiscent of the Amazon. As he stood there confused, a horde of chimpanzees suddenly roared from behind him, charging forward in a terrifying frenzy. Thanks to his skill effects, Jujin unleashed a barrage of magic, wiping out the beasts to the very last one. The creatures were utterly annihilated, their bodies piling up around Jujin's feet as he walked on without breaking a sweat. Sensing the system's presence, Jujin's eyes narrowed as he unleashed a powerful poison attack. But aside from the mountain of corpses, he found nothing unusual. At this rate, he'd clear the entire dungeon. An F-rank mana stone isn't worth this much trouble, Jujin thought with frustration. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light made him jump. The system appeared with a line of text: "It's not my fault," leaving him confused. What was that supposed to mean? But it didn't stop there. The system also mentioned a wish stone and offered a sincere apology for lying about not being able to resurrect the dead, leaving Jujin stunned. He angrily clutched his head and cursed the system, feeling that this whole situation had been unnatural from the start. He screamed, ordering the system to explain itself clearly. "Look at me, you bastard. Even if a high-level monster like last time appears, I can take care of it. Just say what you want to say," Jujin shouted, clutching the magic stone in his hand. But no one answered Jujin's call. The silence was terrifying. Then, at that very moment, the system suddenly unleashed a flood of information. "Do not be angry. We know you are frustrated. We also want to tell you everything, but we require a sacrifice for a direct conversation. You must prepare thoroughly for next time. The more we interfere, the faster we are detected. It's dangerous if too much information is revealed. Prepare for 1 week." Jujin looked up in a daze, sweating as he read the notifications. Was the system telling him to come back in a week to give it time to prepare? But by then, his temporary power boost would disappear, and he would become a pathetic F-rank again. There has to be another way, he thought. Dangerous interference. What does it mean it will be detected? Does this also mean there is something else out there besides the system? And what about the monsters that showed up after the message appeared? Does this mean that the more they interfere by sending messages, the more dangerous it becomes? Lost in a storm of thoughts, the light in front of Jujin suddenly cracked and then shattered, releasing a murderous aura that sent countless fragments flying through the air. Jujin braced himself to keep from being blown away, vaguely guessing that this time something much bigger was appearing. Faint, blurry blue lights flickered and warped, making it impossible for Jujin to identify what it was. That swirling wave of power continued to surge and expand relentlessly. A horrifying light erupted, so bright it completely blinded Jujin. A moment later, after the murderous aura subsided, Jujin stared in horror at what was left on the ground. A strange, round, white mochi. The little mochi wiggled slightly, flailing its arms and legs before it scampered over to Jujin's side. The creature's fluffy, adorable appearance made Jujin's heart melt, but he paused, still wary of any potential danger. Using his appraisal system, Jujin discovered this creature was only an F-rank monster. After such a massive system error, only a normal monster appeared. Jujin felt a wave of disappointment, wondering if he should just dispose of it. But when he saw the creature open its mouth to eat a poisoned stone, Jujin shot out from the bushes, stopping it just in time. Holding the soft, adorable fluff ball moved him deeply, and he decided to find it some mana crystals instead. Just then, a monkey fiend lunged at him from behind, but Jujin's skill dispatched it in a single beat. Though slightly startled, Jujin wasn't bothered by such weak monsters. He held the little fluff ball tight and pushed straight through the forest, past all the creatures lurking in the shadows. A little while later, after a brutal fight, Jujin successfully defeated the boss. Every mana crystal that had dropped during the battle had been completely devoured by the little mochi in his arms. Seeing it try to swallow the massive crystal in his hand, Jujin panicked and quickly broke it into smaller pieces. At that very moment, a system window appeared, congratulating Jujin on the incredible achievement of clearing an F-rank dungeon all by himself. Jujin broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the system had bestowed upon him the title of S-rank Miracle Rookie. All of this for clearing an F-rank dungeon. On top of that, there was a reward multiplier. This was insane. Jujin felt a pang of regret. The rewards in a low-level dungeon were minimal, and he knew the final gratitude bonus would end soon. But he quickly recovered his spirits, reassuring himself that he would just go somewhere else and find more rewards. While Jujin was distracted, the little beast devoured the entire giant crystal, making his eyes go wide. Was this thing a bird or a bottomless pit? Finally, Jujin made it back home safely. Or so he thought, because Piss was currently throwing a fit, tearing the whole house apart after seeing the new creature. What was he supposed to do? Piss was absolutely furious. How could I have forgotten? You can't raise a cat and a bird together. It's going to become Piss's next meal. I never should have brought it home, but I couldn't just abandon a baby bird all alone. Jujin clutched the tiny animal, his heart aching. All around him was the wreckage Piss had caused, who was now sulking miserably outside the door. Suddenly, Yu Hyun appeared out of thin air, nearly giving Jujin a heart attack on the spot. Yu Hyun stared at the tiny beast in Jujin's hand with utter disbelief, and when Jujin told him it was a monster, he was completely floored. Jujin quickly invented a flimsy excuse, claiming he simply adopted it out of pity, his eyes pleading with Yu Hyun. Please, help me. Seeing his older brother's hopelessly cute expression, Yu Hyun found it difficult to refuse. Stepping inside to face Piss's unending rage, a trembling Jujin tried to introduce the two, but everything immediately devolved into utter chaos. Ignoring the mess, Yu Hyun's voice dropped. We need to talk about the kidnapping. But Jujin and the two squabbling creatures were making a racket like a chaotic marketplace, pushing Yu Hyun to his limit. After casually tossing Piss aside for some peace and quiet, Yu Hyun coldly dusted off his hands, figuring the room was finally silent enough to continue their conversation. However, that one action ignited Jujin's towering rage. He unleashed a torrent of scolding at Yu Hyun for daring to throw peas. He even looked ready to get physical, forcing Yu Hyun to back down. Do you have any idea what Hunter Kang So Young said? She said she sees her mount as her life partner and cares for it like her own child. Even the Guild Master of Jupiter bought a gift for pies. And yet you, its owner, just toss it aside like that. You don't care about it at all. Jujin's lecture left Yu Hyun completely stunned. Realizing Yu Hyun saw the pet as just another piece of equipment, Jujin grew even more furious, screaming right in his brother's face. The piercing question, "What have you ever done for Piss?" left Yu Hyun frozen solid. Yu Hyun mumbled a confused apology, but Jujin wouldn't let it slide. He knew his brother's thoughtless nature all too well from their childhood. This was a man who never cared for anyone, someone who would heartlessly snap thick tree branches just because they were in his way. Under Jujin's intense pressure, Yu Hyun reluctantly had to hug Peace, even though he clearly didn't want to. See, look how peaceful this is. You should hug him more and learn to get along, Jujin announced with satisfaction. Yu Hyun and Piz held the embrace for less than a second before springing apart. So much for that peace and harmony. Jujin saw Piz's teary eyes, looking like an abandoned kitten terrified of being disliked. He took the initiative and made Piz shake hands with the new creature, Peace. As he watched Piz lick Peace until it was soaking wet, Jujin could only pray that the two of them would stop causing trouble from now on. Meanwhile, Yoon watched his older brother play happily with his pets, feeling like a complete outsider. Suddenly, Jujin spoke up, suggesting he and Waiheon enter a dungeon together next week, using Pistol as an excuse for them to bond. Waiheon knew Jujin was using a flimsy excuse to cover up some other lie, but he didn't have the heart to expose his brother, silently agreeing. After that day, Jujin entered dungeons 2 more times, including a rank E cave environment dungeon and a rank D lake environment dungeon. Every time he entered, the system would greet him with a warm welcome. However, the rewards the system granted him were all useless skills, leaving him with absolutely no offensive abilities. After an endless monologue, the system finally bestowed a genuinely useful gift upon Yujin, an S-rank skill, undetectable. It wasn't exactly game-changing, but it was far from useless. If only he could use it to double Yoon or Yu-Yoon's skills, but it required direct physical contact. Getting caught mid-battle would be an instant death sentence. Yujin hugged a pillow, his mind racing. As for the creature named People, he couldn't figure out if it was some kind of glitch to have so many strange quirks. Yoon's hunter-taming skill had absolutely no effect on it, and even Yujin himself couldn't check its growth status. Yujin suspected his keyword might have influenced it, so all he could do was wait patiently and observe. Later, Yujin used adorable photos of Peace and People to start a social media account. The incredible cuteness of the two little ones made his follower count skyrocket. But just then, a Dakebi appeared from thin air, like a ghost. It even brought an incredibly rare A-rank mana potion for People to eat, leaving Yujin completely dumbfounded. Watching Yujin scold People for its reckless eating habits, the Dakebi was wistfully reminded of its former master. The keyword had already taken effect, long before Yujin even knew. And just like that, things began moving forward, step by step. The next day, Yujin folded laundry while watching the news about a new beast-taming division being built for the ABS Guild. Yujin knew there was a mountain of work ahead of him. He'd already recruited Miyu and Hai-An, and the baby beasts would be arriving soon. The endless planning made his head spin. Frustrated, Yujin flopped onto his bed. He had to tackle things one at a time. First on the list, confronting the system. What a pain. Yujin muttered to himself. He could have ignored the system's lie about deleting the engagement stone's description, since it didn't cause any real harm. But the real issue was that Yujin remembered everything from before he regressed. More importantly, the system always dodged responsibility whenever things went wrong. The way had suddenly started talking to him. Something must have happened during the regression itself. The next time he entered a dungeon, he would demand answers. Yujin let out an internal scream of frustration before falling silent on the sofa, closing his eyes to think. He felt he should have been more cautious. To avoid that unspeakable disaster with Yoon, he remembered that day also started in a cheerful, warm atmosphere. Warm, just like this moment. Miyu had prepared a magnificent feast that covered the entire table. Yujin wanted to help, but his culinary expertise began and ended with fried eggs. The group quickly gathered around the impressive spread. Yerim took a bite. Though it was a bit hard to swallow, she forced a compliment to make Miyu happy. Yu-Hyun, on the other hand, was brutally honest, declaring he would only eat Yujin's fried eggs. An awkward, tense silence instantly fell over the room. It's okay, Yujin. You can't force a friendship. Once we leave the ABS Guild, we won't have to see him again anyway. Miyu spoke up, trying to break the tension. Seeing Yu-Hyun's confused look, Yujin simply nodded, confirming that Miyu had agreed to join him. This sparked a flash of jealousy in Yu-Han. Oh? Is he upset about losing a talented person? This is good, we all need to get closer. You should open up more, Miyu, and maybe praise him a little. Yujin thought with amusement, glancing over at Yu-Hyun's thunderous expression. Seeing Yujin and Miyu chatting and laughing together, Yu-Hyun's face flushed red with jealousy as the meal finally came to a close. Fortunately, despite the tension, it ended without any major incident, but the mood while washing dishes was heavy, filled with the weary sighs of both Yujin and Jin. Neither of them could understand why Yu-Hyun's mood had been so erratic lately. They could only guess that he was upset because Yujin was planning on moving out soon. During their chat, Jin wanted to ask what the other was hiding, but he couldn't bring himself to say the words, changing the subject instead. Or maybe Yu-Hyun was just upset because after that incident with the old man, the entrance security was upgraded. But ironically, it's been broken for 4 straight days. Maybe that's what's bothering him. Hearing Jin's theory almost made Yujin cough up blood. Those alarms had gone off because he used his invisibility skill to slip through behind someone. After dinner, Yujin still felt a pang of guilt and decided to send a message. Are you free next week? If not, I'll just run the dungeon with Jin. But Yu-Hyun's reply was chillingly brief. That's not necessary. I have time. A few days later, the day of the raid finally arrived. Yujin appeared before Yu-Hyun, beaming with excitement and holding a bouquet of roses, but his younger brother's attitude hadn't changed. He was still met with an icy wall of indifference. He showed no emotion upon receiving the flowers, simply handing them off to a guard to hold. On the way there, the air between them remained heavy with tension, making Yujin deeply anxious. He still couldn't understand why Yu-Hyun had been acting this way for days. He decided they needed to have a serious talk. At last, they both entered the dungeon. It was a place with stunning scenery, complete with majestic mountains and a deep blue sea. Aside from the obvious danger, it was as gorgeous as a 5-star resort. While Yu-Hyun cautiously scanned the area, Yujin was busy talking to Peace, helping him acclimate to the dungeon's atmosphere. Before long, monsters caught their scent and launched an attack. It was Peace's first real battle, but he showed no fear at all. He charged straight into a pack of golden-furred apes, viciously tearing them to pieces. Both Yujin and Yu Hyun stood back, letting Peace act on his own. Peace might have been young, but his power was absolutely undeniable. With the blood of a high-grade monster flowing through his veins, these low-level creatures were easily ripped to shreds. Yu Hyun then turned to Yujin, stating that he also needed to level up. After that single comment, Yu Hyun coldly turned and walked away, leaving a frustrated Yujin to hurry after him. He had no idea when this childish pouting would end. When the next wave of monsters attacked, he was ready for a fight, eager to take them down himself. But just like every other time, before he could even make a move, Yu Hyun had already eliminated them all, leaving Yujin stunned and speechless. Yu Hyun refused to let his brother lift a finger, even using his blue willow leaf skill to block him. At that point, Yujin couldn't take it anymore and snapped, "Why do you keep interfering?" Yu Hyun's cold expression never wavered. "I'm just trying to help you. It's dangerous." Then, he tossed a nearly dead monster toward Yujin for him to finish off. Refusing to let things escalate, Yujin confronted him directly. "You think I can't tell you have a problem with me? It's written all over your face. If you're angry about something, just say it." The young Yu Hyun shot back, "You're the one who wasn't being upfront from the start." This cryptic remark left Yujin completely confused about his brother's intentions. And with that, the tension between the two brothers finally exploded into a blazing argument. Yujin pointed his finger straight at Yu Hyun, his voice rising. "And what about you? You won't even open your mouth to me, you kid. I've heard everything. About you causing trouble everywhere you go. You never tell me anything important. Instead, you just keep your mouth shut." Despite the verbal assault, Yu Hyun's expression remained like ice. He threw his sword, skewering a monster that was attacking Yujin from behind before finally replying. "I did it to protect you, to build up your influence. But now, your foundation has become too powerful. I know it's wrong for me to keep interfering like this, but I have to admit it's gotten beyond my control. But I still do it because it makes me uneasy." Yujin argued back that he didn't need that kind of suffocating protection. With the foundation he had now, no guild master in the world could touch him so easily. But Yu Hyun said that wasn't what worried him, which only confused Yujin even more. He had no idea what his brother was planning or what secrets he was trying to hide. In response to Yujin's question, Yu Hyun just asked, "Brother, can't you just be satisfied with what you have now? Don't go anywhere, and don't do anything else. I'll give you everything you need. I won't ask you any questions, so please do the same for me. At the very least, just stop entering dungeons." As he said this, Yu Hyun's expression was dead serious. Yujin could feel his brother's fierce determination, but he still couldn't figure out the real reason behind this desperate behavior. While the matter was still unresolved, a system message appeared before them, ready to connect. Immediately after the message appeared, Yujin's body began to dissolve. He vanished into thin air, right in front of Yu Hyun. Seeing his brother disappear, Yu Hyun's eyes turned to ice, filled with a storm of panic and rage. "Brother!" Yu Hyun roared. It looked like he was ready to burn the entire dungeon to the ground just to find him again. As for Yujin, after vanishing inside the dungeon, he was transported to another dimension. It was a vast space filled with nothing but flowing streams of blue light. After a moment, strange, face-shaped windows materialized and began speaking to him. "Hello there, sweetie." It wasn't just one face. Soon, countless others appeared in all sorts of colors. They all kept calling him sweetie, and the cheesy nickname made Yujin react. "Don't call me sweetie," he snapped. "My name is Han." Before he could finish, an icon shot out and covered his mouth, warning him not to speak his real name here. It was a crucial piece of information that needed to be kept secret. Overloading the system would sever his connection completely. He had to keep them in the dark. But who were these mysterious they the system warned him about? Burning with curiosity, Yujin demanded, "Who are you talking about?" A chorus of voices echoed as one. "You are forbidden to speak the name." But after the cryptic talk, Yujin got serious. "All right, let's get straight to the point. My brother is still waiting for me," he demanded. "How do you know about the events that happened before I regressed in time? And what's the problem with that?" The system replied, "Yes, there is. From this moment on, critical events are about to unfold." They began their explanation. "Simply put, time was only reversed for you. To make it easier to understand, imagine that every single tree represents a different world. If the tree in front of you is your world, then when the wish stone was activated, only your world's timeline was sent back 5 years. For outsiders like us, nothing has changed. The number and difficulty of the dungeons remained exactly the same. That is why the dungeons are now increasing in difficulty and number much faster than before. We are currently trying to slow down that process. However, our enemies are also expanding their influence through those very dungeons. Therefore, there is one thing you must accomplish. You must use your keyword on 50 S-class awakened beings and influence them. Only by completing this mission can you protect your world. Jujin was full of questions. And what about that notebook-shaped status window? Ah, that. We tried to create something that would fit in with your world's concepts. That's why the system looks like a status window from a game. We even considered creating a sanctuary and hero system, but once humanity gets used to these things, they will eventually disappear. Think of it as nothing more than a tutorial for rookies. It might be convenient now, but it will only limit humankind later on. It's like trapping them inside a tiny, cramped box. Just like how people believe that an F-rank hunter can never grow stronger, no matter how hard they try. However, there are always those who truly shatter those expectations and break free from the box. Nothing lasts forever, not even stats or skills. Humans must constantly evolve. Hearing this, something clicked for Jujin. He grabbed the system interface, then changed my keyword for me. If you're going to give me a mission, don't use a damn keyword like that. Influence 50 people? Are you telling me to confess my love to 50 different awakeners? What kind of twisted game is this? The system explained it wasn't their fault, they only verify the skill and add a description. But Jujin refused to back down, still shouting. If you had just described it properly, I wouldn't have used a keyword like that. Look at my friend Mew. For her skills, every material, every element, and every instruction is perfectly detailed. Another voice from the system chimed in, explaining that the skill was already registered on the system from a previous world. You already know that other worlds exist, that Golden Forge was created in another world and transferred to yours. It's incredibly rare for items or skills to be transferred between worlds, and the only reason it happened is because the Forge's previous owner sacrificed their own power for the future of another. So we can only record the information as it's given, like classifying a new animal based on existing ones. Even if it's not entirely accurate, we don't have the authority to change the keyword. Besides, this is the first time the perfect nanny skill has ever been created, so we have very little data. We can only make educated guesses. The nanny title alone is incredibly rare. You can only acquire it if a natural-born S-Class Awakener views you as their caregiver. And speaking of natural-born S-Class, that title is almost a myth. Most S-Class Awakeners start with stats from A to S rank, depending on their awakening environment. But it is almost unheard of for someone to be born with nothing but S-Class stats. It's so rare that only those who completely transcend their own race can possess it. But despite their superiority, they always struggle to fit in with their own kind. That's why ordinary people, even their own parents, feel uncomfortable being around them. This is precisely why the nanny title you possess is so unbelievably precious. Despite what the system said, Jujin never felt any difficulty with his own brother. The system continued. The life of a nanny is often short. Sometimes they become targets in the places where the natural-born S-Class live. Or, due to the vast power difference, the S-Class's affection can twist into hatred. Finally, the system declared that within 5 years, Jujin had to gather 50 S-Class Awakeners. They would handle everything after that. As they spoke, it seemed their contact time was reaching its limit, and the system began to fade. Jujin quickly asked if he could tell his brother everything, but the system's answer was a firm no. You can only tell Yu Hyun that you are assisting the system. Everything else must remain an absolute secret. Jujin still had so many questions, so many doubts swirling in his mind, but there was no more time. The system told him that even if he didn't want to, he would gradually learn the whole truth. But the time was not yet right. The illusory space shattered, and Jujin returned to the real world, safe and sound. He shot up, panicked when he realized Yu Hyun was nowhere in sight. The lush dungeon of forest and sea was gone. All that remained was a desolate wasteland, scorched by countless fires. The violet color of the flames was a dead giveaway. This destruction was Yu Han's doing. A cold dread washed over Jujin. The vibrant green dungeon had become a land of the dead, and indirectly, he was the one to blame. Jujin thought he'd been teleported to the wrong dungeon. Lost in confusion, he heard the heavy thundering of a beast charging from behind him. He spun around, his heart leaping into his throat. A colossal fire lion was pouncing straight for him. This was it. He was dead meat. But thanks to his fear-resistant skill, he kept his cool just long enough to dodge its claws. However, the danger was far from over. Jujin was only an F rank. Against a powerful B rank monster, escape was impossible. But what truly shocked him was when he used his observation skill. This one-horned fire lion was none other than Peace. But how had he gotten so big, so mature? Had years passed in the outside world while he was speaking with the system? Before he could process it, an arm wrapped around him from behind. He was suddenly thrown over his shoulder and carried off. It was Yu Hyun, but his brother was unnervingly silent, his actions grim and determined. A seed of fear began to grow inside Jujin. He scanned the ruined dungeon one last time. A land that was once teeming with life was now just a gloomy, desolate ruin, reeking of death. Jujin's voice trembled as he asked, "This place, did you burn all of this?" Yu Hyun didn't say a word, just kept marching forward. Feeling helpless, Jujin pleaded, "Wait, stop moving. Just calm down. Put me down. Yu Hyun's reply was ice cold. Do you really think I can calm down right now? Jujin promised he would explain everything. He begged Peace to intervene, but the beast just shook its head mournfully. Jujin kept repeating himself, telling Yu Hyun to calm down, to just let him go so he could explain the situation. But the more he talked, the worse it got. Yu Hyun snarled, I don't need it. Shut up, or I'll make you. Do you really want to see me completely lose it? Yu Hyun's eyes were blazing with fury, but underneath lay a storm of anxiety and helplessness. No matter what Jujin said, his brother wasn't listening anymore. He roared in frustration, shut your mouth. I thought I just had to wait a little while, because you said you'd take care of everything. I thought for once I could stop worrying about you. But at that, Yu Hyun's voice choked, unable to continue. His hand tightened like a vice on Jujin's arm. He then threw his brother to the ground and said with utter bitterness, It seems I have no other choice. Before Jujin could even understand, the cold tip of a sword was pressed against his neck. Yu Hyun's eyes were frigid, filled with desperation. It seemed Jujin's disappearance had completely shattered his sanity. It was just as the system had warned. An S-rank's good intentions can easily turn into violence. The line between love and hate is terrifyingly thin, and right now, Yu Hyun had crossed it. Without a shred of hesitation, he held the blade to his brother's throat. I can't take this anymore, so I have to kill you. Right here. If I let you live, who knows what other insane things will happen. I'll just tell everyone the dungeon boss killed you. A few people might doubt that I couldn't protect you. Not in a simple D-rank dungeon like this, but I'll just bring back your hand or your leg as proof. It might hurt a little. But from this day forward, I'll finally be able to protect you. An icy chill shot down Jujin's spine. Never in his wildest nightmares did he imagine hearing such horrifying words from his own little brother. This was protectiveness twisted into pure obsession. Seeing his brother vanish before his eyes had given Yu Hyun a crushing taste of helplessness, of his inability to protect him. Deep in his heart, Jujin was the person Yu Hyun loved most. He couldn't bear to watch his brother face danger anymore. There was only one way to stop him from recklessly throwing himself into harm's way, and that was death. Only in death would Jujin finally stay still, where he couldn't get hurt. With no hesitation, Yu Hyun raised his sword and thrust it downward. Jujin could feel death's cold embrace, but thankfully, the protective barrier from his gifted earrings activated, saving his life. Having dodged the fatal blow, Jujin screamed, You're insane. He then scrambled away in terror, trying to create some distance. But Jujin also realized Yu Hyun hadn't struck to kill instantly. If he had, he would have lost his left arm for sure. Still, Jujin wasn't just going to let his brother do as he pleased. He launched a few counterattacks, trying to buy enough time to talk some sense into him. If this is your twisted way of protecting me, I swear I'll never see you again. This time, Yu Hyun was deadly serious. He effortlessly parried Jujin's attack and spat back his frustration. Never see me again. You never plan on staying by my side anyway. You've been hiding everything from me since the very beginning. With Yu Hyun's hand clamped on his collar, Jujin had no other choice. He had to use the Master's Stone to command Peace. Stop him now. The command was given. Peace lunged forward, sinking its teeth deep into Yu Hyun's arm. Yu Hyun grit his teeth through the pain, his voice cold as ice. Did you really think this could stop me? And it was true. A B-rank monster trying to stop Yu Hyun, an S-rank hunter, was an impossible task. Yu Hyun slammed the pommel of his sword into Peace's head, then brutally slammed the beast to the ground. It was a direct hit from an enraged S-rank hunter. Peace was knocked out instantly. Jujin rushed to intervene, but after taking down Peace, Yu Hyun was already turning back to finish his original mission. With one hand, he pinned Jujin to the ground, immobilizing him. With the other, he raised his sword and plunged it down without a shred of hesitation, but it missed. Yu Hyun was still hesitating. He couldn't bring himself to strike his own brother. His head hung low as all the words he'd buried deep inside finally spilled out. I used to love making up with you, when things would just go back to normal. That's why even when you acted strangely, I pretended not to notice. But has anything you've told me been the truth? Even that fire lion, is your taming skill really M rank? If you knew how much effort it takes to tame a high-level monster, you never would have chosen it. And the forge, and even that bird. But forget all that, why do you always insist on going into dungeons? Today, too. When you disappeared, do you know how helpless I felt? I couldn't do anything. I had no idea what was happening. I was completely powerless, brother. How am I supposed to endure all of this? As he spoke, tears welled up in Yu Hyun's eyes. He truly loved his older brother more than anything. He would do anything to give Jujin a life free from danger. Wiping away his tears, Yu Hyun's voice trembled. No matter what. I can't bring myself to kill you. So now, I'll just take one of your arms. That way, you'll disappear from the hunter world forever. Don't worry, it'll be quick. I'll heal you right away with an elixir. Yu Yun gripped the sword with both hands, ready to claim his brother's left arm. Yujin's face went pale as he realized Yu Yun was dead serious. He screamed inwardly, "How much longer do I have to wait, system?" A brilliant blue light erupted, deflecting Yu Hyun's blade as a dialogue window appeared before him. Yu Hyun froze, completely stunned by the bizarre phenomenon. Yujin seized the opportunity to scramble back, creating a safe distance. Seeing his brother had calmed down a bit, Yujin began to explain. The truth is, my taming skill is S rank. I've also secretly entered dungeons a few times. That's how I got peace. It was all possible because of the system. Right now, I'm secretly helping the one who created it. I was going to tell you everything, but you lost control before I had the chance to say anything. I wasn't hiding things because I don't trust you. You're the person I trust most in this entire world. You must have been so worried about me all this time. I know you were concerned about the guild entrance security, but there was never a problem with it. That was just me using my stealth skill. Not only that, I also have poison resistance, curse resistance, fear resistance, and even a skill-sharing ability. Hearing this, Yu Hyun began to settle down. Yujin was careful to only reveal what was necessary to make Yu Hyun understand. He didn't mention that his skills were actually L rank, or about the keywords, the final gratitude skill, or the fact that he had returned 5 years from the past. Believing things had finally settled down, Yujin told Yu Hyun to ask anything he wanted, because he knew his story was almost unbelievable. An F ranker being chosen by the system was unheard of, but after what he had just witnessed, Yu Hyun had no choice but to believe. Yujin appeared perfectly relaxed, inviting his younger brother to ask any questions he might have. Yujin's manipulation skills were truly top tier. With just a few key pieces of information, he turned his rampaging brother into a docile puppy. I'm sorry. I thought you didn't trust me, so I was a little reckless. Yujin understood that his brother had only acted out of extreme worry for him. He pulled Yu Hyun into a warm, affectionate hug. I'm sorry, too. You must have been terrified when I vanished, right? The two brothers apologized back and forth, reaffirming their bond. The only one suffering was poor Peace, caught in the middle of this sappy reunion. Completely fed up with all the cheesy drama, Peace could no longer maintain its large, adult form. Yu Hyun explained that Peace only grows larger when it's absolutely necessary. Normally, even a command won't make it happen. In the end, the crisis was resolved smoothly. But if the system hadn't intervened just in time, Yujin would have lost an arm for good. Meanwhile, in the system's space, they were still observing the entire situation play out. One observer noted that Yujin's brother was extremely dangerous after that outburst, but another argued that if raised correctly, he could become an incredible protector. It's because Yu Hyun had already laid his life on the line to save Yujin once before. Another voice brings up Miu, claiming he has far more potential than Yu Hyun. But someone else argues there's no time left for Miu's power to awaken. Then, a figure shrouded in mystery speaks up, dressed like a tribal warrior and cloaked in the fur of a white wolf. If this world is doomed to fail, make sure you bring him to the next one. Miu's incredible potential has clearly caught their attention, and they refuse to let it be wasted here. That's when the rabbit-like woman turns the topic to Jujin. She agrees, wanting to escort Jujin to another world when this one finally crumbles. But one of them is certain Jujin will refuse. Even if they tried to force him, he would never obey. It seems they're pinning all their hopes on Jujin to see their grand plan through to the end. These beings from the system speak in cryptic riddles, their true motives hidden. But their goal is clear: support Jujin with everything they have. One of them approaches the woman, handing her a glass of wine. Isn't this a good thing for you too? You'll finally get that promotion from your rookie status. In the meantime, go decorate the room for our little darling. Let's have a little fun while we wait, because that spoiled brat is finally locked away. Back in Jujin's daily life, things have been going surprisingly well since his return from the dungeon. His younger brother Yu Hyun is back to his cheerful self. That murderous aura he once carried now completely gone. Baby Peace is growing up fast. And thanks to Doc Gabby, Ha Yan has gathered some incredible data for her work. The information is so groundbreaking and useful, she can barely contain her excitement. In Ha Yan's hands, this data promises a massive breakthrough in dungeon research. Ha Yan explains her uncle plans to build a research center, but she's worried that if any guilds get involved, they'll exploit her findings for profit. That's when Jujin reveals he came to her with a proposal to solve that very problem. He suggests building her research center right next to his new monster training facility. That way, her findings would be available to everyone. The location would naturally become a hub for countless hunters. And with so many hunters visiting, gathering diverse and detailed dungeon data would become incredibly easy. Ha Yan is immediately won over by his brilliant and practical solution. She's so moved she can barely speak. This is absolutely amazing. But why would you? Jujin cuts in, framing the research with a much grander purpose. You should know that research aimed at achieving world peace deserves the highest respect. In that moment, Jujin looked more magnificent to Ha Yan than ever before. His noble spirit, completely free of personal greed, left her in absolute awe of him. Little does the innocent Ha Yan know, she just became the cornerstone of Han Yujin's personal retirement fund, his ticket to living out his days in comfort. Ha Yan then makes a counteroffer. She wants to bring her entire research team with her. She shows Jujin a photo on her phone. The moment he sees it, his eyes widen. It's the very team that will one day uncover the fundamental laws of the dungeons, a team this legendary. Of course, Jujin agrees without a second thought. The deal is sealed. Now, they just wait for the center to be completed so they can get to work. This investment is absolutely crucial. If the system is right, the dungeons are multiplying faster than expected. This means the future he knows could arrive far sooner than he's prepared for. His grand plan of becoming a landlord for an early retirement is about to go up in smoke. He can no longer just wait for rent money. He needs to help Ha Yan accelerate her research by personally funding her work. Using his knowledge of the future, Jujin poured every last cent he had into the stock market. He knows this fortune won't last forever, that eventually it will all turn to dust. But for now, it's a necessary tool to speed up his plans for the crisis to come. Besides all that, his most critical mission remains: gather 50 S-rank hunters, and he knows that 5 years will fly by in an instant. The next day at the docks, Jujin and Yu Hyun are waiting for a container holding 3 new monsters when they hear Sezim call out to them. She isn't alone. With her are Yuna from the Breaker Guild and Soon from Jupiter. It looks like they were just out shopping when they heard about the 3 new monsters arriving and came over, curious to get a look. Suddenly, Yuna gives Jujin a curious look. Without hesitation, she leans in and whispers, "Are you all right?" Nothing happened, did it? Yuna is completely oblivious to the death glare burning into her back from a certain someone, a look that could kill. How could Jujin possibly admit that his own little brother nearly ripped his arm off? So he forces a smile and plays it cool. You know, some stuff happened, but it's all good now. Yuna doesn't look convinced, but she decides to drop it. She casually throws an arm around Jujin for a quick hug, making him flinch, half expecting her to snap his neck. Pressing Jujin's head into her chest, Yuna tried to use her charms to claim the 3 new monsters for herself. Yuna's provocative move sent Jujin's younger brother into a rage, his aura exploding around him. If Jujin hadn't thrown out a hand to stop him, the entire port might have been vaporized. So Young, fearing she'd lose her chance, quickly grabbed Jujin's other hand. "There's still a spot for me, right? Even if you get 3 new monsters, you'll still raise mine, won't you?" Caught between an S-rank and an A-rank hunter's display of affection, Jujin felt like his soul was about to leave his body. He thought to himself, with just a few people, his body already felt this battered. If he had to handle 50 of them fighting over him every day, he'd be torn to pieces in no time. Yu Hyun suddenly approached his older brother with a kind expression, offering him a translation necklace. Yu Hyun gently placed it in Jujin's hand and said shyly, "This will help you translate. Once the center opens, there will probably be a lot of foreigners. From now on, no matter how worried I am, I won't interfere so deeply in your affairs. Whenever you need help, just tell me. Don't try to handle everything alone. You're the most important person to me. Please remember that." It was true. Yu Hyun never showed such a surprisingly cute expression to anyone but Jujin. This cheesy display of affection sent shivers down the spines of onlookers like Yuna and Sejin. But Jujin knew this meant his brother would no longer protect him in such an extreme, overbearing way. Finally, the container holding the monster cages arrived at the port. The dockworker's call filled Jujin with anticipation for his 3 new monsters. He steeled his resolve, determined to use his abilities to prevent this world from collapsing. No matter what it took, he would create a better world for his younger brother. The container doors swung open, revealing the monsters' new homes. A man handed Jujin 3 master necklaces. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the transport crew. In their carelessness, one of the monsters had escaped. An incredibly powerful gust of wind blasted from the container, knocking all the ordinary people off their feet. From within the storm of wind, a majestic beast appeared. It was known as a griffon. The moment it appeared, it left a breathtaking impression on everyone present. The griffon is a legendary beast with the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle. Once just a European myth, it had been brought into the real world by the dungeons. It spread its massive wings, soaring heroically through the air. Yuna couldn't help but exclaim in delight, "Wow, I heard it's the undisputed king of aerial combat. I wish I could ride it." Everyone was captivated by the griffon's magnificent presence. Suddenly, the griffon turned its head, its gaze fixed on Jujin, who held the Master Stone. Boosted by his nanny title, the stone's effect was amplified, and the griffon instantly charged toward Jujin. It was trying to show its affection for him, but its overly aggressive approach terrified Jujin, who thought it was about to attack. His younger brother instantly moved to protect him, slapping the griffon away with a single blow. The protective act was so forceful it nearly snapped Jujin's neck, making him see stars. As everyone rushed to give Jujin emergency first aid, another monster crate was being lowered. No one knew what was inside, but its presence agitated the Griffon. It let out a mighty roar and flew straight toward the other cage, intent on attacking. Yuna reacted with lightning speed, creating a wind shield to block the Griffin, but the beast broke through with ease. Seijin also used his flight skill to help, but trying to restrain the creature without hurting it proved incredibly difficult. The Griffon took the chance to go on a complete rampage. So Young rushed over with a large cloth to help. It was a magical cloth obtained from a dungeon, capable of calming monsters. After a long and arduous struggle, 2 S-rank hunters and an A-rank hunter finally managed to subdue the newborn griffin. Wrapped in the magic cloth like a baby, it looked surprisingly adorable. But looking at the chaotic scene caused by a single newborn, So Young began to wonder, I don't know if we can ever truly tame monsters this powerful. Ever since the dungeons appeared, humans and dangerous creatures have been locked in a cycle of mutual destruction. The idea of making them restrain their instincts and become human companions seemed like an impossible dream. Back at the port, Yu Hyun spoke bluntly. It attacked you. It's better to just kill it. Jujin, his nearly broken neck now treated, quickly raised a hand to stop him. Who said you could kill it? I don't think that was an attack. I didn't sense any malice from it. It just doesn't know how to control its power around low-level hunters. Using his observation skill, Jujin saw its power was at C rank, with the potential to evolve all the way to S rank. Its growth condition was to consume a certain number of horse-type monsters. Jujin then asked So Young to release it one more time. He'd already told Yu Han to stay calm and to let him handle this. Jujin's goal was to teach the wild Griffon how to coexist with others. Stealing his resolve, he held out his hand, beckoning the beast to come. Freed from its bonds, the Griffon shot toward Jujin like an eager chick returning to its mother, but it couldn't control its own strength. Its talons sank deep into Jujin's arm, sending blood flying. Cradling the wounded limb, he spoke to the beast. Do you see this? I'm weak. He poured a healing potion over the gash, and once again, extended his hand. The sight of master and beast repeatedly clashing, blood spraying everywhere, left the crowd completely stunned and speechless. Jujin's brutal training session raged on. His body felt like a tattered rag, but his fighting spirit remained unbroken. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Jujin roared at the Griffon. Do you see now? Do you finally understand what it means to be weak? From the beast's bewildered expression, it seemed the message was getting through. His brother watched from the sidelines, practically having a heart attack from worry, while the girls were simply frozen in awe. Why yell about being weak like it's something to be proud of? Finally, after all that pain, with both his arms covered in wounds, the Griffon learned to control its power. It could now land gently on Jujin's arm without leaving a single scratch. Through sheer determination and genuine care, Jujin had tamed a wild beast, turning it into an incredibly devoted ally. Jujin then transferred the Griffon to Sezim's arm and asked her to cover its eyes. He had discovered the source of its agitation, the creatures trapped inside a nearby cage. Inside were 2 single-horned horses known as dark unicorns. They were trembling in fear, tears streaming from their eyes as they huddled together. The Griffon's agitation stemmed from being near the unicorns, because creatures like them are its natural prey. Hearing this, Yuna's eyes lit up. Horse-type monsters, you say? Our guild's dungeon is full of them. I can provide them for you, she offered. In exchange, let me ride the Griffon. Without a second thought, Jujin sealed the deal. Yuna also possessed wind-based abilities, making her and the wind elemental Griffon a perfect match. Yuna found herself growing more impressed with Jujin, forced to acknowledge his incredible skill. An S-rank hunter with practically 0 combat power, and yet he was accomplishing feats no one else could, not even powerful S-ranks like the AB's guild master's own brother. No, she corrected herself, it's Hunter Han Jujin. I think I can really put my trust in him. Meanwhile, in another location, the aftermath of a brutal battle was clear. No, this wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. A man was held effortlessly by the throat, pinned by a soldier-like figure using only a single hand. The assailant's voice was ice. You truly know nothing? It was the Breaker Guild that brought me the contract. It was protected by a high-level curse, yet someone managed to break it. The question of who has been consuming my thoughts. His grip tightened, squeezing the life from the man. I don't know, the victim choked out. I swear, how could I possibly know who wrote and broke the contract? Our own guild master died because of that incident. As the man's words trailed off, the soldier offered a chillingly simple reply. Is that so? And then, without a flicker of hesitation, the massive hand clenched, cruelly extinguishing the man's life. The figure bent down. A monstrous hand with sharp, demonic claws picked up a photograph of Jujin. It seems he was the mysterious assailant's next target. Himph. They're all dead. It seems I have no choice but to find the one who was kidnapped and ask him myself. Jujin's brief moment of peace was about to be shattered. A new storm was brewing on the horizon. After returning from the port with 3 new monsters, life at the training facility was anything but peaceful, thanks to the hyperactive beasts. Jujin's role had expanded from beast tamer to full-time babysitter and janitor, constantly cleaning up the messes the Griffon made. But as the Griffon reveled in its chaos, an unimpressed pair of eyes watched its every move. It was the big boss, Pies, sitting like a king on his throne. A single death glare was all it took. The Griffon turned pale with fear and scrambled to help Jujin clean up the mess. Any slower, and it probably would have lost a wing or a leg to the boss. Jujin was secretly relieved. Thanks to Piss, the hyperactive beast was learning some manners. Piss had made it crystal clear who was the alpha in this house. Jujin worked harder than a beast of burden every single day. The only moment of peace he got was when the little troublemakers were finally asleep. Dragging his exhausted body back to his room, Jujin collapsed onto his bed with a heavy sigh. Just taking care of a few of them is this exhausting. If I had to raise 50, I think it might actually shorten my lifespan. After an exhausting day, Jin finally drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, his passive skill blared a warning. The cursed poison dragon, Diavanus, had been detected. Dragged from his dream, Jin shot upright, his eyes darting around the room, searching for the source of the danger. He figured a dungeon must have opened nearby, but when he grabbed his phone, there were no official alerts. Then, right above his head, space itself seemed to tear open. A massive figure emerged, snatching the phone from his grasp. Startled, Jin looked up, locking eyes with a pair of blazing golden pupils staring down at him. It was her, the one who had annihilated that group of hunters. If not for his fear-resistant skill, he'd be paralyzed with terror. Jin was inside a facility with the tightest security imaginable. Yet this woman had walked in like it was her own home. Despite her towering frame and rippling muscles, she was undeniably a woman. She was even more muscular than Yuna, the master of the Breaker Guild. She looked incredibly dangerous, but instead of attacking, she just grinned. Impressive. How on earth did you detect me? You must be hiding some kind of special power, aren't you? But she was speaking French, so Jin couldn't understand a word. He was still reeling from the alert. It said cursed poison dragon, but this person was clearly human. She used a necklace with a translation stone to speak. Jin activated his observe skill and learned her name was Jis. She was a natural-born S-rank hunter, just like Yu Hyun and the Jupiter Guild Master. But that only deepened Jin's confusion, because in the future he came from, he'd never heard of a hunter by that name. Lost in thought, Jis suddenly leaned in close, her voice a threatening whisper. "Sweetheart, what are you reading so intently?" Before Jin could react, she grabbed his head and slammed it into the bed. "Haha, I can see your eyes darting around like crazy. Are you reading my information?" A cold wave of dread washed over Jin. This woman was just like the Jupiter Guild Master. They could both sense his ability to read information, and she could bypass security with terrifying ease. He forced himself to stay calm. One wrong move, and she would undoubtedly send him to his grave. Pinned down and completely overpowered, Jin still managed to speak with an unnervingly steady voice. "If you have business with me, couldn't you have come in the morning?" Hearing this, Jiz looked amused and released her grip. "In the morning. The guilds would be all over you. Besides, your little brother spends all day snooping around." Jiz pointed a single finger directly at Jin's forehead. At that moment, a terrifying killing intent flooded the room. "I only snuck in here to ask you a few things. But you're not just some ordinary S-rank, are you?" Her threatening words and crushing aura made Jin feel like she could end his life in a heartbeat. For any weaker hunter, the pressure alone would have been fatal. But thanks to his fear-resistant skill, Jin was completely unaffected. Jiz was shocked that her killing intent had no effect on him. Her curiosity piqued. She ripped open his shirt, searching for an item. After patting him down and finding nothing, her interest in him only grew stronger. No artifacts at all. I bet you're hiding some kind of resistance skill for poison or curses, then. You're the one who tore up that contract, aren't you? For the first time, Jin was assaulted by a woman, and his fear resistance was utterly useless. Jin scrambled into a corner, clutching his ruined shirt to preserve what was left of his dignity. He continued to play dumb, pretending he had no idea what she meant. Jis ignored his act and simply pulled out a contract. "You see, I'm starting a little business venture using my curse skill. It may be illegal and unofficial, but it's incredibly useful. Understand? Anyone who deliberately breaks it is struck blind by the curse." Staring at the document, Jin immediately recognized it. It was the same contract from the kidnappers. Jiz watched him with a calculating gaze, but he continued to deny everything. "A contract? What are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm just a weak, insignificant S-rank." But his words only made Jiz more eager to test him herself. Against her overwhelming physical power, a weak S-rank like Jin stood absolutely no chance of resisting. She moved behind him, wrapped her arms around his chest, and grabbed his hand. She forced it onto the contract, and despite his struggles, ripped it clean in two. And of course, thanks to his curse-resistant skill, nothing happened to Jin at all. Jin's face went pale at her sheer audacity, but Jis was ecstatic. She had just discovered something truly fascinating. While he was panicking, she was grinning from ear to ear. "Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you." Jin snapped back. "Then what the hell was all that just now?" Jais replied playfully. "Oh, I just wanted to find out who tore up my contract. I had to make sure my curse was still working properly. It's a skill I got from a boss in an abandoned dungeon." This was the first time Jin had ever heard of an abandoned dungeon, and it caught him completely off guard. And from the look on her face, Jis seemed more than willing to tell him all about it. She explained that once the dungeon was cleared, it simply vanished, breaking apart into digital squares like a computer glitch. Jujin pondered this grimly. The system had warned about this very phenomenon. But a dungeon like this, it wasn't supposed to appear for another 5 years. In his memory of the future, for the next 5 years, not a single S-rank hunter should possess poison or curse skills. This could only mean one thing. His return to the past had twisted the timeline, creating an unexpected and dangerous variable. This woman gained poison and curse skills after a boss raid, so she must have slain a dragon. Don't tell me she killed the cursed poison dragon, Diovanis. Jiz cheerfully admitted it. She even revealed that the title Twin Diovanis can only be earned after slaying Diovanis and its twin. It turns out she has a younger brother who's also an S-rank hunter. The two of them had worked together to take down Diovanis. That meant her brother also possessed the dragon's power. It was the only reason Jujin would have received a warning about the cursed poison dragon. Half-dragons are humans who absorb a dragon's power, slowly transforming into dragons themselves. This event had altered the past, and it would undoubtedly affect the future. This was the terrifying consequence of turning back time. Now, an S-rank hunter wielding a dragon's might existed. And it wasn't just Jiz. Her brother had it, too. Jujin was so lost in thought, he didn't realize Jiz had closed the distance between them. She stared at him with burning curiosity. "I can't believe you know all this. It seems you're a type of dragon, too, aren't you?" Jiz's intimate advance sent Jujin into a panic as he tried to shuffle away. But she grabbed his hand, pinning him down and leaning in close. Taking a deep sniff, she said, "You smell like a natural enemy. One who could easily defeat Diovanes." Jujin suspected it was because of his natural enemy of latest title. He had also killed a cursed dragon, but there was no way she could possibly know that. With a light push from her powerful muscles, Jiz sent him sprawling onto the bed. Then, she loomed over him as he stared back in pure terror. "Well now, this is interesting. I've grown so bored of ordinary humans. This is fantastic. It's been a long time since I've felt this excited." Jiz licked her lips, her eyes filled with a predatory desire. Could this be the fateful day that Jujin loses his treasured innocence? On the verge of losing his purity, Jujin's cockroach-level strength was absolutely no match for her. Just by looking at them, Jiz was easily twice his size, and as a Westerner, she was quite forward. To her, this was just some entertaining fun, a stark contrast to Jujin's utter panic as Jiz continued her advance. Her large hand caressed his chest as she whispered playfully, "What's wrong? We're about to get to know each other much better." Her boldness was terrifying for someone as inexperienced as Jujin, who had no idea what his fate would be. They say if you can't fight it, you should just lie back and enjoy it. But he couldn't let his first time be taken so easily. Just as Jiz's lips were about to meet his, Jujin's mind went into overdrive. He yelled out, "Stop. If you're going to do this, why are you still wearing your shoes on the bed?" The mood was instantly shattered. Annoyed at being shut down, a deflated Jiz released Jujin and got off the bed. Seizing his chance, Jujin immediately asked, "If you got what you wanted, why are you still here?" Jiz paused, as if remembering something, and turned back. "You're going to raise my pet too, right?" He thought he had escaped one disaster, only to find himself entangled in a brand new one. Jujin cursed internally. This woman was just one problem after another. Now she wanted him to take care of one of her monsters. Jujin was fed up and refused. "Other guilds have already signed contracts with me." "Haha, I know that. That's why I secretly snuck in here tonight to ask you." Jiz pressed a knife to his neck, but Jujin remained strangely composed. "Is this really how you ask someone for a favor?" Though the situation was dire, Jujin couldn't pass up the chance to acquire a natural-born S-rank monster. Besides, he had a mission to influence 50 S-rank hunters, so he decided to temporarily agree to look after her pet. Whether he could actually influence her or not would depend on what happened next. The next morning, Dong Han arrived with supplies only to walk in on a scene of total chaos. The room was a complete disaster, and Jujin was sprawled on the floor, utterly exhausted. He looked like he had just survived a brutal war. It turned out that after a night of grueling negotiations, he had accepted Jiz's request. They agreed to keep in secret contact through text messages. The most infuriating thing about this woman was her domineering personality. She always did exactly what she wanted, but at least his life was safe. And more importantly, his innocence of nearly 30 years was still intact. Facing off against an S-rank hunter was no joke. A single night had left him looking completely haggard. Jujin considered using the keyword pouch to influence G's, especially since his natural enemy effect would double its power. She'd be affected the moment he spoke the keyword. However, since he didn't truly understand her yet, Jujin decided against such a reckless move. Seeing Jujin muttering to himself in deep thought, a worried Dong Han rushed over to check on him. The muscular young man was a truly devoted caretaker. He quickly cleaned Jujin's messy room until it was sparkling. Then, he took Jujin's hand to comfort him. Taking care of these monsters must be exhausting. Whenever you feel tired, just call for me. I'll rush to your side to help in an instant. Sung Han's sincere care moved Yujin to the brink of tears. I love you, man. You're truly a wonderful person. To Yujin, Sung Han was like the grandfather he had lost and deeply respected. Thanks to him, Yujin's spirits were finally lifting. He decided to focus on helping those around him. The issue with Sung Han could wait for another day. Suddenly, a system window materialized, announcing that Sung Han was now eligible to evolve. Yujin grabbed Sung Han's face, examining him closely, and realized he could finally ascend to S rank. He immediately called his younger brother to map out a plan. Yu Hyun was completely stunned. This was the first he ever heard of a pseudo-awakened being able to level up, but the conditions were anything but simple. The pseudo-awakened had to complete one of 3 requirements. First, defeat an A-rank dungeon boss in a single strike. Second, hunt an S-rank monster solo. And third, eliminate an SS-rank monster with a team of less than 10 people. All 3 conditions were unbelievably brutal. Yu Hyun believed the third condition was the most feasible, but the problem was SS-rank monsters only appeared overseas. Yujin, however, was leaning toward the first option. He even had a strategy for Sung Han to take down the boss in one clean blow. And so, Yujin began to reveal his plan. First, they'd equip Sung Han with items that had overwhelming defensive power. Then, Yiram would use her Shadowless Day skill to amplify his strength. Finally, Yujin himself would use his sharing ability to double Sung Han's power. Before he could finish, Yujin felt an invisible hand choking him. Yu Hyun's eyes blazed as he demanded, "Wait a minute. Why are you part of this plan?" Yu Hyun fiercely protested his brother risking his own life. He couldn't let his brother enter a deadly A-rank dungeon, especially when Yujin was a mere F-rank. Despite this, Yujin's resolve was absolute. He knew that his presence was the crucial key to the plan's success. He listed every reason, even bringing up his B-rank shield earrings to persuade him. But Yu Hyun wouldn't budge, because this time they were going in for a real battle, not a casual stroll. On top of that, Yujin's skill required direct physical contact, meaning he'd have to stand right beside Sung Han during the boss fight. The risk was far too great. With the stats of an F rank, he would be instantly wiped out. So no matter what Yujin said, Yu Hyun refused. But Yujin had already planned for this. He pulled out a bracelet-like item for Yu Hyun to inspect. It was something he commissioned from Myung Woo. It was a special protective artifact, unlike any common shield. The bracelet could only be used a single time, but its effect was immensely powerful, capable of nullifying all types of damage for a full 10 minutes. Yujin clapped his brother's shoulder and began his final plea. Yu Hyun, Sung Han will soon be an S-rank hunter. An S-rank defensive hunter at that. The AB guild will become even more powerful. I'm going to make that a reality, so please, just trust me. After that, Yujin went to meet with Sung Han and Miu. Though it took some time, with his L-rank level persuasion skills, he finally convinced them all. At last, the day of the dungeon raid arrived, and the members of the AB guild assembled in full force. Sung Han still looked worried for Yujin's safety, but his leader's calm demeanor helped ease some of his tension. Since this was such a critical raid, Yujin had invited Moon Han-ah from the Breaker Guild for added security. Naturally, she was very intrigued by the invitation. Just when they thought everyone was present, an uninvited guest appeared. Judging by the look on Yujin's face, this person was not welcome. The cause of this discomfort was none other than the master of the #1 guild, Sung Hyun-jae, a man as handsome and stylish as he was wealthy. The A-rank dungeon they were about to enter was named the City of Golems, a place crawling with golems and armies of the undead. This was a dangerous and terrifying dungeon. The monsters inside moved slowly, but their bodies were incredibly tough. The original plan was to separate them and take them down one by one. However, from Yujin's expression, it was clear that things had gone off script. Inside the city, immense power was laying waste to everything. Ice, fire, and wind raged violently under the command of the S-rank hunters. Yerim, Moon Hyun-ah, and Yu Hyun were wiping everything out. The notoriously durable monsters were now as fragile as tofu before their overwhelming might. This A-rank dungeon raid team had 4 S-rank hunters, a lineup unheard of even in the future that Yujin knew. The 3 of them went on a rampage, attacking the monsters without any strategy at all. Each one fought on their own, using their own power. It was like they were competing to see who could rack up the highest kill count. Seeing this, Yujin felt reassured. With the power of these S-rank hunters, the dungeon would be cleared in no time. Sung Han explained that having multiple S-rank hunters enter the same dungeon was a violation of the rules. It was partly to keep them spread out to prevent unexpected dungeon breaks. The other reason was the very scene unfolding before them now. There was no question about it. All 3 S-rank hunters were absolute powerhouses, but their teamwork was a complete disaster. They were so lost in their own attacks they didn't care if they struck an ally. Their skills clashed in a chaotic mess, even canceling each other out completely. For instance, when Regis used a wide area lightning skill to freeze the golems, Yu Hyun's dark flames would instantly melt them. Moon Hyuna was just as bad, only focusing on her own assault. Her powerful winds even swept up Regis in their path. In short, despite their strength, they just got in each other's way, showing zero team spirit. While the 3 were busy causing chaos, Yujin noticed someone who was standing perfectly still and calm. It was Sung Hyunjae, the guild master of Jupiter, the man known as the strongest in the world. He just stood there observing with a relaxed air, dressed impeccably. His coat was an SS rank item with fire resistance called the Wings of the Fire Dragon Selena. This was the very same item that would cause Yu Hyun a bitter defeat in a future ranking battle. Yujin stared daggers at Sung Hyunjae, wanting nothing more than to rip that coat right off him. Sung Hyunjae seemed to feel his intense gaze and spoke up. "I can feel you glaring at me, you know." Yujin quickly tried to play it off. "Ha ha ha. I'm just grateful that the guild master of Jupiter himself would travel so far to be here." Sung Hyunjae replied with a smile. "You're simply borrowing my guild's dungeon. I just came to check on things." Despite the smile on his face, Yujin just wished he would leave. "Ha ha. We're totally fine. You can head back now." Sung Hyunjae ignored Yujin's not-so-subtle hint to leave, his smile sending a chill down his spine. "How sad. Isn't it time you opened up a little? Why won't you accept my pet?" Just as Yujin was fumbling for an answer, Moon Hyuna's voice cut in. "Sung Hyunjae, what are you doing? Did you just come here to play? Or are you just too old to have any strength left?" That woman truly had a venomous tongue, always provoking others. Having been invited to help, Sung Hyunjae didn't refuse. He casually flicked his finger, and a colossal bolt of golden lightning instantly struck Moon Hyuna's position. This version of help made Yujin and Peace, who were standing nearby, turn pale. Yujin immediately demanded, "What kind of help is that? Why would you do that? How could you attack your own colleague?" In response to Yujin's question, Sung Hyunjae simply asked, "Colleague." That one cryptic response made Yujin realize their relationship was far more complicated than he ever imagined. Down below, after that helpful attack, Moon Hyuna's veins bulged with absolute fury. "Ugh, that damn Sung Hyunjae. You want to fight, is that it? Let's go." Like a ferocious tigress, Moon Hyuna gripped her weapon and charged straight for the cliff. Sung Hyunjae didn't even try to resist. Instead, he dodged back and hid behind Yujin, causing all 3 of them to go pale with fright. Moon Hyuna was stunned, never expecting Sung Hyunjae to play so dirty. Her attack was already launched, and there was no time to pull it back. Sung Hyunjae desperately summoned all his power to create a protective shield. The 2 men and 1 beast screamed in terror, the blood draining from their faces. From above, Moon Hyuna was trying with all her might to stop her attack, but with the speed she was descending, the outcome was impossible to predict. A massive explosion erupted as her weapons slammed into the ground. Moon Hyuna landed with terrifying force, shattering the cliffside. Luckily, she had managed to stop just in time. The attack landed a single footstep away from where Yujin stood. Any closer, and the entire group would have been wiped out. Yujin and Sung Hyunjae clung to each other, trembling, endlessly thanking the heavens they were alive. However, the fact that Yujin had just been in mortal danger obviously displeased someone. Yu Hyun immediately started yelling, "Why are you more careful? Didn't you see my brother standing right there? How could you act so recklessly?" The 2 of them immediately erupted into a fiery war of words. And as usual, after the shouting match came the physical fight. Neither was willing to back down as they charged at each other. Standing on the sidelines, Yujin anxiously asked Sung Hyunjae to intervene, but he was the one who started this whole mess in the first place. He just replied nonchalantly, "There's nothing we can do. S ranks should work alone, not in groups." Even though dungeons don't explode as often as they used to, it's still forbidden for S ranks to enter together. Now that they're all here, this is the perfect chance for them to settle their differences with their fists. The arrival of the Jupiter Guild Master was something Yujin hadn't planned for, making the situation even more complicated. It was only then that Eugen truly understood why S-rank hunters should never enter a dungeon together. While Eugen's party was in total chaos, in another corner of the dungeon, Regis was happily killing monsters and collecting items. It wasn't until massive explosions started to echo through the dungeon that the girl finally took notice. The battle between Moon Hyuna and Yu Hyuna was still raging intensely. They seemed to be pouring every ounce of their strength into the fight, as if they'd never had the chance before. With no need to hold back, they both unleashed their most powerful skills. Eugen watched from the sidelines, worried sick, with no idea how to separate them. With his own feeble strength, just getting a little too close would be enough to get him erased. Despite the ferocity of their clash, there wasn't a trace of hatred on their faces. In fact, they looked ecstatic. It seemed the boring world outside had held them back for far too long. This was a rare chance to finally cut loose without a single worry. They exchanged hundreds of blows, yet neither could gain the upper hand. As expected, the power gap between S-rank hunters is almost non-existent. Victory would likely be decided in a single, fleeting moment. Shockwaves from their colliding weapons radiated outwards, causing the very ground to fracture and split. Thanks to Sung Han's protective shield, Jujin was safe, for now. But as the battle grew more intense, Jujin's anxiety spiked. If this kept up, someone was bound to get hurt, and he knew the first casualty would be him. Even with Sung Han's barrier, stone fragments supercharged by the S-rank clash pierced through his defenses, making Jujin wince in pain again and again. Yu Han noticed his brother was taking collateral damage from their fight. He immediately broke off his attack, leaving a bewildered Mun Hyuna standing there as he rushed to his brother's side. Yu Han's voice was laced with worry. "Did you inhale smoke? Did a rock fragment hit you? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Is your nose okay?" Just as he was in the heat of battle, his opponent bailed. Mun Hyuna chased after him, demanding they continue the fight. Yu Han turned back, his expression deadly serious. "My brother is here. Watch yourself." In that instant, Jujin hatched a plan to end this pointless battle. It was a bit pathetic, but what else could a mere F rank do? Activating his ultimate triple L rank acting skill, Jujin's body went limp. He collapsed dramatically to the ground and began to wail. "Oh, heavens above. A fragile F rank hunter like me is about to ascend. Pity me, a worthless bottom-tier hunter. Just because you S ranks are busy fighting, I'm over here dying of anxiety and fear. My God, I can't even sleep. And there's not a single healer around. I'm going to die at this rate." As expected, Jujin's masterclass performance made his younger brother's face turn pale with worry. Even the battle-crazed Mun Hyuna started to feel a pang of guilt. "I had no idea F ranks were this fragile. My apologies. We probably shouldn't have made the atmosphere so tense." Mun Hyuna's words were the perfect opening for Jujin to lay it on even thicker. His eyes narrowed as he snapped. "You two should be ashamed of yourselves. Look at Sung Han and Piz. They know how to behave better than you. Focus on the hunt. We still have to get out of here. Are you two children bickering like this all day long?" Though he was only an F rank, the authority in his voice was that of a team captain. From out of nowhere, Jujin produced a cap with a magnificent F rank logo and placed it on his head. With a whistle in hand, he began directing them like a seasoned coach. "Mun Hyuna, 3 o'clock. Deal with those golems. Sung Han, patrol the perimeter. Yu Han, circle around behind that building." He may be a lowly F rank, but with his triple L rank silver tongue, he had the S ranks following his every command. Only then did Jujin let out a sigh of relief, having finally wrangled this chaotic mess. He figured separating them was the only way to stop their bickering. Just then, a status window appeared. "Congratulations! You have received a new SS rank skill, the Fearsome Chicken Herder skill. This is a skill that allows the user to make other awakeners follow their will." Are the kids not listening? With this skill, you have nothing to worry about. It was a truly overpowered ability, perfectly suited for someone with his god-tier acting and peerless persuasion. Hurting these S ranks would be a piece of cake. Not only was he stunned by the skill's name, but even the beings in the system seemed to think something was a little off about it. Finally, the exhausting day full of turmoil came to a close. Night in the ruined dungeon was surprisingly serene and beautiful. Everyone finally had a moment to rest and recover. Sung Han brought Jujin a hot cup of coffee to help him relax. Looking out at the shattered dungeon landscape, Jujin couldn't help but feel impressed. They really are amazing. At this rate, we'll be out of here in no time. Jujin finally had a moment to observe his surroundings. The place they were resting in looked like an ancient church or castle. This ruined dungeon was likely a beautiful city once, but according to the system's information, these were the last remnants of another world that had already fallen. They were trying to stop the dungeons from multiplying. But there were always those who sought to accelerate their spread. Can I really stop it from happening, or will I meet the same fate? Can we truly prevent the collapse with just 50 S-rank hunters? Like the system said, the real problem was, how could he possibly control this bunch? In stark contrast to their explosive battle earlier, the entire group was now sitting peacefully around a campfire. Regim was complaining that they had all the fun fighting without inviting her to join in. It seemed like every S rank was a battle maniac. When Yuhun said Regim still lacked experience and skill, she shot back defensively, claiming she only lacked gear. She swore that once she sold all these magic stones and bought new equipment, she'd wipe the floor with all her— Moon Hyuna excitedly jumped in, ready to tease him too. Each one had their own unique personality. One was a whirlwind of energy, another was lost in thought, and one was a deep, unreadable abyss like Sung Hyunjae. Yujin constantly had to figure out how to keep this volatile group from exploding. Moon Hyuna touched the singed tips of her hair, looking troubled. Regim figured the solution was simple, just chop it all off. But Moon Hyuna admitted she didn't even want long hair in the first place. It was purely for commercial purposes, a demand she had to meet for the old geezers who sponsored her guild. Who could argue with them? They told her she had to maintain a certain virtuous image as a female S-rank hunter. Regim just smirked mockingly, and just like that, the two were at each other's throats again. Moon Hyuna sighed. Sometimes, being in a dungeon is more relaxing. I hope one day I get to punch those old men right in the face. Maybe the Breaker Guild should have been independent like Jupiter, under Guild Master Sung Hyunjae. Now that was a man with handsome, noble charisma. Sung Hyunjae lifted a teacup to his lips, took a sip, and replied, "One cannot live their entire life in chains. They only understand money, which is precisely why the MKC incident happened. Besides, those who know nothing of high-level dungeons will never understand us. Those pathetic weaklings can hardly be considered the same species as us." Hearing Sung Hyunjae's cold, profound words, Yujin had a chilling realization. Those with power far surpassing ordinary people. They were apex predators, capable of controlling all other living things. They were forced to suppress their true instincts when living in normal society. Only inside a dungeon, a place without rules, could they finally unleash their true nature. It made Yujin realize that his brother, who seemed so normal on the outside, was constantly holding himself back. Was it not because he was a kind younger brother, but simply because I'm an F rank? Is that why he's suppressing everything he wants to do? Is it just because of me? Yujin's dark train of thought was broken by Yu Haeyun's voice. "What's wrong, Haeyun? You don't look so good." But no matter what Yu Haeyun truly was, one thing would never change. To him, Yujin was the most important person in the world. Yu Haeyun noticed every tiny gesture, every small action, every flicker of expression on his brother's face. To help him rest up for a new day, Regim tossed a sleeping bag to Yujin to ensure he kept his strength up. "Go on and sleep, old man. We're S ranks, so we'll be fine without it. We'll take turns raiding the dungeon in teams of 2. Seeing the group getting along, even for a moment, brought a wave of relief over Yujin. But then, he asked a serious question that made the entire group freeze. "You're all not going to fight anymore, right? Remember, you're only here to hunt monsters, nothing else. If you fight again, I'm telling Myungwoo." With that threat hanging in the air, Yujin left the troublemakers and crawled into his sleeping bag with a heavy sigh. Just 4 of them, and he was already exhausted. So what in the world was he going to do with 50? Still, he had to trust the system. He just had to complete each small task, one by one, and with his ability, he would eventually gather 50 S ranks to protect the world. Drifting in his thoughts, Yujin fell asleep before he knew it. Soon after, a major event for the AB Guild was underway. Hunter Kim Sun-han's promotion ceremony to S rank. Yujin approached with a bouquet of flowers, ready to congratulate him. But Kim Sung-han's attitude was ice cold. He swatted the flowers away, his face like thunder. "I'm leaving AB today. What good is being an S rank anyway?" The moment he finished speaking, Yu Hyun appeared from nowhere, his sword already drawn. Then, the other S ranks suddenly materialized, spoiling for a fight. A world-shaking battle between S-rank hunters was about to erupt. "Stop!" Yujin screamed. Turns out, it was all a nightmare. He had opened his eyes and yelled at the real Kim Sung-han, only to realize his mistake and scratch his head in embarrassment. At that very moment, the continuous crackle of lightning drew both of their attentions. Yujin's eyes widened, searching for what was happening. Seeing the wary look on Yu-hun's face, he knew. They were fighting again. Another massive explosion echoed, making Yujin flinch. High above, on 2 tall pillars of a distant castle, Moon Hyuna was in the middle of another brawl, and this time, her opponent was Sung Hyunjae. Judging by Moon Hyuna's injuries and the fresh scratches on Sung Hyunjae, this duel had been raging for quite a while as Yujin slept. She poured a divine healing potion over her arm. Moon Hyuna's voice cut through the air. "Why are you dragging this on for so long? Is it because of Han Yujin?" Sung Hyunjae just offered a faint smile, not answering. Moon Hyuna pressed on. "He might have a rare skill, but he's still just an F rank." At this, Sung Hyunjae finally replied. You shouldn't discriminate based on rank. I think this will be very entertaining. What's truly strange is that he shows no fear at all. Not only that, he's incredibly insolent. Hearing Sung Hyunjae's words, it was clear he had some kind of scheme involving Yujin. Her wounds healed. Moon Hyuna launched herself forward once more. Sung Hyunjae remained perfectly calm, merely manipulating his chains to block the tip of her spear. Looking at the two of them, even though they were both S ranks, the scale of power was clearly tilted in Sung Hyunjae's favor. This reality only fueled Hyuna's fury. Don't you dare touch him. He is not your toy. As soon as the words left her mouth, her attacks became a relentless storm, each strike packed with far more power and deadly precision than before. But every single one of her furious attacks was blocked by an impenetrable fortress of chains. In stark contrast, Yu-hyun remained completely composed, his calmness almost unnerving. He effortlessly parried her every move, retaliating with powerful blasts of lightning. Hyun-ah's patience was wearing thin. As she attacked, she growled, "Just wait until I get my magic beast. Your Jupiter will be toast then." The duel between them raged on, a fiery exchange of devastating skills. Seeing this, Yujin prepared to step in and intervene. But the shockwaves from their clash were so intense that Sung Hyunjae, worried for Yujin, also moved to step forward. However, witnessing the world-shaking battle between two S-rank hunters, Sung Hyunjae realized just how terrifying their power truly was. An invisible pressure pushed down on him, making it impossible to get close enough to stop them. So Yujin let out a massive shout, which instantly grabbed their attention, forcing them to pause. "I heard you guys were using this dungeon as a personal training room." His sudden appearance brought their heated battle to an abrupt halt. Yujin immediately began scolding them both for taking advantage of him being asleep to start a fight. It was then that Sung Hyunjae's words finally hit Hyun-ah. Yujin truly knew no fear. Normally, the mere pressure from an S-rank hunter was enough to make lower-rank hunters tremble in terror. Yujin continued his lecture. "If you're a guild leader, you need to act with more dignity. You can never predict what might happen inside a dungeon." Before he could finish his sentence, Yujin was suddenly overcome with dizziness. A status window flashed before his eyes with a single warning: "Get away." Still reeling from the vertigo, Yujin yelled a warning to everyone: "Everybody, get as far away from here as you can, now." The moment he finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently, like an earthquake. Chunks of earth and rock were thrown into the air. Sung Hyunjae was forced to instantly create a barrier to protect Yujin. The fear resistance skill activated, and Yujin calmed down, his eyes scanning for Hyun-ah and Jim. The two of them were hovering high in the air, also shouting warnings for everyone to move from their current positions. The tremor grew stronger by the second. Jim screamed, "This isn't an earthquake. Get back." Right beneath where the four of them stood, the ground cracked wide open and then shattered completely. From the depths of the earth, something colossal began to rise. All four of them, plus one magic beast, scrambled to move. They were all still in shock, with no idea what was happening. From beneath the ground, a monstrously huge creature shaped like a toad emerged. Its skin was completely covered in a thick layer of hardened rock and earth. Despite entering countless dungeons and facing thousands of monsters, this was the first time any of them had seen a creature like this. Yujin looked extremely worried because he knew exactly what it was: a rank 1 giant toad. Its name was the Mountain-Swallowing Calamity, and its current rank was SS. An SS rank monster had just appeared inside an A rank dungeon. While everyone else was focused on the boss, Sung Hyunjae was watching Yujin intently. He muttered to himself. He definitely noticed it before it appeared. If that wasn't a coincidence, what is he trying to hide this time? Sung Hyunjae observed Yujin with sharp eyes, certain the handsome young man had some kind of hidden agenda. At that same moment, back in Yujin's room at the Ibisu Guild, the Great Griffon was taking full advantage of Yujin's absence to cause a ruckus. But the baby chick seemed to have other plans. It chirped at the caretaker, demanding she open Yujin's door. The fact that Yujin wasn't there made it cry out in distress. The caretaker was too busy chasing the destructive Griffon to notice. The chick seemed to sense something was wrong. It grew sorrowful, its desperate cries growing louder. Following its calls, a spatial gate slowly began to form. An L-rank skill appeared, bearing the name Ruler of Space. Could this tiny chick really possess such an incredible power? The spatial gate widened, and the chick saw peace on the other side, running toward it joyfully. But just a few steps from the gate, the Griffon came crashing down on top of it. The giant's body slammed into the chick, knocking it unconscious. The moment the chick lost consciousness, the spatial gate vanished with it. Back inside the dungeon, the group was now facing an overwhelmingly powerful SS rank monster. They were still reeling, unable to understand how it could have appeared in an A-rank dungeon. There was absolutely no information on this monster. Hyuna had no idea how to even begin to defeat it. It looked enormous and seemed slow, and yet a single stomp from its foot was enough to shatter the ground and send tremors through the entire area. The sheer force of the wind from that stomp alone made the group feel an immense, terrifying power. The toad began to move, chasing after them to attack. With no strategy to fight it, the group had no choice but to flee. Jim yelled, "We have to use a dungeon stone to escape." But Eugen stopped him. "No, we can't just leave it like this. If a dungeon break happens and this thing gets out, it will be a catastrophe for all of humanity." He knew this for a fact. This very incident was supposed to happen in a few years in a small town in China. When this toad appeared there, it caused horrific devastation, both in human lives and property. Right now, this dungeon was located in the heart of the city. If a dungeon break were to happen here, this entire city would be annihilated. That meant they had to destroy it, no matter the cost. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Du Huna and Jejim rejoined the formation, ready for battle. Facing such a high-level monster, Jejim unleashed her strongest skills from the very beginning. She immediately cast her SS rank buff, Shadowless Sun, to amplify Du Huna's power. Infused with new strength, Du Huna charged the monstrous toad, unleashing a double-powered blast of black fire to incinerate it. Just as expected, the buff pushed Du Huna's flames to terrifying new heights. The inferno raged, seemingly powerful enough to devour everything in its path, and the searing heat made the beast flinch. Its weak point is the back of its neck. Jujin yelled, "Aim for that." Following her brother's command, Du Huna circled behind the toad, swinging her sword down at the scar on its neck. But even after 10 consecutive strikes, she couldn't break through its incredibly thick, tough hide. From above, Hoi joined the assault, diving straight down with his spear and shouting, "Get out of the way. Critical strikes are my specialty," he roared. His powerful thrust was amplified by the sheer velocity of his descent. The tip of his spear managed to pierce the creature's thick skin, but it only went halfway in before stopping. Using the embedded spear for leverage, he dragged it sideways, tearing a long, deep gash across the back of the toad's neck. But it was all for nothing. The monster's regenerative ability was absurdly fast. In a flash, the gaping wound sealed itself shut as if it had never been there. Sung Hoon entered the fray, using his SS rank chains to bind the toad and restrict its movement. He then summoned a bolt of lightning from the sky, striking the exact same spot on its neck. Jujin realized that even though the attack was incredibly powerful, it barely seemed to faze the toad. At most, it just annoyed it. The pain only enraged the beast further. It crouched and leaped high into the air, then slammed back down onto the ground. The impact shook the entire dungeon like a massive earthquake. A devastating shockwave erupted from the point of impact, shattering the surrounding earth and sending stone fragments flying like bullets. Huge cracks spiderweb across the ground, looking as if the very world was being torn apart. The nearby ruins, already unstable, began to crumble completely from the tremors. Jujin's party struggled just to stay on their feet and avoid the deadly fallout. While the others worried about their own safety, the toad's wound had already healed completely. A nervous Hoi urged everyone to retreat, but of course, Jujin had no intention of backing down. He quickly devised a plan to take down the boss, but it would require everyone to work together perfectly. Normal skills would never be able to pierce its defenses. They needed a real strategy. Jujin began assigning roles to each member. First up was Jejim, her mission to completely freeze the boss's neck. Next, Du Huna would immediately hit the frozen area with her black flames. Everyone realized what he was doing using basic physics. The rapid temperature change from ice to fire would weaken the monster's skin. Sung Hoon asked curiously, "How do you know all this with just a monster training skill?" Deep in thought, Jujin gave a curt reply. "Let's just say I have a special talent for it." Jujin returned to his plan. The third attacker would be Huiyan. But Huiyan was hesitant. They had never fought as a coordinated team before. He worried that if the plan failed, they would only make the beast angrier. He wanted to practice first, but Jujin was firm. "What if I told you it will work? We have to repeat the attack at the perfect moment. To do that, we need to be connected, to understand each other's intent. Without perfect sync, this is impossible. And I will be the one to guarantee that sync." Jujin announced he would use a skill to make it happen. A skill he had just acquired yesterday called Command Link. Jujin explained to the group that it was a special command-type skill he had just received the day before. Du Huna was shocked. Jujin simply said that he must have met some hidden condition and received it as a reward. This skill would allow Jujin to command other Awoken, compelling them to follow his will. It could link countless individuals, allowing them to work in perfect harmony with the user at the center of it all. "There's more to it," he explained. "First, it affects your mind and your mana." Jujin pulled out a mana potion and began to drink. He told Du Huna and Jejim to stand beside him. "Second, if anyone under its influence resists, the backlash could affect me." After chugging the potion, Jujin prepared to activate the skill. Skill. Command Link. Activate. A brilliant blue magic circle materialized beneath them. Instantly, all three of their eyes began to glow a vibrant gold, proof that they were now connected. Jujin could feel it immediately. A psychic connection had formed between the three of them. He could even sense what they were about to do or say. Du-Huna, however, couldn't feel any difference yet. Yujin then activated the skill, truly connecting the two hunters. Du-Huna and Jejim felt the difference immediately. It was as if the other's mind was now inside their own body. To test it, they aimed their weapons right at each other. As expected, the spear and sword met perfectly, tip to tip. It was proof their minds were completely in sync. Moon-Hyuna was also eager for a taste of the action. Her mission was to shatter the boss's hide right after Du-Hyuna burned it. To protect her from the flames, Yujin would have her ride Peace. And of course, the devoted pet lover was absolutely ecstatic. She looked as happy as a child who'd just been handed a pile of allowance money. This was a mental connection skill, so it took a heavy toll on the user's mind. Negative feedback was an unavoidable side effect. It was especially dangerous for an F ranker like Eugene to connect with an S ranker. But if the target was influenced by his keyword, the negative backlash would be significantly reduced. Eugene reached into his pocket, saying he had something for Moon-Hyuna. Everyone wondered what he was about to pull out. Suddenly, he shot her a finger heart, declaring, "This is my heart, I love you." He felt they were close enough now to try using his keyword on her directly. However, his cheesy move was a complete and utter failure. To avoid any misunderstanding, Eugene frantically waved his hands, explaining, that was my way of saying thank you. You came into the dungeon with us. And even though I called you annoying, you took it all so graciously." Moon-Hyuna was surprisingly relaxed about it. In fact, his words reminded her of a senior colleague, and just like that, the keyword somehow managed to take effect. With 3 down, only one remained the most intimidating of them all. The master of the Jupiter Guild, Sung Hyunjae. Yujin decided to test his keyword on Sung Hyunjae, but as expected, it had absolutely no effect. His words meant nothing to the S-rank hunter. Before trying his main skill, Yujin warned him, "I'm going to use my ability on you now, so please, just accept it." However, just as Yujin was halfway through activating the skill, Sung Hyunjae rejected it. The backlash was immediate. A wave of agony crashed over Yujin, sending him into a violent coughing fit as exhaustion washed over his face. It seems Sung Hyunjae was just testing him. Yujin shot him an annoyed glare. "I told you not to refuse," he rasped. Sung Hyunjae just offered a calm, faint smile. "I only rejected it a little." Seeing Yujin's weakened state, Moon-Hyuna rushed to his side. As a silent apology, Sung Hyunjae removed his own coat and draped it over Yujin's shoulders. By now, the young man was truly exhausted. A single F rank, trying to control 4 S ranks and a high-level beast. Knowing he couldn't maintain this state for long, Yujin urged the team to start the plan before he collapsed. The condition was simple: kill the SS rank monster. If they succeeded, Song Han would get his rank up. That meant Seong Han would be the one to start the battle. Standing on a high ledge, he drew his bow with all his might and let the arrow fly. The arrow screamed through the air with terrifying power. But against the boss's hide, it was no more than a toothpick. The opening move was made. Now, it was time for the real plan. Yujin poured all his energy into his stat-boosting buff. His second skill, Frozen Breath, activated. Absolute Zero, a storm of ice erupted, blasting straight toward the boss's neck. Instantly, not just the boss, but the entire area was flash frozen. Behind them, Du-Hyuna was already preparing for the second act. Ultimate Black Flame. A torrent of violet fire ignited, engulfing a vast area in thousands of degrees of heat, scorching the boss's skin. The intensity of the black flames was horrifying. Even from a distance, and with a fire-resistant cloak, Yujin found it hard to breathe. As the ice rapidly vaporized, Moon-Hyuna, mounted on Peace's back, was ready to charge. "Let's go, Peace." The timing was perfect. All they needed was Yujin's command. But the pressure on him was now so immense, he felt like he could pass out at any second. Yujin clutched his head, desperately calculating the perfect moment. Just a little longer. It had to be after Du-Hyuna's flames died down slightly, but right before the monster's skin regenerated. The power of Peace's legs. Moon-Hyuna's speed. The lingering flames of Du-Hyuna. And the moment Sung Hyunjae would deliver the final blow. Come on. The side effects of his link skill crushed his mind and body. Blood trickled from his nose, and his legs finally gave out. Just then, Sung Hyunjae caught Yujin, slinging his arm over his shoulder for support. "We should get moving soon, too. I think I know when I need to jump in," he said calmly. "So for now, just focus on Moon-Hyuna." Sung Hyunjae's words lessened Yujin's mental burden. Utterly exhausted, he murmured, "Hold me tight. The skill share only works if I'm touching you." With one arm supporting Yujin's limp body, Sung Hyunjae summoned his chains with the other. The precise moment had arrived. Peace and Moon-Hyuna stood ready, waiting for the signal. The distance, the timing, The remaining flames, every element was perfectly aligned. Right at that instant, Yujin gave the command. Peace exploded forward on his powerful legs, charging at unbelievable speed straight for the boss's neck. In the early days after the dungeon breaks, monsters like these had poured into the world, causing catastrophic damage. But back then, most of them were just low-level creatures. As time ticked by, the dungeons grew ever more treacherous. Monstrous beings of overwhelming power began to emerge from the darkness. The S-rank hunters, who once fought alone, would soon face a time where cooperation was their only path to survival. And for that, the system controller's skill was born, a power that could link them together, allowing them to fight as one flawless unit. If an equal tried to control your body and thoughts, you would naturally resist. But if that control came from a seemingly weak F-rank hunter, it was a different story entirely. This unique skill would ensure that the S-rank hunter's first joint operation would go off without a hitch. Back in the battle against the colossal toad, the perfect moment had arrived. Jujin gave the signal to attack, and Ha-Yun-Ah, filled with excitement, let out a war cry from atop P's. "Let's go, Pies!" Rider and Beast unleashed their full power, charging straight for the giant toad's weak spot. Hyuna poured all of her strength and her most powerful skill into her spear, plunging it downwards with everything she had. A deafening crash echoed through the dungeon. The shockwave blasted away the surrounding dust and rock, revealing the gaping wound on the toad's back. Hyuna continued to push down with all her might, driving the spear deeper and deeper into the monster's flesh. The team watched with bated breath, their plan now 3/4 of the way to completion. But standing on the boss's back, Yuna's weakened black flames still presented a deadly obstacle. Even with Piss's support, Hyuna couldn't escape the inferno unscathed. Her body was scorched by the flames, but the searing pain only fueled her battle ecstasy. A wild, satisfied laugh escaped her lips. "Ha ha! This rush is incredible." With Hyuna's immense strength, the spearhead finally pierced through and tore apart the monster's rock-hard skin. A geyser of green fluid erupted from the wound like a pressurized column of water as the toad let out an earth-shattering roar of agony. Yuna had executed her part of the plan perfectly. High above, Sung-hyun flew over the monster's head, ready for his role. The task of finishing it off had been left to him. Jujin raised his left arm, the bracelet a silent reminder of his promise. "I've got this bracelet. Just unleash your full power." The veteran F-rank skill activated, doubling the proficiency of his shared skills. Sung-hyun raised his hand and began to channel his technique. Arcs of golden lightning started crackling from his fingertips. SS-rank skill, Chain Lightning. His weapon pulsed with the raw power of the storm. The energy accumulation was complete. Sung-hyun swung his arm forward, unleashing a devastating tempest. A storm of thunder and lightning descended from the heavens. Its power was absolutely unstoppable. Anything caught in this unprecedented attack would pay the ultimate price. Even Sung-hyun himself was shocked by the overwhelming power he had just unleashed. The lightning strike, like divine punishment, slammed directly into the boss's neck. Unable to fight back, it could only stand there and take the punishment, letting out agonizing cries. Even with the protection of the magic bracelet, Jujin felt breathless before this terrifying display of power. Sung-hyun's eyes were wide with disbelief, unable to process that this incredible force came from his own skill. A dark, yet satisfied smile spread across his face as the lightning continued to strike, again and again, without end. The boss finally fell silent, its movements ceasing completely. The wound on its back was torn wide open, no longer regenerating. Its internal organs had suffered catastrophic damage. Its eyes had turned a lifeless, milky white. The beast's colossal body collapsed moments later, its sheer weight causing the ground to tremble once more. "We did it! We actually took it down." But even in their moment of triumph, the danger was far from over. The massive body of the boss began to crumble before violently exploding, tearing the very earth apart. Huge chunks of rock rained down from above, putting the hunters, who were standing too close, in mortal danger. At this critical moment, their survival depended entirely on Sung-hyun's defensive power. The boss was dead. Sung-hyun's growth conditions were met. His power, stats, speed, and skill synchronization all skyrocketed. Sung-hyun summoned his remaining strength, creating a massive earth shield to block the devastation. A colossal wall of rock erupted from the ground. Like a mountain rising from the depths, it completely neutralized the shockwave, saving them all in a spectacular fashion. Sung-hyun had also moved Jujin to a safe, high place, far from the collapsing battlefield. Only when he saw that everyone was safe did he finally allow his body and mind to relax, and in that exact moment, he collapsed. The immense pressure of linking 5 S-rank hunters had completely drained Jujin of all his strength. Before losing consciousness, Jujin managed to leave one final message. "I think I'm dying. I need to close my eyes and rest for a bit. So please, nobody start a fight." With those words, Jujin's consciousness faded. The dungeon raid was a success, Though there were unexpected dangers, the mission provided a vital first experience in teamwork for the S-rank hunters. The battle was over, but the adrenaline and emotion of the fight still lingered in the air. It was a truly magnificent victory. Their spirits soared, and their fears were washed away, for a formidable enemy had finally been vanquished. They'd done it. They had actually done it. An unprecedented SS-rank monster lay defeated. For the first time ever, JJ and Yuna, who were always at each other's throats, actually shared a high five. Of course, the truce ended a second later. Back with Yujin, Sung Han was frantically searching for him, his heart pounding with worry. Though Sung Hae-yoon was holding him, Yujin was completely unconscious. As for Sung Hae-yoon, he was lost in a memory, unable to forget the power he just felt, the sensation of his own strength ascending to another realm. It was intoxicating. He was euphoric, believing he'd finally found the key to unlocking that power. The moment the boss appeared, a technician in the system hub, the bunny girl, realized a mysterious entity was targeting Yujin. It was something even they couldn't control. Space itself suddenly warped, and the SS rank monster, a threat that wasn't supposed to appear for another year, was violently dragged into the dungeon. The system's visual feed went dead. A member of the team scrambled, trying desperately to restore the connection. The bunny girl worried, her voice trembling. "Do you think those saboteurs found something out?" A team member tried to reassure her. "Calm down. I doubt it. The target location is inside Yujin's world. Those people are operating within that dimension. Someone used a teleportation skill to find him. But as for who they were, their identities remained a mystery. To use skills of that magnitude, the user had to be at least an SSS rank or even an L rank hunter." Finally, the feed flickered back to life, displaying the impossible. The boss had been defeated. The system team stared in disbelief. How could the boss have fallen so quickly? Suddenly, the atmosphere inside the dungeon turned dangerously tense. Sung Hae-yoon was on the verge of revealing his true intentions. With eyes that burned with a terrifying greed for that power, he decided he would possess Yujin for himself. This man wasn't just handsome, rich, and brilliant. He was dangerously perceptive. Ever since he met Yujin, he had suspected his true abilities, and this incident had just confirmed all his suspicions. If he only had a beast-taming skill, he could just wait and see the contract results. But no. He's hiding something far, far greater. He acts as if he already knew what was going to happen inside this dungeon, and that control skill appeared at the most opportune moment. Not to mention, his skill-sharing ability could double a hunter's attack power. I've tasted it now. How can I possibly go back to a time before I experienced this strength? Why did he have to be a person? If only he were an item I could claim. Sung Hyun's dark ambition was now on full display. As Sung Han hoisted Yujin onto his shoulder to leave, Yu Hyun appeared. "Hand him over to me." Sung Han immediately shot back. "Why don't you let me handle this? I'll take very good care of him." The air crackled with a sudden, suffocating tension. Sung Hyun had no intention of returning him. Weapons materialized around his body, a clear sign he was dead serious about taking Yujin. Yujin's power of control had completely mesmerized him, igniting a burning desire to monopolize that special ability for himself. Yu Hyun's fury was palpable. There was no way he would let this betrayal slide. Hyuna felt her own anger rise and couldn't stop herself from cursing. "That son of a bitch is insane." Yerim's expression was just as furious. "What nonsense are you spouting? The master is exhausted. Give him to me." Sung Han and Piz stood ready, prepared to use force if needed. Yu Hyun's voice was a low growl. "Return my brother to me. Now." He stood before 4 hunters and an S-rank beast, yet his eyes remained impossibly cold, without a single shred of fear. A dark thought wormed its way into Sung Hyun's mind. "Hey, maybe I should just kill them all? My double damage skill is still active. What if I slaughter them right here and blame it on the SS rank monsters? Then I could easily take Yujin for myself." Enraged, Hyuna pointed her spear directly at Sung Hyun, her voice deadly serious. "That's enough. Yu Hyun's team is hesitating because they're afraid of hurting Yujin, but I'm different. If you try anything, I will strike you down instantly. Our work here is done, so start cooperating and listen to reason." At that moment, Yujin's protective bracelet ran out of time and shattered into dust, leaving him completely defenseless. A fight now would surely injure Yujin. Sung Hyun was forced to back down. I suppose I have no other choice. It seems no one is on my side." Though Sung Hyun cooperated and handed Yujin back, Yu Hyun wasn't about to forgive him. The moment Hyuna secured Yujin, he attacked. The blazing fury in Yu Hyun's eyes made it clear that he would not let this go easily. Sung Han had no other option but to engage in combat. Right now, he wasn't wearing his fire-resistant coat, so their chances were even. As the two were about to clash, a wall of ice erupted between them, blocking the attack. "Stop it! We need to get the master out of here first." Hina, supporting Yujin, tossed his coat back at Sung Hyun with a word of warning. You should act your age, instead of bossing around people young enough to be your little brother. And you Hyun, hurry up and take your brother before I drop him on the ground. This confrontation had just shattered their already fragile relationship. Yoo Hyun's voice was laced with irritation. From now on, don't even think about getting near my brother again. But the handsome man remained perfectly unfazed. Ah, I think that might be a little difficult, he replied smoothly, because I've taken quite a liking to him. That answer made Yoo Hyun's blood boil. He spun around, glaring. If Yoojin hadn't been there, a battle that lasted 7 days and nights would have surely broken out. Although his actions were infuriating, looking at it positively, as long as he was interested in Yoojin, his brother's safety was guaranteed. Besides, Yoojin wasn't as fragile as he looked. Even in his sleep, he was grinding his teeth, scolding his S-rank party members. I told you all not to fight, he muttered. The dungeon is cleared. Let's get out of here. The dungeon raid was finally over. A few days later, news spread like wildfire about an SS-rank monster appearing inside an A-rank dungeon. Fearing harassment from other hunters and the media, the identities of those who participated in the raid were kept strictly confidential. The news of Kim Sung-han's ascension to S-rank sent shockwaves across the globe. And for the others who survived that harrowing dungeon raid, Yuna returned and sheared off her iconic, flowing hair, partly to remove the scorched ends, but mostly to forge a new identity. Her assistant fretted that the old money sponsors would lose their minds, but Yuna couldn't care less. After that raid, she was determined to break free from her gilded cage. A new era of change was upon them all. The emergence of powerful mounts and the rise of master blacksmiths. S-rank hunters, who had never cooperated before, were now working as a team, shattering the foundations of the old, rigid system. Standing by a window, Sung-hyun spoke grimly into a phone. The plans changed. Tell them to prepare for a return to Korea. For the twins, Noah and Rhett, the gears of destiny were finally beginning to turn. Back in the hospital, Yoojin's eyes fluttered open. In an instant, his little chick monster scrambled onto his chest, overjoyed, its face smushing against him. Sung-han, Yi-rim, and Miu were already at his bedside, their faces etched with worry. A wave of relief washed over them as they saw him finally awake. Yoojin's memory was a blur. He just remembered feeling incredibly drowsy in the dungeon before blacking out. You've been unconscious for 2 days, Sung-han said quietly. The doctors said his body was physically fine. But Miu wasn't having it, his eyes flashing with anger. What do you mean? He's fine. How hard was he pushed to make him sleep for that long? There were 4 S-rank hunters there, and you still couldn't protect him. This was no longer the timid Miu of the past. Ever since awakening his SS rank skill, he had completely transformed. The fury radiating from him now was genuinely terrifying. Even Sung-han and Ye-rim, both S ranks themselves, flinched under the sheer pressure Miu was emitting. After 2 days of rest, Yoojin's condition had finally stabilized. He quickly checked on everyone's status and saw the incredible news. Sung-han had successfully ascended to S rank, but that wasn't all. His tamed beast, Peace, had also evolved, jumping from A rank to S rank. Yoojin realized he had slept through some monumental events. He shot up, ready to find Peace, but Sung-han stopped him, explaining that Peace was raiding a dungeon with Yoo Hyun today. Since Yoo Hyun had mentioned tackling an S-rank gate soon, Yoojin was confused. Why were 2 S-rank hunters just sitting here instead of providing backup? Yi-rim stammered, Yoo Hyun. He insisted on going in alone this time, with only Peace. The color drained from Yoojin's face. He was speechless. What in the world was his brother thinking, tackling an S-rank gate with just a single beast? They both reluctantly explained how they had formed a full raid party at first, but after Peace evolved to S-rank, its size and power became overwhelming. After witnessing its might, the guildmaster himself called off the support team. For this raid, he had declared, I only need Peace. Hearing the story, Yoojin's blood pressure skyrocketed, his body twitching as if he was about to have a seizure. Air. What was that reckless idiot thinking? Ye-rim quickly tried to calm him down, making him do deep breathing exercises. He collapsed back onto the bed, drenched in a cold sweat of pure rage. An S-rank dungeon takes a full team at least 10 days to clear. With just Yoo Hyun and Peace, they wouldn't even have a moment to sleep. Before Yoojin could have an actual aneurysm, Sung-han quickly tried to reassure him. Yi-rim cleverly changed the subject. Oh, right, mister. What reward did you get? Yoojin had no idea they'd received special rewards for defeating that colossal toad monster. Yi-rim proudly showed off her prize, a pair of SS rank earrings, the Mermaid Queen's earrings. Besides boosting her strength and mana, it had a special effect that allowed her to move freely underwater. In water, her ice and water skill proficiency increased by 30%. In any aquatic environment, she was now practically a champion. She was thrilled to get an item that perfectly matched her abilities. Water-based dungeons would be a cakewalk from now on. Yi-rim's power had grown immensely. Her progress was slow but incredibly steady. Since her awakening, she'd become a formidable S-rank hunter. Unlike other S-ranks who preferred to work alone, she thrived under the guidance of her seniors and the Heian Guild. Yujin smiled. He couldn't wait to see just how far her potential could go. Sung Han didn't get an item, but a rare teleportation stone instead. More importantly, he had become an S-rank hunter. Now, all eyes turned to Yujin, filled with curiosity. Yujin's curiosity got the better of him, so he opened his item box. Inside was an SS rank reward. The moment he touched it, a powerful surge of energy burst forth, startling all three of them with eager anticipation. The item Yujin received was called the Nameless Demon King's Old Water Wheel. He held it in his hands, completely clueless about its purpose. Sung Han guessed it was part of some embroidery machine, while Yirim playfully placed it on Yujin's head like a crown. Besides the epic name, there was absolutely zero information. Yujin figured the system must have given him this item for a specific reason. He decided he'd find out its purpose in the next dungeon. For a moment, the mystery distracted him, making him forget all about Yu Hyun, but that peace didn't last. The second the thought faded, the memory came flooding back. Yujin's face twisted in fury as he let out a savage roar. That dungeon. That S-rank dungeon. There were only two kids trapped inside that hellscape. That punk Yu Hyun. That damn kid. How could he have been so reckless? Eventually, his burning rage began to simmer down. Yujin still needed to remain in the hospital for a full recovery. Sung Han stood a faithful watch outside his door, protecting him. He grew concerned seeing that Yujin couldn't sleep, afraid it might be a symptom of memory loss. In reality, Yujin was staying awake to test out his skills. To ease Sung Han's worries, he changed the subject by flicking on the TV. The news was reporting that Kim Sung Han was being promoted to Vice Guild Master this month. The announcement caught Yujin completely by surprise. Sung Han explained that since Yirim was still young and in school, he was appointed instead. The news made Yujin ecstatic, and he immediately cheered for him. You're the perfect person for that position. This is something to really look forward to. Yujin wanted to throw a celebration, but Sung Han insisted it wasn't necessary. He'd already received plenty of congratulations, even flowers from the Hansen Guild. Hearing the name Hansen sparked a thought. Yujin realized Park Minggu from the Hansen Guild seemed unusually interested in Sung Han. Sung Han then revealed that he used to belong to Hansen. The guild is owned by the Hansen Corporation, and he and the hunter Park Minggu were once colleagues. After Sung Han awakened as an A ranker, he received a very tempting offer from the company. Many even advised him to marry the chairman's daughter. But then, Park Minggu awakened as an S ranker. He went to meet the chairman's daughter in Sung Han's place. Just like that, the two of them were engaged, and Park Minggu was made the new guild master. It was a story straight out of a soap opera. Sung Han admitted that ever since that day, things had been tense between them. His story sounded like a primetime drama series. Yujin leaned in, his eyes sparkling with excitement, hungry for more details. So, is he scared you're going to steal his fiancée back from him? Yujin prodded. In his congratulatory letter, he told me I should stay at Heian for a long, long time. The card had some weird phrasing, like, I will forever be the guild master of Hansen. Yujin knew he correctly guessed Park Minggu's true intentions and fought to hold back a laugh. Sung Han, however, seemed perfectly content. He believed Park Minggu's message meant he didn't see Haeun's 3S rankers as a threat. He doesn't like the spotlight, he said, so he has no ambition to make Hansen stronger than any other guild. Sung Han continued his story, completely at ease. Some people say I threw away a golden opportunity, but I'm truly satisfied with where I am now. I never wanted to be a guild master. I'm much more suited to a support role than leading others from the front. I will absolutely support my guild master with everything I have. Yujin realized just how loyal and caring Sung Han truly was. In the dungeon, he had always taken great care of everyone. He was a natural-born team player. The future of Heian is going to be incredible, Yujin said with a warm smile. I'm so glad to have you with us, Kim Sung Han. But in the middle of their happy moment, Ranrin appeared from thin air like a ghost. If it weren't for his fear-resistant skill, a shock like that could have given Yujin a heart attack. He came to visit after hearing Yujin had woken up. It was Sung Han's first time meeting him, and he was visibly unnerved by Ranran's bizarre presence. Yujin observed Ranran for a moment before asking, So, how are those teleportation skills of yours coming along? A status window popped into view. Incomplete species. Requires an item similar to the foundational element of the specific species. The explanation was so cryptic, Yujin had no idea what to make of it. Then he remembered something Ranran had said, making him suspect that his foundational element was a water wheel. An old item similar to a water wheel. Wasn't that his reward? Exactly. Could the system have given him this item specifically for Ranran? Without hesitation, Yujin took out the Demon King's water wheel and handed it over. Ranran took the wheel, inspecting it closely before speaking. The Demon King's water wheel, so it really is the one. It's ancient, even older than I am. Yujin was stunned that he knew what it was. Ranran then muttered to himself, a Demon King is supposed to be a terrifying being, isn't it? With massive horns, a colossal body, and overwhelming power. In that case, I will become the Demon King. Yujin thought he was joking, but then Ranran actually activated the water wheel. Instantly, a torrent of dark energy erupted from the item. Zhong Han frantically threw up a protective barrier, but the violet aura instantly coiled around him, paralyzing his body. Yujin screamed in terror. Ranran, what are you doing? Ranran's body began to twist and transform. A pair of massive horns erupted from his head, and from his back, a pair of demonic wings burst forth. Ranran's playful expression was gone, replaced by the terrifying grin of a true demon. Ha ha ha. The Demon King is truly fearsome. I will become the Demon King. At this point, Ranran's form had changed completely. A status window appeared. Level 1 Demon. Demon King Ranran. SS rank stats. Yujin still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ranran had truly transformed into the Demon King. His current stats had already reached the legendary SS rank. However, Yujin felt a deep sense of dread, having never witnessed anything like this before. He wondered if Ranran would even retain his sanity after the transformation. His current appearance was absolutely terrifying, and a deep, guttural roar echoed from his throat. I am the Demon King. The power of an SS rank is truly formidable. Even an S rank like Sung Han was utterly powerless against him. Ranran laughed, thoroughly enjoying their fear. Ha ha ha, you're all scared now, aren't you? Yujin's mind was racing. If this complete idiot went on a rampage, the entire hospital would be reduced to a pile of rubble. Suddenly, Yujin noticed something. Sung Han was an S rank, yet he was completely paralyzed. So how was a pathetic F rank like him totally unharmed? The earring he was wearing could only generate a B rank shield. After all, the energy pouring from Ranran was enough to destroy an entire city, yet it couldn't touch Eugene or the small area directly around him. Yujin still couldn't figure out what was protecting him. The only other thing nearby was Choppy. Yujin began to wonder if the unconscious little chick possessed some kind of special power. Yujin checked his status window and saw he was still under the influence of Ranran's intimidation skill. So, even after becoming a Demon King, he couldn't resist his old habit of trying to scare people. If the skill was still active, it meant he still saw Yujin as his grandma. With that realization, Yujin immediately jumped into character. He shouted, "You little brat, what do you mean? Am I scared? Oh my gosh, just look at this. You've made a complete mess of the hospital." The scolding worked. Yujin's expression clearly got a reaction out of the Demon King. He actually looked afraid of being lectured. As he scolded him, Yujin grabbed a nearby fishing rod. Wielding it like a switch, he smacked the mischievous demon on the butt a few times, never ceasing his verbal assault. "You little rascal. The doctors are going to be furious when they see this." Ranran recoiled, his voice stammering. "Grandma, wait. I mean no, master. Weren't you scared when I turned into this?" Yujin kept a stern face and yelled back. "What's so scary about this thing? This is just a normal transformation." Knowing Ranran's childish desire to be scary, Yujin's mind quickly concocted a plan. "Hey, when you were a goblin, both Miu and Miss Heo fainted from fear, you know." See, Ranran seemed to be falling for it. He glanced over at Sung Han and said, "But you weren't afraid of me." Yujin immediately shot a look at Sung Han, blinking furiously, signaling him to play along and act unafraid. Understanding Yujin's intent, Sung Han joined the act. He had clearly learned a few things from the master thespian. Sung Han declared loudly, "That's right, your goblin form was way scarier. I was only startled just now because I thought Yujin was in danger." Yujin quickly piled on, "See, nobody's scared. You've lived for 100 years, but you still have the mind of a 3-year-old. Against a master of psychological manipulation, he stood no chance. With a bit of acting and a few sharp words, Ranran's rampage was completely neutralized. He looked down at his mighty Demon King form and mumbled to himself, "Is it really not scary at all?" To really sell it, Yujin and Sung Han worked in perfect harmony, tag-teaming their performance until the simple-minded Ranran had no choice but to believe them. He suddenly broke into a wide, happy grin, like a child who had discovered a new game. "Ha ha ha, fine then, I won't be the Demon King anymore." The moment the decision was made, the dark aura vanished and Sung Han was finally released. Just when they thought everything was returning to normal, a new phenomenon began. This time, a pure blue light radiated from Ranran's body. The horns, fangs, wings, and demonic limbs began to dissolve into particles of light. Ranran declared, "This time, I won't become a Demon King. I will become the King of Goblins, the great King Ranran. The choice has been made." The demon mask that Ranran had worn for 100 years began to crack. It shattered into pieces, revealing a handsome face framed by long, flowing white hair. The great Goblin King, Ranran, had officially made his grand entrance. With that, the S-rank team had gained another stunningly handsome member. He had sorrowful eyes beneath his white bangs and the long, pointed ears characteristic of an elf. In this form, Ranran looked like a captivating fox spirit. He announced with a playful flourish, "Tada! The great Goblin King has appeared." Yujin was overjoyed by Ranran's evolution. Songham was simply relieved that the crisis was finally over. Ranran explained, "I still have the Demon King's power within me. But now, my own power has grown even stronger, so everything has stabilized. I've decided to become the Goblin King." Ranran then revealed he had also acquired a new skill. In the next instant, Ranran morphed into Yujin's perfect double, leaving him speechless. However, the transformation was only skin deep. It couldn't copy his powers or skills. Yujin couldn't care less about some useless cosmetic skill. His eyes were glued to the shimmering gate behind Ranran as he asked, "By the way, what is that thing?" "It's a long-distance teleportation gate, isn't it?" "That's right. How did you know, Master?" "This is a goblin gate. Every 10 days, I can use this portal to travel to any distant place I choose. It's like it can connect to any place I can imagine." Heh. Yujin practically leaped into the air with excitement. Tears of pure joy streamed down his face, knowing he could now go anywhere he wanted. With a broken teleportation skill like this, clearing dungeons would be an absolute breeze. The money will just pour right into my pockets. Time to start planning for retirement. A twisted, greedy smile spread across Yujin's face. "All right, let's go investigate some dungeons together." But just as he was getting hyped, Ranran casually shut him down. "I'm busy right now. As the new king, I must go out and gather my subjects. I need to scout the nearby abandoned buildings." Yujin, once again stunned, had to ask, "Gather subjects? You can create goblins now." And with that, Ranran simply stepped through the portal and vanished. Yujin needed to speed up his research. Letting Ranran waste time gathering followers was too inefficient. He quickly called out, "Hey, I'm being serious. Let's go to China and Japan. There are tons of people there. You'll find followers in no time." The two locked pinkies, sealing their deal to explore dungeons together. With a bright smile, Ranran stepped through the gate. "I will return once I've gathered a great number of followers." Though a little disappointed, Yujin waved a firm and resolute goodbye. But a moment later, a dreadful thought struck him. Wait a damn minute. What exactly does he mean by a great number? He had no idea when the guy would actually come back. Yujin was already starting to regret letting him leave so easily. The scene shifts to the High Guild building, where Simon is on a call with the chairman of the Hunters Association. After hanging up, his face was a mask of deep concern. It seemed he received some kind of notice from the chairman, something that was directly related to Yujin, who was still inside a dungeon. Hyuna's curiosity got the better of her. "Is something wrong, sir?" Simon revealed that the association was sending a representative. In stark contrast to Hyuna's calm demeanor, Simon was breaking out in a cold sweat. This wasn't good. Not good at all. The guild masters of Jupiter and Breaker are dangerous, but this person is a threat on a whole new level. It's the head of the Awakened Management Department. The next day at the hospital, Yerim arrived to act as Yujin's escort, only to grimace the moment she walked into his room. The room was an absolute disaster. After just one short night, Yujin claimed he was fine, but the dark circles under his eyes betrayed him. Yujin hadn't slept a wink, forced to constantly open his skill window to check if his brother inside the dungeon was still alive. Goaded by Yerim's nagging, Yujin immediately found a reason to yell back. "What are you doing here today? Shouldn't you be in school?" Yerim lied, saying her teacher had sent her. But Yujin knew exactly what was going on and why she was really there. It wasn't unusual for Yerim to act on her own. The Awakened have always found it easy to operate outside the boundaries of the law. This was especially true for high-ranking hunters. S-ranks, in particular, shattered rules with ease. They weren't bound by societal regulations or physical limitations. In other countries, guilds filled with high-ranking hunters often wielded more power than the government itself. Some guilds had even managed to completely overtake their governments, holding the entire nation in the palm of their hands. The only reason this country could still function smoothly was all thanks to the existence of one man. Yujin urged Yerim to return to school. The guild had already notified him that someone from the association would be escorting him to a newly renovated training facility. The nation's one and only S-rank civil servant. The only official who didn't quit his job even after his awakening. He continued to work for the Hunters Association, even while turning down countless offers from major guilds. A former police officer who once took down a law-breaking S-rank hunter. "Wait, you mean Chief Song? The one Hyuna is always talking about? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." The head of the Awakened Management Department, Song T1. His massive frame was overwhelmingly impressive the moment he appeared. In front of him, Yujin and Yerim looked like children standing before a giant. Watching the way he squeezed into the car, you almost felt sorry for the poor vehicle. Just as the engine roared to life, a black car appeared from the side, hurtling towards them at an incredible speed. As if its brakes had failed, it didn't slow down one bit as it closed in. In an instant, a horrific traffic accident occurred. Song Taewon's red car was crushed into a heap of metal, and the condition of the person inside was unknown. A chill ran down Yujin's spine. What the hell is this? Don't tell me I just met the guy and now I have to chip in for his funeral. But unbelievably, nothing happened. The car was completely totaled, yet Song Taewon was perfectly fine. Yujin cursed under his breath. What kind of maniac has the guts to ram this guy? From the BMW, the driver's side door swung open and its owner stepped out. And who else could it be but the handsome bad boy, Sung Hyun-jae, stepping out with his usual infuriating grace. He flashed a smirk. Oh, my apologies. Every time I see him cram that massive frame into a car, I get the uncontrollable urge to floor it. Destruction of property. Attempted assassination of a state official. Such a refined hobby he has. Not only was the car wrecked, but now he was being taunted. Yet, Song Tae-won remained completely unfazed. But the moment Yurin laid eyes on Sung Hyun-jae, she was ready to throw down, itching to wipe that smug look right off his face. Yujin quickly slapped a hand over her mouth and ordered an immediate evacuation of the hospital. He knew that with Sung Hyun-jae's talent for instigating trouble, this whole place was a powder keg waiting to explode. Because Song Tae-won wasn't just any S-rank awakened, he held special authority to investigate other hunters. In other words, he was a massive thorn in the side of every major guild. With such a blatant provocation, a fight was practically guaranteed. Just send the repair bill to my guild, Sung Hyun-jae said with a grin. Or hey, how about you just take this one? He dangled the keys, pressing them mockingly against Song Tae-won's chest. The air crackled with tension. This was it. The big fight was about to break out. But nothing happened. Song Tae-won simply replied in a calm, steady voice. Accepting anything of value beyond a certain amount would be considered bribery. Please wait a moment while I contact my insurance company. And just like that, the confrontation fizzled out. Even Yujin couldn't believe it. What in the world? They're not fighting? Is this some new type of S-rank? Yurim's eyes were wide with astonishment. That's right, mister. If that had been Yu Hyun-ah or our guild master, this hospital would be nothing but a crater by now. Look at him. He's even clearing away the wreckage. Wow, what a model public servant. Yujin stared at Taewon, his eyes sparkling with genuine admiration. A true, model police officer. He was nothing like the other arrogant, aggressive S-ranks. Judging by that calm demeanor, this definitely wasn't his first time dealing with this kind of nonsense, especially when it involved this particular pretty boy menace. Yujin barely even glanced his way, but Sung Hyun-jae knew. He turned, flashing a disarmingly friendly smile that made Yujin blush and shiver. Hey, are you all right? I heard about what happened to you. Sung Hyun-jae's voice was full of concern as he offered Yujin a bag of expensive sweets. Yurim immediately jumped in front of Yujin, reaching out too. No, snatching the bag of sweets. She started trash-talking him, all while stuffing her face with the pastries. Figures. All S-ranks are ridiculously thick-skinned. Trying to diffuse the tension, Yujin forced a smile and asked, So, what brings you here today? Sung Hyun-jae answered smoothly, I'm here to pick up a newborn spiked-winged dragon, a mount for Miss Chae Ye-ring. She's probably already at the training facility. Would you care to join me? We could even get a little tour. But Taewon cut in, I am the one responsible for escorting them to the facility. Sung Hyun-jae glanced at the mangled car behind him, his voice dripping with sarcasm. How disappointing. You intend to transport him in that pile of scrap. Mass-produced vehicles really are a safety hazard. The nerve of this guy, bad-mouthing the car he just destroyed. I never imagined you'd be so careless with the safety of someone holding such a vital skill. Aren't public servants supposed to protect the weak? Unbelievably, the stoic public official actually bowed his head and apologized. Yujin felt Sung Hyun-jae was taking things too far. To smooth things over, he offered to just call one of Sung Hyun-jae's drivers, but was immediately shut down. Sung Hyun-jae put on a pitiful, disappointed face and sighed dramatically. How heartbreaking. To be rejected after coming all this way. I thought we were getting closer. You know I'm treating you with the utmost sincerity, don't you? His gentle persuasion started to wear Yujin down. After all, he had given him valuable gifts. The earrings. And now he'd even brought sweets personally. Yurim's voice cut through his thoughts. Don't fall for it, mister. Resist the temptation. But it was too late. Yujin had already agreed to go with him. Yurim, however, turned her attention to Taewon. He hadn't moved a muscle, but his expression was anything but calm. She realized his entire focus was laser-locked on Yujin. She couldn't help but wonder what exactly were his intentions. Soon, the group arrived at the Beast Nurturing Center. It was an architectural marvel, a vast, high-tech space filled with lush greenery. A massive glass dome arched over the entire structure, flooding the interior with natural light. Aside from a few buildings and offices, the place was a miniature forest, a perfect sanctuary for magical beasts. Yujin was immediately overwhelmed by its sheer magnificence. The only thing spoiling the moment was the tour itself. Every time Taewon started to explain something, Sung Hyunjae would cut him off and take over the conversation. The moment Chae Yi-rang saw Yujin, her face lit up with joy. Cradling a small bassinet and beaming, she rushed over to greet them. Nestled inside was a sleeping, newborn, spiked-winged dragon. Chae Yi-rang was completely smitten, chattering excitedly about the tiny creature. Yujin activated his observation skill. The baby dragon's current stats were only D rank, but with proper growth, it had the potential to reach A rank, maybe even S rank. He took out a Master's Stone. Thanks to the perfect caregiver title, the spike-winged dragon immediately imprinted on Yujin. A small dragon suddenly zipped through the air, landing on his head and nuzzling him affectionately. As they were all focused on the dragon, a large shadow fell over them. It was the griffin, and it looked absolutely furious. Perhaps it was jealous, seeing Yujin with another beast. Before anyone could react, it swooped down and landed possessively on Yujin's shoulder. Seeing its master again, the griffin's mood instantly brightened. Yujin calmly introduced it to the newest member of their family. The griffin acted friendly on the surface, but its subtle flexing was a clear display of dominance, just like Peace had once done to it. And then, without warning, the griffin lunged at the spiny-winged dragon, and the whole room froze in horror. No one knew how to handle this situation. Yujin quickly calmed them down, saying this was just the beast's traditional way of greeting newcomers. All right, I'll distract them. You all help me catch them. Yujin pulled out some noisy toys and began to shake them while dancing, looking surprisingly professional. He must have performed this routine countless times for these rowdy magical beasts. While everyone was busy wrangling the creatures, Song Taewon stood aside, his expression turning grim. He clenched his fist, muttering, "Something's definitely wrong here." After a chaotic struggle, they finally managed to shove the destructive beast into its cage. The two clasped hands, overjoyed. Seyong placed her complete trust in Yujin to raise her beast. Seeing how much Seyong adored her pet made Yujin genuinely happy. He wished his own younger brother could treat Peace with the same affection. With things mostly settled, Yujin turned to the others. He told them they should head home so he could get back to work. Yerim, not wanting to leave, quickly sided with Yujin to kick the others out. But in reality, Yujin wanted everyone to leave him in peace. Sung Hyunjae is a busy man, after all, so just let Chief Song handle whatever else you need to say to me. But the shameless guild master wasn't budging, and neither was Yerim. Nobody wanted to leave. Yerim pointed a finger straight at Song Taewon. "Tell this old man to go. If he leaves, I'll leave too. The way he keeps staring at you is really creeping me out." In truth, Yujin knew from the very beginning that the man was watching him intently, but he acted as if he hadn't noticed a thing. He must have another reason for being here. Yujin secretly guessed it had something to do with Yueon. After all, Taewon only showed up when his brother wasn't around. Could he be investigating something? And Hyunjae's appearance. He must have his own agenda too. Yujin then made an excuse, saying Taewon was just a public official on an open assignment, using it to gently send Yerim on her way. Next, Yujin turned to Sung Hyunjae. "And then there's our beloved Sejong Guild Master. I hear you've gone to a lot of trouble for me. Going home now would also be for me. How about it?" Hearing Yujin's polite dismissal, Hyunjae's expression remained cold as he observed him. But in the end, he agreed to leave, uttering a phrase full of hidden meaning. I can only hope he doesn't have any ill intentions. With the two chatterboxes gone, peace was finally restored. Now, only Yujin and Taewon remained at the center. Yujin offered him a coffee and began to probe for information. "Wow, you must have your hands full dealing with all those S-rank hunters, huh? It must be incredibly difficult. But I suppose it's just part of the job." Taewon responded, engaging in the conversation. "It's manageable. There have been fewer dungeon breaks lately. The most difficult part is when many are involved. In the past, it was quite common for high-rank hunters to cause trouble when dealing with dungeon breaks. When two S-rank hunters are in the same area, managing the situation becomes impossible." Yujin feigned a calm expression. "Ah, I see. So, Yoo-hyun too." Yujin guessed what he was about to say and decided to ask first. He braced himself for whatever was coming. But when Taewon revealed that Yoo-hyun had once blown his arm clean off, Yujin was so shocked he dropped everything. Even though the arm could be restored with a potion, the sheer audacity of his little brother left Yujin breathless. Taewon stood up and spoke, his voice laced with concern. "I was worried when I heard you were entering a dungeon with people like them. S-rank awakeners are impossible to control, And even with your special skills, you're still just an F rank. To them, you're an easy target. Yujin was busy making coffee and didn't notice. When he turned back around, Taewon was standing right behind him, and just like that, their eyes met. Taewon then stated the real reason he had come here today. He said gravely, I came here today to investigate. So answer me, and don't hide anything. Did you suffer any physical or mental harm from them? Did nothing happen inside that dungeon? Song Taewon thought his S-rank pressure would intimidate Yujin into talking, but he had no idea it was completely ineffective. Yujin simply smiled back. My goodness, you worry far too much. I had my hands full just stopping them from fighting. But I wouldn't call that mental harm. The moment he finished speaking, Song Taewon did something unexpected. He shoved Yujin hard against a cabinet. His large hands closed tightly around Yujin's throat. His eyes were ice cold, filled with killing intent as he spoke in a frigid tone. I knew it. I've been watching since the hospital. But the problem is you. Yujin was completely stunned. Didn't he come here to talk about Yu Hyun? What is he talking about? Why is he suddenly choking me? What is he trying to do? He's dead serious. Is he actually trying to kill me? Maybe Hui knew something was wrong, which is why he escorted me here. This handsome monster. He probably doesn't want anyone else to damage his new prize. If anything happens to me now, more than one person will come for Song Taewon's head. But is he really going all out? Taewon tightens his grip, lifting Yujin clean off the ground. One final squeeze, and it would all be over in an instant. But even in this desperate, life-or-death moment, Yujin's mind remained eerily calm. Why is he strangling me? Should I fight back? Could I even do anything? Why is he trying to kill me? There's absolutely no reason for this, but that look on his face is completely serious. His eyes were ice cold as Taewon's voice sent a chill down his spine. Even right now. Before he could finish, a sound from behind drew their attention. A bag of pet toys clattered to the floor. Seo Yang had returned with supplies for her pet. The scene before her left her frozen in shock. Though he'd been caught red-handed, Song Taewon remained perfectly calm, completely unfazed by his actions. Without a single word, Seo Yang summoned her weapon and launched a direct attack against him. She swung her staff with all her might, but Taewon simply raised one hand to block it. Forced to defend against Seo Yang's assault, he had no choice but to release his grip on Yujin. Though injured and gasping for air, Yujin was worried for Seo Yang. She was only an A rank, nothing compared to his overwhelming S rank power. But despite the massive difference in strength, Seo Yang was a seasoned fighter. Her attacks were as swift as lightning. In a flash, her long staff was already swinging for Song Taewon's face. A loud crack echoed, as if she had actually landed a solid blow. But no. Taewon's hand had already caught her staff mid-swing. The power gap was just too vast. No matter how hard she tried, she could never overcome such an impossible difference. Just when the tension seemed unbearable, Song Taewon suddenly released her weapon, bowed his head, and offered a sincere apology. He then took out a recovery potion and offered it to Yujin to heal the bruises on his neck. Whether he was naive or just clueless, Yujin reached out to take it without a second thought. Beside him, Seo Yang flinched in alarm. She slapped the potion away and yelled, "Are you kidding me? You just tried to strangle him, and now you're offering him a recovery potion." She then turned and snapped at Yujin. "You need to be more careful. Who knows what's in that bottle?" Song Taewon then chimed in. "That's right. Hunter Seo Yang is correct. You should be wary of Song Taewon's unpredictable actions." His constant flip-flopping left both Seo Yang and Yujin completely baffled. Song Taewon finally explained, "I've been observing him ever since the hospital. He's always around high-ranking hunters and monsters, as if it's the most normal thing in the world. I can understand him being with Hunter Park Yerim, since they have a very close relationship. But being around high-level monsters and the Seesong Guildmaster is another story." Yujin shot back, "So what? Is it a bad thing that I get along with them?" Song Taewon replied in a low voice, "That isn't the issue. I've seen countless hunters in my time, and you are the only low-ranker who is completely at ease around high-rank monsters and hunters. Normally, even a vicious-looking dog would make people afraid, especially if that dog is off-leash and walking toward them. So what do you think a normal person feels when they face a monster leagues above their own level? It's a feeling of overwhelming pressure. And fear. You saw the Seeseong Guildmaster's power inside the dungeon, didn't you? And yet, you showed no signs of fear whatsoever. Not even when I was choking the life out of you." At those words, Yujin touched his neck. He thought he wasn't afraid because of his fear resistance skill. But then, a startling realization hit him. When Taewon threatened him, when he started choking him, did the fear resistance notification window ever appear? That skill only activates when my fear reaches a certain threshold, but it never did. It wasn't just with Taewon's threat. It didn't even activate when Yu Yun transformed into an SS-rank Demon King. Could it be? Had his senses grown numb from facing them so often? The fact that Yujin felt no fear, that he wasn't on guard at all. T1 argued that it wasn't bravery. It meant Eugen's internal danger alarm was completely broken. This is incredibly dangerous, to not know when something or someone has become a threat to your life. Eugen realized that what T1 said was absolutely right. At some point, he had almost stopped feeling fear in the face of danger or threats. Regardless of whether the skill activated, he was an F rank who had faced countless life-threatening dangers. His fear-resistant skill always granted him the calmness to analyze everything. Perhaps because of that, it had become ingrained in his subconscious. Taewon said that his actions were just a test, that he was only trying to protect Eugen. But his dangerous actions toward Eugen were something Seong could never accept, regardless of the reason. She wanted to file a lawsuit against Song Taewon for intentionally harming someone so important. The atmosphere grew incredibly tense. With the slightest nudge, a battle would surely erupt, and this entire center would be torn to pieces. Eugen spoke up to de-escalate the situation. After hearing him out, he said, "I admit, you have a point. I really should be more careful. Thank you for pointing that out." Seong still couldn't let it go and was about to speak, but Eugen stopped her. Faced with Eugen's calm demeanor, Taewon seemed to feel embarrassed. Realizing he had gone too far, he was left with nothing more to say. He took out a notebook, scribbled down his contact number, and then he was gone. "Please, call me whenever you need help. But I truly hope you never find yourself in a situation where you have to." That night, back in his dorm room, Eugen had to quickly heal the marks on his neck. If anyone found out about this, there'd be hell to pay, and a massive fight would break out. After Taewon left, it took a ton of convincing to get So-yoon to calm down and keep this a secret. It was a good thing they resolved it quietly. If the whole guild had gotten involved, it would have been a total disaster. Eugen also knew that in a few years, this department head would die during a dungeon raid. Following his death, the Seseon Guild pulled out of Korea entirely. Rumors swirled that Sung Hyun-jae himself had a hand in it. Soon after, the Haeum Guild grew so powerful that people started suspecting Yoo-hyun instead, but Eugen had absolute faith in his little brother. He believed his brother would never do such things. And even if he did, there had to be a justifiable reason. However, the truth behind Song Taewon's death remained a complete mystery, with zero information to be found. He was a man who specialized in dealing with guilds, so his death naturally ignited a wildfire of speculation. Perhaps that was the real reason Sung Hyun-jae was there today. Clutching Song Taewon's number, Eugen couldn't shake his growing suspicions, but he still felt that the man was genuinely worried about him, that it wasn't some kind of threat. Then again, remembering the feeling of being choked out sent a cold shiver down his spine. Looking back at his own recent fearlessness, Eugen wondered if he'd just become numb to danger. He'd be moving to the training center soon, so Mio was helping him pack. Mio showed Eugen an item that acted like a storage warehouse. It was a rope he had just crafted. Eugen handed Mio the spatial key card so he could get into his room whenever he wanted. On a whim, Eugen also asked Mio to craft an item to boost his mental fortitude. Mio immediately guessed that Eugen was caught up in some kind of trouble, but before he could ask, the wall behind them suddenly exploded into pieces, and Urim came storming in. Why she'd smashed through a wall instead of using the door was anyone's guess. Urim burst in, looking absolutely furious. She immediately blew the whole situation out of proportion. She was clearly terrified, and what's more, she felt useless for not being able to protect him. "I promised I would protect you, but I couldn't do anything when you were kidnapped." And the same thing happened today. Urim's eyes welled with tears as she gripped Eugen's hand, confirming the guild master wasn't around. "No matter what, I will protect you, I swear it." Eugen smiled warmly and patted her head, gently saying, "Thank you." Thinking about it, he really had grown numb to it all. They all cared about him so much, he needed to start taking better care of himself. But he had no idea that the very moment he decided to be more careful, an even greater danger was about to strike. While protecting Eugen, Yiring was gravely injured. What on earth happened? What kind of overwhelmingly powerful foe could wound her so badly? After the chaotic incident with Song Taewon, everything ended on a peaceful note. The incident was kept under wraps to prevent further trouble. The beasts, now in their new home, were bursting with energy. In stark contrast to his lively pets, their owner looked like a walking corpse. His eyes were lifeless, and his body was racked with chronic sleep deprivation. The culprit was none other than the thorn-winged dragon that tormented him every night. After all, nighttime was its active period, and he got no peace during the day either, thanks to the hyperactive griffin constantly causing chaos. Amidst all the mayhem, only Chirpy seemed to show any concern for its poor owner. But when the griffon saw Eugen affectionately petting Chirpy, it flew into a jealous rage. This time, however, it picked the wrong opponent. Annoyed by its antics, Urim didn't hesitate to put it in its place. It turned out the creature just wanted to give Eugen a flower, just like Chirpy. The only problem was that the flower it chose was a bit oversized. Urim felt a pang of jealousy watching Eugen care for the beasts like a real father. Yuriam offered to help Jujin take a day off, but he refused, insisting on being there for the grand opening. After all, Jujin now had an entire building to his name. This place was guaranteed to become a hot spot for pet owners, and among them would likely be S-rank hunters from all across the globe. Jujin saw this as the perfect opportunity to finally meet his quota of influencing 50 humans and magical beasts. And his very first client was none other than the twin brother of the infamous GS. This was all part of the deal Jujin had struck with GS. In exchange for caring for her magical beast, she agreed to introduce him to her younger brother. Jujin was confident that with Laz's natural enemy skill, the keyword's effect would be amplified, making it easy to influence the brother. However, from the way his sister had described him, Jujin suspected the brother was every bit as dangerous as she was. Just to be safe, Jujin made sure to keep Yuriam close by as his personal bodyguard. All of a sudden, a system window appeared. Laz's natural enemy effect had activated. The guest had arrived, but the person who appeared was nothing like Jujin had imagined. He wasn't some fierce-looking thug, but a beautiful young man with shimmering golden hair. His delicate features were made even more striking by his deep, captivating brown eyes. He looked like an angel who had descended from the heavens. It seemed another pretty boy was joining the team. He introduced himself as Noah Lear. His personality was the polar opposite of his rough, brash, and aggressive older sister. Noah was gentle, calm, and incredibly polite. "Thank you for the invitation," he began. "First, I must apologize for my sister's rude behavior. I don't know the full details, but I'm sure she acted very aggressively." He really understands his sister, Jujin thought to himself. It was hard to believe the two of them were twins. Their personalities were like night and day. Noah explained that after receiving their titles, their appearances also changed, but it turned out that was just the result of cosmetic surgery. Even more surprising, Noah revealed he was the master of a guild back in France, and he was only 19 years old. This was just like Yu Hein, who had built his own guild at such a young age. The pressure on him must have been immense. Noah's guild was a small one named Ace, which specialized in support-type skills. Because he had awakened with only healing and support abilities and no reliable offensive skills, it was incredibly difficult for him to build a reputation. The worst part was, he had to shoulder this entire burden alone. His carefree sister was no help, just wandering the globe and only calling when she needed something. He was a kid with incredible drive. Hearing his story, Jujin felt a sense of empathy. Ah, so that's their dynamic, he thought. The younger brother is basically a loyal servant cleaning up his sister's messes. Looking at the boy before him, an S-rank hunter who was handsome, polite, and useful, Jujin thought he had truly hit the jackpot. He smirked in delight. This was perfect. Once influenced, the boy would see him as family and would have to obey his every word. And if they became close, Yu Hyun would have a new friend. Heh, I wonder if I can influence GS herself, too? Deciding to act, Jujin immediately offered him a place to rest. Not only that, he also promised to treat him to the best cuisine Korea had to offer. Noah explained that he was here on business and couldn't stay for long, but he was grateful for their enthusiastic welcome. Seeing the perfect opening, Jujin moved in to deliver the final blow. It's nothing, really, because, Noah, I love you since you're my client. The keyword was spoken, and with the natural enemy effect doubled, Noah was immediately and completely influenced. Jujin was overjoyed. He had snagged an incredible prize on his very first day in business, but something felt off. After being influenced, Noah just sat there in absolute silence. Jujin and Yerim began to argue, as Yerim thought he used the word love too easily. Jujin explained it was just for business, and that Westerners are normally very open with their feelings. Suddenly, Noah's expression changed. The gentle, friendly boy was gone, replaced by a dark, brooding presence. He looked like he was fighting to hold something back. His hands gripped the stone table, squeezing with such force that it shattered into 1,000 pieces. Sensing the imminent danger, Yerim's reflexes took over. He grabbed Jujin by the collar and threw him out of the attack's range. In that same instant, Noah unleashed a skill that pulverized the rest of the table. The shockwave from the blow sent Jujin flying. Yerim, who had shielded him, lay on the ground, seemingly injured and completely motionless. And Noah just stood there with an incredibly dangerous look on his face, as if he had lost all control. Jujin cried out his friend's name, but Yerim didn't respond at all. He turned to confront Noah, but the boy remained silent and still. Then, Noah turned to face Jujin, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Without a word, he lunged forward, intending to kill him on the spot. Jujin's mind was reeling. What the hell was happening? The keyword had worked perfectly. He was sure of it. So why was his new ally trying to kill him? What had happened to him? With Yerim unconscious, how could he possibly face an S-rank's power? How could he fight back or escape? Luckily, Yerim snapped awake just in time. He unleashed his ice magic to freeze Noah's legs, temporarily stopping the deadly. Blazing with fury, Jerem summoned his weapon, launching a vicious counterattack against the one threatening his master. Their power levels were nearly identical, locking them in an incredibly tense battle. Noah had completely lost his mind, consumed by a primal fury. In the chaos, Jerem was careless, and his claws left a gash on her arm. Jujin's heart pounded with dread. Jerem's current power and experience were no match for Noah's rampage, and with him here, she couldn't risk unleashing her full strength to fight back. In the middle of the clash, the world began to spin. A wave of dizziness washed over Jerem. Her strength vanished in an instant, and she collapsed to her knees. It was poison. The scratch from Noah's claws had been laced with a deadly toxin. This was it. This was how she was going to die. Jerem was completely defenseless as Noah charged forward, claws extended. Powerless, Jujin let out a desperate scream. "Stop! Please, just stop, Noah." Thankfully, his voice broke through the haze. Noah froze for a split second before leaping back. He clutched his head, roaring in agony. Something was corrupting his mind, twisting his reason into pure chaos. Jujin had no idea what was happening, but he knew he had to seize this fleeting moment while Noah still had some control. He immediately activated his skill, attempting to connect with Noah's mind. He had to stall for time until backup could arrive. He hoped that by sharing his thoughts, he could easily dodge the attacks, but Noah's frenzy was only getting worse. Thanks to the mental link, Jujin knew where the attacks were coming from, allowing him to evade them safely. But against the blinding speed of an S-class, it was still too much for a low-level E-class. He dodged the fatal blows, but the claws still managed to graze him. If it weren't for his poison-resistant skill, he would have been dead long ago. The situation was dire, but Jujin forced himself to remain calm. He closed his eyes, focusing entirely on the senses pouring in from Noah, hoping to anticipate his movements even better. The psychic link allowed Jujin to hear Noah's thoughts, and all that remained in his mind was a single, chilling command: kill. I have to kill him. He's weaker than me right now. I have to kill him now. Noah's eyes were no longer human. They were the eyes of a bloodthirsty beast. Jujin realized that when Noah looked at him, he wasn't seeing him at all. He was seeing someone else, someone he hated with every fiber of his being. And that person was none other than his own sister. That was who he wanted to kill. Lost in Noah's tormented thoughts, Jujin didn't notice. In a flash, Noah was right in front of him, his razor-sharp claws poised to strike. This was really the end. He had no way to defend himself and no time to dodge. A direct hit from an S-class. An E-class body would be torn to shreds. Just as death was about to claim him, a brilliant golden shield materialized, blocking Noah's ferocious attack. Thank God. Sanan had made it in time. Against Sanan's absolute defense, Noah's attacks were completely useless. Jujin felt like he'd just been pulled back from the gates of hell. And then, another incredibly powerful presence appeared. With a single, contemptuous stomp, he pinned Noah to the ground. So strong, even an S-class like Noah was utterly helpless. Of course, it was none other than the bad boy, Sung Hunj, the guildmaster of the Jupiter Guild. With his hands casually in his pockets, Sung Hunj stared down at Noah with an air of absolute superiority. Meanwhile, Jujin scrambled over to Jerem's side, his heart filled with worry. The poison had already spread deep within her system, but she was more worried about Jujin. She struggled to speak. "Master, don't come near me. The antidote won't work." But Jujin just took her hand. "Don't worry, kiddo. I have poison resistance." And just like that, Jujin revealed yet another one of his hidden abilities to Sung Hunj. He laughed with genuine amusement. "Oh, poison resistance? I'd guess that's at least an S-class skill, right? You really are full of surprises." Sung Hunj's desire to monopolize Jujin grew stronger. He turned his attention back to Noah, his expression hardening at the thought of this beast threatening Jujin's life. "You've made quite a mess here. To think you caused this much trouble the moment you set foot in Korea. Perhaps I should just dispose of you right now." Sung Hunj's eyes turned cold and deadly serious. Anyone who dared to touch his prized possession would face dire consequences. Seeing Sung Hunj's murderous intent, Jujin rushed to intervene. Han Jujin's voice cut through the tension. "Mr. Sung Hunj?" Han Jujin and Kim Sung Hunj hurried over, pleading, "Please, wait a moment." Han Jujin took a stand, trying to save Noah from certain doom. "I'm truly grateful for your help, but please, don't hurt my guest." Behind them, Kim Sung Hunj's face went pale with fear. This is dangerous. But Sung Hunj paid him no mind, casually grinding his foot on Noah as he smiled. "I don't think that's something you should be saying in your current state, Mr. Jujin." Han Jujin answered sheepishly. "Ah, well, I might have used a potion." Sung Hunj's tone was laced with ridicule. "Are you seriously protecting your guest after what he's done to this brand new building? You're truly a hopeless case." Han Jujin didn't even try to deny it. "Ah, well, I guess that's true." After finally releasing Noah, Sung Hunja declared, I want to know exactly what happened here. Han Jujin immediately pulled out his phone to call Rhett. I'll get to the bottom of this right now. The phone rang for a long time before someone picked up, and Rhett's bizarre voice came through the line. Hello, darling. Hearing that voice, Noah flinched violently. Rhett continued, So, what is it that you require of me? So, you've met my little brother, honey. Isn't he just adorable? Hanjin replied grimly, Yeah, he's here. But there's a problem. He attacked me. Rhett sounded confused. Huh. He would never do something like that. Meanwhile, Noah was breaking out in a cold sweat. Rhett's voice boomed through the phone. Little brother. Can you hear me? Is what he's saying true? Noah trembled, his voice barely a whisper. Why, yes, sister. Rhett's voice dripped with disappointment. I thought I told you to be on your best behavior. Noah stammered, I'm sorry. And just then, everything clicked for Hanjin. Of course, the absolute terror he had felt through their shared senses. It was all coming from this supposedly obedient little brother. He's only obedient because he's terrified. Noah was hugging himself now, his entire body racked with tremors. Through the system, Hanjin checked Noah's stats. That's when he noticed something was wrong. He was in S rank, even though his awakening potential was only A rank. Hanjin knew that under normal circumstances, this should be impossible. Kim Sung-han also leveled up from A rank to S rank, but that's because his potential was always in the A to S range. Noah's case was completely different. Somehow, he had forced his body to become an S rank, completely shattering his A rank limitations. Hanjin was sure of it. This kind of growth that breaks the system's limits. And only 3 years after the dungeons first appeared. He remembered Noah's flustered words from before. I'm still lacking in many ways, so my sister helped me a lot. Hanjin pieced it together with what Red had boasted. I perfected him flawlessly. Connecting the dots, he stared at the boy, trembling like a leaf before him, and thought about Noah's earlier actions. The moment he thought his sister's opponent was at a disadvantage, he immediately moved in for the kill. The thought of a twisted sister controlling her sweet, lovely brother sent a shiver down Hanjin's spine as a dark suspicion began to form. Rhett, what exactly did you do to him? A fragmented memory flashed through Noah's mind. Hanjin realized then that not all guardians have good intentions. A feral Rhett stood on a mountain of monster corpses, holding the bloody, severed head of a beast, a crazed look in her eyes. She burst out laughing. Ha ha. So you're telling me I can just keep fighting monsters like these? That's right. I knew a world like this was coming. Her face splattered with gore. Rhett glanced down. What are you doing, little brother? Noah, who had been healing civilians, froze in place, stunned by his sister's terrifying madness. Rhett walked towards Noah with slow, deliberate steps. Are you okay? You awakened too, didn't you? Noah trembled. Yes. The civilians around them backed away in fear. Rhett caressed Noah's cheek and asked, You're an S rank, right? Noah hesitated, turning his face away. No, I'm A rank. I don't have any combat skills, but I can heal people. Before Noah could even finish speaking, a horrifying smile spread across Rhett's face. She suddenly slammed his head into the hard ground, the shock and pain leaving him speechless. Rhett sighed. Why do you always have to disappoint me? How do you expect to survive in a world like this as a mere A rank? She pointed to the civilians who were now running for their lives. Look at them. They're scrambling to get away even after I help them. People really need to learn how to protect themselves. Rhett lifted Noah's face, placing a gentle kiss near his eye as she whispered, It's okay. It's all okay now. Why are you crying, my lovely little brother? My weak and fragile little thing. You have nothing to worry about. I will make sure you become useful, just like I am now. Kneeling on the ground, Noah began to panic as Rhett's voice echoed from the phone. Are you listening, my weak little brother? Why can't you do anything right? Out of pure habit, Noah trembled and stuttered, I'm sorry. Just then, the Jupiter Guild Master, Sun Hai, spoke into Hanjin's phone. It seems you met Mr. Jin while you were in Korea. Rhett's cheerful voice chirped back. Oh my, who is that? Is someone dangerous with my honey? Honey, that person is a bad man. Hanjin ignored her, cutting straight to the more important issue. Miss Rhett, it seems your brother harbors some very negative feelings towards you. Looking at Noah, huddled on the ground in a trembling ball, Hanjin cursed himself. This is my fault. I should have realized not all guardians are good people. Rhett replied with pure arrogance. Impossible. I raised him to be strong. You call this raising him? Yes. I raised him instead of abandoning him when he was just a weak little boy. Hanjin stated helplessly. He was supposed to be an A rank when he awakened. Rhett scoffed. That's not good enough. He's my brother. Hanjin's gaze fell. I don't even know what to call these feelings anymore. Rhett recounted the twisted things she'd done with an unnerving sense of pride. It took so much work to get him to S rank, all because he was too weak to do anything himself. All Noah could feel was anxiety and fear. along with the telltale signs of abuse that could never be fully hidden. As her voice echoed in his mind, those terrifying illusions clung to him. Even today, he had made yet another mistake. This pathetic weakling really can't stand on his own, can he? Starting his own guild? What a joke. When will you finally make yourself useful, my worthless little brother? You'd be crawling on the streets right now if it weren't for me. Anyone else would have thrown you away. I'm only doing all of this because I love you. Jin couldn't stand to hear any more. He calmed himself, thinking, easy now. I can use this situation to my advantage. Jujin spoke into the phone. Hunter Rhett, I need to discuss something with you regarding this matter. Rhett's voice was flippant and teasing. Oh, why do you sound so upset? Jujin said sternly, your brother harmed and awakened in South Korea, so I'm requesting the association detain him here for a period of time. Rhett joked, oh, come on. Can't you let it slide just this once? Jujin's gaze remained locked on Noah, who was still on the ground, having a younger brother himself. The scene unfolding before him, this twisted sibling dynamic struck a deep and powerful chord. Maybe I can figure something out. Not just about Noah, but about Rhett as well. He pressed on, hey, Rhett, I can have you banned from the country if I report you for an illegal contract. Rhett sounded curious. What? Are you really going to report me? A flood of thoughts raced through Jujin's mind. I have to be extremely careful about which card I choose to play. We can discuss the monster-related matter later. Rhett interrupted. Hold on, I already introduced you to my little brother, just like you asked. Jujin made one thing clear, and don't forget that you're the one who nearly killed me. But Rhett still refused to take it seriously. What's wrong, sweetie? Are you angry about my brother's little mistake? My little brother can't do anything right. Just wait, I'll handle him. But Jujin was chanting a mantra in his head, telling himself to be careful and stay extremely cautious. But his heart overruled his head. Thinking as a protective older brother, Jujin's fury finally erupted as he screamed at Rhett. What do you mean, and there's nothing wrong? What's wrong is that you're gaslighting your own brother to shift all the responsibility onto him. Rhett only provoked him more. Why are you shouting? Sweetie. Jujin unleashed a torrent of rage. Are you insane? How can you say those things while pretending you love him? Can't you see he's slowly dying from fear? Rhett didn't acknowledge her mistake. I can't see my brother from here. You know how discipline works. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Jin cut her off immediately. You call this sparing the rod? How can you bully a completely normal, innocent kid? He roared into the phone. How badly did you torture him to make him this terrified? If he really only awakened at age 19, then you're a true monster. If your brother can't protect himself, then you're supposed to protect him. How could you do this to him just because you think he isn't good enough? And you still call yourself a sister? Don't even think about coming to Korea until you've reflected on what you've done. Don't you dare show your face here. Not unless you plan on begging your brother for forgiveness. Rhett only had time to say wait before Jujin slammed the off button, not giving her a chance to say another word. After that storm, an eerie silence fell over the room. Everyone stared at each other in an incredibly awkward moment. Jin's face went pale. A moment of glory, a lifetime of consequences. I am so dead. His phone lit up with a flood of missed calls. Jujin wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Whatever, my tracker's off anyway, he thought. She won't kill me, especially while I'm still taking care of her precious monster. Noah was speechless. My sister. He stared at Jin, the man who had completely shut his sister down without breaking a sweat. A small spark of admiration began to glow inside him. Shortly after, Noah was escorted to the Hunters Association. Song 2 rubbed his temples. There's no way a person can change overnight. Even so, you're a truly hopeless case. He cuffed Noah. I will now escort Hunter Noah to the special detention cell for hunters. No civilians were harmed, so after his penalty period, he'll be eligible for supervised house arrest. If you prefer, I can deport him right now. Jujin replied, please don't deport him until we've resolved this situation. He whispered to Chief Song, instead, could you ban Rhett from entering the country? It would separate the two of them, and it would also ensure my own safety. That sounds like a much better idea. Jin smiled. Now, that's settled. Noah, he said, your sister won't be able to come see you anymore. Let's talk again after everything is properly sorted out, okay? Noah was overcome with gratitude, his eyes shining as he stared at Jujin as if he were a hero who had just saved the world. Jujin thought, I've bought some time. Now I just have to resolve this with words, but I'll have to stay on high alert for a while. Afterwards, a healer from the Jupiter Guild arrived to treat my remaining injuries. He gently extended a hand with a warm smile. Right this way. While the healer tended to Yerim, Jujin watched from the side and thought, I'm so envious. A real healer. If this all works out, I could even recruit Noah as our healer. Behind him, a fully healed Yerim bounced with energy. The healer approached Yujin. Right here. Let me see that wound. Yujin immediately tried to refuse. Ah, It's fine. I just used a potion. But before he could finish, Yerim lunged forward, tearing his shirt right off. Yerim scolded him from the side. You need to heal every single wound, no matter how small. You have to be more careful. You have to take better care of yourself. Covering his chest, Yujin stammered, right, thanks. But Yerim wasn't finished. And you can't just go around saying sweet things to everyone. Didn't you see how crazy that guy went? Yujin gave a helpless laugh. Yeah, I'm seriously rethinking my life choices. He thought back on it. That's right. This isn't the time to be recruiting a new healer. I've been using my keyword way too casually, with absolutely no fear. Is this the effect of my fear-resistant skill? I even used it on Sung Hyun. What happens when I have to face the consequences? Am I completely insane? An image flashed in his mind. Sung Hyun in a baby outfit, winking and calling him daddy. The mental shock was so severe, Yujin coughed up blood. He made a decision right then, no more dealing with S-rank hunters. As the healing finished, the healer could only wonder what in the world just happened. Yujin turned to Yerim. Thanks, Yerim. Things could have gotten a lot worse without you. Yerim slumped into a chair, exhausted. I've still got a long way to go, she mumbled. In the end, I couldn't protect you. The antidote should have worked on anything up to A-rank poison. It wasn't effective. Yujin guessed that Noah's poison skill must be S-rank. That would explain why the antidote failed. Yerim's eyes narrowed. So what rank is your poison resistance, then? I know you have the skill. Yujin panicked internally. Crap, she's on to me. So it all comes down to this question, huh? He leaned in and whispered a random answer. It's L rank. Don't tell anyone. Yerim froze, then stumbled into a corner, her eyes wide as she tried to calculate on her fingers. A, S, SS. I didn't even know that rank existed. Just then, something dawned on Yujin. Wait, thinking back. How did the Jupiter Guild know about my poison resistance rank? Guildmaster Sung Hyun's words echoed in his mind. Poison resistance, you say? It would have to be S rank at a minimum. Could it be? He knew about Noah's poison skill all along. It seems he knows Riet, too. Does that mean he's acquainted with Noah? The scene shifts to the Hunter Correctional Center. A cell door creaked open. Guildmaster Sung Hyun stepped inside with a smile. It hasn't been long since we made you useful, has it? So why have you already caused so much trouble? You really need to learn how to keep a promise. Noah sat with his head bowed, slowly looking up. You're here, Master. Sung Hyun cut straight to the chase. Why did you do it, Noah? The moment you arrived, you caused a scene. You're only making things harder on yourself. Remember your promise to repay your debt. At those words, Noah grit his teeth. His hands clenched into fists as he roared with rage and resentment. Repay my debt? You mean for showing me how to get stronger? After you did the same for my sister. You told her about the dungeon where siblings have to fight together to clear it. Sung Hyun simply said, I said I'd help you get stronger. I never said I'd make you stronger than Riet. Noah's emotions boiled over, and faint dragon scales began to appear on his face. You, how could you? A deafening crash echoed through the small room. Done with Noah's whining, Sung Hyun had hurled the table straight at him, smashing it to pieces and denting the wall behind. His terrifying voice rang out again. That doesn't matter. I've already asked you twice. His eyes began to glow as he asked one last time. Why did you attack Han Yujin? A short while later, Guildmaster Sung Hyun coolly adjusted his jacket and left Noah's cell. Noah had confessed everything. I felt a strange connection the moment I saw him. As cursed poison dragons, my sister and I are a higher-tier species. That's why he felt familiar, like my sister. Even though he's so weak. Sung Hyun stroked his chin, pondering. A cursed poison dragon? Does he have a related title? How else could he have such high-level poison resistance? But how can someone with F-rank stats possess a title higher than an SSS-rank Dire Vanis, and yet he has no offensive skills? Lost in thought, Sung Hyun was interrupted by Chief Song Taewon, who seemed to be waiting for him. Chief Song's expression was grim. I knew you were involved in this. Sung Hyun feigned ignorance. I have no idea what you're talking about. I was merely visiting as someone who helped resolve the incident. Chief Song cut through the act. Do not put Hunter Han Yujin in danger. Sung Hyun twisted the narrative instantly. That's precisely why I ended the situation and even brought a healer along. Of course, what I found there was far from what I predicted. He covered his mouth with a hand, a smirk playing on his lips. How? Interesting. I guess even Rhett has no idea what to do. Manager Song, of course, was still filled with doubt and disbelief. A man with F-rank stats is no different from a civilian. To knowingly throw him into danger and use him for your own gain. When Sung Huiji realized he couldn't manipulate this ice-cold man, he placed a hand on Song Tae's shoulder, his voice dripping with venom. You seem quite worried about him, don't you? Perhaps I should take a lesson from you. With that, Sung Huiji turned to leave, but not before adding one last chilling question. Should I try choking the life out of him? Sung Huiji thought to himself. Not using him? That's not the right way to describe what's happening here at all. A message lit up Sung Hai's phone, announcing the Habian Guild master had emerged. Sung Haiji smirked. Now, things were about to get interesting. Did Yujin really think he was just getting swept up in all of this? Not a chance. At the dungeon warehouse, reporters and camera crews swarmed the entrance. The sky was dark, but the area was blasted with blinding spotlights. A reporter held up her mic, speaking directly into the camera. We're reporting live from the front of the dungeon building. He cleared the dungeon in under a week, even though it was projected to take 10 whole days. Did he set a new record, or did he fail and use a moonstone to escape? The crowd around them wouldn't stop whispering. He's an S rank, so I think he'll be fine. But if he took heavy damage, we can't be sure of the situation inside. A sleek car pulled up, stopping right in front of the press mob. A hunter can still be agitated after a tense battle and might attack, so we can't get any closer. Yujin and Kim Sung-han stepped out of the vehicle. The two of them immediately dashed toward the abandoned dungeon building. The reporters were stunned. Hey, they're going inside. Hunter Kim Sung-han and the Haebyong Guild Master's brother. Huh? Isn't his brother an F rank? That's incredibly dangerous. Yujin ignored them, charging straight in. Kim Sung-han quickly warned him. Be careful, and don't you dare stand in front of me. An high-rank hunter, fresh from a dungeon conquest, stood before them. Han Yu-hyun and Peace emerged from the gate, flames still swirling around them. Kim Sung-han's eyes widened in awe. He actually did it. Yujin desperately shouted out, Han Yu-hyun, my brother. Yujin calmly replied, Hello, brother. Did you come to pick me up? Yujin nearly jumped out of his skin. Pick you up, my foot. He rushed forward, grabbing Yu-hyun's face and firing off questions. Hey, what happened to all your potions? Why did you two just charge in like that? I wanted to work with Peace now that he's all grown up. Even if he's grown, he's still just a kid. Standing off to the side, Kim Sung-han thought he seemed stable enough, at least. But then he flinched, staring at Han Yu-hyun. An oppressive, dark power radiated from him, making his hair float. Sung-han took a fearful step back. No, it's too dangerous to get close to him right now. I know because I went into a dungeon with him. So how can those two act so casually? Even though he's just an F rank, the way he lifted Peace's front paw to examine it made Kim Sung-han wonder what kind of power he truly possessed. The Jupiter Guild Master, Sung Huiji, was thinking the same thing. He gazed up at the crescent moon in the night sky. That's right. To compare it, it's like a house cat grooming a tiger. That must be why he draws people and people who exist outside of society's norms. The warehouse doors creaked open. The press outside immediately unleashed a blinding storm of camera flashes. He's out. It's Hunter Han Yu-hyun. The crowd's eyes lit up with excitement and relief. He's okay. Guild Master, we believe in you. What he received was a mix of envy and perhaps sheer terror. The aggressive reporters could only watch from a distance. Is it safe to approach him? Did he really succeed? We need to report to the Hunters Association immediately. A coat was draped over Han Yu-hyun's shoulders. Yujin addressed the press. Let's save this for tomorrow. Yujin held Peace in his arms, shielding Yu-hyun with his body. He's worked so hard he hasn't even slept. For someone like that to meet a person who treats him not as a weapon, but as a normal kid to worry over. The scene shifts to a dark prison cell. Noah sat curled in a corner, head buried in his knees. He muttered in regret, I ruined everything. This isn't what I wanted. Thump. A terrifying sensation suddenly washed over him. The chilling voice of his sister, R, echoed in his ears. See, what did I tell you? You can't do anything right, even if you are a supposed SD rank. If you had just done as you were told, I wouldn't be locked in here, and I wouldn't have to be angry. This is all your fault. Everything is your fault. Noah gritted his teeth, his eyes flying open as he shattered the flimsy cuffs around his wrists. He shot to his feet, breathing heavily. That's right. I can't stay like this. I have to fix my mistakes, somehow. On the drive back, a news report came on the radio. Just moments ago, the Haebyong Guild successfully raided the S-rank dungeon. This rapid, clear time will have a massive impact on public opinion regarding dungeon management. Yujin, of course, didn't hear a single word. He was fast asleep in the passenger seat, his mouth hanging wide open. He's sleeping with his mouth wide open. Leaning against Han Yu-hyun's shoulder, Kim Seong-han spoke from the driver's seat. He hasn't slept for nights, probably because of the new monster. But he was also worried sick about you. Lost in a deep slumber, Yujin was drooling all over his younger brother's shirt. It was a rather strange sight. The whole world knows you're an S-rank hunter, but he still fusses over you like a worried mother. I guess that's just what family does, right? After a moment of silence, Yu Hyun finally spoke. He's a strange one. You think so too? He holds me as if I were his child, even though this child is much stronger than he is. Before our awakening, when we were just kids, he would always step forward the moment anyone started whispering about me. Maybe that's why strange things always seem to happen to him. Who would even notice such small acts of affection and care? In most people's minds, Yujin is like a tiny hamster trying to wield a toothbrush bigger than its own body. He'll stand in the middle of beasts 100 times his size without any fear, but that's still better than him being passive and doing nothing. The more people who like him, the more his safety is guaranteed. Especially during the times I have to leave him for a dungeon. Han Yu, human in peace, stood atop a mountain of monster corpses. He glanced at Peace, who stood beside him. My brother's safety is our #1 priority, so let's cooperate with each other. That way, we can both grow stronger, faster. The time we're separated by dungeons will be reduced. Yu Hyunin gently closed his eyes, resting his head on his brother's. Everything was going to be fine. Suddenly, Yu Hyun's eyes snapped open as he asked Song Han. Nothing happened while I was away, right? Kim Song Han flinched behind the wheel, his face instantly darkening. The truth was, a lot had happened. I will report the details to you when we arrive. Just then, the phone on the seat next to him suddenly lit up. Yu Hyun picked it up to see a message had arrived. What's this? A photograph. As he opened it, Yu Hyun's eyes narrowed, seeing the image of Yujin injured in his fight with Noah. There were handprints on his neck and bloody claw marks across his chest. The sound of something shattering woke Yujin. He groggily opened his eyes. Haha, when did I fall asleep? Yu Hyun. Yujin turned to see his brother had already unleashed his power, crushing the phone in his hand. Yujin sat up straight and wiped his mouth. My apologies, I must have drooled. Another one of his items, torn by Yerim. But this time, it was his own brother Han Yu Hyun doing the tearing. Yujin covered himself and screamed, You psycho, why are you ruining my clothes? Yu Hyun didn't care and roared back. What about these injuries? Why is your chest covered in blood? What is going on? Even Peace couldn't sleep through this. Song Han couldn't drive in peace with these two brothers. Yujin was a little scared but treated it as a normal occurrence. Ah, so you found out? It's okay. I'm fine now. But Yu Hyun didn't believe him. Still fuming, he gripped a piece of his brother's tattered shirt and yelled, What do you mean? That bastard tried to kill you. Yujin tried to reassure his brother. It was just an accident. I got caught in the fight between him and his sister. But Yu Hyun was extremely worried. Are you sure? Who was it? Did they say anything strange? Like about a cult? Confucianism? Or something like that? Yujin was utterly bewildered. Since when is Confucianism a cult? It was Noah, the guild master of the evil guild. It's nothing. The Jupiter Guild master handled the situation and even called a healer. As Han Yu Hyun listened to his brother, his grip on the car seat tightened until the frame itself buckled. His voice trembled as he asked, You call this nothing? Han Yu Hyun gritted his teeth bitterly. I haven't even been gone for a week, and you're already hurt. I even left Kim Song, Han, Bakurim, and the others behind in case you needed them. If this is what happens, what's the point of going into a dungeon at all? Yujin looked at his overly anxious little brother, who was now destroying the car seat. He reached out and ruffled Yu Hyun's hair. Yeah, is that why you two went into the dungeon alone? Don't worry. Yerim and Song Han protected me, right? Song Han quickly replied. Yes, that's right. He patted Yu Hyun's head like when he was a child. Everything's okay now. That Noah guy has been captured. Yu Hyun asked. He's not dead yet? He's fine. Han Yu Hyun's expression immediately turned grim. He guessed. The Jupiter Guild master let him live. He's definitely involved in this. Does that conclusion even make sense? Yu Hyun leaned close to Yujin's face, interrogating him further. I'll check it out myself. Continue. What about the marks on your neck? Yujin was helpless. You know about that too. A moment later, after driving from the dungeon, the two brothers arrived at Yujin's new home. He had to hold Peace over his body to cover his chest, so that's what happened. My neck was injured because he wanted to teach me a lesson. I see. Yujin felt a shiver of anxiety at Yu Hyun's calm reply. I heard the kid even cut off Department Head Sung's entire arm. He's not planning to kill this guy, is he? He asked gently. Hey, don't be angry. Yu Hyun looked away. All right, I get it. What? Is he for real? Yu Hyun was dead serious. He was right. I'm weak, and I don't even listen. He probably figured scaring me a little would be the only way to teach me a lesson. I get it. With so many enemies lurking about, if this strange method makes me more cautious, then he'll have to live with his odd choices. Yujin let out a sigh he didn't realize he was holding. Wait, there are people stalking me? I guess having a few guards around isn't a real solution. Besides, this whole Confucianism topic seems totally unrelated to hunters or guilds. In his mind, anything related to that sounded ancient and terrifying. Yujin opened the door, inviting him inside. Ah, about that sect you mentioned earlier. Before he could finish, a sharp ping echoed from his pocket. Eugene answered the call. Yes, Chief Sung. What's wrong? On the other end, Chief Sung's voice was urgent. Are you home yet? Ah, yeah. I just got back. Just then, Yu Hyun's gaze locked onto something outside the glass door. Chief Sung's voice continued, oblivious. Then don't go outside, no matter what. Noah Lear has vanished. At that exact moment, both brothers saw him. Noah Lear, standing right outside their house, panting for breath. We've already notified the AB's guild, so until we find him. Noah's voice trembled. Eugen. On high alert, Eugen dropped Peace to the ground, letting him transform into his massive beast form. Well, hello there, Noah. Yu Hyun interjected coolly. I thought you were supposed to be locked up. How did you think they could stop a high-level awakened from escaping? Eugen broke into a cold sweat. So, why are you here? In a shocking move, Noah Lear dropped to his knees before the two brothers, tears welling in his eyes as he begged for forgiveness. Eugen was completely stunned. Ha, you broke out of your cell. Just to apologize? Noah bowed his head low. I know it's incredibly rude of me to appear here so suddenly after everything I've done, but I will do anything to atone. So please, accept my apology and take in my sister's monster. Yu Hyun's face darkened as he stepped forward. So it was you, wasn't it? Eugen shot out a hand, stopping his younger brother. Hey, you stay right there. He then reassured Noah. It's all right, Noah. I'm not angry, so you can stand up. I'll talk to Riet. Overjoyed, Noah lifted his head, stammering. Really? You mean it? For now, Eugen instructed, you should go back. Return tomorrow to apologize to Yerim. Only then did Noah truly see the state the two brothers were in. Eugen was shirtless and looked disheveled. Yu Hyun looked absolutely terrifying. Noah asked Eugen, This is my younger brother. Noah asked innocently, is your little brother bullying you? Yu Hyun's scowl deepened, ready to throw a punch, while Eugen scrambled to explain. Ah no, let me explain. It really looks like you're being bullied. Yu Hyun stepped forward, towering over Noah. I am the guild master of the Abyss Guild, Han Yu Hyun. I've heard about what happened. Noah's face went pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Someone like that. Is your little brother? Aren't you afraid of him? Eugen was dumbfounded. Huh? Noah covered his mouth, trembling. He's dangerous. If only one of you were an S-rank hunter, would your fate be the same as mine? But, is he even human? No. Eugen pointed an accusing finger at Yu Hyun. See, you're scaring him. Yu Hyun didn't seem convinced. No, something's off about him. You should step back, Hyung. He gently placed a hand on his brother's chest, pushing him back. You're too weak, so. Seeing that gesture, a horrifying memory flashed through Noah's mind. His sister, Riet, had done the exact same thing. Noah, you're too weak. But her touch wasn't for protection. It was for punishment. A jolt of terror shot through Noah's heart. He screamed and lunged at Yu Hyun. Get your hands off Eugen. Eugen was stunned. What are you doing? In a flash, Yu Hyun had already shoved his brother safely to the side. The two men crashed into each other, the battle erupting instantly. What's going to happen to this brand new building? All Eugen could do was huddle next to Peace, watching the fight unfold inside his new home. In moments, Yu Hyun had overpowered Noah, pinning him to the ground. His hands locked onto Noah's clawed ones. Something is wrong with him. Isn't it dangerous to leave him like this? Eugen rushed to intervene. Hey, wait a minute. Let me explain. Yu Hyun stared down at the uncontrollably snarling Noah, his voice as cold as ice. As Guildmaster, I still need an answer for your actions. Yu Hyun lifted one of Noah's arms. Was this the arm that injured Hunter Park Yerim? Just as he asked, Noah's tail whipped out from behind him in a surprise attack. He instantly broke free from the hold. Eugen yelled in alarm, Yu Hyun. Yu Hyun's arm, struck by the tail, was now poisoned. It turned a sickening purple, sizzling as the venom ate away at his flesh. But Yu Hyun remained terrifyingly calm. I didn't realize he had a tail. Noah was now in a half-dragon state, his teeth bared as he glared daggers at Yu Hyun. Eugen screamed, terrified. Hey, it's poisonous. Yu Hyun seemed unconcerned. Really, it's fine. I just need to cut it off before the poison spreads. With those words, Yu Hyun unhesitatingly hacked off his own poisoned arm, letting it fall to the floor with a sick thud that nearly sent Eugen's soul leaving his body. Sung Hyun-jae's face paled as he spoke desperately into the phone. Are you listening to me? Guild leader Sung, yes, I'm on my way now. If you don't hurry, Noah might. While Yu Hyun was tending to his wounds, Noah's monstrous form erupted forth. Wings burst from his back, and his claws sharpened into deadly talons. Then, Noah transformed into a massive dragon, roaring inside Eugen's greenhouse. The transformation is complete. Noah soared to the ceiling, bellowing down at Yu-Hyun below. I've never seen this form before. He can even fly now. Physically speaking, he's at a huge disadvantage. But Yu-Hyun just smirked, completely unfazed. He's a monster now, so I can kill him, right? He unleashed the Jade Willow Leaf. A storm of emerald leaves instantly blinded the dragon Noah. The beast shut its eyes, shaking them off. But Yu-Hyun shot up from below, sword raised high, declaring, "There's no room for you in these skies." Yu-Hyun's blade bit deep into the dragon's flesh. But it wasn't blood that spilled, it was poison. More poison? Huh. This time, it won't have any effect on me. I just need to purify it. In mere moments, Yu-Hyun had Noah pinned to the ground. He coldly raised his blade to Noah's throat. "This is for my brother. Now, pay the price. With your life." Noah's eyes shot wide with terror. He trembled, reverting to his weaker, hybrid form. This can't be. I also activated the Hand of Healing. I'm an S rank now, too. With a defiant roar, he threw Yu-Hyun back. I can't lose. Not like this. Noah struggled to his feet, fighting a desperate battle within himself. I finally became an S rank. I gave it my all. But his hope shattered as Yu-Hyun snared him by the neck, yanking him back violently. In that instant, a memory flashed before his eyes. The voice of Reed echoed in his mind. What was it that his sister, Riet, always told him? "You are nothing but a weakling." Boom! An explosion rocked Eugen's house. Looks like he might need to find a new place to stay for a while. Yu-Hyun sheathed his sword. It took some effort to subdue him without using any skills. Just then, Eugen stepped in, a spellbook already open in his hands. "If you don't stop right now, I'll send Noah every single one of your assessments. It would be unfair for him to know what you're planning." Yu-Hyun fell silent for a moment. "I bet you'd actually use that skill, wouldn't you? Aren't you being a little too soft on him? He's the one who attacked first." Eugen sighed, exasperated. "Yu-Hyun, that's enough. My house is practically a ruin now." Afterwards, Eugen and Yu-Hyun approached Noah. "Hey, are you conscious?" Yu-Hyun was still scowling. "Don't get too close to him." Noah reverted to his human form, his tear-filled eyes staring blankly at the sky. "Don't get the wrong idea. Yu-Han and I are very close." Noah shot up, but his clothes had completely vanished. "Whoa, Noah." Peace had to desperately leap in front to block the rated view. Noah collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself like a lost soul. Why? Why does this always happen to me? You saved me when you were just an F rank. I thought if I became an S rank, I could finally escape this fate, that my sister would finally acknowledge me if I just got stronger. But even with my own guild and title, I still end up destroying everything, then and now. Whenever I think of my sister, I get so scared I can't even think straight. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being so weak. Hearing this, Eugen's face twisted in anger. What in the world are you talking about? Steam practically pouring from his ears, he began to lecture the traumatized young man. Who told you it was your fault? It's not because you're weak. The problem here is Riet. Noah just stared, completely stunned. He glanced around at the wreckage of Eugen's home. But I'm the one who did all this. Well, you did make a bit of a mess. Eugen turned to his brother. Yu-Hyun, go get him something to wear. The younger brother clearly wasn't happy about it, but he obeyed. Eugen tossed a cloak over Noah's shoulders. Listen, Noah, I don't know the whole story between you two, but I can tell you right now, the way Riet treats you is wrong. Anyone can see that it's abuse. Of course you're afraid of your sister. It's only natural. How could you not be terrified when someone with that much power is constantly tormenting you? Eugen shuddered slightly. Honestly, Reed is just plain scary. That's why no one ever dared to step in and stop her, right? Noah still couldn't grasp it. He was convinced it was only because he was weak that his sister treated him this way. He turned away. But if I were just a little stronger. Eugen cut him off. No, that is not the issue here. It doesn't matter if you're weak or strong. No one deserves to be treated like that. Besides, you're not weak at all. You've been trying so hard. You built an entire guild from the ground up and even earned a title. You've been fighting all this time to overcome Riet. You've done an amazing job. You're more than strong enough. Just a little while ago, you fought to protect me, didn't you? A weak person could never do that. Hearing such warm words for the very first time, Noah couldn't stop the tears from streaming down his face. He choked out through his sobs. No one's ever said anything like that to me before. Eugen's heart ached with pity. No one, ever. Had not a single person ever offered him a kind word, not even a word of praise. Anyone could see how toxic their relationship was. Eugen comforted him. It must have been so difficult. But from now on, You need to stay away from red. Noah asked weakly. Here? Can I? Can I stay here until I'm not afraid of my sister anymore? As someone who feared nothing and had a heart bigger than the sky, Eugen, of course, agreed instantly. Yeah, of course. That's fine. He left the other two completely stunned. They both had the exact same thought. We just invited a ticking time bomb into our home. I should have just killed him when I had the chance. Agreed. A short while later, Chief Sung arrived to take Noah. Noah just stood to the side, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Chief Sung announced, "We'll handle the official proceedings tomorrow." He then began giving orders to his subordinates. It seemed he had already evacuated everyone in the vicinity and contacted the neighboring buildings. Tell the evacuees they can return. Eugen was deeply impressed. Just what you'd expect from a true professional. Yu-hun, however, wasn't nearly as happy as his brother. His first gift to Chief Sung after leaving the dungeon was a dagger thrown straight at his head. It nearly sent Sung Hun to the afterlife. Yu-hun was still furious that the chief had choked him earlier, but eventually, things were settled. In the end, it was decided that Noah would stay for a while, working as a security officer, a free S-class security officer to compensate for the damages. Of course, his deal with Yerim was also honored, and she seemed to have forgiven Noah more easily than expected. Sitting on the weight machine eating a popsicle, Yerim said, "I don't mind. It was an interesting fight, after all." She stood up, a competitive glint in her eyes. "Let's have a rematch sometime. Next time, I'll freeze your poison solid." "Yeah, anytime." "My God, is this really how S-class hunters are made?" Noah then left cheerfully. "I'll go handle the rest of the paperwork. See you later." Eugen watched Noah happily doing his job from a distance. Back Yerim turned to him and asked, "I'm fine with it, but are you really okay with this? You were attacked by a psycho the second you met him, and his sister is probably an S-class psycho too. What are you, a rabbit? Don't you have any sense of fear?" Hearing this, Eugen could only laugh helplessly. Haha. Worried, Yerim took out a penlight and shone it in his eyes. "Are you being controlled by a skill or something?" Eugen felt a pang of guilt. Oh crap. She's not entirely wrong. He scratched his head and said, "I just felt sorry for him. He's still so young. And helping people is a good thing, right?" Yerim slapped her own chest in frustration. "You definitely have a problem." She pointed a finger right in Eugen's face. "Do you have any idea how strong S-class hunters are? Everyone is scared to even stand near them. I had to hide my abilities at school so my friends wouldn't be terrified of me. But you're not scared at all. Instead, you pity them. You're like a hamster worrying about a pack of wolves. What's this about a hamster?" Yerim sighed and sat down. "You're so strange sometimes." Eugen replied calmly, "I'm not strange. It's just that he's around the same age as you, Hun, so he doesn't feel like a stranger." Yerim just smiled. "That's also very strange. What kind of relationship do you two brothers have? You talk like you raised him yourself." Eugen answered, surprised, "But I did. I've been raising him since he was in kindergarten. He even gave me a carnation on Parents' Day. I can't believe Yu-hun is the type to fold paper carnations. In Korea, they celebrate Parents' Day instead of separate Mother's and Father's Days, and it's a tradition to give carnations." Yerim was shocked. Huh, really? This only made her more curious. "But you had your family back then. Weren't they good at that stuff?" Eugen looked up, recalling the past. "No, they were fine. We'd often go out to eat and do things together. They passed away during one of their private trips. So they just left you and your brother at home?" Yerim's head was spinning. "That's a little strange, too." Eugen thought for a moment. "Really? I'm not sure. It's not like they didn't have their good sides, right?" A faint memory from the past surfaced. A nature show was playing on the television. The narrator's voice filled the room as little Eugen lay sprawled on the floor. Toys and colored pencils were scattered all around him. A cuckoo bird will lay its egg in the nest of another bird. On the outside, the eggs look very similar. However, once hatched, the chicks are completely different. The newly hatched cuckoo will push the other eggs out of the nest, and the mother bird will feed the cuckoo chick, even when it grows much larger than her. Eugen seemed to pay no mind to the program on TV. He was busy drawing a colorful family portrait of his mom, dad, himself, and his little brother, Yu-hun. Suddenly, a voice from the next room caught Eugen's attention. "Yeah, it's really scary." He got up and crept toward the door. Through a small crack, he could see his parents arguing. His mother held her head in her hands. "He's a child, but he never cries, and he never laughs." His father tried to reassure her, but the hospital said there was no mix-up. I know that, but it's just so strange. That child is nothing like Eugen. It's crazy, but I feel like he's not my son." Eugen heard her words but showed no reaction. He simply picked up his favorite stuffed frog and left the living room, his mother's voice still ringing in his ears. He just kept telling himself that one day, his brother would be okay. Eugen quietly opened the door to Yu Hyun's room. He gazed at his baby brother, lying so still in the crib. Since Yujin was still too small, he had to climb onto the railing to get a better look. It was so strange. Why were mom and dad saying things like that? Yu Hyun didn't make a sound. He just stared silently at the ceiling. Yujin gently placed his stuffed frog in the crib, a gift for his little brother. Yu Hyun was adorable and so very quiet. Just one look was enough to see the deep bond the two brothers shared. As the years passed, their parents' behavior grew stranger. They showered Yujin with attention, while completely ignoring Yu Hyun. For instance, they'd ask only Yujin, "Do you want to go out for dinner with us?" But Yujin was a wonderful big brother. He would always ask, "What about Yu Hyun?" Another time, it was the same story. "Yujin, want to go camping with us?" And again, he'd take Yu Hyun's hand, his cute little brother who had just started sucking his thumb, and ask the same question. "What about Yu Hyun?" This happened over and over. Outside their son's room, the parents' arguments grew more frantic. Why isn't Yujin affected by it? He's so good to his brother. But us. The mother collapsed to the floor, clutching her head, completely overwhelmed by despair. "Something is wrong, my love," his mother screamed. "None of this makes any sense. I gave birth to that thing. If anyone finds out, they'll think we're insane." The father stared at the closed door. "I know," he whispered, "but I'm terrified of it, too." Photos lay shattered across the floor. It was clear the couple's fear and hatred for Yu Hyun had driven them to the brink of madness. In every picture, Yu Hyun was either ripped out, or his face was blotted out with ink. How could Yujin be okay with this? It's just a child. The father crept to the door and peered inside. What he saw made him tremble in pure terror, because sitting in Yujin's lap wasn't his cute little brother. It was a writhing, terrifying black shadow, and somehow, Yujin wasn't afraid at all. Huh, what is it? But his father could only think, "That's not our second son. That thing is strange." Then one Christmas, their parents simply left. They left behind a lavish feast on the table, still wrapped in plastic, and a small pile of cash. "Here's some spending money. You two be good and watch the house." The city was alive with shimmering lights. People hurried through the bustling streets, past a giant Christmas tree in the heart of the square. Yujin and Yu Hyun bundled up and headed outside to play. A trip on Christmas Day. "Mom and Dad are so good to us." He smiled brightly at his little brother. "We can celebrate your birthday, just the two of us. Having a birthday on Christmas is so magical, right? I wonder if we can find a place that sells birthday cake today." The warm grasp of their hands made Yu Hyun look down, lost in thought. If I hadn't taken that hand, my brother could have lived a normal, happy life. He looked down at his brother, laughing from the floor below. "I know that, but I." Meanwhile, at the Jupiter Guild headquarters, Guildmaster Sung Hyunjae was on a call. "I hear Noah caused some trouble." "Indeed. It's as if we raised a dog, only for it to finally slip its leash. Is that why my flight was moved up? What possessed him to do such a thing? I'm not sure. But it seems to have something to do with Han Yujin." The voice on the other end belonged to Evilly Miller. "Ah, that monster tamer. Taming him was always a long shot, since he's half monster himself." That is interesting." Evilly replied, a hint of hesitation in her voice. "You don't sound surprised at all." Sung Hyun-jae simply smiled, because it's amusing. Things are always more entertaining when they don't go according to plan. Now, I believe I have a complaint to file with the new owner of my runaway pet. Elsewhere, Kang So-yeon was on cloud 9. She hummed a happy tune, unable to stop giggling. "I found it. It's finally here," she squealed. "This is a dragon tower, not some cheap cat tower." And just like that, 259,347 listings for dragon supplies and toys popped up. Kang So-young did a little victory dance. She couldn't contain her excitement, finally finding the one thing she'd always dreamed of. One dragon is worth more than 10,000 health potions. Just as she said that, her eyes darted to the side, catching sight of something bizarre. Suddenly, from the rooftop of a nearby apartment building, a figure leaped into the air. The sudden plunge sent a wave of shock through the crowd below. Kang So-young screamed, her eyes wide with terror, watching the figure plummet toward the ground. She was completely frozen, muttering to herself, "Someone's falling. Should I save them? Should I try?" But then, something impossible happened. A pair of magnificent wings burst from his back. It was a breathtaking, magical sight as the falling man began a complex transformation. There was no magical warrior outfit reveal. Instead, the young man became a magnificent, shimmering golden dragon. Kang So-young's expression mirrored my own. All she could do was stare, wide-eyed and utterly speechless. Kang So-young was so stunned, she collapsed to the ground, her breathing becoming ragged and chaotic. She covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes sparkling as if she just discovered gold. Another dragon? A human-dragon hybrid. And as we can all see, the prospect of Hunter Kang Soyang becoming Han Yujin's sister-in-law seemed more distant than ever. Meanwhile, high in the vast blue sky, Noah was soaring in his dragon form alongside Blue. A voice from Blue echoed, asking the dragon beside it, "How do you feel, Noah?" The other dragon's reply was immediate. "It's incredible. It feels surprisingly easy, since Blue also has 4 legs and a pair of wings just like me. Flying like this makes it so much easier to feel all my senses come alive." Down on the ground, Han Yujin was observing everything through a special link. This connection allowed him to feel and partially control their movements. However, this link also came with a strange side effect. It made Han Yujin feel uncomfortable and alien, trying to sense the world through a body part that didn't even exist. Even so, the experience of the wind rushing past and the pure freedom of soaring through the sky was absolutely exhilarating. But mixed with that thrill was an indescribable wave of nausea. High above, Blue was gleefully performing acrobatic dives, combined with perfect 360-degree spins. This was the exact cause of his discomfort. Han Yujin couldn't take it anymore and roared up at them. "I told you not to pull any dangerous stunts while you're flying." Noticing the distress in his tone, Noah immediately turned his attention toward Blue. Instantly, Noah dove from the sky and landed, shifting back to his human form. He didn't even care that he was completely naked as he rushed toward Han Yujin, his face full of worry. "Are you all right?" Though he was so dizzy, he had to kneel on the ground. Han Yujin still tried to act calm. "I'm fine. This is nothing." Blue flew over and perched on Noah's shoulder, looking at him with sparkling eyes. Noah glanced over and said reluctantly, "Blue, let's just take it slow and start with the simple things, okay?" Han Yujin helplessly interjected. "But Noah, first of all, could you please put some clothes on?" And yes, as you can see, Noah has officially begun training to get used to his dragon form. Though there were still a few difficulties, just as Han Yujin thought, having Noah here was like hitting the lottery. His title was irrelevant. His skills were what truly shined. The healing skill was just his basic ability. Most healers have incredibly low physical attack stats, but Noah is an S rank, so there's no need to worry about him getting injured. Plus, he has an attack skill called Silent Crimson. With this skill, for every 1 point of damage he takes, the opponent suffers 10 times more. Hearing the skill mentioned, Noah scratched his head in concern. It only activates on matching body parts. But the part that got injured this time was my wing, so. Han Yujin thought to himself, "It's a good thing you only attacked his wing. Yu Hyun, what if you had attacked a different part?" But setting that aside, the main event was about to start as Noah held out his hand. A green energy appeared, gathering around his palm. With a serious face, Noah announced, "All right, let's begin." Instantly, Han Yujin's body was enveloped in that energy, and the system's voice rang in his ear. Power stat configuration. Activating stat borrowing. Han Yujin clenched his fist, his face filled with determination. "All right, let's try this." With a shout, he channeled his power and slammed his fist into the ground, causing a powerful tremor. The result of his punch was the ground shattering into huge pieces. Han Yujin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, "This is amazing." Noah clapped beside him in support. This skill can only borrow or lend half of someone's stats once a day for 30 minutes, but it seems borrowing stats is more useful than most other items. Han Yujin turned to Noah in awe. "Even for a healer, your raw power is insane." Noah smiled with a helpless expression and replied, "Well, I am an S rank, after all." After testing the skill for himself, an idea sparked in Han Yujin's mind. If he added the amplification skill of the celestial enemy Sots, wouldn't the effect be 4 times stronger than normal? His thoughts didn't stop there as he continued to dive into even deeper ideas. If Noah activates his poison and lets me ride him in dragon form, most monsters won't even dare to approach me, and I can easily enter and exit high-level dungeons. Han Yujin's smile grew even wider. He put one hand on Noah's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "You're the best, Noah." Of course, Noah was deeply touched by his words. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. Noah replied, "This is the first time anyone has ever praised me like that." Seeing him like this, Han Yujin thought to himself, "It seems like Noah is finally getting comfortable with his life here." As for Blue, perhaps thanks to Han Yujin's "my kid is the best" skill, it had also grown quite a bit while training with Noah. But despite its bigger, more mature appearance, Blue's mischievous nature hadn't changed at all. Out of nowhere, it swooped down to pick a fight with Peace. Peace may look cute and small normally, but when it switches into combat mode, it's absolutely terrifying. Peace's sharp eyes quickly locked onto Blue's position. Instantly, Peace launched an attack right at Blue's head, hitting it so hard its eyes bulged in shock. Han Yujin watched in alarm as Peace, using one leg, forcefully taught Blue a lesson, and he rushed to intervene. He called out, trying to placate the creature. Come on, Peace. Just this once, can't we all just get along? It seemed Peace was upset that its father was so busy with work he'd forgotten to rest. Han Yujin hugged the creature, soothing it. It's okay. It's okay. It's my job. I can't help it. And so, the bright and productive days continued. Then, out of nowhere, on a perfectly beautiful day, Sung Hae-yunjae suddenly appeared, holding a basket of kokum flowers. He smiled. This is a gift to congratulate Blue on its successful growth. Han Yujin stared back with dead, vacant eyes, while Sung Hyunjae maintained his usual condescending tone. He said with a smile, "Such a cold look, my friend. This is a gift from me, Sung Hyunjae. Please accept it." Han Yujin took the flower basket, awkwardly replying, "Why go through all this trouble when you could have just used a delivery service?" Sung Hyunjae's smile never faded. "I didn't come here just to deliver a small gift. I have other business with you." Yujin cut straight to the point. "Then what are you doing here?" Sung Hyunjae answered, "Such a cold reception. You're hurting my feelings. As an investor, I'm just here to collect the one who's skipping out on his debt." Just then, a ferocious roar echoed from the sky. Noah spread his massive wings, descending rapidly towards them. The force of the wind was so strong it ripped the flower basket from Yujin's hands. Landing behind Yujin, Noah's sharp eyes glared as he growled, "I am not running from a debt. I always keep my promises." Stunned, Yujin looked back and whispered, "Noah." The dragon moved closer to Sung Hyunjae and snarled, "Leave Han Yujin out of this." Throughout it all, Sung Hyunjae's expression didn't change one bit, that smirk still plastered on his face. Sung Hyunjae replied to Noah in a calm, casual voice, "Shouldn't you have said that before you ran away? Besides, you and Han Yujin seem quite close, don't you? Did he hire you to be his pet?" That one comment was enough to send Noah into a rage. The hostility in his eyes deepened as he snarled, "I am human." Seeing him losing control, Yujin feared what he might do and shouted, "Noah, stop." To Noah's complete surprise, Yujin stepped forward and declared, "I'll take full responsibility for him, since I'm the one who invited him here." Stunned by Yujin's actions, Noah hesitated. But before he could finish, Yujin turned to comfort him. "I was the one who decided to hire you, so I'm doing this for my own sake too. So just trust me." Noah's eyes sparkled with emotion, tears welling up as he looked at Han Yujin. Yujin glanced away, thinking to himself, "I can't let Noah turn back into his human form right now. Without Piz here to provide cover for him, it would be far too revealing." Han Yujin turned back to Sung Hyunjae. "I don't know what issues you two have, but I want Noah to stay here. So, let's discuss this debt. Mr. Investor." Suddenly, his golden pupils turned sharp as ice. Han Yujin extended a hand, making an offer to Sung Hyunjae. "What do you want in exchange for Noah?" Some time ago, a news editor reported that the guilds affected by the incident were being selected for dissolution. Several witnesses claimed a golden dragon appeared at the scene, and the incident was officially ruled a dungeon break. Sung Hyunjae took in the report, then whispered into the phone, "All right, good work." After hanging up, he thought with a grin, "Looks like my investment is finally starting to pay off." Sung Hyunjae knew Noah's poison was good, but his most useful asset was his transformation skill. Noah was like a lone dragon, shining in the darkness, possessing an immense source of power. Sung Hyunjae schemed internally. So far, no hunter has ever been able to transform into a monster. So after eliminating a target, all we need to do is disguise it as a dungeon break. A satisfied smile crept across his face as he considered the possibilities. An S rank might be tough, but any hunter below that, or even a regular politician, would be easy prey. Sung Hyunjae's expression shifted, his mind full of cunning plots. "We'll use him to eliminate everyone backing Hansen and the Breaker Guild, weakening them from the inside. And then, Han Yujin's skill will be mine once again." Back in the present, Sung Hyunjae held a cold can of Coca-Cola. Han Yujin's voice suddenly broke the silence. "Is it okay?" Sung Hyunjae didn't answer, just smiled quietly while stroking Noah beside him. Yujin took the initiative. "I saw you drinking Earl Grey tea last time, so I brought a bunch. Feel free to choose." Though he appeared friendly on the surface, Han Yujin was cursing him out internally. "Do you have any idea you just ruined my plans?" After a moment, Sung Hyunjae spoke slowly. "I've invested quite a lot in Noah. I can't get into the details with you, but it involves securing him a title." Glancing at the various drinks on the table, he continued slowly, "I think he'll be useful even in a support class, so I'll help him form his own guild to escape the reset." As he spoke, Sung Hunj tilted his head, his gaze piercing through him. "And yet, he came to you to spend the night." Hearing that, Han Yujin quickly turned his face away. Sung Hunj added, "The Malice Guild was just disbanded." With a single phone call, that revelation sent a jolt through Han Yujin. "Huh, one phone call?" Noah, his eyes shining, replied, "Yes, because I decided to stay here." Han Yujin couldn't help but worry. Is that really going to be okay? Just then, Sung Hunj spoke again. I'd like you to think that guild has nothing to do with my interests, but you'd figure it out eventually anyway. Sung Hunji's pretentious act was incredibly irritating to Han Yujin. You literally just revealed it yourself. At that moment, Noah firmly declared, I am still an S-rank hunter. Any debt I have, I can repay myself. Surprised, Han Yujin quietly said his name, Noah. Noah even proactively offered, if you want, I can even join your dungeon raids. Seeing that aggressive attitude, Sung Hunj raised a hand in refusal. I'm sorry, but the Jupiter Guild isn't lacking for hunters. Then he added calmly, furthermore, you hold no appeal to me. You don't stand a chance. And now, your transformation skill is no longer a secret. As his opponent pointed out the problem so clearly, Noah felt a slight pang in his heart. Sung Hunj crossed his arms, but after a short pause, he asked, he's still useful to Han Yujin, isn't he? Hearing this, Han Yujin's guard immediately went up. Contrary to his expectations, Sung Hunj's eyes crinkled into a smile. If you have poison resistance, you can act much more freely. Han Yujin immediately spoke up to correct him. Noah is a person, not a poison resistance skill. Sung Hunj continued with a friendly demeanor. If you go with him, you can enter high-level dungeons without needing a flying beast anymore. However, he was met with Han Yujin's cold attitude. Why would I go into a dungeon? Han Yujin thought with a headache. This bastard sees right through all my plans. After a moment, Han Yujin had no choice but to ask directly, so what do you want? We just signed a monster training contract, so you no longer need hunters from Sesone. Just then, Sung Hunj flashed a triumphant smile, as if he'd already gotten his way. He held up 3 fingers. Sung Hunj slowly added, whenever I need you, you will help me. 3 times. Not wanting to fall into a trap, Han Yujin stood, summoned an item, and said, that's too vague. Let's write up a more detailed contract. Sung Hunj immediately cut in. That's not necessary. Han Yujin asked cautiously. Huh? What if I just show up and sabotage you when you need me? Sung Hunj rested his chin on his hand and replied nonchalantly. Then I would be very hurt. This flippant attitude only confused Han Yujin more. What? Sung Hunj beamed and said, and here I was, trusting you so completely. Holding the unsigned contract, Han Yujin thought to himself, is he insane? Trading an S-rank hunter for just a verbal promise? Seeing his opponent's perfectly calm demeanor, Han Yujin was completely baffled. How can he be so confident? This made him a little anxious. He's not even affected by me. The feeling was uncomfortable, but there was nothing more he could do. With that, Han Yujin put away the contract and said, all right, let's do it that way. Noah was shocked. Yujin Hyun? Then, Han Yujin extended his hand and declared, but I will refuse any requests that are beyond my ability or that would harm others. Sung Hunj easily accepted the terms. Don't worry, I have no intention of harming anyone. And so, the two shook hands, sealing their agreement. Though there was no contract, their trust was the proof. Suddenly, Sung Hunj spoke up. By the way, that sharing skill from last time. The one with double the attack power. Can you only use it when you have a damage nullification item? Han Yujin was a bit confused but answered, huh. I guess so, though I don't have that bracelet anymore. Sung Hunj smiled brightly and instructed, if you create another one, please let me know. Behind them, Noah saw that expression and finally understood everything. He lamented internally. No, Yujin Hyung is being used, and it's all my fault. But Han Yujin had already anticipated this. I know what he really wants is my skill. He silently cursed Sung Hunj, too much of a coward to say it out loud. Haha, get real, you idiot. I'm never going to help you. It's not like getting that kind of item is easy. A few days later, a haggard-looking Yu Miu used the last of his strength to hand an item to Han Yujin. He said softly, take it. It's like the bracelet from before. What lay in Yu Miu's hand was a lizard's marble. Classification: unknown. Single use. Seeing Yu Miu's state, Han Yujin was extremely worried. How hard have you been working to end up like this? You're talking in your sleep. Yu Miu's head drooped as he gave a short reply. I'll show you when it's done. After looking around, Han Yujin said with interest, this place is quite convenient. We could use it during dungeon raids. Yu Miu shot him a look, her voice cold. I don't allow strangers in here. Han Yujin rushed to his side, his voice soothing. I know. You only let her in as a favor to me. My thanks, Yu Myungwoo. But what could possibly be more important than that? Just then, Han Yu Hyun presented an egg covered in strange patterns. It was an SSS rank item, the red egg, a reward he in peace had won in an S-rank dungeon. Han Yujin recalled that before his regression, egg-type items were practically unheard of. No one knew their purpose because they were completely inert, immune to any external force. They couldn't even be broken. But if anyone could figure it out, it would be Myongwoo and Hwaya. Growing impatient, Han Yujin pushed his brother toward Myongwoo, thinking, I set up this meeting so you two could get acquainted. You know. With that brilliant assist from two troublemakers, Han Yu-hyun suddenly turned. Ha! A powerful flame had just erupted near the doorway. It blazed intensely right before his eyes. Han Yujin gasped in shock. Hwaya, the fire monster, raised a hand and whispered, a newborn flame is here. Then, it gently touched the red egg in Han Yu-hyun's hand. In an instant, the SSS rank item was covered in cracks and began to transform. The egg! Han Yu-hyun exclaimed in surprise. A powerful wave of energy washed over the area, and from the shell emerged a tiny creature. Han Yujin rushed over in amazement to get a better look. A lizard? That's what hatched from this egg. It seems so, Han Yu-hyun replied calmly. Just then, the little red lizard glanced around innocently before striking Han Yu-hyun square in the eye, sending him reeling as blood splattered everywhere. Standing beside him, Han Yujin could only stare, completely dumbfounded. The tiny lizard quickly tried to crawl into Han Yu-hyun's eye socket. Han Yujin jumped back in a panic. Your eye! Han Yu-hyun calmly held the lizard in his hand and replied, It's fine. It's out now. Watching the lizard leap into his brother's hands, Han Yu-han added, It was only inside for a second. It seems to have a thing for eyes. Still completely bewildered, Han Yujin asked, What does that mean? What is this thing? Through the system, he could finally see the lizard's information. Current level fire spirit. Contractor, Han Yu-han. He gasped. Another fire spirit? Yu Myongwoo finally spoke up. Did it awaken thanks to Hwaya's power? A thought crossed Han Yujin's mind. I guess that explains why egg-type items never hatched before. In the old timeline, there were no primal spirits. Watching his brother stroke the lizard on his shoulder, Han Yujin realized this was yet another change caused by his regression. Han Yu-hyun was now playfully teasing the lizard, his very own fire spirit. As he manifested a wisp of fire, the red lizard eagerly snapped it up. He realized it was completely immune to fire. Han Yujin wondered aloud, could fire be its food? Well, that makes feeding it easy, Han Yujin said casually, and raising it should be fun. Besides, that's an SSS rank egg. What if it becomes as strong as Hwaya? At that, Yu Myongwoo flinched and said, Ah, please don't say things like that. Hwaya's face suddenly fell, hurt that someone was praising another creature's potential over its own. Yu Myongwoo quickly tried to console it. Hey now, Hwaya, that's not it. You're the strongest. How could that tiny thing ever be as powerful as you? Han Yujin witnessed this scene and judged him silently. Yu Myongwoo really had his hands full. Holding the new item, he was lost in thought again. In any case, bringing Yu Hin here was the right call. And now I have another damage nullification item. Han Yujin suddenly remembered his conversation with Sung Hyun-jae, who had said something similar not long ago. Noticing his brother's contemplative look, Han Yu-hyun asked, What is it, Hyun? Oh, it's nothing. Han Yujin quickly replied, then nudged his brother. You should thank Yu Myongwoo. But Han Yujin's mind was still in turmoil. There's no way I'm discussing this with him. If I'm going into a dungeon, it'll be with my own guild members. That's what I thought, or what I'd hoped. But the very next day, on a lush green lawn, sat an adorable picnic blanket and a basket of delicious food. Sung Hyun-jae closed his eyes, savoring the cool breeze. Then, he cheerfully announced, I've arranged lunch for us. Beside him, Han Yujin wore an expression of pure exhaustion, so I ended up meeting him again. Han Yujin realized it all started with paying attention to the small changes. The beautiful Moon Hyuna appeared, looking completely different. With a smile as bright as a flower, she called out to her pet, Lamb, I brought some monster chow for you. Seeing Moon Hyuna, Lamb let out an excited squeak. Han Yujin looked surprised. Whoa, your hair, Miss Moon Hyuna. She confidently showed off her new, incredibly cool, short hairstyle. Just got it done. The old geezers just finished chewing me out for it. After chatting for a bit, Moon Hyuna said softly, So, these little monsters are now a rare species worldwide. At that moment, Lamb was busy devouring the feast Moon Hyuna had brought. Sitting on the bench with Han Yujin, she explained, Everyone is trying to buy one to bring along for training. I'll have to get one myself. Han Yujin, who had grown thin from raising the monsters lately, thought warily. Even if you say that, I won't have the capacity to raise another one anytime soon. Moon Hyuna placed a hand on her friend's shoulder and asked, You haven't forgotten your promise to let me ride Lamb when it gets big, have you? She then threw an arm around Han Yujin's neck, nearly sending him tumbling over. A playful smirk crossed Moon Hyuna's face. Just let me know when you're ready. I'll be waiting. A simple hug from her could accidentally crush an F-rank hunter. Han Yujin yelped in shock. Wait a minute. As she pinched his cheeks, a thought suddenly struck him. That's right. You just became an F-rank hunter, didn't you? I want to see what kind of reward you received. Hearing this, Moon Hyuna's eyes lit up. Oh, you want a peek? I got something incredible. Han Yujin smirked to himself. He already knew exactly what it was. The White Whale's Tear. A single-use item capable of fusing an ice element skill into a piece of gear. Moon Hyuna had sold it at an auction since her own skills were all wind-based. A plan was already forming in Han Yujin's mind. Now that I have Yurim, if I could just buy that and give it to her. But Moon Hyuna pulled out something completely unexpected. It was a vial that looked like an old man's flask. She brandished it with a triumphant grin. Han Yujin's jaw dropped in disbelief. Huh. But Moon Hyuna didn't seem to notice his stunned expression at all. She just continued her proud declaration. Moon Hyuna boasted about her rare treasure, claiming it was more precious than any elixir, like having a second life, the single best item in the entire nation. She lovingly nuzzled the bottle against her cheek, acting as cute and possessive as a kitten with its favorite toy. Han Yujin's mind was reeling. He had to ask. This. Is it? You didn't get anything else. Something like an item that can fuse skills? But Moon Hyuna's confident reply shattered his hopes into a million pieces. Nope. I just got an extra pair of S-rank gloves, that's all. Han Yujin couldn't believe what he was hearing. What? The rewards are different. But we were in the same dungeon. The rewards have never changed before. Not once. Seeing the strange look on his face, Moon Hyuna leaned in. What's up, big bro? Why so spaced out? Don't tell me. Have you? She suddenly struck a ridiculously cool pose. Already fallen for me? A vein throbbed on Han Yujin's forehead as he yelled. What is wrong with you? Knock it off. But seeing her bright, carefree smile, he could only sigh to himself. Fine, whatever. He knew that from this moment on, the future was going to change in countless ways, right down to the color of her hair. Just then, Bakurin waved cheerfully. Hi, sis. Noah, who had been trailing shyly behind, also spoke up. Hello. Han Yujin's chaotic thoughts continued to swirl. Even Yerim. And Noah. Everyone had changed so much. But it was all for the better. Suddenly, Bakurin recoiled in shock at the sight of Lamb. The creature's stomach was stretched taut like a drum, surrounded by the remains of two massive bones. What in the world happened to Lamb's belly? Meanwhile, Moon Hyuna's attention was instantly captured by Noah. Her eyes sparkled. So, you're the legendary dragon boy, huh? Han Yujin immediately threw his arms out, shielding his precious charge. I remember you saying you wanted to ride a dragon. Don't even think about it. He drifted back into his thoughts again. If this is happening, then it's no surprise that dungeon rewards are changing. 2. A few days later, Han Yuhin was relaxing and scrolling through the news. An article about S-rank dungeon reward tiers caught his eye, and he murmured to himself, White Shield in the U.S., HSU's Grimoire in the Philippines, and the Windbow in India. It was then that a frustrating reality finally dawned on him. All the other dungeons offered the exact same reward. He set his phone down, closing his eyes to enjoy the gentle breeze. But Han Yu-hyun remained optimistic. No, there's still a chance. Perhaps this time, there'll be a unique dungeon. Suddenly, Han Yujin's determined voice cut through the silence. So, which dungeon is it? Startled by his brother's sudden intensity, Han Yu-hyun could only stare. He sighed internally. What a pain. As their car sped down the highway, Han Yu-hyun finally broke the silence. Did you want to ask about the system? Han Yujin answered, stroking Chirpy gently. Yeah. About Chirpy and a few other things. His words were intentionally vague. He was hiding an enormous secret. After all, I can't possibly tell him I've returned from the past, and that the future I once knew is now changing before my very eyes. A while back, Han Yujin had noticed something odd. Skills had absolutely no effect on Chirpy, and the creature wasn't growing like Peace or Lamb. Plus, it acted a little strange sometimes. One day, as he was blissfully rolling around in bed, drifting into a deep sleep, Han Yujin was suddenly roused by the sound of a news broadcast. The news anchor's serious voice echoed through the room. And in our next story, Han Yujin mumbled, still half asleep. What's going on? He rubbed his eyes and called out, Myungwoo, is that you? But there was no reply. Only the steady drone of the newscast answered him. The Jupiter Guild has reportedly recruited an S-rank hunter from overseas. Evelyn Miller, a freelancer specializing in long-range combat. Han Yujin stumbled out into the living room, only to be met with an unbelievable sight. His pet was perched on the sofa, completely engrossed in the news. Chirpy, he exclaimed in astonishment. A wave of joy hit him, and he jumped around like a lunatic. Did you turn on the TV? How did you even get up on the couch? Wait, did you use the basket to climb up? Are you a genius? Chirpy simply let out a tiny little peep in response. Han Yujin's eyes sparkled as he approached, filled with adoration. my little genius. I'm so proud of you. Would you like some mana stones? However, Han Eugene coldly turned his back. Chirp. Its unexpected response caught Han Eugene completely off guard. He lowered his voice. Chirp. Is that really you? The pet simply chirped again. When Chirp recounted the strange tale to his younger brother, Han Eugene looked annoyed. Then, the creature became its goofy self again and ran straight for its stone. What in the world is wrong with it? He wondered. Does it have a split personality? Han Yu-hyun calmly made an assessment. It's possible. He then explained further. There are some monsters whose minds develop as they grow, and they often have two distinct personalities. Hearing this, Han Yujin was completely stunned. If that was true, then peace could be the same. He didn't know how to feel about that. Han Yujin calmly continued. I was just asking. I can't fully raise it, since it's only an F rank and can't use any equipment. Just then, Peace suddenly bolted upright. Seeing its strange reaction, Han Yujin asked, Hey, what's wrong, Peace? It moved closer to the red lizard perched on Han Yuhyun. Han Yujin's eyes widened at the sight. The flame dragon came along too. Beside him, Chirpy raised a hand, wanting to make a new friend. But the introverted red lizard quickly scrambled into Han Yuhyun's sleeve to hide. Its action startled Peace. Han Yujin asked curiously, Is that one an S rank too? Can it even follow us? Han Yuhyun calmly replied, It's bonded to me, so it won't be harmed. As long as it's inside my skin, it will be safe. Instantly, the red lizard merged into the skin of his face. Seeing his older brother's shocked expression, Han Yuhyun asked, What's wrong? Han Yujin answered softly, It's nothing. It's just. He realized his little brother had changed so much, it was like he could read his mind. Han Yuhyun spoke with startling maturity. You don't need to worry about me. Just make sure you stay close while we're in the dungeon. Hearing that, Han Yujin couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, all right. You really are a reliable guy. He turned to the cool breeze from the car window and smiled, satisfied. Yeah, things are definitely changing for the better. But in that moment, Peace suddenly lunged at Han Yuhyun, making Han Yujin jump. Even as chaos erupted once more, a deep sense of peace and warmth filled his heart. I've made up with my brother, and we're entering a dungeon together. I never even dared to dream of something like this in my past life. Meanwhile, Peace was completely blocking Han Yuhyun's view, making it impossible to drive. Han Yujin quickly scooped the creature up and laughed. Who cares if other things change? At least my little brother is safe. He thought back to the time they were torn apart and the memories he never wanted to face again. Han Yujin gently stroked his brother's hair, a happy thought crossing his mind. Now, those things are just futures that will never happen. That's all that matters. There's nothing else to worry about. A short time later, the two brothers arrived at a desolate, frozen mountain, where only the howl of the wind broke the silence. Han Yujin looked around, completely confused. Why is there snow everywhere? This is supposed to be a desert dungeon, isn't it? Han Yuhyun also found it incredibly odd. I can't sense a single monster nearby. What's going on here? Han Yujin casually wrapped a scarf around Peace and Ding. Could this be related to the system somehow? After a moment, Han Yuhyun turned sharply and said, We need to leave. Now, Han Yujin was still reluctant. What? But if we just wait a little longer, the system might. Han Yuhyun's voice turned grave. Can you really trust the system? Are you sure this isn't a trap? It could have been set by the very people who want you dead. Seeing his brother's extreme reaction, Han Yujin tried to laugh it off. Come on, nobody has the power to alter an entire dungeon like this. But when he saw the dark expression on his brother's face, Han Yujin called out his name, worried. Yuhyun. Doubt crept into his mind. Why is he so on edge? Even with so many people trying to hunt me down. Han Yuhyun had raged at him before about this. He knew it was about some cult. Deciding to be direct, Han Yujin asked, What are you hiding from me? He voiced his own theory. A normal hunter could never interfere with a dungeon. The one you're really afraid of. It's not a guild or another hunter, is it? His words hit their mark, and Han Yuhyun could only stammer, unable to speak. It's... Han Yujin pressed him. This has something to do with that cult you mentioned before, doesn't it? But his brother only fell silent. Han Yuhyun turned his head away and said, I can't tell you. Han Yujin asked naively, Huh? Why not? Han Yuhyun spoke the truth. I signed a contract. At that very moment, a bullet screamed out of the silence. An instant later, it slammed into Han Yuhyun's arm, spraying a shower of blood onto the white snow. Han Yujin cried out, Yuhyun. His brother calmly ordered, Get the marble out of my arm, now. Han Yujin's monsters were summoned in a flash. He was reeling from the sudden ambush. It pierced straight through the arm of an S rank. Even a higher-tiered monster shouldn't be capable of that. Suddenly, a wooden head popped up from behind a rock, revealing the figure of a toy soldier. Han Yuhyun stared in disbelief. A toy? That's not a monster. Han Yujin's mind raced. What is going on? That thing. Through the system, he saw its information. S-rank Toy Knight number 6, the contractor. An S-rank. Han Yujin yelled in disbelief. He stared in horror at the number 6. Did that mean there were 5 more? Or even worse? At that exact moment, dozens of snow cavalry soldiers rose to their feet. In a flash, the two brothers were completely surrounded. What in the world is this? Damn this system. Han Yujin cursed internally. But Han Yuhun boldly stepped forward with Bis at his side. Brother, you need to run, he said. I'll take care of them. Hearing this, Han Yujin screamed back, Are you out of your mind? How are you supposed to handle this entire horde by yourself? Ah, here they come. As the Toy Knights charged forward with their weapons, a powerful voice suddenly echoed, Freeze. Instantly, the soldiers stopped dead in their tracks. The two brothers could only stare with their jaws wide open at the unbelievable scene before. A Pandora's box materialized from thin air, and a command boomed from within. All of you, return. In the blink of an eye, the entire legion of S-rank Toy Knights was sucked into the box. A powerful wave of energy pulsed from the container. Once the 500 soldiers were recalled, the box began to rattle. Then, a cheerful volleyball popped out to greet them. That must have been terrifying, my dearest friend. Han Yujin's eyes widened in shock. A volleyball? Han Yuhan immediately went on guard, raising a hand to protect his older brother. The volleyball quickly explained, My apologies, I had no idea they would attack your little brother. It once again called Han Yujin its dearest friend. He pointed a finger at the ball and asked, Wait, you're the system, aren't you? The volleyball winked cheerfully and said, Just call me your newbie guide. Suddenly, Han Yujin's rage exploded. He slammed the volleyball into the ground over and over, screaming, You bastard. You put a hole in my brother's arm. The volleyball panicked, frantically trying to defend itself. But it was also partly his fault. Hearing that, Han Yujin's fury only grew. What did my brother do? He turned around only to see his brother and pet trapped inside a massive cage of ice. Yuhun, Bis, what's happening? Han Yujin called out in alarm. Inside, the duo, one person and one pet, look absolutely furious. The volleyball spoke softly. I've contained them for a moment, because they are not allowed to hear our conversation. It then continued. This place was made especially for you, my dearest friend. I won't allow it to be burned down like the last time. Han Yujin glanced up at the cold, snowy mountain as a bitter wind howled past. He then gestured sharply. Well, that's because you people kidnapped me. The volleyball lowered its tone. I apologize for attacking your brother. It's because he is connected to things that we are forbidden to mention. From inside the ice prison, Han Yuhun watched his brother talking to the ball like a complete lunatic. After hearing the volleyball's words, Han Yujin was stunned. What did you say? He pressed urgently. He has talked about the past before. Are they involved with some kind of cult? The volleyball faltered. I'm not allowed to say. Han Yujin's voice grew frantic. Are they dangerous? My brother won't be in any danger, will he? Seeing his panic, the volleyball tried to reassure him. Don't worry, they won't do anything to you or your brother. Using their power directly is against the rules. Hearing this vague reassurance, Han Yujin furiously crushed the orange in his hand. He crushed the volleyball. But they can just break the rules. The volleyball stammered. Well, about that. Just then, a powerful tremor interrupted their conversation, grabbing Han Yujin's attention. The volleyball seized the opportunity. See, it's dangerous just to talk about them, so no more questions, okay? What the hell is going on? Han Yujin thought, his anxiety rising. He then realized that the ones pursuing him and Yuhan weren't just some ordinary opponents. They were an organization that opposed the system itself. Can we even fight back against them? Even a being like this volleyball is unbelievably strong. So how did my brother get involved with them? Noticing the dark look on Han Yujin's face, the volleyball spoke up. Don't worry, everything will be fine, as long as we're together. It stated firmly, the safety of my dearest friend is my top priority. Hearing that, Han Yujin's anger wavered slightly. The volleyball added, Anyway, we don't have much time left. Do you have any other questions? Han Yujin thought to himself, Right, I need to focus. He quickly explained, I adopted an F-rank bird named Chai. Its status window seems broken, and the bird itself is just strange. The volleyball opened the system and mumbled, Chai, let me see. A moment later, it asked in confusion, I can't access it. Are you sure it's under your authority? Han Yujin was shocked. What? That's impossible. The taming keyword worked perfectly. The volleyball was stumped. How weird. Let me get a direct look at it next time. Han Yujin looked confused. Oh, so you'll investigate it for me? The volleyball answered confidently. That's right. I'll delete it for you. Hearing that, Han Yujin snapped, throwing the ball far away from him. Delete my ass. he screamed. Just leave it in peace. The volleyball cheerfully rolled back over. What's wrong? A problem needs to be dealt with, right? Han Yujin grabbed his head in frustration, cursing the useless system. These guys are insane. He wondered with a heavy heart, can I really trust this thing? The more I hear, the more worried I get. It attacked my brother and kept talking about killing someone. The sphere, however, remained carefree. Well, I guess an F-rank monster isn't that much of a bother. Han Yujin's face darkened. This reminds me of a terrifying story from my childhood. A tale about a god who was both purposeful and completely emotionless. A god who carelessly granted humanity's wishes. When did those withered hands manage to seize the entire world? Han Yujin reflected on it. These guys tricked me with that wish stone. If they hadn't deceived me with my wish, he suddenly thought, no, that's impossible. Then Han Yujin took the initiative and asked another question. He slowly described a reward from an S-rank dungeon, one that I knew had changed my life. Han Yujin thought to himself, at least the outcome was still good. Unlike the story, it seems things will turn out better. Then, he asked the floating sphere about his lingering question. Did this just happen by chance, or is it because I regressed? The sphere thought for a moment before replying. Was it a one-time use reward? If so, it was changed because it's already been used. Han Yujin was a little surprised. But I came back this time, so in theory, it should be unused, right? The sphere quickly answered, no, no. Ah, it seems my dear friend doesn't know. It gave a knowing smile. Then, the sphere began to explain everything. Just because you regress doesn't mean the things that happened, unhappened. Hearing this, Han Yujin was completely lost. Huh? The sphere spoke at a leisurely pace. The best way to explain it is like overwriting data. The world 5 years in the future didn't vanish when you returned. It was just overwritten with new data. Most things were the same, so we could just merge them together. It then continued. Because you are a regressor, your present self already knows the future. But for everyone else, the current information simply overwrites their future selves. They have no idea they've been fused with their original future. Maybe a few sensitive people might feel a sense of familiarity, but basically, everyone already has that destined future within them. But for items that were used or people who died, those things were removed before time was turned back. When the timeline rewound, that information was purged from this world. You can't fuse the dead with the living. Han Yujin knelt in the snow as if seeking guidance, his voice shaking.
So, events that could have happened in the future are just removed and erased? The sphere confirmed it without a shred of doubt.
That's right. They disappear. Hearing this, Han Yujin's mind began to spiral. Then, my brother. His lips moved, but the words wouldn't come out. My little brother died that day. The 25-year-old Yu Hyun, who endured everything alone for 8 long years, who sacrificed himself to protect me. Will he have to go through that again? Will he fall in that dungeon where I left him behind? And be removed from this world? Not noticing the strange look on Han Yujin's face, the sphere added cheerfully. The reward you mentioned was probably used up, so it doesn't exist in this world after your regression. It will never appear again. At that moment, Han Yujin hesitated before walking toward Yu Yun's ice cage. Let me out, the sphere asked in surprise. What? Han Yujin's face twisted with frustration. How could you? He then roared in fury. You separated us without a single word. Let my brother out, right now. Instead of leaving him alone in a place like this, though it didn't quite understand, the sphere agreed. Why? Fine, we're almost out of time anyway. As the ice cage vanished, Han Yu-hyun quickly asked, Hyung, are you done? Peace, who was beside him, let out a small cry. At the same time, the sphere flew away, not forgetting to say goodbye. See you again. You can come back here if you just knock on the door 3 times. Han Yujin's voice was grim. I'm sorry. He leaned on Yu Hyun's shoulder and said, You look like you've caught a cold. Seeing his brother's expression, Han Yu Hyun was a bit surprised. Huh? I'm an S rank, something like this. Han Yujin reached out, his hand touching his younger brother's face. Han Yuchen called out his name, worried. Han Yujin buried his head in his brother's shoulder. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Han Yujin's unspoken thoughts screamed in his mind. I shouldn't have regressed so soon. I should have used the wish stone back then and begged for them to bring you back to life. The image of Yu Hyun collapsing flooded Han Yujin's memory. My little brother, you sacrificed yourself to save me. Did I destroy your bright future? What if he's still trapped somewhere out there? A blue light spread across the strangely shaped apartment buildings, like a giant claw. Shoes were scattered messily at the entrance. A thin body was curled up on the cold floor. The room was freezing. Han Yujin's voice was choked with emotion. My brother is dead. Han Yujin lay lifelessly on the ground, staring into the void, as the memory of a tall man's back slowly faded away. He recounted wistfully. I had a younger brother who passed away. For 8 long years, he struggled all alone to protect his older brother, only to die a lonely death in the end. Piss gently approached, a pained expression on its face. He continued through his sorrow, his voice choked with emotion. I used to think everything that happened in my past life was meaningless. Piz cried out in worry. Whim. Han Yu-jin was still lying on the cold floor. Piz kept rubbing against his face, as if trying to wipe away his invisible wounds. Yujin forced himself to sit up. He grabbed one of Piz's legs, his face now covered in its slobber. He said softly, "Ah, Piz, were you worried about me? I'm okay." Han Yujin hugged Piz tightly, his gaze becoming firm. He whispered, "That's right. I can't let myself fall apart this time." He silently stood up and walked through the empty house, hugging Piz while encouraging himself. "Even though I'm in shock, I have to focus on the here and now," he continued, his voice low. "The monsters who targeted my brother are still out there. Their influence is so vast, even the system's creators would have to take notice." Peace clung obediently to Han Yujin's shoulder. Han Yujin glanced down at his phone. A bitter memory surfaced, of Yu Hyun deliberately ignoring his calls. He realized Yu Hyun had been dodging his questions on the way back too. The call was still connecting. Staring at the screen, he whispered to himself, "I only received a fragment of Yu Hyun's memories, a final gift of gratitude." He and Peace sat by the massive window, watching the glittering city lights. He finally raised the phone to his ear, thinking, "Besides me, the only other person who knows about them." A voice on the other end cut through his thoughts. "You never call me first." Han Yujin didn't waste any time. He got straight to the point, his tone deathly serious. "I need to ask you something." A flicker of worry crossed his face as he continued. "Do you know of any cults similar to the devout?" Sung Hyun-jae let out a soft chuckle on the other end. Sung Hyun-jae's eyes remained fixed on his tablet. A smirk played on his lips. "If I answer that and get you involved, your little brother is going to be furious with me." Han Yujin's eyes went cold. His expression darkened as he shot back with venom. "That man was suspicious even before I regressed. I know you have the answers. If you don't answer my question, then I'm the one who gets angry. Now, which is the bigger threat?" Sung Hyun-jae didn't hesitate for a second. His calm, amused tone never wavered. "Naturally, you getting angry would be far more troublesome." Sung Hyun-jae's voice came through the phone, slow and deliberate. "I can't explain it all, but I can show you. Prepare your bracelets and enhance your attack skills." Han Yujin gazed out at the city, stroking Peace's head. He replied calmly, "And once I'm ready." Sung Hyun-jae's voice turned serious, dropping an octave. "Then, we're heading into a high-ranked dungeon. It's time to set the trap." The next morning, Han Yu-hyun questioned him suspiciously. "You're going to an A-ranked dungeon?" Han Yu-jin just scratched his head and tried to explain. "After that last raid, I've gotten really interested in the ruins you can find inside dungeons. And of course, Sung Hyun-jae knows a good one with preserved structures." Han Yu-hyun turned to him, his expression firm. "Then I'm coming with you." Han Yujin waved his hands dismissively, forcing a bright smile. "No, it's fine. Think of it as a casual field trip." But Sung Hyun-jae's words from last night echoed in his mind. If he insists on tagging along, you have to refuse him. The bait can't be someone as powerful as Yu Hyun, or the fish won't bite. A cold sweat trickled down Han Yu-hyun's back. He didn't know what they meant by bait, but Han Yujin awkwardly tried to reassure him. "Don't worry. Noah's coming with me instead. With his protection, I'll be perfectly safe. Plus, I have my resistance skills, the shed skin stone, and the system's support." Han Yu-hyun stared at his older brother, his eyes filled with worry. He whispered, "What if it's a trap?" Han Yujin put on a confident front. "Why would they waste so much effort trapping a lowly F-ranker? They could crush me with a single finger. Besides, this dungeon doesn't belong to the Jupiter Guild. It's managed by the Sudam Guild." At those words, Han Yu-hyun's eyes widened in shock. "Sudam Guild?" Han Yujin, sweating and flushed, pressed on with his explanation. "Exactly. They wouldn't dare set a trap in another guild's territory." Han Yu-hyun put a hand to his chin, nodding slowly. That's true. If it's Sudam's territory." A massive building towered before them, shimmering with a blue system aura. A deep voice resonated from within. "The only S-rank hunters in the country I have yet to meet. The Sudam Guild Master, Yoon Ki-young. I'm curious. He never bothers visiting me like the other S-ranks do." A man stood with his arms crossed, an aura of pure killing intent radiating from him. Yoon Ki-young of the Sudam Guild. Han Yujin, Sung Hyun-jae, and Noah approached to greet him. Han Yujin offered a polite handshake. "It's an honor to finally meet you. I've heard so much." But Yoon Ki-young flinched back, waving his hands frantically. "Don't. I might accidentally break you." He gestured dismissively toward the gate. "We're just lending you the dungeon. I couldn't care less whether you actually go inside." Yoon Ki-young spat on the ground. And tell that little brother of yours I didn't lay a single finger on you. I don't want to hear his whining later. Han Yujin shouldered his pack and started to walk away. But those words made him pause and glance back. As they walked, Han Yujin muttered, "Looks like the Sudam Guild Master isn't a fan of the Saesong Guild." Sung Hyunjae corrected him. "He despises us." Han Yujin was confused. "Huh? Then why are we using their dungeon?" Sung Hyunjae raised an eyebrow with a sly grin. "That's exactly why we're here." Sung Hyunjae continued, "They'll almost certainly use this as an excuse to attack us. They might even have a support team lying in wait to guarantee victory." Hearing this, a knot of dread formed in Han Yujin's stomach. He shot a terrified look at Sung Hyunjae. But Sung Hyunjae just grinned wider. "And our goal is to lure that exact support team into the open." All the color drained from Han Yujin's face as cold sweat poured down his back. His mind raced in a panic. "So we're just walking straight into a damn ambush. This could get dangerous. I'd better stay on my guard." Sung Huyi turned around, handing a basket to Han Yujin. "Here, take this." Han Yujin stared at it, completely bewildered. "A picnic basket?" Han Yujin exclaimed. Across from him, Sung Huyi grinned. "There are sandwiches too. I promise to be an excellent guide. Don't you think this will be fun?" Sung Huyi struck a pose, showing off his perfect side profile and shooting a look at Han Yujin. A thought crossed Han Yujin's mind. "Well, with a guy like him around, I'll probably be safe, no matter who attacks." The scene shifts to the Mexico Hunters Association. A new world where brilliant sunlight filters through the trees. A massive, surging crowd is locked in protest. They chant in unison. Whose side is the association on, encouraging high-rank hunters to leave? Banners filled the street, the crowd roaring relentlessly. "Whose side are you on? There are only 2 S-rank hunters in the entire capital. Are you even listening to us?" But in stark contrast to the chaos outside, the airport terminal was eerily silent. One group of guards watched the scene unfold, their bodies tense. Another tried desperately to calm down, a woman named Rhett, dressed in traditional Mexican attire. Standing in the middle of the lobby, surrounded by luggage, she yelled, "Take your complaints to the Korean Hunters Association." The guard was speechless. Rhett turned on the receptionist, her voice sharp. "A travel ban. Just for a few illegal contracts? Isn't that a little extreme?" The receptionist frowned back at her. "I don't have the authority to handle this. As you can see, we're in a difficult situation. Our patience is wearing thin," Rhett roared. "That's why I told you to sneak my documents in while everything is in chaos." She put her hands on her hips, her frustration boiling over. "This isn't some catastrophic dungeon break. Are you really going to keep acting like this?" Hearing this, a guard immediately turned around. "Tablet in hand," he quickly replied. I'll contact my superiors. If you'll just wait a moment." Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted behind the guard. A thunderous blast struck him directly, nearly blowing his body to pieces. Rhett watched the scene unfold, her expression unchanged. As the smoke cleared, a horrific sight was revealed. A single, blood-soaked square of metal was all that remained. The floor was covered in a spreading pool of blood, a severed arm lying in the middle of it. Rhett's face was splattered with crimson. She let out a gasp of feigned shock. "Huh? What in the world just happened?" The other guards were frozen in terror. Their faces went pale, mouths hanging open. From outside, the sounds of chaos grew louder. The protesters were on a bus. Their faces were covered, some carrying guns, others shields. Their leader, with a megaphone, began to preach. "Punish the association for its sins. Dungeon breaks are the will of God. You must not resist." The remaining guards began to panic. "What the hell is this? It's those terrorists again." Another guard cried out, "Are they insane? They're targeting the association now." Amidst the chaos, Rhett simply stood with her hands on her hips, completely unfazed. A different guard collapsed to the ground in a panic, screaming, "Ah, somebody call the police." Rhett picked up her Mexican poncho. Her voice dripped with mock regret. This was a souvenir. What a waste. With that, she tossed the poncho over the crying guard. She spoke coolly. "You work here, right? Then watch closely." Tossing off her outer layer, she revealed a powerful physique. Energy began to gather in her hands as she yelled, "I'll take care of them. But in return, you're letting me into Korea." The guard could only cower in a corner, praying. Nearby, a terrorist in the middle of the fight was startled by a voice. "Hey, get out of the way." In the next instant, Rhett landed right where he stood. The ground shook from the impact. Her powerful body lunged forward. She wielded 2 sharp sickles, forcing the terrorist to back away in fear. "Ah, what the hell? Why are you interfering?" Rhett lowered her head, her voice chilling. "You better be good at dodging. When I attack, I don't care who's in my way." As she finished speaking, a twisted smile spread across her face. and the system announced, activating skill, farewell. She launched into the sky, unleashing a relentless storm of slashes. Her scythe painted lethal arcs across the air, clearing the entire battlefield. One of them barely managed to cry out, "What?" before only agonizing whimpers remained. Every last one of them had been decapitated by her blade. She stood motionless on the battlefield, eyes closed, as if savoring this very moment. Even with its head severed from its neck, one of them managed to cry out, "Ugh, she's insane. She's a monster." Reet dusted off her hands, smirking as she declared, "Woo, all taken care of." Just as I thought I'd done a good deed, a horrifying voice echoed, calling her name, Riet. This time, true fear gripped her, her face turning pale. The voice echoed again, "Riet, I will grant you one more chance." She instinctively whipped her head around toward the sound. The very head that had just fallen to the ground was now speaking of a covenant. Without a second thought, she crushed the head under her foot, muttering, "You were quiet for a while. Why are you back here again? I thought I warned you to stay away from me and my brother." The corpses began to stir, their bodies lurching towards Reet as they hissed relentlessly. One of them spoke, "Reet, I will give you another chance." The other continued, "Form a contract with me." Then they began to chant, "Reet, covenant, Reet." Once more, Reet scanned her surroundings with caution, then spun around and screamed, "Shut up, I'll tear your mouths off." A gloomy voice, as if from the depths of hell, resounded, "The firstborn of Venus's cursed dragon." With those words, she felt an unseen force seize control of her body. "What is this? My legs are giving out on their own?" She collapsed forward, directly in front of the reanimating zombies. The guardian who had died earlier now rose to his feet, his body a tattered wreck. He pointed a finger at Riet, laughing, "Just obey. You, with the blood of curses and poison," he rambled on, "kill Sung Hyun-jae of the Jupiter Guild, and bring his brother, Han Yu here." Riet's pride was shattered. Her expression twisted in fury as she roared, "How dare you give me orders?" She unleashed a devastating attack, blowing the zombies' bodies into 100 pieces. After wiping them out, she hung her head, completely drained of strength. "Damn it, my head is killing me. But hell, it's not like I can leave now, even if I wanted to." Through the smoke, a figure began to emerge. A deep male voice called out, "I can help with that." Reet, clutching her head, slowly turned around. As the smoke cleared, the man's identity was revealed. The MKC Guild Master, Choi Jungin. He gave a wry smile and spoke to Reet with a smug tone. "I've prepared a private jet nearby. The talking corpse told me so." Elsewhere, inside Sudam's A-rank dungeon, the scenery was absolutely breathtaking. Beyond the majestic mountains and rivers stood a magnificent and splendid castle. Every monster in sight had already been defeated, thanks to the poison of Noah Lear, who was floating in the air. He observed his surroundings and wondered, "We've already eliminated all the monsters in this area." He was worried about the other two. Is it really okay to leave them alone like that? Yujin said they had something private to discuss. While I was gone, just how serious and dangerous could their conversation have been? The thought made him unbearably sad. Sung Hyun-jae, however, smiled and began pointing out the scenery. "The lake before us is 9.3 square kilometers, with a depth of 25 meters. Han Yujin didn't miss the chance to talk back, even with a sandwich in his mouth. "Did you really measure all of that?" Sung Hyun-jae calmly replied. "Actually, I was just making it up." Hearing this, Han Yujin shot back a sarcastic reply. "You said you'd be a tour guide, but you're more like a scam artist. If there was a service center here, I'd call customer support to get you fired." Sung Hyun-jae maintained his bright smile as he continued. "Well, you're connected to Jupiter's customer service right now." Han Yujin thought with a sigh. Is this really the kind of conversation I'm having with the world's strongest hunter? After a moment of thought, Han Yujin finally asked, "If we just wander around here, will Sudem really show up?" He replied instantly, "We'll find out soon enough. The gate is about to close. The precious F-rank brother of the ABIS Guild Master is right here. Isn't this the perfect chance for them to get their revenge?" While eating, Han Yujin thought with suspicion, "This bastard is using me as bait." With that thought, he sat down and pulled something from his inventory, asking curiously, "What kind of grudge do they have with the ABIS Guild? What happened between them and Yoo Hyun?" Sung Hyun-jae began to explain. "It all happened a long time ago, right after the young master first awakened. Yu Ma-young-yan underestimated the young master and paid a heavy price for it." As he spoke, the memory of that day resurfaced in his mind. He then let out a chuckle, saying, "Seeing an S-rank hunter hospitalized was actually pretty fun." Han Yujin simply mumbled while chewing. "Well, that's just the consequence of his own actions." He quickly added, "That's right." And his reaction was incredibly entertaining. After that incident, whenever they met, the young master acted as if he was going to kill Myonggon on the spot. So basically, Sudam was utterly humiliated. That's the main reason their guild has been unable to grow any further. A dog that's been beaten into submission has a hard time biting back. That must be why the young master agreed to send you here. Sung Hyun-jae suddenly took out a pocket watch. He gazed at it, then continued, but what if someone else decided to help Sudan? Then it becomes a different story, doesn't it? Those words stopped Han Yujin cold. His mind raced to analyze the new information. So that's why he was willing to use himself as bait. But was this really okay? He said. He'd explain about the cult. But his connection seemed even deeper than Yu Hun's. There was no guarantee he wasn't working with them. Sung Hyun-jae closed his eyes, letting out a faint sigh. They want to eliminate me, too. The statement was so shocking, Han Yujin had to ask. Wait, I thought you were on their side. He replied with a thoughtful expression. It's complicated. I do, in fact, have a contract with them. My plan was to gather information for a few years, then leave, but they must have realized their feelings toward me had completely changed. That was around the same time the young master and I made peace. Am I really that easy to read? Han Yujin scratched his face, a hazy theory forming in his mind. It had to be because of the regression. A few years from now, Sung Hyun-jae was supposed to betray them, and even though he turned back time, those beings were outsiders to this world. They would still remember that future knowledge, and that was exactly why they had turned their backs on him. Sung Hyun-jae glanced over, a slight smile playing on his lips. Either way, we're both just tempting pieces of bait, aren't we? Then, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Did you really think I was on their side? Han Yujin scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Well, the thought had just crossed my mind. Sung Hyun-jae looked puzzled. And you came with me anyway. You really are. His sentence was cut short by Noah's shout, Han Yujin. Someone's coming. It's the hunters from Sudam you saw before. And the guild master of MKC. Han Yujin was completely stunned. Sung Hyun-jae continued, so, they've arrived. A merchant can't be part of this special guided tour, but there are fewer of them than I expected. 2 S-class organic rubber mats and a few other decorative items. The man in the suit frowned, questioning, what kind of rubber? The blue-haired man sneered from below. Get down here, Sung Hyun-jae. Are you trying to run away? Sung Hyun-jae's reply dripped with contempt. I was excited to see who showed up, but it's only the likes of MKC. I'm incredibly disappointed you'd underestimate me this much. The blue-haired man burst out laughing. Ha ha. Still the same arrogant bastard as always, huh? He produced a brilliant blue orb, speaking with a smug grin. But you'll change your tune after you see this. Energy pulsed from the orb, creating a vast magic circle that enveloped the entire area. A system message appeared. All lightning-based skills have been disabled. Han Yujin's eyes widened in horror at the sight of chains. What? Chains. Sung Hyun-jae calmly picked one up, inspecting it. A sealing artifact? I had no idea they possessed such a thing. Since they brought out such a cool item, I guess I'll have to let loose a little. The blue-haired man raised the orb high, cackling with delight. Ha ha, brilliant, the man in the suit praised with a smirk. He's gotten his hands on a magnificent artifact. Han Yujin pointed to himself worriedly. Are you going to be okay? Should I share my attack amplification skill? Hearing that, Sung Hyun-jae just shook his head with a confident smile. I can handle this myself. As if remembering something, he then asked, would you like to try using that sensory sharing skill from before? I'll show you something truly spectacular, befitting my role as your guide. A private showing, just for you. Seeing Sung Hyun-jae approach, the man in the hat gave the order. He's coming. Move it. The entire team gasped in unison. This pressure. The blue-haired man quickly tried to calm his allies. Don't be scared. If we execute our strategy as planned, nothing will go wrong. The team shouted their agreement. Right. Guildmaster, shield first. One member acted instantly, and a system message announced the activation of a dome shield. Once the dome was up, the spear wielder gave the next command. Okay, everyone activate your buffs. Han Yujin watched in disbelief. They're all activating their buffs at once. Noah's jaw dropped as he added, I've seen this tactic before. By stacking buffs on a single S-class hunter, they could push his power to the absolute limit. System notifications began to flood their vision. Attack power increased by 15%. Stacking effect, attack power increased by 30%. Stacking effect, attack power increased by 45%. Dexterity increased by 15%. Stacking effect, dexterity increased by 55%. Stacking effect, stamina increased by 45%. The sudden surge in stats was so immense that even an S ranker like the man in the suit could barely contain the overwhelming power. The eyes of the man in the suit glowed like high beams, and his smile warped into something completely inhuman. A single stomp of his foot shattered the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Sung Hyun-jae immediately leaped into the air to evade. The man looked up at him with a sinister grin. It's been 10 years since we last fought, hasn't it? Sung Hyun-jae smirked back. I seem to remember beating you senseless back then. We'll see if that happens again, the man roared, charging forward to attack. Sung Hyun-jae dodged with lightning speed. Seeing this, his opponent immediately launched another assault. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the very earth, throwing rock and debris high into the sky. Han Yujin had to cover his face, shouting in astonishment. Whoa, I can feel the shockwave all the way over here. Noah immediately urged. Climb onto my back, Yujin. The blue-haired man let out a wicked laugh. Ha ha, you'll die in a single blow. Look at that pathetic Sung Hyun run. He can't even fight back. High in the air, Noah asked nervously, is he going to be all right? I can't imagine him losing. But Han Yujin calmly reassured him. Don't worry about it, Noah. Right now, he's just toying with his prey. As he spoke, he focused on the bizarre new sensations. Through Sung Hyun's eyes, he wasn't just seeing. He could feel everything. From the tightening of a fist to the enemy's every move. His exact position and how he planned to strike. It was all perfectly clear. The enemy threw a sloppy punch, and Sung Hyun just met it with a contemptuous smirk. The man in the suit ground his teeth in fury. Damn it. I can't land a single hit on him. He's like a slippery little mouse. Han Yujin's eyes widened in shock as he realized the truth. There was no way to defeat a skill that could predict an opponent's every move and attack, seeing the entire battle play out before it happens. No wonder his dominance was so absolute. He possessed the skill battlefield clairvoyance, allowing him to read his enemy's every action. Sung Hyun knew his opponent had no way to counter it, especially not a hunter who specialized in close combat. From above, Han Yujin watched the battle unfold, his face a mask of utter disbelief. So that skill is the reason he's the strongest hunter. And I can share it using my copy ability. An overwhelming desire ignited within Han Yujin. If I could make that skill mine, I could command a legion of S-rankers, perfectly synchronized by seeing the entire battle. Combined with my mounts. No dungeon. Han Yujin clutched his chest, his eyes shining with an intense, burning greed. I want it. I have to take it from him, no matter what it takes. Why does a bastard like him possess a skill like that? Seeing Sung Hyun still dodging Choi Dong-gin's attacks, the impatient enemy captain shouted an order. What is the ranged support team waiting for? Get in there and attack. The archer hesitated. They're too close to each other. We can't get a clean shot. Meanwhile, Choi Dong-jin was still throwing a barrage of powerful punches, but every single one of them missed. He roared with absolute fury. Hey, how much longer are you going to scurry around like a mouse? He launched a kick, but Sung Hyun ducked under it with ease. Sung Hyun let out an amused laugh. If you insist. He held out his hand as silver chains coiled around his arm, before shooting down and piercing the ground. The enemy captain was completely oblivious to the approaching danger. He reassured his men, I'm charging in. Cover me. But beneath his feet, the very ground split apart as chains snaked around everyone standing nearby. Piercing screams echoed in the air. Arg! Gak! The captain's eyes widened in horror. His entire support team was caught by the chains and violently hurled into the sky. Their organs were crushed, blood spewing from their mouths. The horrified captain watched the carnage, stammering. What? The entire support team. Across from him, Sung Hyun just smiled faintly, chain in hand. Playtime is over. Alarms blared from Choi Dong-gin's system. Skill erased. Attack power decreasing. As Sung Hyun advanced with absolute confidence, Choi Dong-gin couldn't believe his eyes. The ferocious look on his face had vanished, replaced by pure, undisguised terror. Skill erased. Power decreasing. The system alerts echoed like a final, terrifying countdown. Choi Dong-gin desperately raised his arms to block the attack. He was horrified by the overwhelming force of Sung Hyun's true power. Impossible. This can't be happening. Choi Dong-jin couldn't accept the reality before him. We're both S-class hunters. How can there be such a massive gap in our strength? A massive explosion rocked the battlefield, with silver chains whipping wildly through the blast. A moment later, Sung Hyun casually slid his hands into his coat pockets, looking down at Choi Dong-jin's battered body, unconscious and face down on the ground. A long trail of blood pooled out from under his head. Sung Hyun's voice dripped with sarcasm. If this is all you have, then I'm truly disappointed. You're supposed to be stronger than this, right? Sung Hyun then turned his gaze to the remaining survivors. The captain met Sung Hyun's gaze and felt like he was staring down a true monster. He let out a gasp of pure terror. Oomph. The captain turned on his heel and ran for his life. But before he escaped, he managed to spit out one final, bitter threat. You freakish bastard. This isn't over. Sung Hyun's eyes turned to ice as he watched him flee. While observing from above, Han Yujin suddenly heard someone call Sung Hyun's name. A figure shot through the air, right over his head. The newcomer delivered a devastating kick to Noah, sending him plummeting toward the ground. Thrown off balance, Han Yujin was instantly grabbed by the throat. Noah cried out in pain, "Ouya!" A system notification announced a powerful advantage. All skill effects will be doubled when fighting against the Viensis race. Han Yujin recognized his captor immediately. "Riet," he stammered. Riet glared down at him, her amber eyes burning with rage. The fleeing captain looked as if he'd struck gold. His fear vanished in an instant. He cheered with delight. "Ha ha! I was wondering when you'd finally show up." Sung Hyun was frozen in shock to see his sister. This was the one thing he had never expected. A cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Han Yujin's voice shook with panic. "Why are you here?" The restriction order. "Are you on their side now?" Reese's voice was a low growl. "I have matters to attend to." She then coldly declared her mission. "I must kill the Jupiter Guild Master, Sung Hyunji, and capture Han Yujin. You're coming with me, Han Yujin." Hearing her emotionless tone, Yujin struggled even harder. "What? Where are you taking me?" Noah cried out, trying to stop her. "Sister," Reese's voice remained ice cold. "He will tell you everything once you arrive." "Who is he?" Han Yujin demanded. But Reese began to drag him away by force. The commander cut in, "You don't need to know." Yujin lowered his voice. "Hey, what's gotten into you?" Reese remained silent, her gaze fixed on his, her eyes completely empty. A desperate shout escaped Yujin. "Something is wrong. She's far too calm." "No, it's her eyes. They're looking right through me." "What's with you? This isn't like you at all, Reese." "Why team up with these weaklings?" the enemy captain asked, completely surprised. "Weaklings, you say?" Reese replied calmly. "I agree." The captain was stunned. "What?" Her gaze was unwavering. "But you will be coming with me." As someone with a blood connection to the cursed poison dragon, Han Yujin's mind raced. She wasn't acting like herself at all. Could she be brainwashed, or was this some kind of mind control skill? "Just listen and obey," Reese said dismissively. Suddenly, heavy footsteps thundered towards them as Noah lunged, his jaws wide and filled with massive fangs. Reese blocked the attack with a single hand. Noah's jaws clamped down hard on her arm. The shock made her lose focus, releasing her grip on Yujin's collar. Yujin gasped in surprise. "Run, Yujin!" Noah yelled. Yujin cursed under his breath. "Run where?" "I'm an F rank, you idiot." In a shocking move, Han Yujin lunged forward and wrapped his arms around Reese. She looked down, completely bewildered. "What do you think you're doing?" Tears welled up in Han Yujin's eyes as his voice trembled. "Shh, calm down now." "Reese, don't do this. We're all friends here." The bizarre act left Reese utterly speechless, while Noah stared at Yujin in absolute disbelief. Everyone watching was frozen in place by the ridiculous scene. A single thought echoed in all their minds: what the hell? But Han Yujin continued his cringy, dramatic speech. "Don't you remember? Our beautiful friendship. The warm memories we shared. Just look up at that beautiful blue sky. Doesn't it make your heart race?" Hearing this, Reese visibly shuddered and impatiently shoved Noah away. "I've had enough of this nonsense." Reese reached out, aiming to grab Yujin by the head. Internally, Han Yujin was praying for his life. Anything. Curse resistance. Double effect. "I don't care which one. Just activate and break this mind control now." A brilliant light suddenly enveloped them both. Yujin squeezed his eyes shut, praying harder than ever, when a hand gently pinched his cheek. Startled, he opened his eyes. Reese was beaming at him with the bright, cheerful smile of a husky, her voice now gentle. "Thanks a bunch, honey. My head feels so much clearer now." Han Yujin stared blankly. "Reese, are you back to normal?" A light blush appeared on Reese's cheeks, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "That's right. It's all thanks to you, honey." Han Yujin's eyes lit up with pure joy. He cheered, "Reese, I'm so glad you're back." She scooped him up and spun him around joyfully. Noah watched the completely surreal scene, speechless. "You've got to be kidding me." That actually worked. From a distance, the enemy captain roared in fury. "What are you doing? Follow your orders." Reese shot him a look of pure contempt. "Shut your mouth," she snarled. "I'm done taking orders from you." "To be certain," Han Yujin asked, "so you're not on their side anymore, right?" Reese affectionately pinched his cheek. "Of course not, honey." But then, her tone shifted dramatically. My attention was captured by this amusing little scene. Reese leaned down and licked Noah's face. A shiver ran down Noah's spine as he yelped. "Hey, honey, do you know something?" As she spoke, her hands on Yujin's shoulders began to warp and twist. Sharp talons sprouted from her fingertips. Her fingers grew sinewy. Her skin darkened. A horrifying transformation began to ripple beneath the skin on her back. Her shirt ripped apart as razor-sharp spines burst from her body and her skin hardened into thick plates. Reese let out a deep growl. My dream was always to become a villainous dragon, just like in the comic books I read, and kidnap a beautiful princess. In moments, Reese had completely transformed into a colossal black dragon. A hungry expression crossed her draconic face as she gazed at Han Yujin, now nestled in her massive palm. Noah flew nearby, looking minuscule compared to his monstrous sister. Han Yujin was dumbfounded. Wait, I thought you two were twin dragons. Why do you look like this? Reese let out a heaven-shaking roar as a hurricane-force wind erupted around her. Suddenly, a system window materialized in the air with the text, "The ultimate black dragon unleashes a mighty roar." Han Yujin could only stare, completely frozen. Wait, why is there a narrator now? The powerful gale from Reese's roar forced the enemy hunters to their knees. What in the world is going on? Unlike them, Dylan stood firm against the wind. He simply shielded his face with one hand and said with a sigh of regret, "Man, I should have brought some popcorn." Held in Reese's hand, Han Yujin took the full force of the roar. The sound was so powerful, blood began to trickle from his ears. His body's defense system kicked in immediately. Fear resistance activated. Reese leaped into the sky, excitedly telling Yujin, "Now, honey, say the line. Please save me, my prince." With a mighty flap of her wings, Reese generated a colossal gust of wind, sending everyone on the ground flying. And just like that, Riet rocketed straight for the castle. Her talons slammed into the castle's peak, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Riet roared, "I'm taking the princess. If you want him back, come to the top of this tower." The team leader, who had witnessed a storm of unbelievable events in mere moments, felt his mind overload as he clutched his head and screamed. What in the world is happening? Noah cried out Han Yujin's name, completely powerless. Sung Hyun-jae, however, remained completely composed and let out an amused chuckle. "Ha ha. This is exactly like a fairy tale. Ha ha." Riet's savage laughter echoed across the entire sky. Han Yujin, now completely drained, felt his heart go cold as he simply gave in. The captain hastily scooped up Choi Suk-won and ran. Meanwhile, Sung Hyun-jae stroked his chin, calmly calculating Han Yujin's fate after the kidnapping. From ancient times, an evil dragon has always signaled the final chapter of a grand adventure. And with the arrival of dungeons, true evil dragons like fire dragons, water dragons, and poison-cursed dragons began appearing everywhere. That's why I've always wanted to reenact those adventures since I became a dragon. Riet passionately recounted the classic fairy tale of an evil dragon and a princess trapped in a tower. She squealed with absolute joy. Han Yujin lay limp in her grasp, his face pale and drained, as he weakly played along. Yeah, sounds like it'll be a real blast. Inside the tower, Han Yujin sat on a bed with a face as grim as a dried anchovy. He let out a sigh. How did things ever end up like this? In contrast, Riet zipped happily around the room, chirping, "Darling, darling, isn't this tower cozy enough for you?" When Han Yujin turned, he instantly covered his eyes and shouted, "Wait, you can't just suddenly change back into a person like that. Put some clothes on." Riet asked innocently, "What clothes? I am wearing them." Han Yujin was utterly baffled. "Huh? You're right, but you turned into a dragon." Riet gave him a sly wink and explained, "That's right. All it takes is a little curse skill. Can you tell your little brother about this later?" Riet flopped onto the bed, soaking in the satisfaction. Woo! Playing the part of the evil dragon who kidnaps the princess feels amazing. Han Yujin silently screamed in protest. "I'm not a princess." But all he could muster was a weak reply. "Congratulations on finally achieving your dream." Riet slithered closer, looking down at Han Yujin with a devilish glint in her eyes. "So, what should I do now that I've captured you? Should I eat you?" Han Yujin feebly pushed her face away. No. We're supposed to wait for someone to come and rescue me." Waiting for Riet to calm down a bit, Han Yujin asked, "While we're waiting for the others, tell me how you got here. Did you sign a contract with that heretic, too?" Riet's eyes widened. "A contract? Nope." Han Yujin was in disbelief. "But you said you had to follow orders before." Riet propped her chin on her hand, thinking, "I was wondering about that myself. I'm positive I refused to sign that thing." She recalled the memory and began to explain. "A few annoying guys came to me right after I awakened, offering items and dungeon info, but I told them to get lost." Riet continued nonchalantly. "Their offer was so boring. I might have accepted if it was a one-on-one duel where the loser becomes the winner's slave." Han Yujin stammered. "That sounds just like you." Riet continued. "Anyway, I kept turning them down, so they used my younger brother to threaten me." Han Yujin was shocked. He looked down and asked hesitantly, "They took him hostage? Because he's weak?" Riet replied casually, "Yep, that's right. Every time they came looking for trouble, I just beat them to a pulp. After that, they went quiet for a while. Her voice dropped, but recently, they've shown up again. They kept calling me the firstborn of the poison cursed dragon, Dairos, while giving me orders. And then, for some reason, I just started obeying them. Han Yujin immediately put the pieces together. Then it must be because of your title. Can he control poison-cursed dragons? Riet answered instantly. Probably. He might even be a poison-cursed dragon himself. I sense a familiar feeling from them, like a high-ranking poison-cursed dragon. It's the same feeling I get from you. Hearing this, Han Yujin began to think. That would explain why Riet was able to break free from the command's control. If a poison-cursed dragon's power was being used to control Riet, then the effect of his own curse resistance skill would have been doubled. Even if it was pure coincidence, at least it had worked. Han Yujin was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice Riet's arm reaching out and shoving him back onto the bed. The sudden touch snapped him out of it. The first thing he saw was Riet pinning him down. Huh? Han Yujin's mind went completely blank. Riet spoke softly. Anyway, thanks to you, my head is finally clear again. I knew you were special. She leaned in close, tilting his chin up, causing him to panic. Really? But could you please not lie on top of me? Riet replied coolly. Why not? Let's pick up where we left off last time. Han Yujin clutched his chest in his mind, stammering internally, wait. Shouldn't you turn back into a dragon and stand guard by the tower or something, like a real dragon? Hearing this, Ret's interest was piqued. A wicked smile spread across her face as she asked, So you prefer my dragon form? You have some strange tastes. Han Yujin shrieked. That's not what I meant. His desperate cries echoed throughout the room. Chumiya, anyone, save me. A hand gripped the doorframe. Your prince is here to save you, princess, a teasing voice called out. Ret glanced out the window to see Sung Hyunjae grinning from ear to ear. Next to him was the small dragon, Noah. Instantly, Ret's enthusiasm vanished. How dull. Is it already time for the prince to make his grand entrance? Noah turned away, hiding his face in embarrassment. Yujin. Sung Hyunjae rubbed his chin. Oh? So this isn't a fairy tale. It's a rated R story in disguise. Humiliated, Han Yujin wailed. Please, just save me. Sung Hyunjae summoned his chains, his voice deliberately gentle. Very well. As the princess wishes. Princess Han Yujin lay exhausted on the bed. I am not a princess. Ret's eyes widened at the sight of Sung Hyunjae's hands. It was that glowing chain again. She looked at Sung Hyunjae, her eyes filled with excitement. I'm guessing this means you can use your skills again, right? Sung Hyunjae replied softly. I've already cleaned up the small fry over there. Let's finish this with the grand finale. Ret pushed Han Yujin back down onto the bed and stepped off. This is how it should be, isn't it? The prince is here, after all. Ret summoned the dagger from Han Yujin's shoulder, causing him to turn, stunned. Huh? She flew towards Sung Hyunjae and roared, Let's have one epic fight to end this. On the bed, Han Yujin clutched his head in panic. You're fighting again. Sung Hyunjae shifted into his battle stance. He slammed a hand against the high ceiling. Han Yujin shrieked in terror. You two are completely insane. If you fight here, the whole tower will explode. At that moment, rock and debris flew everywhere, taking Han Yujin with them. He screamed in pure panic. Noah immediately swooped in to catch him, asking with deep concern, Yujin, are you okay? Han Yujin cried out in relief, Noah. All around them, the castle shattered into a million pieces. Noah carried Han Yujin on his back, soaring high above the chaos. He explained that their power was on a completely different level, practically cosmic. There's no way we can stop them. They're just sparring. No one's going to die. Noah finally let out a sigh of relief. If she hadn't come to her senses back then, things would have been much worse. Han Yujin clutched his chest, breathing a silent prayer. Thank heavens. Truly, thank heavens. Was it all because her opponent was a poison-cursed dragon? A sudden realization hit Han Yujin. A line of reasoning began to race through his mind. Was this really just a coincidence? Haven't I encountered far too many poison-cursed dragons for this to be a mere coincidence? The first time might have been a fluke, but the cult was involved with them, too. Daos was never supposed to exist, and Lachidas just appeared in a dungeon right before my regression. Lost in thought, Han Yujin climbed closer to Noah's head. The small dragon called his name, Yujin. Han Yujin covered his mouth in shock. He tried to reassure Noah. Wait a second, Noah. Could it be? One thought led to another, sparking a terrifying hypothesis in Han Yujin's mind. He leaned close to Noah's ear and asked urgently, The dungeon, where you got the Dao's title. Can you tell me everything about it in detail? He kept repeating the thought in his head. This all has to be a coincidence, right? As evening fell, Ret stood among the castle's ruins, wearily chugging some water. Ah, she exclaimed with satisfaction. That really hits the spot. It's been way too long since I had a proper fight. Even though I couldn't land a single solid hit, she wiped her mouth and added, I wonder if my poison worked? Show yourself. Prince Sung Hyun-jae was perched on the rubble above, clutching his left arm. He looked down at the limb, trembling in agony as patches of his skin began to corrode. He thought to himself grimly, even the best antidote has its limits. He gazed down at Rhett, his mind calculating. I can't avoid this poison mist, even with my foresight. If the other S ranks joined her against me, I would be in serious danger. He lowered his head, piecing it together. So this is his plan to bring me down. Suddenly, however, a new idea flashed through Sung Han-jae's mind. He glanced down at his feet and saw a pair of dragon wings. His train of thought was shattered. What? Han Yujin was leaping down from above. Catch me, he yelled. Hearing his voice, Rhett turned around. Huh, my little darling. But Sung Hyun-jae was already moving. He caught Han Yujin, his mind reeling at this miraculous chance to turn the tables. The most shocking part of this was Han Yujin himself. Not understanding the sudden leap, Sung Hyun-jae demanded, What on earth were you thinking? Han Yujin didn't answer. He simply placed a hand on Sung Hyun-jae's shoulder. A brilliant blue light flared to life, wrapping around his arm. In an instant, the poison corroding the arm was gone. Sung Han-jae stared at his own hands in utter disbelief as every last trace of the toxin vanished. Rhett stomped over, shouting, Hey, that's cheating. Han Yujin's voice was low and serious. The game is over. By curing the poison and freeing Rhett from her dependence, this F-rank hunter had single-handedly destroyed his long-laid plans. Han Yujin's gaze was firm and unyielding. He straightened his shirt and said, I have a question for you, Hyun-jae. His voice was grave. The information about the dungeon where Noah earned his title, was it provided by that cult? What is this story time now? Sung Hyun-jae shot back with a sarcastic grin. Time to unravel mysteries after the fairy tale ends. Han Yujin's patience snapped. Just listen to me. He began to lay out his analysis. That cultist is trying to subjugate Rhett, to bring her under his control instead of mine. But when Rieta refused his offer, he dragged her sibling into the mess, using the poison curse dragon dungeon to manipulate them both. They engineered the entire scenario, making sure the dungeon's information would reach him. In other words, they were using him to destroy himself. Han Yujin demanded, Is that right, Sung Hyun-jae? Did you know it would all lead to this? Sung Hyun-jae just shook his head. I am not a prophet. Han Yujin's mind raced, tension building. If they're using Sung Hyun-jae as a mere pawn, that means they meticulously crafted every single detail of that dungeon. At first, it appeared to be a normal dungeon with a boss that looked like a common tiger beast. But then, Dioros appeared out of nowhere and ripped the monster to shreds. It instantly became the new boss, forcing a poison-cursed dragon into a dungeon that already had a ruler. Han Yujin gritted his teeth, realizing it was just a D-rank gate. Lachitas should never have appeared in a place like that. And Han Yu-hen arrived to save me as if he knew everything. Han Yujin frantically grabbed Sung Hyun-jae's collar, his voice pleading, Sung Hyun-jae, please, just tell me. Han Yujin's face was a mask of pure desperation. Tell me everything you know about those bastards. A burning hatred swelled within him. The dungeon where my brother died. Was it their doing? From a cliff above, the golden dragon, Noah watched Han Yujin, wondering why he'd suddenly leapt off his back. Abruptly, a pitch-black arm wrapped around Noah's neck, making him jolt in shock. He looked up in horror and let out a terrified shriek. A voice chuckled, Rieta. Long time no see, has it? Noah trembled. She was shameless. What are you so afraid of? She teased. If it's about what happened before, don't worry. I forgive you. Noah struggled, disgusted. You're the one who needs forgiveness. Let me go. I have to get to Yujin. Rieta leaned in close, whispering into his ear. You can't go near them now. They're having a very important conversation. Rieta's voice echoed in Noah's ears. Down below, Han Yujin gripped Sung Hyun-jae's shirt and screamed, Tell me, Sung Hyun-jae. Han Yujin's voice was a desperate wail. Tell me everything you know about those monsters. If you can't speak because of a contract, I'll nullify it for you. Suddenly, Sung Hyun-jae's ice-cold voice cut in. Nullify a contract? So, you also possess a curse-resistant skill. The words made Han Yujin flinch. He shakily released Sung Hyun-jae's collar and stammered. You knew. Sung Hyun-jae casually brushed his jacket. I didn't think Rieta would return without a good reason. I'm guessing that skill of yours is at least SSS rank, or perhaps even L rank. Han Yujin's face darkened as he stared at his opponent. He's terrifyingly smart, but he had to know. Han Yujin steeled his resolve. I need to find them, even if it means telling him about my skill. Taking a deep breath, he revealed his deepest secret. It's an L-rank skill. I will use it to nullify the contract, so. Sung Hyun-jae suddenly cut him off. Impressive, But it's not enough. Han Yu-jin cried out in shock. What? In an instant, Sung Hai-yun-jae waved his hand, summoning a small flicker of fire. The light pulsed, growing larger until it became a blazing inferno. A curse card materialized from within the flames, a strange, powerful seal etched onto its surface. Sung Hyun-jae's voice was frigid. This contract is also L rank. A resistance skill of the same grade is completely useless against it. My right hand and my right eye are currently at risk. As he spoke, dark energy swirled from the card, twisting into a vortex that reached toward his eye. Han Yujin stared at him, his mind reeling with questions. Why would you ever agree to a contract like that? On the cliff above, Rieta and Noah sat watching the confrontation below, their eyes wide with fascination. She stroked her chin, a hint of surprise on her face. That thing is even stronger than my own contracts. Then she thought to herself, I should take notes. Their little tricks could prove very useful. It's not like I don't know them at all, she mused. Besides, I'll be safe, as long as I keep my mouth shut. A horrifying thought struck Han Yujin. Did those bastards force Yu Hyun into a contract like this, too? He stubbornly insisted. But my skill's effect is doubled against the poisoned dragon's curse. A smirk played on Sung Hyun-jae's lips. How impressive, he whispered. But are you certain it will work? I have no desire to be your guinea pig. Han Yujin struck his chest confidently. I will take full responsibility. He pointed toward the card, his voice rising. I will do everything I can to repay you if something goes wrong. So tell me, or do you plan to live the rest of your life as their puppet? That's all I. Before he could finish, Sung Hyun-jae's large hand shot out, clamping around Han Yujin's throat and choking off his breath. Seeing this from the clifftop, the golden dragon Noah cried out in terror. Yujin! He tried to spread his wings to fly down, but Rieta swiftly blocked his path. Han Yujin struggled painfully, letting out a choked groan. Yes. Sung Hyun-jae's eyes were terrifyingly dark, as if possessed. He tightened his grip, his voice a lethal whisper. I am quite fond of you, Yujin, but not so fond that I would sacrifice a part of my own body. As he spoke, a dangerous glint flashed in Sung Hu's eyes. Just then, Han Yujin's system blared a warning. A powerful threat has been detected, activating fear resistance. Shaking, Han Yujin forced out the words, Is that true? He reached out, gripping the man's collar. It's just one hand and one eye. It's not your entire life. You must be incredibly curious about me to even consider such a risk. You understand my value, perhaps even better than I do myself. A small, amused smile played on Han Yujin's lips. You said you signed that contract because you refused to live a life of ignorance. So now, take a gamble on me. In that instant, the look in Han Yujin's eyes shifted completely. He seized the wrist that was choking him, a sinister, cold smile spreading across his face. Shung Hui, there are still so many things I'm hiding from you. Leaning in close, Han Yujin's voice dropped to a taunt. There's plenty more excitement waiting for you. So use me. And in return, tell me who killed my brother. Those low, intense words echoed in his ears. For a moment, Sung Hui's resolve seemed to waver. A cold chuckle escaped his lips as he loosened his grip on Han Yujin. I certainly hope you aren't lying. Yujin could only stare, completely dumbfounded. He never imagined the man would trust him so easily. With that, Sung Hui snatched the card from the air. Tilting his head at Yujin, he spoke. It's been a while since I've made a bet. This makes me nervous. Han Yujin clutched his chest, panting for air. You agree. So, now, what? Before he could finish, Sung Hui cut him off, shoving the card in his face. But don't you forget, even if you succeed in destroying this, I've still risked an arm and an eye for you. Han Yujin's gaze fell upon the magic card, his expression serious. Sung Hui watched him with a faint smile and said, I look forward to seeing just how you plan to repay this debt. Han Yujin met his gaze, his voice firm with conviction. I won't forget. Then, Sung Hui calmly sat on the ground, leaving everything in Han Yujin's hands. As he focused, chanting the spell over the card, a seed of worry began to grow. It didn't sit right with him that Sung Hui was the one taking the risk. With renewed resolve, he called out, All right, I'm stepping in now. You can continue. High above on the cliff, Noah watched with concern. Is he going to be okay? R, however, was practically vibrating with excitement. I wonder if his hand will just vanish if this fails. Oh, I can't wait to see. Suddenly, Sung Hui's voice cut through the tension. How should I explain this? He looked up, his gaze piercing. What would you do if there were parents who wished for the end of the world? Yujin was completely taken aback by the question. Baffled, he could only stammer. What? But Sung Hui remained calm, continuing his chant as he spoke. And what if they had a child? A child who wanted to see that wish become a reality. Stunned, Yujin gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Why are you suddenly bringing this up now? Sung Hui's reply was ice cold. That is their purpose. It's the only way I can explain them. His voice continued, a steady, chilling monotone. But they cannot directly interfere with this world. That is why they need us to sign their contracts, using dungeons and items as bait to lure us in. It's how they build an army of servants and spread their influence, all for the sole purpose of bringing this world to ruin. The revelation struck Han Yujin like a physical blow. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He stared blankly. What? A question clawed at his mind. Then why would anyone ever sign that contract? It's nothing but a path to destruction. Sung Hu just shook his head with a slight grim smile. This world is already reaching its end. Once too many dungeons break and the monsters become too powerful, it will all be over. A wave of confusion washed over him as his eyes stared blankly into space. The system had said something just like that. Sung Hai's chilling voice echoed once more. But they promised us a way out. A way to escape this dying world if we help them. At that moment, the contract began to react violently. Yujin struggled to hold onto the card and repeated, "Help you escape from here." Sung Hui replied calmly, "Yes. Think of it as a lifeboat. They simply ask that we follow their orders in exchange for our own salvation. We gather their servants, push the world towards its doom, and eliminate." He spoke with unnerving calm, watching the light envelop him, all while enduring the immense pain racking his body. Suddenly, the card in Yujin's hand flared to life, pulsing with a deeply sinister aura. Sung Hui's head bowed low, but his voice continued its steady rhythm. That is the purpose of what they call the devoted sun. Boom! The light erupting from the card exploded outwards, unleashing a terrifying shockwave as Han Yujin braced himself against the force. Another system alert rang in his ears. The curse of bodily corruption has been activated due to contract violation. Activating curse resistance. All skill effects will be doubled when facing the source of the curse, the venomous Curse Dragon King. Instinctively, both Han Yujin and Sung Hai snapped their heads towards the sky. Staring into the heart of that immense, brilliant light, he was stunned to realize the curse's origin. It was the venomous Curse Dragon King. Back at the picnic, Sung Ho Yi quietly checked himself over and said, "I'm fine." Then he added calmly, "Looks like we won the bet." Just then, Han Yujin grabbed his shoulder tightly, his eyes locked on the sky. He growled through gritted teeth, "It's you. So you really do exist. The master of those damn reptilian beasts, the one who killed my brother." The hatred in Han Yujin's heart swelled to a boiling point. His face darkened as he glared fiercely at Sung Hui. "Those hermits, or whoever you made a pact with, did they take my brother to be their subordinate?" Sung Hui casually rolled his wrist and replied, "I wouldn't say he was their subordinate. Their relationship ended a very long time ago." Sung Hui's cold voice echoed evenly. "I was wondering why he wasn't getting more involved, but it seems you're the reason." Every single word the man spoke drilled into his mind, leaving no room for doubt. Because an F-rank brother like him could never leave his side. The revelation left Han Yujin utterly speechless. Sung Hui continued with cold logic. "A hunter with your pitiful endurance could never handle the shock of leaving this world." High on the cliff, Noah and Rhett were listening intently, completely ignoring the dark scowl that had formed on their companion's face. Sung Hui mocked them without a care. "That must be why they only go after S ranks. Your little brother probably cut ties with them the moment he found out." His words were like daggers, plunging deep into Yujin's heart. Han Yujin's hands clenched into tight fists as he cursed himself. I always wondered why he chose to walk that path. Drowning in memories, the painful truth finally surfaced. You didn't want them to notice me, so you deliberately kept your distance to keep me safe. At first, you probably didn't want to burden me. And later, you must have thought I'd never understand. The harsh reality slammed into Han Yujin, stealing his breath. Yu Hyun wasn't being childish or impulsive at all. Fragments of the past flashed before his eyes. Sung Hai, the danger from the L-rank contract that threatened his eye and his right hand. Combined with Rhett's confession from last night, all the pieces snapped together into one horrifying picture. I kept refusing their offers, so they used my own brother to pressure me. The realization struck Han Yujin with the force of a thunderbolt. Yu Hyun knew from the very beginning that he couldn't go with him. That kid had even predicted that cutting off contact would put him in mortal danger. So much so that he couldn't breathe a word about the contract. An ocean of sorrow swelled within him. He was the older brother, yet he had been so blind. And now that he finally saw the truth, it was too late to change anything. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked wide open. A monstrous hand with razor-sharp claws shot out, clamping down on Han Yujin's ankle as he and Sung Hu watched in horror. The piercing talons dug deep into his flesh, forcing a raw scream of agony from his lips. In that same instant, the sky turned pitch black, and a terrifying explosion erupted right at Han Yujin's location. The devastating aftershock sent violent tremors through the entire area. Sung Hu was thrown back by the immense power. He quickly regained his balance, landing on the cliff next to Noah and staring in shock at the chaos below. Oh, what the hell? Rhett, standing nearby, couldn't hide her stunned expression. She screamed in disbelief. What in the world is that thing? From the chasm in the earth, another grotesque arm reached out, followed by a hideous, sinewy foot. The entire body of a colossal creature clawed its way out from underground, its massive form looming over Han Yujin. He trembled uncontrollably, stammering in sheer terror. Is this? Because the contract was destroyed. The monster was a gigantic, mutated lizard, its teeth as jagged as a steel fence, its entire body shrouded in a deadly black aura. Its eyes burned with a vicious glow, fixed on Han Yujin as he tried to crawl away. His face was pale with absolute fear. At the same time, the system blared to life with a warning about an overwhelmingly powerful threat. From above, Noah shrieked his name in terror, Yujin. Immediately, Rhett dove like an arrow, shouting back to Noah, "You stay there." Clutching her weapon, she shot towards the ground and brought it down hard on the monster's head. Her furious battle cry echoed, "Get your hands off him, you filthy lizard." But to her amazement, the beast nimbly dodged the attack. Its speed was simply unbelievable. A devastating tail whip sent Rhett flying through the air before she could even react. She stared in awe at the fearsome creature, realizing that even her chains would be useless in trying to restrain it. Its speed and power were on a completely different level. Just then, Noah flew down to Han Yujin's side, anxiously examining his leg. Han Yujin grit his teeth through the pain. "Don't come near me, Noah." His face was drenched in sweat as he tried to force himself up, overcome with despair. He cursed himself in agony. Even a natural-born S-rank hunter was no match for this thing. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, the color shifting to a brilliant sapphire blue. The system immediately activated, scanning and reporting new information. It was an ancient dragon, an exclusive class creature. Its potential awakened stat rank was SA's, and it possessed related skills like SA's rank Dragon Scales and SA's rank Ruined City. Han Yujin's mind raced. Was this ancient dragon really an SS rank exclusive monster? Clutching his wound, Rhett hissed in pain. This is going to be a problem. Sung Hyun was frozen, his mind racing for an escape from this impossible situation. What could he do? Then a desperate idea sparked in his mind. Sung Hyun stared down the monster with grim resolve. Nearby, Han Jumin lay helpless on the ground, lost in a monologue of self-pity. Did that lizard's master send this thing too? He wondered. He furiously slammed his fist into the earth as a single question burned in his mind. Is it watching me? Han Jumin seethed with hatred. Fine. I'll pour every last drop of my being into killing you. Just you wait, you bastard. Suddenly, a bizarre blue light erupted from Han Jumin's body, enveloping the entire area. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Everyone, except this skill." Immediately, the system announced the activation of Foul Shepherd. The wave of blue light washed over Noah, who shivered instinctively. Sung Hyun and Reed felt the same strange energy surge through them. Reed stared in awe at the blue aura surrounding her body and exclaimed, "Whoa, what is this?" Sung Hyun was calmer, but his brow furrowed. No, this skill still isn't enough. Lying on the ground, Han Jumin quietly analyzed the situation. It's the same SS rank, but it's on a completely different level than I imagined. Even with his clairvoyant war tactics, he couldn't even begin to follow the creature's speed. A sudden movement caught Sung Hyun's eye. He saw Han Jumin dragging himself across the ground, desperately grabbing onto the monster's leg. A strategy to take down the ancient dragon was forming in his mind. And I'll place my skill on it, too, he resolved. Han Jumin's willpower had never been stronger. Strategic thoughts flowed through his mind, moving even faster than his clairvoyant war tactics. He was certain his plan would work. If he could just show the other three where it would look and what it would do, sharing all of its senses. But a moment later, the system delivered a crushing blow. The target has rejected the skill. The message left him completely stunned. Han Jumin gritted his teeth in pure rage. Then, let's see you handle this. The system notification rang out once more, activating Foul Shepherd. Skill effect has been doubled when used on Vicus. But cruelly, the target rejected the skill again. Undeterred, he was determined to see who would break first, activating the system once more. The notifications rang out again and again. The target has rejected the skill. Activating Foul Shepherd. The constant barrage seemed to throw the monster into chaos, and this time, the skill with doubled effect on Vicus was a success. Han Jumin immediately roared, "Everyone, move now." Noah, Riet, and Sung Hyun understood in an instant. The three of them charged forward at Jumin's earth-shattering command. "Let's destroy it." Riet laughed with delight. "Ha, I can see it. I can feel it." Every single one of the ancient dragon's movements now seemed to play out in slow motion, perfectly clear to everyone. She easily dodged a whip of its massive tail, thinking, "With this, I can finally stop it." She immediately landed a devastatingly powerful punch on its body. Reet glared at the beast with pure fury. Even if we don't stand a chance of winning, we can at least stop it. With that war cry, a brutal clash erupted. The ancient dragon seized Riet's arm, its claws digging into her flesh. Unsatisfied, it raised its massive, clawed hand to crush her head, walking right into their trap. Reet just grinned. My goal wasn't to win this exchange. At that exact moment, Sung Hyan pulled a chain taut from above. The monster's entire body froze solid. It turned out Riet was just baiting the beast, allowing Sung Hyan to wrap it completely in chains. With the dragon immobilized, Sung Hyun leaped high into the air and brought his golden lightning crashing down directly on its head. Watching from the side, Noah's jaw dropped in awe. It worked. But the sight that followed made him freeze in his tracks. The ancient dragon lay charred and smoking on the ground, but it wasn't dead. It stirred, fixing its razor-sharp gaze on the three of them. Sung Hyun calmly tightened his grip on the chains and lunged toward it. Recharged in right behind him. I knew that wouldn't be enough, she roared. Her blade sliced deep into the monster's body, spraying blood everywhere as part of its hand was severed completely. Reet yelled triumphantly. But our real goal was to take our darling back from you. The three of them glared at their enemy with burning hatred. Now that we've accomplished our mission, the real fight is just beginning. The ancient dragon charged, its eyes blazing with fury. Reet met its vicious gaze head-on, her own determination unwavering. She settled into her stance and taunted the beast. And just where do you think you're going? Reet smirked. A confident smile spread across her face as she poured every ounce of her strength into a single, decisive attack. From her hand, a blinding wave of brilliant and powerful energy exploded, shooting straight towards the dragon. Reet shouted a warning. Focus on me. You won't be able to use that hand anymore. But her words died in her throat, her face twisting in utter disbelief at what she was witnessing. The dragon's arm, which should have been crippled, was now regenerating into something far more powerful. A massive, veined limb took shape, its hand tipped with terrifyingly sharp claws. Seeing this, Reet couldn't help but gasp in shock. What in the world? It's finished regenerating already. The tension in the air became suffocating. Reet felt the crushing pressure from the ancient dragon's power and took a cautious step back, her eyes locked on her foe. The ancient dragon reared up. Eerie purple light flared from the frills around its neck, unleashing a wave of pure energy. Its ferocious gaze was locked onto Rhett. The beast's jaws gaped open. A massive orb of power began to form, swirling with chaotic energy. Instantly, the dragon unleashed a thick, toxic mist. The entire area was consumed by its overwhelming power. Caught in the surprise attack, Rhett could only scream inwardly, poisoned bones. She tried to fight it, but a wave of agony forced a grimace onto her face. She thought to herself, even with my resistance, I can't withstand this. I won't be able to hold out for long. Rhett quickly activated her healing hand. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. It was Noah. Focus on dodging the fatal blows. I'll provide support. Startled, she glanced back. Noah stood there, his chin held high with an arrogant air. But don't get me wrong. I still haven't forgiven you. I'm only helping because this is an emergency. Just keep it busy until Jujin is out of harm's way. Rhett turned back to the fight with a slight smile. All right. Looks like you've grown up a little. Watching the battle unfold, Sung Hyun supported the grievously wounded Han Jujin. Thanks to them, he said softly, we've bought ourselves some more time. He helped Han Jujin sit down, his voice laced with concern. Are you all right? Any other injuries? Han Jujin took a sharp breath, propping himself up. Just. My leg is injured. I used a damage nullification stone to block the other attacks. I only got hit by the first one. Glancing at the two sharp spikes embedded in his leg, he added, this won't stop bleeding on its own. It needs immediate treatment. He tore away his pant leg, revealing a mangled, bloody wound. His face was pale as he pleaded, help me pull these things out. Sung Haeun's expression hardened as he examined the injury. What about painkillers? They won't work because of my poison resistance, he answered. And I can't deactivate poison bones while it's active. Those wounds look deep, Sung Haeun noted, his voice filled with concern. For a D-rank hunter's pain tolerance, he began. But Han Jujin, his face drenched in sweat, cut him off. That's why I need you to do it. Pull them out fast. One sharp pain, and it's over. And if I pass out, you have to wake me up immediately. We're out of time. 1, 2. Before he could even say 3, Sung Hyun gripped his leg and yanked the first spike out. An electrifying jolt of pain shot through him. Han Jujin couldn't stop a pained scream from escaping. Without hesitating, Sung Hyun moved on to the second spike. Amidst a blood-curdling cry, the final spike was ripped free. It was over. While Han Jujin sat there, gasping for air, Sung Hyun began disinfecting the wounds. All done. I think you should rest. Let me hide you somewhere safe. He snapped back angrily. Rest? Like hell. We have to fight that monster over there. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he held out his hand. Two shimmering stones rested in his palm. These are damage nullification stones. Two of them. Each one lasts for 10 minutes. I already used some, so there's about 17 minutes left between them. You should be able to finish this in 10 minutes. No more. Hearing this, Sung Han thought to himself, he must have awakened recently. Staring at Han Jujin, he couldn't help but be impressed. And yet, he possessed the battle sense of a veteran who'd spent years clearing dungeons. Seeing Sung Han's wandering focus, he raised his voice. Are you even listening to me? I said I'm going to apply the double attack damage skill to you. A small smile played on Sung Hyun's lips. He thought, what is this F-rank hiding? The more I see, the more curious I get. Back in the main fight, Noah was facing off against the ancient dragon. Sung Hyun flew toward them, carrying Han Jujin. He called out, Noah, lend me some of your mana stats. Noah heard his voice and whipped his head around in surprise. Jujin, are you okay? The fear still lingered in Noah's voice as he spoke weakly. I was so afraid something terrible had happened to you. Han Jujin smiled, gently stroking Noah's face to reassure him. I'm fine. You did a great job. Now let's finish this monster and get out of here together. F-rank warrior skill, 1+1. Shares the effect of double attack damage with a physically contacted party member. Holding up the damage nullification stone, his eyes burned with determination. Besides that skill, you can also use me as your shield. Sung Hyun smiled in agreement. All right. Han Jujin placed a hand on his shoulder and continued to explain. The double attack damage skill will work no matter where we're making contact. As he spoke, he casually brushed his hand on Sung Hyun's shoulder. So as long as I don't get too far away from you, I can touch you pretty much anywhere. So instead of holding onto me tightly like last time, just be relaxed. Watching him, Sung Hyun asked thoughtfully, do you know how to dance? Han Jujin turned, confused. What? Meanwhile, as Rhett fought desperately against the dragon, their conversation echoed in her ears. There's nothing better for teamwork than dancing. Huh, is that so? I wouldn't know. As Sung Hyun activated his stat-borrowing skill, Han Jujin spoke again. My life has never been leisurely enough to learn how to dance. Sung Hyun replied softly. I see. Don't worry, you can learn right now. Meanwhile, Rhett effortlessly dodged the dragon's relentless assault, but then the beast suddenly froze in place. Instantly, chains erupted, binding the creature tightly. A brilliant golden energy exploded from the restraints. Reese let out an impressed gasp. What is this? Such incredible power. Sung Hyun thought to himself, truly impressive. Beside him, Han Jujin just stared, dumbfounded. Wait, that bastard isn't dead yet. The dragon fell silent for a moment, before unleashing a deafening roar. Han Jujin flinched in terror, crying out, it's still alive. We're dead. Sung Hyun simply wrapped an arm around him, his eyes curving into a smile. Don't worry. Here, just relax. And dance with me. With that, Sung Hyun grabbed his hand. Han Jujin, completely baffled, snapped, what the hell are you doing? He yanked him out of the way of the dragon's claws. Then, holding him close, Sung Hyun began to dance cheerfully, effortlessly, evading every single attack, while a panicked Han Jujin could only scream in terror. What in the world is happening? From the sidelines, Rhett watched with amusement. What's going on over there? Sweetie, she called out. Looks like you're having fun. Han Jujin's face darkened at her comment. Damn it, he thought. This is not how I wanted you to use this skill. Suddenly, Sung Hyun shouted, lightning. He pulled Han Jujin clear of another attack, then seized the opening to drive a sharp object into the dragon's back. If I use this in the open air, the electricity just disperses and wastes power, he explained. So, I have to do it like this instead. Understanding dawned on Rhett's face. I get it, she yelled. In a flash, she drew her sword, lunged forward, and plunged it deep into the dragon's back before retreating. Noah's eyes widened in shock at her move. An attack like that won't do anything. Wait. He realized the truth. I see. It's to concentrate the electricity. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. A sharp smirk played on Rhett's lips as she commanded, ignite the blade. All the while, the other two continued their dance, moving in perfect sync amidst the chaos of battle. Bound by the chains, the dragon suddenly erupted. A blinding flash of light consumed everything, shattering the very space around them. When the aftershock finally subsided, Sung Hyun gently supported Han Jujin as they landed softly on the ground. He stared at the grievously wounded dragon. Is it over? He wondered. The lightning seemed to have weakened, but before he could even sigh in relief, he froze at the sight before him. The black dragon's body was slowly being consumed by flames, and embedded in its back was the sword, forming a glowing cross. The beast had no strength left. But Han Jujin immediately rejected that thought. No, That's not it. The dragon coughed up a spray of blood, and Hanzu Jin finally understood all that lightning that filled the sky. It wasn't random. It was all being focused on the beast. That meant it was suffering agonizing pain. An unrelenting storm of lightning, destroying it from head to toe. Not a single spot was spared. It let out a truly desperate roar. That heaven-piercing scream, its final ounce of strength, unleashed a massive shockwave. It shook everything and everyone in the vicinity. Hanzujin instinctively threw an arm up to shield his face. The impact was so powerful, he couldn't even register the pain. After that one prolonged scream, the dragon finally collapsed. In the center of the massive crater it had created, the beast could no longer defy its fate. It was now just a soulless husk of flesh. The dragon was well and truly defeated. Red hesitated, not daring to get any closer. Covering her nose from the foul stench, she asked, "Is it dead?" She was too busy analyzing the skills they just used, completely missing the slight twitch of the dragon's claw. Without warning, the dragon lunged straight for Ret. She narrowly dodged the attack. Noah, in his own dragon form, was right behind her. He caught her instantly, calling out her name in concern. Ret. Everyone had been certain the beast was finished. She stared in disbelief at the creature's last attack. What the hell? How is that even possible? It can still stand after all that? Like a monster back from the grave. The dragon propped itself up on one arm. Blood poured from its mouth as it let out a low growl. Sung Hyun readied his chains once more. Such a powerful survival instinct, he mused. But deep down, Hanzu Jin knew the truth. This wasn't the dragon's own will. He realized that a far greater, more sinister power was pulling the strings, forcing it to fight to the very end. Is it being forced to obey a command? He wondered. No, a master's command like this is more like a curse. Lightning rained down on the dragon again, and it roared in agony. The beast coughed up even more blood, a clear sign of the brutal, escalating pain tormenting it. But it didn't end there. The lightning continued to strike the dragon over and over. It was as if the assault would only stop. When the beast finally breathed its last, the four of them could only watch in silence, horrified by the brutal spectacle. The dragon struggled to crawl from the crater, trying to escape. Every inch it moved left a trail of blood. A cold dread filled Hanzujin. Yu Hyun, he thought, how did you get involved in something like this? After crawling as far as it could, the dragon stopped. It began uttering strange, incomprehensible words through a mouthful of blood. Hanzujin slowly sank to his knees. I wonder if it can understand me, he said softly. Sung Hyun watched him, concerned. Is it safe to get closer? Yes. Hanzujin replied calmly. It won't be getting up again. Approaching the colossal, lifeless body, Hanzujin placed a hand on its hide and activated his skill. He was certain that by focusing on his taming ability, he could find a clue about its master. With that hope, his power began to surge into the dragon's corpse. Suddenly, from the dragon's neck, an inexplicable, dark purple energy erupted. The aura swelled in an instant, snaking through Hanzujin's fingers and enveloping him before he could even register his own surprise. In the blink of an eye, the energy seized him, yanking him into another dimension. It was only then that terror gripped him. His eyes shot wide as he screamed, "What?" In a flash, he was swallowed by absolute darkness. Lost and alone, he was adrift in an endless, silent void. Slowly, light began to pierce the gloom. As Hanzujin's eyes adjusted, he saw twisted shapes rising all around him. He was completely unharmed, but the scenery had changed entirely. Hanzujin's mind reeled. What? His body was fine. What in the world was happening? He took a shaky step, his foot landing on one of the shapes. He cried out in astonishment. A dragon. Are all of these venom-cursed dragons? They were all here. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but dragons, their bones piled high like mountains, all bound by a sinister, black web. A sudden movement from behind made Hanzujin spin around. Where am I? Perched atop the mountain of bones, a monstrous figure spoke with chilling arrogance. This is my consciousness. More accurately, our minds have intertwined. I'm so glad you decided to drop in. Before Hanzujin could utter a word, the monster tilted its head, its four blood-red eyes boring into him. It accused, You've ruined my plans yet again. You've caused considerable damage, it continued. Vicus's level dropped because of you. Even if it is only temporary. The information flashed in Hanzujin's mind. A second-rank ancient dragon, poison and curse type. He realized it was talking about Vicus, the dragon he'd slain. The answer was suddenly crystal clear. Hanzujin stared forward in utter disbelief. The one who sent that dragon here. The thought spurred him to action. Without hesitation, he charged toward the throne, yelling, Are you the master of the venom-cursed dragon? He surged forward like a man who, after being lost in darkness for so long, had finally found the light of truth. You sent Ross to that dungeon to kill my brother, didn't you? In response, the master of the venom-cursed dragon simply raised its hand. As Han Zujin charged blindly forward, a colossal claw shot out from the left. A moment later, that massive paw slammed Han Zujin to the ground, silencing him completely. A massive dragon now pinned him, its claws digging into him. No matter how much he struggled, there was no escape. The master spoke calmly. The death of Han Yu Hyun. It floated down, closing the distance and forcing Han Zujin to look up. The power dynamic was absolute. It tilted Han Zujin's face up, almost gently, and finished its thought with something I had not foreseen. Then, its grip tightened brutally, yanking his face closer to its own. The master's red eyes blazed with fury as it snarled. The one who should have died was you, Han Zujin. At those words, Han Zujin froze. Panic seized him as he stammered out a single word. What? As if that were its cue, the monster unleashed a torrent of truth. That dungeon was created for one purpose, to kill you. As long as you are alive, Han Yu Hyun will never join our plan to end the world. With that, it released him. Han Zujin scrambled back, shouting in defiance, "What the hell are you talking about? Ending the world is not something my brother would ever want." The creature cut him off instantly. Han Yu Hyun chose to die so that you could live. Han Zujin stopped struggling. Each of the master's words pierced his heart like a dagger. If it wasn't for you, Han Yu Hyun could have escaped this pathetic world safely. He could have accepted my contract and grown so much stronger, don't you think? And even if he had refused my contract, the choice still would have been his to make. Han Zujin's expression was as fragile as his spirit, threatening to shatter at any moment. The master continued its vicious assault. Instead of being held back by a weakling like you, it pointed an accusing finger. You are the obstacle in Han Yu Hyun's path. Han Yu Hyun was never supposed to die like this. You changed his destiny, and you're the one who walked away alive. Han Zujin couldn't deny a single word. He lowered his head as cold sweat drenched his body. His mind flashed back to the cruel whispers he had heard before. Isn't the AB Guild Master just holding his little brother back? I heard he's only an S rank, but he throws his brother's name around like it's his own. No wonder his own brother wants nothing to do with him. He remembered their faces screaming at him, "If you truly care about your brother, you'll cut all ties with the ABCD Guild." They were dragging him away from his beloved brother, his desperate struggles and helpless screams echoing in the void. Their taunts and curses still rang in his ears. How many times have I told you to stop making your little brother clean up your messes? Stop causing trouble. The words echoed in his memory. Even with his brother's cold body beside him, that was all Han Yujin could hear. Stop dragging your brother down. Snap back to a brutal reality. He lay pinned beneath the claw of a massive dragon. Han Yujin admitted coldly, "You're right." His fists clenched as he tried to pull himself free from the creature's crushing grip. He continued, his voice low, "I shouldn't be alive." Straining forward, he grabbed the leg of the poisonous primordial dragon's master, growling out each word. "And that's why." He slowly lifted his head, eyes blazing with fiery determination. He declared, "I'm going to get revenge on the master of the lizard that killed my brother." Without even glancing down, the dragon master sneered with absolute arrogance. "And what can a mere F rank like you possibly do?" Han Yujin shot back. "This F rank has already shattered your plans twice. I made a mess of your first lizard, and I ground the other one into paste." Instantly, the dragon's foot slammed down, crushing him with furious force. The colossal beast flung his small frame into the air, then swatted him with its tail, but his spirit wouldn't break. Han Yujin screamed, "I should have brought their corpses here to show you." The more he provoked him, the more brutally the dragon tortured him. As the first drops of blood fell, Han Yujin kept taunting. "What's wrong? At least I can blame my pathetic class, but you just seem incompetent for yours." Lying on a pile of dragon bones and coughing up blood, he still wore a defiant smirk, because he knew the man didn't plan on killing him. Otherwise, he'd already be dead. The dragon master finally looked straight at him, ordering the beast to pause its assault. Han Yujin wiped the blood from his lips, staring back with an unbroken gaze. He said, "I heard you offered Sung Hui everything, but you were still rejected. You couldn't persuade Ri, either. Am I right?" Deep down, Han Yujin knew this man wanted something from him. The dragon suddenly attacked again, coiling around his leg. Before it could act, Han Yujin spat out, "Why don't you change your name? Instead of the poisonous primordial dragon, you should call yourself the King of Fools." The dragon immediately hoisted him into the air, hanging him upside down before its master. The dragon master spoke. "That's right. You were the one who stopped Rhett. How could you defy my will?" In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Han Yujin. The oppressive aura was suffocating as he grabbed him by the hair, forcing his head up. "And how did you destroy Rodaz?" The dragon master's grip tightened in his hair as he demanded, "Did those regressing brats help you?" Han Yujin repeated, "Regressing brats?" The man replied, "The ones who created and maintained this system." Fed up, Han Yujin scoffed. "Nice nickname. You call them that because they want to stop the apocalypse. The man didn't care. But through that answer, he knew for sure. So, you know about them. The Dragon Master pressed, what did you receive from them? Why would they care about an F rank? Han Yujin's mind raced. Of course. That's what this was all about. From that single question, he understood everything. He doesn't know about my title or my skills. He won't kill me until he finds out. In that instant, he made a decision. Facing the cruel, overwhelming tyrant, Han Yujin smiled. He mocked him. You're more naive than I thought. He glared, let out a triumphant laugh, and raised his middle finger. You really think I'm going to answer you? He thought to himself, you must be a complete idiot. I need to buy time and find an opportunity. But before he could even form a plan, the dragon's jaws snapped shut on his arm. He had been so confident, so sure that he wouldn't be killed before the man got what he wanted. But this was no different from death. Han Yujin looked at the Dragon Master in horror. In return, he received nothing but a calm, contemptuous smirk. The dragon devoured his arm, and a long, panicked scream tore from his throat. My arm. My arm. My arm. The Dragon Master gazed down at the screaming human with utter disdain. What's the matter? He said with disgust. Look closely. Your arm isn't gone. Han Yujin's frantic cries stopped. He looked down, and the arm that had just been in the dragon's mouth was perfectly fine. Before Han Yujin could even catch his breath, another dragon appeared from the shadows. It sank its teeth into his side with a fatal crunch. And once again, his agonizing screams echoed through the void. He was trapped under the claws of two bloodthirsty dragons, with more waiting in the wings. As Han Yujin struggled, the Dragon Master calmly explained, You're inside my mind, not reality. Hot blood seeped from his hand, rising on its own as if it had a life of its own. From those drops of blood, the Dragon Master formed yet another ferocious dragon. He said with a sinister grin, which means I can make you suffer endless pain without ever letting you die. The dragon slithered closer, tearing into his flesh as absolute terror filled his eyes. The master of the poison-cursed dragon threatened him directly. If you don't answer, I will tear you into 100 pieces. In a flash of insight, he understood. Every scar was a curse from the poison-cursed dragon. Han Yujin's mind raced to one option as his hand fumbled for the Dragon Slayer's gem. Sensing his intent, the other being scoffed. You cannot use items here, it hissed, because this is not reality. More and more dragons began to appear, all of them staring hungrily at Han Yujin. The master of the poison-cursed dragon spoke calmly, a damage immunity gem. So they gave that to you, as well? But if that was all you had, you should have never been able to defeat Rhodas. As the immense pressure and excruciating pain tore him apart, the creature urged him, Be wise, and give me your answer. With fearless defiance, Han Yujin stared him down and laughed. Never. Figure it out yourself, you bastard. The master of the cursed dragon simply smirked as if he expected that very answer. A second later, a swarm of dragons descended, tearing Han Yujin apart as blood gushed like a waterfall. All he could do was curse. Damn it, how did my little brother get mixed up with a monster like this? Above, Sung Hyun, Rhett, and Noah stood around Han Yujin's body. He was lying perfectly still. Noah called to him softly. Yujin, wake up. Yujin. Sung Hyun calmly assessed the situation. He passed out like this last time, too. Noah demanded, What did you do to him? Ah, so you've heard what happened in the 3000 dungeon. Rhett crossed her arms. She knew that was the real issue here. With a sly grin, she said, Because I want him for myself, too. It seems he has quite a few useful abilities. In response, Sung Hyun's voice was just as cunning. They say ants are always drawn to sweets. But Noah immediately cut in. Both of you, stop. This isn't the time for fighting. He reminded them both. We haven't even cleared the dungeon yet. That has to be our first priority. Rhett sized up her younger companion. You've matured. Meanwhile, Sung Hyun stared thoughtfully at Han Yujin. Noah noticed his gaze and asked, Guildmaster Jupiter, is something wrong? Sung Hyun hesitated. It's just. Why does he always look like this? He gazed at Han Yujin's peaceful face, lost in some distant dream. Noah didn't understand. Huh? What do you mean? Rhett was far more blunt. What? Is he dead now that the contract is broken? She asked nonchalantly. Sung Hyun thought to himself, I feel like he used to be older than this. Maybe about 5 years older. In another dimension, Han Yujin was fighting a horrific internal battle. The master of the cursed dragon was invading and tearing his memories to shreds. He understood the situation perfectly. The memories he had buried so deep were being unearthed, one by one. A moment flashed before him, filled with the sounds of a bitter argument. What? Then, a piercing scream. Big brother. It was his own voice, questioning his younger brother. What are you saying? Why would you want to enter a dungeon, Yu Hyun? Han Yujin couldn't wake up. trapped by the crushing weight of his sorrowful past. He always tried to bury it deep. Then another memory. His birthday that year. He could hear people whispering. It's his birthday today, so why isn't his S-rank brother here to visit? The other person answered, I guess they aren't close. He hasn't even received a single visit or a letter asking how he's doing. In the memory, Han Yu-jin flew into a rage, screaming, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't talk to my brother anymore. I'm sick of him, too. Another memory fragment appeared a dark, cold dungeon. He saw himself reaching out, touching the image of his brother on a television screen. A news report was playing, announcing a huge party held by the AB's guild for their guild master's birthday, which was also Christmas. Suddenly, a song started from behind him. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, you rotten brother. Even while unconscious, Han Yu-jin's heart ached. Damn it, why must it be these painful memories? Suddenly, an image of the two brothers embracing appeared. Or rather, Han Yu-jin was holding up a blood-soaked Han Yu-hyun who had no strength left. The master of the cursed dragon cried out, found it. He held up a crystal formed from countless stones and declared, I understand now. Use a wish stone to turn back time. Having found a piece of the answer, he was satisfied and decided to wake his prisoner. Though Dragon's horn was still piercing his body, Han Yu-jin began to make the slightest movements. He struggled to open his eyes, thinking, how long has it been since I was last disgusted by this foul stench of blood? Meanwhile, the master of the cursed dragon was rambling on. I'm guessing you also acquired curse resistance when you defeated Rotas. He suddenly ordered the dragon to bite into Han Yu-jin's side. But how did you manage that on your own, he sneered, when you're just an F-rank hunter? That bone-deep agony assaulted him once more. Han Yu-jin screamed as every drop of blood fell. The cursed dragon master sounded disappointed. It's difficult to extract memories because of your curse resistance. This should have been easy if you were just some ordinary F-rank. As he finished, the dragon released him, and the wound vanished again. Han Yu-jin's body was completely healed. He gasped for air, his eyes wide as his mind raced. At this rate, it was only a matter of time. Each memory devoured was slowly regenerating. Han Yu-jin was terrified the beast would see everything, find the answer he sought, and then kill him. Overwhelmed by pain and humiliation, he screamed at himself. What are you even doing? Why aren't you fighting back? This is the monster who killed your brother. And with that thought, Han Yu-jin sank into utter despair. He cursed his own pathetic nature. How could I be so weak? This is why. This is why Han Yu-hyun never told me anything. His mind flashed back to that day, to the man who had asked him, is there anything you can do for your brother? So, you've come to repay the money you borrowed from me. The guild master's words were brutally direct. You must believe this will somehow salvage your pride. Facing the man, Han Yu-jin could only lower his head, too weak to utter a single word. The guild master's voice cut straight to his soul. But I'm sure you've already realized it yourself. Why did your brother leave home the very moment he awakened? He looked at the man who carried the title of older brother, yet couldn't even dare to lift his head. The guild master's voice dripped with contempt. To an S-rank hunter and the master of the Abs Guild, you were nothing but an older brother he couldn't rely on. The master of the cursed dragon sighed in annoyance. More useless memories. They're endless. Losing all patience, he snarled at him. Don't you think it would be easier for both of us if you just talked? But Han Yu-jin gave him nothing but silence. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. But that's the reason why. He began to remember all the things he had dared to do, dared to try. He told himself that this time, he had tried to change. Recalling a moment of shared laughter between them, Han Yu-jin strengthened his resolve. He would become the real older brother he had failed to be in his past life. Pushing himself upward, he gasped for air and confronted the master of the cursed dragon. Do you enjoy asking questions you already have the answers to? He knew that no matter how much he was pushed, Han Yu-jin wouldn't break. The dragon's master tossed him aside. Fine, have it your way. In response, Yu-jin unleashed a flood of his own utterly useless memories. The dragon's master was stunned. What is this? Memories of playing soccer in the military. Han Yu-jin sneered. You idiot. Why didn't you block my skills the same way you blocked me from using items? He grinned through ragged breaths, his mind racing, desperately searching for any escape, even the smallest clue. The dragon's master gave a condescending smirk. A nice try, but skills are also considered a part of one's consciousness. He then summoned a dragon, which instantly lunged forward and impaled Yu-jin's stomach. Besides, I assume the skills of a mere F-rank hunter would be nothing more than a child's game. As Han Yu-jin collapsed into a sickening pool of his own blood, the master continued. Theoretically, anything is possible here. After all, we are inside his subconscious world. But you humans lack the creativity to truly use it. The dragon began to tear his body apart, tormenting him endlessly. The dragon's master gloated over his suffering. A race that has never flown, how could you possibly know how to use wings? How could a mere mortal possibly run like the wind? He slammed his foot onto Eugen's chest, grinding it in. And what can an F rank like you do, besides crawl pathetically on the ground? All Han Eugen could do was let out broken, meaningless screams of pure agony. A smirk played on the Dragon Master's lips. I'll admit, your high-level curse resistance was a surprise. But cutting through his self-important monologue, Han Eugen began to chuckle. He taunted the creature, his voice dripping with defiance. Seems like everything is a surprise to you, isn't it? Or are you just incredibly stupid? Getting stabbed in the back was unexpected. My resistance to your torture was also unexpected. Enraged, the Dragon's Master slammed his tail into Han Eugen, sending him flying. He then commanded his dragons to each seize a limb and drag him closer. Still running that mouth of yours. Impressive. Even with his strength fading, Han Eugen's taunts didn't stop. Just about on your level. He glared daggers at the creature. If you had just interfered after the gate closed, my brother would have never gone inside. You sent those rotas there on purpose. He paused for a beat. The two stared each other down, the very air growing heavy. Then, the master of the cursed dragon began to smile, before breaking into a booming laugh that stunned Han Eugen. He lifted Han Eugen's chin, his voice dripping with mock pity. You absolute fool. Did you really think the gate was still open? Han Eugen's world shattered. What? The master continued. Han Yu-hyun borrowed my power to force his way into a dungeon that was already sealed shut. The dragon's master snarled every single word. To save you. And with that, Han Eugen's spirit completely broke. He reveled in the man's agony, his voice filled with twisted excitement. Ah, finally, a change in your attitude. Now, shall we talk more about your dear little brother? The cursed dragon smugly began his tale. At that moment, Han Yu-hyun was in the middle of a dungeon raid when the creature suddenly appeared behind him. Han Yu-hyun immediately sensed the danger. He asked coldly, "Why are you here?" Han Yu-hyun's reply was firm and unwavering. "I believe I already told you I have no interest in your proposals." The creature chuckled, replying with absolute confidence, "Don't be so cold. I've come to tell you something important. You'll regret it if you don't listen." This piqued Han Yu-hyun's concern. He relented, patiently waiting to hear what the monster had to say. Doc Wonlong revealed the horrifying news. It seemed a critical error had occurred inside the dungeon, the one his brother had just entered. And just as he'd warned, a menacing black aura began seeping from the dungeon's entrance, looking incredibly toxic. The crowd quickly backed away, with someone muttering, "Not another dungeon break." A wave of panic washed over the onlookers. Everyone felt a chilling premonition of disaster. One person spoke up, their voice trembling. Has the gap between a hunter's rank and a dungeon's rank ever been this huge before? Is another tragedy about to unfold? If only they had a gate stone. Someone more knowledgeable replied, "A low-level hunter would never have a gate stone." Suddenly, that same person's eyes shot wide open in disbelief. "Huh? Look up there." Just then, having believed Doc Wonlong's warning, Han Yu-hyun rushed back to his brother's dungeon. The crowd below gasped in shock. It's the guild master of Abyss. Han Yu-hyun anxiously demanded an update. What is the situation? The report he received was urgent and terrifying. It was supposed to be a D-rank dungeon, but the mana saturation is off the charts. I think we're looking at an S-rank monster, at the very least. Hearing this, his composure shattered completely. Han Yu-hyun drew his sword to charge in, but a guild member quickly held him back. The gate is already closed, sir. You can't get in. But he ignored their warnings, wildly hacking at the impenetrable dungeon gate with his blade. He desperately hoped he could force it open. To get inside and rescue his brother. Someone stated the hopeless truth. You can't open it like that. You have to wait until everyone inside is dead for it to reopen. Han Yu-hyun's eyes burned with resolve. He gritted his teeth in pure rage, but he was utterly powerless. How could Han Yu-hyun possibly stand by and just wait to collect his brother's corpse? His mind screamed his brother's name. Then suddenly, a powerful voice echoed in his head. "Do you wish for me to let you inside?" A surge of dark energy materialized from nothing, forming a new, sinister gate. Han Yu-hyun stared in absolute astonishment. The voice spoke again, dripping with malice. "With my power, I can send one person in." It then showed him a vision of Han Yu-jin, in mortal danger. Without a single moment of hesitation, Han Yu-hyun leaped through the dark portal. All he could think about was reaching Han Yu-jin, brother. But before he could take another step, a treacherous entity sealed the gate behind him. A disgusting, shadowy arm extended from the darkness. It was Doc Wonlong. He presented his terms. "This comes at a price, Han Yu-hyun. This is a contract." Seeing the hero frozen in place, the entity continued smugly. "I will let you into that dungeon, and in return, you will become my servant." Without saying a word, Han Yu-hyun agreed. Doc Wonlong was almost impressed. He didn't even hesitate. How simple. Back in the present, Doc Wanlong excitedly recounted the rest of his wicked plan. Han Yuhian thought it was just some dungeon error, but everything was part of my grand design, including Rhoda's. His voice filled with twisted amusement. I made it just difficult enough that he couldn't save you, but not so hard that his own precious life was ever at risk. Once you died in that situation, Han Yuhian would blame himself for his own weakness. And as an S-rank hunter, he'd crave even more power, making him that much easier for me to control. But who would have thought an S-ranker would die so easily, sacrificing his life just to save his older brother? Every word from Doc Wanlong's mouth was like a dagger, piercing straight through Han Yujin's heart. With each sentence, the color drained from his face. It was all a trap. Because of him, his little brother knew he would be enslaved, but to save him, he accepted the deal anyway. But Doc Wanlong wasn't finished, his tone dripping with scorn. What a disgrace. He finally fell into my hands, but only as a useless corpse. Those words pushed Han Yujin past his breaking point. He roared in fury. What do you mean, a corpse? Han Yujin demanded, is Han Yuhian gone from this world? The villain smirked cruelly. Based on our contract, I can interfere with the bodies of the deceased. It was far simpler to claim his body after he had severed his ties to this world. Hearing this, a dangerous flicker of hope ignited in Han Yujin's soul. His eyes widened, his whole body trembling. You have his body. Han Yujin had truly believed he had lost his little brother forever. Even through the immense pain, he knew his brother was dead and never coming back. So he had forced himself to focus only on the present. But now, this monster was telling him he possessed his brother's body. His gaze went vacant as an image of Han Yuhian filled his mind. He was certain of it. He could bring him back. Doc Wanlong twisted the knife one more time. I have Han Yuhian's body. This only solidified Han Yujin's resolve as his eyes bored into the villain. Seeing him frozen solid with shock, Doc Wanlong let out a thin, mocking smile. Then he added vaguely, well, to be precise, someone took his body. But by then, Han Yujin couldn't hear a single word he was saying. He could only whisper his brother's name. My little brother. At that moment, Han Yujin couldn't hold it in any longer. The tears finally began to fall. My little brother. Even when he died, he couldn't have come back. His train of thought was cut short. The damned cursed dragon master opened his mouth to speak. It seems rather effective, doesn't it? If you answer my questions, I might tell you more. Faced with such blatant arrogance, Han Yujin's response was firm and absolute. I don't want to hear another word from you. As soon as he spoke, a blinding light erupted from within his body. The cursed dragon master had a terrible premonition, exclaiming in shock. Suddenly, Han Yujin was surrounded by flames that incinerated everything holding him captive, and with that, Han Yujin was finally free. Primordius recoiled in absolute terror, his eyes wide with disbelief at the golden power that erupted, pushing back the endless darkness. Han Yujin's voice cut through the air, cold as ice. You said skills were fair game in this mental world, didn't you? His expression darkened, a chilling threat lacing his words. I'm not that creative, but it's a different story for a skill I've experienced firsthand. A murderous aura blazed in Han Yujin's eyes. His entire world was now consumed by pure, unadulterated hatred. He glared at the beast, slowly raising an arm that pulsed with lethal energy. This isn't the first time I've dealt with something like this, he stated coldly. With a flick of his wrist, a wave of power surged forward. Primordius's underlings were far too weak to resist and were instantly blown to smithereens. Han Yujin unleashed a storm of attacks on everything in sight, venting all the rage he felt for his fallen brother. Watching from above, Primordius sneered, still clueless about the true danger he was in. You ignorant fool, he scoffed with utter confidence. That's still just a human skill. With that, he summoned another swarm of his draconic minions to attack. Their sheer numbers quickly swarmed the hero, surrounding him completely. But then, something impossible happened. A pair of brilliant wings suddenly burst from Han Yujin's back. He shot into the sky like an arrow, effortlessly dodging their coordinated assault. The creatures, in their blind fury, crashed into one another, suffering heavy casualties from their own attack. As he mastered the wings, he thought to himself, it's true. I've been through this so many times. I can even feel Noah's movements. With the magnificent wings unfurled behind him, he looked less like a man and more like a righteous angel of vengeance. Han Yujin stared at his own hands in awe. My rage clouded my mind, but now, using this power feels so much easier. He floated in midair, an image of absolute power, raining down earth-shattering attacks on the beasts below. I have to trust my instincts, he told himself. He glanced at his status window and his eyes widened. A veteran F rank's attack power doubled. Then, Nemesis of Rhoda's doubled it yet again. A sliver of fear finally pierced Primordius's arrogance, but it was far too late. A creeping cold was already freezing his legs solid. By the time he noticed it, he was completely trapped and filled with shock. Han Yujin had secretly used Irem's skill, frozen breath, cloaked within the shadows. His arms began to transform as sharp claws emerged. Han Yujin launched himself at Primordius, who roared in frustration and pain. "What in the hell are you doing?" Primordius refused to be a sitting duck and unleashed his own furious counterattack. His hands became razor-sharp blades, swinging wildly. One of his attacks found its mark, slicing a deep gash across Han Yujin's stomach as blood sprayed into the air. Seeing his success, Primordius grinned wickedly, his voice dripping with contempt. "You idiot. With that pathetic F-rank body, you'll never." But his taunt died in his throat, his words frozen in shock. He watched in horror as something truly terrifying began to happen. From the bloody wound, Han Yujin was absorbing a new power, the skill of the very brother he had been forced to leave behind. With a look of pure determination, he reached into the wound and pulled out a spear of dark fire and blood, the black blood flame, which burned away the darkness. Rage consumed Primordius. To be cornered by a mere F-rank whelp, he hissed a vile curse through clenched teeth. Across from him, Han Yujin gripped the black blood flame spear tightly and charged forward like a moth drawn to a glorious, final flame. "You are nothing," he screamed, his voice filled with scorn. The final repayment skill activated, doubling his power one last time. Then, Han Yujin descended from the heavens, bringing down a force that could shatter the very world. The immense power caused a catastrophic explosion, obliterating the surrounding landscape into dust and rubble. Primordius was now grievously wounded, a long, deep cut from Han Yujin's last strike carved across his forehead. He was in agony, but his spirit refused to break. What? But this battle was already won. Han Yujin savagely stomped Primordius beneath his foot. Lying helpless, the beast muttered in despair. "Impossible. How could you?" Han Yujin glared down, pointing the black blood flame spear at his throat, his voice as cold as the grave. "Thank you for the lesson. Now it's my turn to read your memories. Han Yu-hyun. I swear, I will bring you back no matter what it takes." To find any trace of his brother, Han Yu-hyun, Han Juin dives deep into the Venom Dragon's chaotic mind. My memories are a swirling vortex. Decades of moments piled high, but the first vision to surface wasn't what he sought. It was the Venom Dragon's own childhood, born in a desolate, dying world. Everything was engulfed in a sea of flames. The inferno seemed to consume everything in its path. He and a man in black desperately fled from a mob, their pursuers screaming hateful words. "They're a curse. They wield poison and hexes. Slaughter them. We must wipe out their entire species." The ancient race of the Venom Dragon. His people were driven to the brink, forced to live in seclusion, and from that desolation, a twisted and cruel nature was born. By the time he matured and mastered his power, he had already slaughtered every last soul who tried to exterminate his kind. Even if they face extinction, their mana stones and knowledge will remain. From his arm, new demons were born as he reassured his kin. "Do not be afraid. All the young ones and unhatched eggs will be protected by my curse, and all who are born from my hand will be tainted. They will all tremble at the very mention of my name." Han Juin had no patience for the Venom Dragon's insane ramblings. He snapped at the beast. "Hey, not these useless memories." The dragon jolted back from his stupor. "Huh, what?" Han Juin glared, prodding him with his spear. "Wake up, pal." He stomped on the dragon's body again, his voice dripping with menace. "Show me a memory that's actually useful." The Venom Dragon screamed in agony. "My poison dragon." Seeing this, Han Juin smirked mockingly. "Having trouble finding the right memory, are we?" Daruma. The moment his true name was dredged up by this F-rank hunter, the dragon roared in absolute fury. "You dare to speak my name." With all his might, he struggled to rise again, summoning a swarm of his Venom Dragon minions to attack Han Juin. But a trick like that wouldn't work on him. He simply dodged back with effortless grace. After landing in a safe spot, Han Juin didn't forget to taunt him. "Don't you get tired of using the same move? You have no other skills besides sixing your underlings on people? What a pathetic master." Han Juin soared into the air, swinging his spear and unleashing a torrent of icy power. Thousands of razor-sharp ice shards rained down on the dragon's minions. After clearing them out, Han Juin made sure to rub it in. "Looks like your lackeys are all gone." With that, he leaped high into the air, bringing his spear crashing down on the Venom Dragon's head. The beast was powerless to escape. Han Juin gloated. "And now you fall to a mere F-rank hunter." As the Venom Dragon writhed beneath his feet, Han Juin spoke with satisfaction. "An F-rank like me is more than enough to take you down." He then picked up another memory fragment to inspect. Ugh, another useless memory. Han Juin's patience wore thin. He leaned down, grabbing one of the dragon's horns, his face darkening as he snarled. "If you don't want me to shatter your mind into a million pieces, you better tell me where they took my brother." The venom dragon, still trying to resist, stammered in fear. But you said you didn't want to hear it from my lips. No more talk. Han Juying's voice was a low growl, his hand transforming into a clawed dragon's fist. Then just show me the damn memory. He struck down swiftly, and was once again pulled into a different fragment of the past. This memory revealed a place with massive whales, all swimming freely through the sky. Han Juyin wondered aloud, in a daze. Am I seeing another world? Looking down, he saw an injured venom dragon and a city being torn apart by a colossal octopus. Helpless innocents scrambled beneath its shadow, but amidst the chaos, heroes rose to fight back. He quickly recognized their familiar techniques. The system was identical, which meant they were awakened ones. This was a memory of a world fighting for its survival. They fought against the swarm of monsters and the system itself, but in the end, they failed. Countless worlds had met the exact same fate. Did none of them succeed? So many questions raced through his mind. Han Juyin was captivated by what he was witnessing. Suddenly, he realized that all of these dying worlds were being swallowed by something. He saw a gigantic tree, radiating a pure white light. It looked like the tree itself was being consumed. His eyes widened in shock as he wondered, what is that tree? I told him to show me memories of Yu Hyun. What is all this? Then, something else caught Han Juyin's attention. A bird with pure white feathers, circling in the sky right above him. A bird. What is it? As its feathers drifted down, the image of Han Yu Hyun suddenly appeared, lying among them. His brother looked like he was sleeping, his face strangely serene. Han Juyin cried out in shock, Yu Hyun. He desperately reached out, but his hand passed right through. There was no response from the figure at all. Just as the moment reached its peak, the memory shattered, throwing him back to reality. Han Juyin's eyes blazed with pure rage as he stared down the venom dragon, that white bird from before. What was it? Let me see it again. Did that thing really take my little brother? He lost all control, his dragon-forged hand repeatedly smashing into the man's face. Hanujin's rage boiled over. Answer me. Where is that tree? By now, the Kaiser Dragon's head was a bloody mess, but he just threw it back and laughed like a madman. Haha, so that's it. If you've seen the star-counting bird in the true form of the snow, then I have no choice but to kill you. Hanujin couldn't comprehend what he was hearing. What's this? You've already got one foot in the grave. What could you possibly be planning? Before Hanujin could finish his sentence, the space behind him began to crack, finally shattering into a million pieces, leaving him utterly stunned. The Kaiser Dragon grinned victoriously. This is my subconscious, so this body is not my true form. What, then your real body is? Before he could get an answer, the dragon's form began to melt into a hideous, viscous liquid. Hanujin looked up at the completely shattered space, and suddenly saw a single, colossal eye staring right back at him. A wave of pure terror washed over Hanujin as he stared at the immense danger before him. Another dragon, impossibly huge and rippling with muscle, stood before the eye. Hanujin felt like a speck of dust in a vast desert. He whispered, "This is your true form." Seeing the look of utter horror on his face, the Kaiser Dragon finally spoke. "I'll give you credit for pushing me this far. I never expected things to turn out like this." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised a gigantic foot and brought it crashing down. The sheer force of the stomp was immense, unleashing a hurricane-like blast of wind. He roared, "I will kill you." Luckily, Hanujin was agile enough to escape. He panted, his eyes filled with dread as he thought, it's impossible. His power is on a completely different level. I can't possibly defeat him. The foot came crashing down once more. This time, Hanujin was frozen to the spot, unable to move. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly shone, and the system's voice rang out. Cheating. The announcement left Hanujin completely shocked. Next, a pink sphere appeared, blocking the Kaiser Dragon's attack. The beast's jaw dropped in disbelief. Who are you? The ball hovered in front of Hanujin, and its entire aura radiated displeasure. The orb spoke with an angry, scolding tone. Using the power of your true form here is cheating. I will now connect you with Lord Aqua. As the pink ball finished speaking, a heavy downpour began to fall from the sky, as if cleansing the very evil from this place. Hanujin tilted his head back, letting the rain splash against his face. He couldn't believe it. Was this really rain? From within the storm, a figure emerged, half human and half fish. Hanujin wondered aloud. Could that be Aqua? The Kaiser Dragon watched with amusement. A captive transgressor is making an appearance. The transgressor, Aqua, offered a cold smirk. Her tone was like ice as she replied, I'm sure you're well aware that what you're doing is cheating. There will be a penalty for it. Upon seeing the transgressor Aqua, the Kaiser Dragon's amusement vanished, replaced by pure rage. He bared his sharp teeth and demanded answers. How did you manage to escape? Huh? Mermaid Queen. The transgressor Aqua remained silent. He had called her by the elegant name, Mermaid Queen. but she only fixed her deep, piercing gaze upon the Kaiser dragon. Hanujin sat there, completely stunned, still trying to process the appearance of this newcomer. Is this all happening in her consciousness? Even if the transgressor Aqua appeared, she couldn't stop the Kaiser dragon from killing Hanujin. He reached out his colossal hand, trying to grab the boy once more, while looking at Aqua with a taunting, provocative expression. So, are you trying to stop me? Naturally, she wasn't about to stand by and do nothing. The transgressor Aqua raised her weapon, blocking his aggressive hand with force. Aqua then spoke, reminding the Kaiser dragon, "We are not permitted to interfere in the real world." With that, she unleashed her weapon, creating waves of water with terrifying power. Aqua then launched the attack directly at the Kaiser dragon. The attack quickly overwhelmed him, causing him to cry out in fear. What? His entire body was ensnared by the powerful, swirling currents. The Kaiser dragon roared in agony, letting out a series of heart-wrenching screams. Hanujin was in a daze. He had no idea what just transpired. What just happened? The orb simply explained that an outsider invading this world is a catastrophe. He has been weakened by the domain's restrictions. We also used the system's authority to limit his power to a level appropriate for this domain. The Kaiser dragon's body began to change, and he cried out in pain, "My body, my body." The orb continued to explain. In a world where the system operates, everyone is forced to obey it. That has been the law from the very beginning. Aqua's power forced a disgusting black liquid from the Kaiser dragon's body. The orb warned him, "But that is all. You must handle the rest yourself from now on." To Hanujin's absolute shock, smaller versions of the Kaiser dragon began to crawl out from the black sludge. But these lesser tyrant dragons were no match for him. A single punch was enough to obliterate them all. With the minions dealt with, he stood stoically in the pouring rain. Han Jihan tightened his grip on his spear. A cold smirk spread across his face as he spoke with grim excitement. "I'm just glad I get to do something about it. Who wants to see him suffer more than I do?" But the tyrant dragon was far from defeated. It roared in fury. "Insolent human! How dare you challenge an existence as magnificent as me?" With those words, it swung a massive claw straight for him. Meanwhile, after a critical failure, the system finally finished its repairs. A notification announced the patch was complete. Access was now granted, but the tyrant dragon's power was still terrifying as it relentlessly slammed its colossal hand toward Han Jihan. The tyrant dragon glared with maddened eyes, its voice dripping with arrogance. "Even in this weakened state, I am still far stronger than you." Facing its overwhelming presence, Han Jihan replied without a hint of fear, "That's even better. Take this." Like two forces of nature, they clashed instantly. The collision of their immense power created a horrifying explosion, making it impossible to tell who had the upper hand. The tyrant dragon launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Han Jihan managed to evade, searching for an opening while launching his own counter-assault, but it was clear he was on the defensive. The gap in their power levels was just too immense. Seeing its advantage, the beast gloated, "Do you really think you can defeat me with such pathetic little skills?" The tyrant dragon continued its mockery. "What can you possibly do with that fragile mortal body?" As the words echoed, it summoned more of its underlings to swarm him. Han Jihan was quickly being cornered. His stamina was beginning to drain. The tyrant dragon watched in amusement. "Weak little human. You're nothing but a low-level bug." One of its minions opened its massive jaws, ready to swallow him whole. And just like that, Han Jihan was devoured by the creature. The tyrant dragon grew cocky, believing the fight was over. You can no longer struggle once you've been consumed. But its celebration was cut short as the minion's stomach began to grotesquely expand. Smoke poured from the creature's mouth, as its belly was frozen solid from the inside by Han Jihan. It looked ready to burst. With a sickening crack, the creature's torso exploded into 1,000 pieces. From the gory mess, Han Jihan emerged, floating coolly in the air. His body was completely unscathed. One of Han Jihan's hands crackled with ice, the other blazed with fire. He shot a mocking smirk at the tyrant dragon. "Did you say? Pathetic little skills?" He pressed his verbal assault, his tone dripping with disdain. "I'm guessing you rely too much on these pets of yours, even in your true form." Without another word, Han Jihan rocketed into the sky, unleashing a swirling vortex of fire and ice aimed directly at the tyrant dragon. But the beast was no easy foe. It opened its massive maw and unleashed a powerful beam of light, never ceasing its taunts. "How touching. You must be eager to die by my hand. I will incinerate you completely, so you can rest in peace." With that, the toxic beam pierced right through its own minions, killing them instantly where they stood. But for a hero like Han Jihan, the attack had no effect whatsoever. He declared boldly, "That won't work on me." But the toxic beam was merely a diversion. The dragon's true goal was to snatch him with its colossal hand. And in a moment of shock, he was caught. The tyrant dragon squeezed its fist tight. The sickening crunch of breaking bones echoed through the air, followed by Han Jihan's agonized screams. Blood began to pour from Han Ji-han's body, drenching the dragon's massive hand. The tyrant dragon laughed, its voice dripping with cruel amusement. You have a high pain tolerance, but without your precious skills, what are you? A weak, low-level insect. With that, the tyrant dragon opened its disgusting maw, catching the drops of Han Ji-han's blood as they fell. It savored the taste like a fine wine. It sneered, "Why don't you just accept your pathetic fate?" But the dragon had no idea. It had just dug its own grave. Crushed within its grip, Han Ji-han still managed to speak. "I was about to ask you the same thing. Why don't you accept your fate? Have you learned nothing at all?" The moment he spoke, every drop of his blood transformed into black flames, raining down directly onto the dragon's massive eyes and hideous face. The flames burned with an unholy intensity. The beast shrieked in agony, "Arg, my eyes." Han Ji-han raised his bloodied hand toward the dragon, his voice filled with contempt. "Did you learn nothing? My very blood is a poison that burns." The black fire raged, growing even more intense. Blinded, the tyrant dragon could only grind its teeth in fury and curse. "You foolish insect." It opened its mouth and let out another deafening roar. Hordes of lesser tyrant dragons swarmed out, charging toward Han Ji-han. The beast bellowed, "I will show you a fate worse than death." In an instant, Han Ji-han was completely engulfed, torn at by the ravenous horde of dragons. Watching him get buried beneath his own minions, the tyrant dragon let out a triumphant laugh. "Ha ha ha! Even if you were reborn, the agony of being torn limb from limb will." But the dragon's laughter died in its throat. It froze, completely stunned by the scene unfolding before its very eyes. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Beyond all expectation, Han Duin charged forward, a true warrior reborn. His spear carved through the tyrant dragon's minions like a force of nature. He tore them limb from limb, painting the darkened sky with their blood. The air reeked of death. Witnessing this relentless fury, even the mighty tyrant dragon felt a tremor of fear in his voice. You still have strength left?" Han Duin's eyes, burning with pure hatred, locked onto him. "As long as I can stand, I will fight." With that roar, he fearlessly launched himself from above, crashing down upon the monstrous beast. Their battle was apocalyptic, but somehow, the tyrant dragon held the advantage. He demanded, filled with disbelief, "How is this possible? You should have been torn to shreds by now. The pain should have broken you." In truth, Han Duin's body was screaming in agony. 1,000 wounds littered his form, but an unbreakable will was the only thing holding him together. Han Duin screamed back, his voice raw with fury. "Someone like you, who looks down on everyone, who controlled and tried to murder my brother. You could never understand." This pure hatred fueled his power. He channeled every last ounce of strength into his spear. With the speed of lightning, he plunged it directly into the tyrant dragon's chest. The impact created a cataclysmic explosion, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. A blinding flash seared the landscape, and amidst the chaos, the tyrant dragon's agonizing roar echoed. Driven by vengeance, Han Duin was determined to end the creature that took his brother. He struck again and again into its chest, losing all track of time, all sense of self. He just screamed and stabbed. A madman consumed by a desperate need to silence his rage. Explosions continued to rip through the air, one after another, with no end in sight. They were the only light in the suffocating darkness. Moments later, the smoke began to clear, revealing the colossal form of the tyrant dragon, standing eerily still. Its entire chest had been ripped open, exposing the bone beneath. The tyrant dragon was critically wounded, its once impenetrable hide now charred and ruined. Its twisted body was a shadow of its former arrogant self. As heavy rain began to fall, steam rose from its every breath. With what little strength it had left, it spoke its final words. "So, it was you. You are the key to stopping this world's destruction." And with that, its massive body crashed to the ground, the impact shattering the earth itself. Standing beside the fallen giant, the small figure of Han Duin was in no better shape. He was completely drained of all strength. He struggled just to prop himself up, his limbs trembling as he fought against collapse. Han Duin gasped for air, each breath ragged and sharp. He had pushed himself far beyond his limits. Just then, a blinding light burst forth from the tyrant dragon's corpse. It seemed its death had created something new. The creature's body dissolved into motes of light, leaving behind a single, strange item glowing with a mystic purple hue. Han Duin slowly dragged himself over and picked it up. Staring at the artifact in his hand, soaked to the bone, he finally spoke. "I have so many questions." Han Duin looked up at the massive figure of Shui Ti, his heart a storm of emotions. In a weak voice, he asked, "Do you know of the star-counting bird? It took my brother." In response to his desperate plea, a deep, calm voice replied, "There is a prophetic creature called the star-counting bird. It is also known by another name, the silent snowbird. In all of existence, it loves only one thing: The true essence of snow. It is often seen circling a great tree, whispering songs and tales we cannot comprehend. Shui Ti then asks with a hint of confusion, and this is the creature that took your deceased brother. As the rain continued to fall, Handuin answered, his eyes filled with sorrow. I saw it in Daruma's memories. I'm certain of it. I have to find that bird and bring my brother home. Shui Ti seemed completely bewildered. But why would it do such a thing? Just then, the floating system orb chimed in, but that white bird vanished ages ago. Despite this, Handuin clung to the hope that they could help. Then at least tell me how to find the legendary tree. But Shui Ti's response was cold and final. I cannot do that. Her answer shattered his composure. He screamed, my brother is still there. All semblance of calm was gone, replaced by raw desperation as he yelled at the imposing figure before him. I can't just leave him alone in that place. I don't care how far it is. Shui Ti, however, remained impassive as she explained. It isn't a matter of distance. That tree is the very origin of your world. Listen, child. It is not a place a mere mortal like you can ever reach. Tears streamed down Handuin's face. He choked out the word, origin. Shui Ti continued, her voice resonating with ancient knowledge. It is the center of the cosmos that contains your world, and the very point where it all began. From that place, countless worlds were born, along with the gods themselves. Though the origin takes many forms, its nature is constant. It endlessly creates new worlds, even as countless others fade into oblivion. This true form of snow is the origin of life itself, the very beginning of the universe you inhabit. It endlessly devours countless worlds while simultaneously birthing new ones. Older worlds must either flee or be consumed, and it is now your world's turn. The appearance of dungeons and special abilities are merely side effects of this cosmic phenomenon. We are the ones who tried to stop this from happening, and for our efforts, we were imprisoned. Then there are the foolish devotees, beings who aid the origin in its feast upon the worlds. However, that white bird has never chosen a side.
While I do not know why it took your brother, I do know it can see the future, so it must have had a reason.
Shuichi made a solemn promise to Han Yujin. We will do everything in our power to find him. In the meantime, you must gather the 50 S-rank hunters we requested. Han Yujin, still filled with doubt, pressed for an answer. Will that truly be enough to stop the end of the world? Tension gripped him as he began to speak. The things I've seen. But before he could reveal the horrors from One-Eye's memory, Shuichi cut him off with a reassuring tone. We can handle it, can't we, kid? She continued to explain their grand strategy. If we relentlessly slaughter the monsters, eventually, the source will grow weary and fall into a deep slumber. Each time it sleeps, we buy ourselves another 100 years or so. It's what we call an escape. Han Yujin countered, his voice filled with frustration. But that isn't truly saving the world. It's just delaying the inevitable. The system ball's voice echoed with resignation. Even we do not know how to stop it completely. Occasionally, when we manage to land a blow on the source, it spits out a few worlds before entering hibernation. Shuichi added a grim warning. However, only a transcendent existence like us can accomplish such a feat. But never forget that is precisely why we are imprisoned. The truth struck Han Yujin like a bolt of lightning. That's why they were called the Fallen. They had defied their origin, their own creators, and were exiled for it, which meant if he could become as powerful as them, he could reach the lair of the source itself. The system ball's voice cut through his thoughts again. So, kid, what's your decision? Just find those 50 S ranks, and everyone on this planet can live out their lives in peace. Han Yujin stood frozen for a full 5 seconds, the proposed solution feeling hollow, incomplete. He awkwardly scratched his cheek, pressing the issue. I understand. But is this truly the only way? Is this the best we can do? Daruma once told me that I was the key to preventing this world's destruction. But even the system balls seemed to have no knowledge of this prophecy. Perhaps it meant we would continue to aid you. But the devoted fools will not stop. They will search for another successor to Daruma. And next time, it won't just be a few cursed dragons. We can't afford to rely on blind luck again. That's why you must gather the 50 S ranks. And you must focus on the naturally born S ranks to prevent them from making a pact with the devoted fools. The system's tone became deadly serious, but you must act in secret, never speak their name aloud. The more you acknowledge their existence, the more powerful they become. Han Yujin's eyes widened in shock. The question echoed in his mind again. Are 50 S ranks really enough? Just then, the system's voice returned. And one more thing, kid. You must remember this. But its voice began to fade into the distance. Even if you find your brother who died. Suddenly, a voice from outside reality called his name. Jin. It was Noah's voice, filled with relief. Jin, are you okay? Next to him stood Sung Hyun-jae, who remarked calmly, You're awake sooner than expected. We're still inside the dungeon, you know. Lost in a daze, Han Yujin's eyes fluttered open. He was back in reality. He struggled to sit up, running a hand through his messy hair and cursing under his breath. Damn it all. Seeing his distress, a confused Noah leaned in closer. Huh, is something wrong, Yujin? The memories from that other world flooded back into his mind. He remembered the system's final, chilling words. Even if you find your deceased brother, you can never bring him back. The system's explanation echoed in his memory, because he is an existence severed from this world. Just as you had to sacrifice a piece of yourself to enter his realm, because he is weaker than you, he will simply fade away, losing piece after piece of himself, until nothing remains. Each word was like a dagger twisting in Han Yujin's heart, plunging him once more into the depths of despair. A pained cry escaped his lips. All I wanted was to bring my little brother back. It wasn't some grand, impossible wish. And yet, even that is beyond my reach. Han Yujin struggled to regain his composure. He looked up, his eyes falling on the brilliant orange sunset. He wondered how much time had passed. Noah was quick to answer. It hasn't even been a full day. We've already cleared the dungeon. The rest of the monsters were just normal mobs, so it was pretty easy. Hearing the good news, Han Yujin got to his feet and gave a nod of approval. All right, good work. He then raised his own hands, checking himself over, and his eyes widened in shock. His physical body was completely unharmed, and the magic stones from Daruma and Vios were still safely tucked away in his inventory. Better yet, the memories he'd extracted from that man's mind were still intact. Han Yujin clenched his fists. He was certain he could gain something from this, too. I'll find a way to get my brother back, no matter what it takes. Just like I did when I found a way to defeat Daoma. Seeing him lost in thought, Noah glanced over worriedly. Yujin? He couldn't help but ask, are you hurt anywhere? You look really pale. Han Yujin replied calmly, it's nothing, I'm okay. Let's get going, Noah stammered. But Han Yujin kept his head down, his voice tinged with sadness. I'm fine, really. I'm not injured at all. Before he could finish, a powerful hand gripped his jaw, forcing a cool liquid down his throat. Standing nearby, Noah's expression darkened at the forceful display. What do you think you're doing? But then the refreshing scent of orange juice flooded his senses. It was as if a wave of vitamin C washed through him, a flavor so invigorating it was almost intoxicating. Shaken by its sudden effect, he stammered. What was that? Sung Hyunjae explained. It's a new type of orange potion. What do you think? Hearing this, Yujin couldn't help but praise it. It's actually really good. Not bad at all. Sung Hyunjae began his mind games. Sometimes, a person can be wounded in places the naked eye can't see, and I won't allow you to be harmed. Not physically, and not mentally. Wiping his mouth, Han Yujin shot back, annoyed. Is this because I owe you? Is that it? Sung Hyunjae just gave him a sinister smile and swiftly countered. No, it's because you are the perfect gift the gods have bestowed upon me. Your feet must be cold, aren't they? Here, wrap this around them. He was at a loss for words. This guy's a complete creep. From the side, Noah felt compelled to add, Yujin is a person, you know. Yujin reluctantly snatched the blanket from him, thinking to himself, well, it's true I also plan on using his skills. If I can just ignore that twisted personality of his, then I guess it's fine if we're both just using each other. With that thought, he snapped impatiently. Your little games are getting old. Let's move. Standing on the edge of a cliff, Noah pointed down below. Curious, Yujin followed his gaze. Down below, Riet was hauling a massive bundle of people, all tied up like a human burrito. They looked utterly pathetic. Yujin asked in disbelief, what in the world is she dragging? Are those the guys from Sudem? His face fell, his jaw dropping as he demanded an answer. They're still alive? I thought you killed them all. Sung Hyunjae replied nonchalantly. Think of them as souvenirs. Besides, they have to be alive for us to properly tear them to shreds, right? Riet licked her lips, letting out a wild laugh. Heh heh heh, my trophies. Sung Hyunjae casually offered. What do you say? That S rank left behind 2 rubber batons. Think of it as a bonus tour gift. Yujin shot him a glare. He's playing tour guide again. But despite his annoyance, he smiled and played along. Well, I guess keeping one as a souvenir wouldn't hurt. After all, the best part of any tour is always the gift shop. Down below, a thrilled Riet was waving at them. Yujin sighed internally. What a disaster. 2 S-class hunters suddenly going on a killing spree. The fallout from this is going to be a nightmare to handle. Since they attacked first, we're the ones in deep trouble. Depending on how this plays out, both guilds could make it through. Even tied up, one of the guys below screamed a challenge. Damn you. Just you wait. He continued defiantly. I'll get my revenge. At the very least, I'll make you pay, you F-class piece of trash. Even if it costs me everything, I'll drag him down with me. I'll kidnap him and rip out his fingernails. He couldn't even finish his threat before a powerful leg slammed into his face. Riet furiously kicked him, sending him flying 100 meters away. She roared, picking on the weakest one in the group. Huh, absolutely pathetic. The other captives trembled in fear, not daring to make a sound. With that situation handled, Han Yujin let out another heavy sigh. Right. Just another pile of messes to clean up. I need to calm down and give it my all. He started making a mental checklist. First, find a new pair of pants. Then, go home and handle Yu Hyun's contract and the issue with Chirpy and Peace. The group quickly made their way out through the dungeon gate. The moment they stepped outside, excitement filled the air. Han Yujin let out a sigh of relief. Woo, everyone did a great job. Stepping outside, Noah returned to his original form. He looked down at himself, overcome with joy. My body. It's all right. Han Yujin smiled, taking in the surroundings. You can really tell it's summer. That's our Noah. But he trailed off, suddenly freezing in place. Huh? He let out a startled gasp. What the? When we entered the dungeon, we were definitely in the middle of a building. Han Yujin was certain of what he'd seen. He repeated, his voice firm. I'm positive. Sung Hyunjae surmised. It seems we've been found out. Well, there was no way the young master wouldn't notice. Sitting nearby was a man with Peace, waiting for them. A suffocating, killing intent radiated from behind him. Flames flickered violently in the air around them. As the man's face came into view, it was none other than Han Yu-hyun. He glared daggers at his older brother. You're finally back. Han Yu-hyun was practically radiating fury as he sat there. His terrifying aura made Yujin and the others turn pale. Sensing the dangerous atmosphere, Han Yujin quickly stammered a reply. Noah stood silently to the side, eyes shut as if to block out the scene. Han Yujin surveyed the wreckage around them, before his gaze landed on Han Yu-hyun. His brother was sitting amidst the chaos like a god of destruction, his sword practically radiating with fury. Han Yujin's voice trembled as he asked, Did you do all this? Explain yourself. But before he could finish, his younger brother, Han Yu-hyun, slowly rose to his feet and began to question him instead. Are you hurt anywhere? The question seemed to come from a place of concern, but Yujin felt an immense pressure from it. He stammered, No, I'm fine. Han Yu-hyun's sharp gaze drifted down to Yujin's waist. His voice was cold and demanding as he interrogated him. Then what is that, wrapped around your waist? Isn't that the Jupiter Guildmaster's coat? A shiver ran down Han Yujin's entire spine. How in the world did he notice that? The air crackled with unspoken tension. Han Yujin laughed it off, trying to explain. It's because my pants got a little something on them. But his brother Yu-hyun wasn't buying it for a second, narrowing his eyes as his spirit beast crept forward to investigate. As expected, that little crimson lizard was brutally efficient. It lunged forward, incinerating the piece of cloth, leaving Yujin completely speechless. After the evidence was burned to a crisp, Peace used his massive body to shield his master. Any closer, and everything would have been exposed. His reputation, too. Yu-hyun's voice was dangerously low. It's covered in blood. Yujin was helpless against his overprotective brother. He praised weakly, You're seriously no different than Sherlock Holmes. The brothers continued to go back and forth. Look, I'm not injured anywhere else, okay? And you really expect me to believe that? Just then, two S-class hunters walked in. Before Yujin could finish, the captive members of the Sesong Guild emerged from the dungeon. Following right behind them was Rhett. She popped out with a cheerful grin, exclaiming, Whew, all finished. Huh? What happened out here? Did a dungeon break happen nearby? The sight of another S-class hunter emerging made Yu-hyun gasp. There were 3 of them, not 2, and at least a dozen other high-rank hunters. Yujin shot Rhett a death glare to keep her quiet. He stammered, No, but I think my little brother is about to have a meltdown. Fed up, Yu-hyun turned his icy gaze on Sung Hyunjae and demanded, What happened in there? But Sung Hyunjae just put on a dramatic show. I rescued the princess from the dragon, kidnapped her, and we even shared a dance. But alas, I was not permitted to kiss the princess. Hearing this, Han Yujin nearly jumped out of his skin with frustration. That's not what happened. He's just making things up. He yelled to his brother, Listen to me, Yu-hyun, then roared at the other guild master. What kind of absolute nonsense are you spouting? Yu-hyun got right in Sung Hyunjae's face, his patience worn thin. What the hell are you talking about? What princess? Stuck on the sidelines, Yujin kept shouting desperately. Please, just give him a straight explanation. As the situation reached its peak, Rhett decided to pour gasoline on the fire, pointing excitedly at herself. I'm the dragon. I brought the princess to the tower. Her fun was cut short when Song Tae-won, who had been silent until now, suddenly snapped a pair of mana-restraining cuffs onto her wrists. Rhett was completely bewildered. Huh? I didn't do anything. What are these for? Song Tae-won replied in a frigid tone. You are under arrest, Hunter Rhett. He began to list her official crimes, 1 count of executing an illegal contract, and 1 count of illegal entry into the country. Hearing this, Rhett ground her teeth in fury. I just got out, and you're already looking for a fight with me? She lost her cool, grabbing Song Tae-won by the collar and threatening him. You must be dying to see the outside world become just as chaotic as that dungeon, aren't you? At the same time, Yoo-hyun was still locked in a standoff with Sung Hyun-jae. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt like a full-blown war was about to break out. Yoo-hyun slowly unsheathed his sword, his eyes blazing as he interrogated the other man. You knew you were walking into an ambush, and yet you still brought my brother with you. Han Yujin was frozen between them like a statue, having absolutely no idea how to resolve this chaotic mess. Noah spoke up, his voice filled with genuine concern. We need to administer first aid to the civilians in the area. Yujin let out a weary sigh, then turned to his aggressive younger brother. Let's just calm down and go home now. Yu-han. His brother tightened his grip on his weapon, replying without looking back, No, you go home first, Hyun. I have something to discuss with Guildmaster Sung Hyun-jae. But when Yoo-hyun turned around, he was stunned to see Yujin looking pitiful as he tugged on his sleeve. Hyun. I'm too scared to go home all by myself. Unleashing his Oscar-worthy acting skills, he continued, I'm the victim here, and I'm exhausted. I was captured by a dragon and then forced to fight it. He poured on the sentiment, pleading, Please take me home. You're the best, you know. Can we go? Yoo-hyun's greatest weakness was his older brother, and he couldn't resist the sweet talk. Finally, his expression softened as he held out his hand. All right, let's go home now, Hyun. But Yoo-hyun still shot one last menacing glare at Sung Hyun-jae before leaving. This isn't over. Meanwhile, Yujin turned to give Rhett a warning. Rhett, you should come along too. She was still fuming, shouting back, and why should I? Yujin patiently explained that she would be permanently banned from the country if she caused any more trouble. If I end up getting hurt because of your mess, the Monster Training Center will be completely paralyzed. You wanted me to raise them, didn't you? Just do what they say and get back here. You can trust me with your precious little darlings. Rhett puffed her cheeks, thinking for a moment, before finally, reluctantly, agreeing. Fine. I'm only doing this because you asked. Song Tae-won was surprised she didn't resist. He muttered to himself, Hunter Rhett is cooperating. Just then, Noah chimed in with his usual dramatic flair. This reminds me of something I learned. An old 4-character idiom from the East. He was fascinated by Han Yujin's method of using softness to overcome raw power. An F-ranker, effortlessly resolving S-rank level crises. Han Yujin was truly on another level. Back at their home, the heated voices of the two brothers finally broke the silence. Han Yujin said impatiently, I'm going to cancel the contract, so just relax. I've already tested this method, so don't worry. His younger brother became surprisingly obedient. All right. In an instant, a crimson surge of power enveloped them both. Han Yujin's voice was low. I have to ask. What did you trade for it? Yoo-hyun answered without a moment's hesitation. My eyes. Hearing that, raw fury ignited within Han Yujin, and he smacked his brother for his insane recklessness. You idiot. Why would you do something so stupid? But Yoo-hyun was only worried about his brother's well-being. Calm down, Hyun, he pleaded. You're going to hurt your hand. Yujin announced carefully. I'm starting now. He placed a hand over his brother's eyes, preparing to shatter the cursed contract. Yoo-hyun mumbled, I know it was a blind kindness. With a final surge of power, Yujin tore the pact to shreds. A moment later, Yoo-hyun's eyes fluttered open. He blinked a few times, his gaze slowly focusing on the world around him. Everything was normal again, proof that the contract had been lifted. Yujin anxiously pinched his brother's cheek. Can you see? Tell me you can see. Yoo-hyun nodded. Yes, I can see again. With the crisis finally over, Yujin collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a massive sigh of relief. But he wasn't done scolding him. Don't you ever pull a stunt that crazy again. What would you have done if I never found out, huh? Yoo-hyun asked curiously. But how did you do it? Your curse resistance level. Yujin didn't hide it, pulling out a special item. Its effects are doubled when used against the one-eyed dragon, he explained, before proudly showing off another item he got from its defeat. And this is the magic stone from the bastard you made a contract with. I already taught him a lesson he won't forget. Hearing this, Yoo-hyun shot up, his eyes wide with shock. What? How is that possible? Wait, you actually met him? What did you do in there? Yoo-hyun grabbed his older brother, shaking him with worry. Was it him? Did he injure your leg? Sung Hyun-jae, that damn bastard. He had one job, to protect you, and he failed. Are you okay? Hyung, are you sure it's just your leg? Tell me the truth. Yu Hyun was spiraling, overcome with panic and self-blame. Damn it. I tried so hard to hide it all because of him. Seeing his brother's overwhelming concern, Yujin's heart grew heavy. So this is the weight you've been carrying all this time, isn't it?
You couldn't tell me. So, you suffered all alone, warning me to stay out of dungeons. For 3 long years, and then 8 more.
Yujin reached out and ruffled his little brother's hair. It wasn't that big of a deal. The system handled most of it. Yu Hyun was still frantic with worry. Are you sure? But before he could finish, Yujin quickly cut him off. Yeah, and they also told me how to save the world. If we can clear out all the dungeons in the next few years, the world will be safe for the next 100 years. Yu Hyun was skeptical. 100 years from now, Yujin leaned back against the couch, trying to look casual. It won't be easy, he admitted optimistically. But if we can just hold out for 5 more years, things will get better. Besides, we'll both be long gone in 100 years anyway. Yu Hyun didn't look convinced, but it seemed there was no other choice but to trust him. Yujin grinned. Sounds like a fantasy, right? But the guy who started this is dead, so let's just move on. He had to calm his brother down, to keep him from doing anything else crazy. Everything is going to be okay, he added. The system even promised to help us. We have mounts, Myungwoo's item crafting skills, and Sukhayan's research will be ready soon. After that, we can finally take a real break. As he spoke, Yujin's gaze softened with affection. Is there anything you want to do? Should we go on a trip somewhere? Yu Hyun replied quietly, I don't know. Is there a place you want to go? Hyung. Yujin fell into a deep thought. A place I want to go? His mind drifted to the image of a giant, ancient tree, but his brother's voice snapped him back to reality. Hyung. Hey, Hyung. Yujin startled. Oh, right. Anywhere is fine. After that trip with the guild leader, I haven't really been anywhere else. Yu Hyun's reply was just as pitiful. Me neither. But a quiet happiness bloomed in his chest just from being by his brother's side. His gaze was gentle. It doesn't matter where we go, as long as I'm with you. Yujin felt a wave of peace and happiness, too. This quiet moment was everything he had ever wished for. But then, his expression darkened and his gaze fell. I lied. At this rate, the world won't survive. The apocalypse I saw in Diarma's memories, not even 50 S-rank hunters could stop that. For some reason, the system lied to me. They're helping me, it's true. But that single lie is enough for me to never fully trust them again. Yujin's eyes drifted to his precious younger brother, the one person he was determined to protect, no matter what it took. Fortunately, I have the ability to strengthen hunters, and I still have the intel I took from Dauma. Yujin suddenly felt the urge to tease Yu Hyun's pet. That's right, you should probably give your spirit a name. He's a precious little guy. He'll prove his worth in the future, so make sure you treat him well. Yu Hyun said warily. Yeah. The cost of his food in the security room is probably in the tens of billions by now. Hearing that, Yujin's head snapped up. Billions of won? I possess knowledge about spirits that this world has yet to discover. Inside the bathroom, Yujin had prepared several items recovered from the battle with Dauma, surrounding them with a dense web of talismans. It was clear he was preparing to cast some kind of powerful ritual. He slowly removed his shirt. Han Yujin muttered to himself. This knowledge. It will help me find my brother and protect him from any danger. As he spoke, he pressed the tip of his spear to his chest, drawing beads of blood. Yujin was certain he could use this forbidden knowledge as a stepping stone to find the answers he sought. The room took on a mystical aura as the talismans began to flutter and glow. Han Yujin carefully calculated the perfect spot to pierce. The closer to my heart, the more powerful the effect will be. He took a deep breath to steel his nerves, his hands tightening around the spearhead. With a final push, he drove it into his chest, letting his blood drip onto the prepared talismans. Instantly, the magic circle flared to life. The stone he'd taken from the horned dragon battle began to react. He recalled the knowledge from Dauma, a method to combine 2 magic stones to birth a new horned dragon, and I have the exact skill set needed to pull this off. The stone in Han Yujin's hand pulsed with ever-increasing power. Slowly, the purple gem began to push itself into the fresh wound on his chest. It forced its way deeper and deeper. The pain was becoming unbearable. He clenched his jaw, enduring the agony as sweat poured down his face. Finally, the excruciating pain began to subside. A system window appeared, activating Dragon Slayer, granting the ability to absorb and control the Horned Dragon's magic stone. Next, the magic stone of Vios. Place it on the remaining magic stone and circulate mana around it, activating terrifying Old Man's Cane. The 2 artifacts began to merge. Han Yujin focused on absorbing them both into his body, a skill that could link 2 entirely different magic stones. After what felt like an eternity of pain, The process was finally complete. Han Yujin was drenched in a cold sweat. He worried to himself. The grafting is done, but I have no idea if the breeding part will go smoothly. Shaking off the thought, he quickly threw his clothes back on and chugged a potion to restore his vitality. Just then, Peace burst through the door and rushed in. The creature's eyes were filled with tears, clearly terrified for Han Yujin. He covered his wound and turned to calm his companion. "Oh, Peace, did you smell the blood? It's okay. I'm fine. Nothing happened." The cut on Han Yujin's chest had indeed healed, and his perfect caregiver skill was now reinforcing the 2 magic stones within him. Since the magic stones came from a transcendent-grade monster, if this new creature is born successfully, it will be incredibly powerful. His gaze suddenly turned grim. He wasn't satisfied with this outcome. This was never a method he wanted to use. Last grasp. When a target affected by the keyword dies, all of their skills and stats are transferred to the user, at double the effect. Skill duration is 7 days. It cannot be used twice on the same target. The effect of Last Grasp will be doubled. And since it's a horned dragon, it will be doubled once more. This is the only way I have left. To protect my brother in this life, and to find the one who was lost. Han Yujin pulled Peace into a hug, his eyes gazing out the window, his mind heavy with thoughts. I just hope this will be enough. The scandal involving the Sudam Guild was mostly covered up, except for the illegal contract between Sung Hyun-jae and Mei Young-woo. The only other public knowledge was that the Sudam and MKC guilds had attacked us. The official story was that MKC had only temporarily hired Riet, and she left the guild as soon as she discovered their true motives. After a brief period of supervision, she was given a light punishment. She would have to assist in conquering dungeons in Korea. Han Yu-hyun was summoned by the association for blowing up an A-rank dungeon facility. Jeon Kijang and the other high-rank hunters from Sudam and MKC were confined to an isolated ward. Han Yujin's voice rang out in disbelief. What? He was completely stunned by the news. He asked suspiciously, "You're not going to punish the MKC guild at all?" Across from him sat Song Taewon, who explained seriously, Choi So-kwon vanished right before his scheduled imprisonment was to take place. We're investigating the possibility that another organization was involved. Han Yujin slammed his hand on the table in fury. How is that even possible? Song Taewon sighed, then continued. But it seems the higher-ups are quite pleased with this outcome. They want to bury anything related to MKC and make FSAM take the fall. They argue that if the balance between the major guilds is shattered, the association would be overwhelmed. Hearing this, Han Yujin's brow furrowed, a bitter resentment welling up inside him. He challenged him loudly. So you're all just going to pretend nothing happened? Is maintaining the balance of power more important than justice itself? Song Tae-won replied, his voice laced with helpless shame. I am truly ashamed. A headache pounding, Han Yujin sank into a chair, rubbing his forehead and cursing. The damn association is completely useless. They're just playing their dirty political games. Song Tae-won, looking defeated, sympathized. I understand exactly how you feel. Han Yujin crossed his arms, lost in thought. The association. They were always the obstacle. Once the chaos from the dungeon subsided, the truly competent staff were pushed aside for the benefit of unqualified parasites. He was certain the head of the association was an unawakened nobody, someone who had never even stepped foot inside a dungeon. All that man does is spew nonsense, while lining his own pockets and scrambling for more power. Song Tae-won bowed his head, eyes shut tight, and said with genuine regret, once again, I sincerely apologize. Han Yujin's anger had cooled slightly. You don't need to feel guilty. Han Yujin saw it clearly. The association made the call, and this man had no choice but to follow their orders. Song Tae-won stammered, but it's true. But Han Yujin cut him off, taking a sip of tea. He glanced at the man across from him. Truthfully, he couldn't understand him at all. He sized him up silently, 1,000 questions swirling in his mind. Why does he just follow orders? He's overwhelmingly strong, and he knows the higher-ups are corrupt. Other S-rank hunters become guild masters or work for themselves, but this man chose to be a pillar for a rotten organization. Cutting through his own thoughts, Han Yujin suddenly spoke, his voice ice cold. It would be better if you were the association president. Song Tae-won's gaze locked onto him, but he was met with only silence. The air suddenly grew thick with tension. The man feigned ignorance of his true meaning. Han Yujin just smiled and explained, if you were the president, you wouldn't have to obey twisted orders. As an S-rank hunter, you could use that power too. Before he could finish, he was stunned into silence. Song Tae-won's eyes were now blazing with killing intent. A suffocating anger rolled off him in waves, his face darkening. Though he said nothing, the invisible pressure was terrifying. Realizing he crossed a line, Han Yujin quickly tried to backtrack. Well, all the other S ranks hold high positions. Song Tae-won clasped his hands, his voice chillingly flat. That kind of power should not be in my hands. Song Tae-won's entire body went rigid. He refused to continue the topic. Instead, he tried to divert the conversation. Let's move on to the compensation. This document. Han Yujin was taken aback. What? Looking at the immensely talented man before him, Han Yujin couldn't help but feel it was a waste. Does he really just want to be a loyal public servant with no ambition? The thought filled him with a deep unease. But if the Hunter Association keeps obstructing hunters, is he secretly aiming for the world's destruction? After a moment, he asked boldly, Chief Song, are you connected to a cult? Han Yujin suddenly froze as an alert buzzed on his phone. He quickly checked it. An emergency message? National Safety Administration. Danger near the detention center today at 2000 hours. 12. Fire, explosion, contamination risk. Evacuation of nearby residents recommended. Reading the message, Han Yujin's heart pounded. The detention center, that's where they're holding Yoon Gyeong and the others. Song Tae-won paused, then said, I believe I must go now. Just then, Park Hee-rim burst into the room, looking frantic. She cried out, Mister, the detention center incident. Han Yujin turned. Yeah, Hee-rim, we just saw. Song Tae-won calmly assessed the situation. It's likely a prison break. Your priority is to ensure Hunter Han Yujin's safety. Park Hee-rim stammered awkwardly. About that. The guild leader said he had business there today. At her words, cold sweat dripped down their faces as the horrifying implication hit them. Han Yujin shot to his feet. Then that explosion means. Damn it, I have to go. Park Hee-rim scrambled after him. Wait for me. He anxiously scanned his surroundings. An explosion meant the situation was already critical. He had to get there as fast as possible. As he was trying to figure out a plan, he spotted the beautiful Kang So-young perched on a high-performance motorcycle, a romantic bouquet in her hands, a stark contrast to her cool vibe. Kang So-young, her blue eyes sparkling, spoke softly. Are you all finished with your business? I'm here to pick up Hunter Noah. Han Yujin replied. Noah finished up yesterday. The news hit her like a ton of bricks, leaving her completely stunned. Park Hee-rim rushed forward to help her up. Perfect timing. Give us a ride. But at that moment, Kang So-young's mind was completely filled with the image of that little dragon. She wailed in despair. No, my master planned to capture the handsome dragon. Seeing his chance, Park Hee-rim made a calculated offer. Let us ride with you, and I promise I'll get you a meeting with Noah. The moment she heard his name, Kang So-young lit up like a firework, eagerly strapping a helmet onto Han Yujin. Her entire attitude flipped in an instant. I'd escort you two through the 9 hells myself, she declared. Guess a crush is the one thing that never changes, even in the next life. From the back, Aram called out, We'll be right behind you. Then, in a flash, she effortlessly lifted Song Tae, leaving him utterly stunned by the raw power of these women. Hold on a second. Fueled by newfound purpose, Kang So-young took off like a bullet, a massive grin on her face, shouting back, Hold on tight, we're going. She shot onto the road like a woman possessed, practically parting the sea of traffic with sheer willpower. Clinging on for dear life, Han Yujin felt his soul leaving his body. He yelled, Are you sure this is a good idea? She just replied confidently, Don't worry. I get tons of tickets, but I've never been in an actual accident. That assurance did absolutely nothing to calm his nerves. Meanwhile, at the Special Detention Center for High-Rank Awakeners, this was a prison designed for S-class hunters who committed the gravest of sins, like murdering normal, unawakened humans. The most ruthless methods imaginable were used to guarantee these powerful hunters would never see the outside world again. The walls were forged with multiple layers of rare materials from dungeons, reinforced by the tightest security on the planet. It was a fortress built with one purpose: to completely contain and suppress any awakened being, or at least, it was supposed to be. Just then, a deafening explosion ripped through the facility from deep within. The supposedly impenetrable wall had been blown wide open. Yoon Ki-kang was sprawled on the floor, his jaw hanging open, absolutely frozen in terror. Standing before him was Han Yu-hin, a man with a notoriously short fuse who wanted nothing more than to send him to an early grave. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Oh my, has the detention center been destroyed? His crimson eyes burned with pure, unadulterated killing intent. He continued casually, You caused this horrifying explosion. Are you attempting to escape? I suppose I have no choice, then. I'll have to capture you myself. The perfect excuse, fabricated on the spot by this shameless devil. Yoon Ki-kang trembled, his eyes bulging as he shrieked in desperation. You're the one who destroyed this place. What the hell are you even talking about? You psycho. Don't you see this? It sealed my inventory. I can't take anything out. He held up his cuffed hands, but in a blinding flash, Han Yu-hen's blade moved faster than the naked eye could possibly follow. And just like that, the cuff was sliced cleanly in two. Han Yu-hen let out a wicked smirk. It seems you've even broken the seal on your own inventory, haven't you? It was the most blatant frame job in history, and he was the undisputed master. Yoon Ki-kang's mind went blank. This was bad. The story was just too believable. Without another word, Han Yu-han made his move. He even offered a twisted justification. Let's just say I have to eliminate you. You're simply too great a threat to this country's security. Yoon Ki-kang barely managed to summon his weapon to block the deadly strike, escaping death by a hair's breadth as he was pinned beneath the sword. Seething with rage, he ground his teeth and screamed, "Why are you doing this? I'm already imprisoned. Isn't that enough suffering for you? I haven't done anything. Why did you suddenly show up trying to kill me?" Han Yu-hyun's glare was like ice as his grip tightened on his sword. He replied coldly, "Rest told me everything you said. About what you plan to do with my brother's finger?" The man stammered, When did I?" But Han Yu-hyun cut him off instantly. "You should regret not dying in that dungeon." And with that, his blade, now pulsing with terrifying power, plunged straight toward the man's face. A blood-curdling scream echoed endlessly, followed by another cataclysmic explosion. A thick cloud of dust and smoke billowed out, so powerful that the shockwave rocked the entire detention center to its core. The other prisoners descended into chaos. What was that? An earthquake. The battle raged on, the clang of steel ringing out. Yoon Ki-kang was sent flying. He snarled, "Did you really come all this way just to kill me?" This bastard was cornered, forced to unleash every last bit of his strength to find a path to survival. Yoon Ki-kang charged forward with all his might. "All right, then. Let's see this through to the bitter end." Pushing all of his power to the limit, he roared, "You will regret this." But faced with this ferocious attack, Han Yu-hyun remained perfectly still. Yoon Ki-kang leaped high for a devastating downward strike, screaming, "Thanks for breaking the seal on my inventory." But for an S-class hunter like Han Yu-hyun, he could effortlessly block the attack with a single hand. Han Yu-hyun's eyes blazed with lethal intent. In a freezing tone, he simply asked, "Regret? Something like that doesn't matter to me. Whether you have access to your inventory or not, your fate is sealed." As he spoke, Han Yu-hyun's spirit familiar materialized in front of Yoon Ki-kang, instantly conjuring a massive inferno that made the man recoil in absolute horror. With an icy tone, he continued, "You're still not in my league." At that moment, his opponent's body was engulfed in a sea of fire, his agonizing screams echoing through the air. Yoon Ki-kang collapsed, clutching his face, as Han Yu-hyun brutally stomped on him. Without a hint of pity, he declared, "Now, die." Pinned to the ground, the man had no strength left to resist. Casting aside all dignity, he yelled, "Wait, stop. You have no reason to kill me." Ignoring his desperate pleas, Han Yu-hyun mercilessly raised his sword. As the blade began its descent, Yoon Ki-kang shrieked one last time, "I haven't even touched a single hair on your family's heads. If your damn brother hadn't insulted me first, I wouldn't have done a thing to him. Why are you trying to kill me? It's always me. Always. What did I ever do wrong?" Faced with this furious accusation, Han Yu-hyun looked at him with burning eyes, then gave a ridiculously petty reason. "You patted my head and told me to call you bro. That's more than enough reason to end you." Fear drained the blood from Yoon Ki-kang's face, leaving him deathly pale. He collapsed in despair, whispering, "What kind of psycho thinking is that?" Han Yu-hyun's cold steel was poised to strike his neck. Using his final seconds, Yoon Ki-kang screamed again, "Hey, do something." "What about Choice World?" But it was too late. The blade sliced clean through his neck. Yet Han Yu-hyun felt no satisfaction, only shock at what he saw next. A strange pink smoke suddenly erupted, completely enveloping Yoon Ki-kang's body. "What is this?" In an instant, the smoke completely blinded him, forcing him to shield his eyes. Meanwhile, Han Jujin and Kang So-jang were still speeding along on a high-powered motorcycle. The girl was ecstatic, laughing like a maniac. "Hee hee, dinner with Noah. And I got his number." Sitting behind her, Han Jujin was crying silently when a red light suddenly stopped them. "Kang," So-jang excitedly called out, "Park Hiram, we need air support." Park Hiram had no choice but to agree. "Leave it to me." With that, Park Hiram swiftly lifted all three of them into the air. "Hold on tight," Han Jujin urged. "You're not that heavy, are you?" "Right, Hiram," she said cheerfully. "We can only do this because it's a red light, you know." Park Hiram glanced over at Song Ti-woo. "Besides, Director Song is lighter than I thought. Light as a feather, huh?" Song Ti-woo replied shyly, "You don't have to say that." Han Jujin was panicking. "Is any of this okay?" But Park Hiram was blunt. "It's an emergency." "Ah, I see them." From their high vantage point, they spotted the raging fire below. Han Jujin guessed, "I think things have taken a turn for the worse." Kang So-jang's eyes widened as if she'd spotted something. "Look, we have to stop people from getting any closer." The situation below was far more tense than they'd realized, with crowds of people passing by. "Can we even use this road?" "If it's blocked, we'll have to take a huge detour." Kang So-jang volunteered, diving toward the ground. I'll go block the road so no one gets hurt. I'll be right back. Park Hiram agreed with her plan. All right, do it, Kang. So Jang's badass voice boomed out. Attention, everyone. She suddenly pulled out her weapon and slammed it into the ground. She completely shattered the road, not forgetting to add a warning. Watch out for falling debris. Her sword was impressive, creating a massive shockwave as it pierced the earth. An instant later, a powerful explosion erupted. Kang So-jang smiled at the crowd ahead. It's extremely dangerous beyond this point, so please don't go any further. Up above, Park Hiram was thrilled. Okay, blockade complete. Han Jujin was full of doubt. Are these people for real? At that moment, an uncomfortable Song Tiwoo raised his hand. You can let me down here. Because the prison cells had been destroyed, other criminals were taking the opportunity to escape. Song Tiwoo was alarmed. The prisoners are trying to escape, but Park Hearing was still worried about him. Director Song, are you going to jump from here? Without another word, Song Tiwoo leaped from the sky. I'll handle this first, he said. Then I'll rejoin the group. At the same time, he activated the grayscale reset. Body weight increasing. Song Tiwoo crashed down among the prisoners like a massive meteor. They screamed in terror. What? What the hell is that? A massive shockwave sent them flying. Before they could even react, a gigantic net materialized from thin air, capturing the entire group. With just a few simple moves, Song Tiwoo had completed his mission. He trapped them like fish in a net. No matter how much they struggled, there was no escape. His weight increased 1,000-fold, pressed down from above. Song Tiwoo quickly pulled out his phone to call for backup. This is the director of the Awakened Management Team. The voice on the other end responded. Bring all escaped prisoners here. Yes, understood. Piled on top of each other, the prisoners groaned in pain. How is he so heavy? Nearby, Park Hiram watched Song Tiwoo, wondering, what was that? Is that a skill? A moment ago, he was as light as a feather. Suddenly, Han Jujing shouted, Harry him, over there. Their eyes darted down below. I found them. Is that Yuan and the guild master, Sudom? They landed swiftly on the ground. Park Hiram called out from behind, Guild master, what's the situation? But Han Yuhin stopped her mid-sentence. Don't get any closer. His gaze locked onto the figure ahead, whose neck was twisting at an unnatural angle, screaming danger. Something's not right, he muttered. I slit his throat, but a strange smoke just poured out. It's like, no matter how many times I kill him. Yun Qiang's entire body swayed grotesquely. Then, an eerie voice echoed from him. What a shame. It's too late to use this vessel now. He wasn't that strong to begin with. Why did we even bother making a pact with this one? Park Hiram blurted out her guess. What is that thing? Some kind of undead? But from the strange voice and its bizarre movements, Han Yujin had a sinking feeling he knew what this was. No, it can't be. A grim expression washed over Han Yujin's face. A deep sense of dread filled him. He couldn't believe he'd run into them again, especially not now. From the grotesquely severed neck, that haunting voice spoke once more. Hello there. I just came to say hi. As the successor to Dauma, what could possibly have you in such a hurry? Han Yujin thought to himself, another lunatic. I never thought I'd encounter one so soon. It seemed the entity wasn't fond of its current, distorted host. It spoke again. Let me introduce myself properly. I am. Wait. I look terrible right now. Let me just change my form a little. Before their very eyes, the body began to contort unnaturally, enveloped in a bizarre, bluish light. What it transformed into made Park Hiram's jaw drop. No way. Her eyes widened, her shock quickly turning into pure delight. What Park Hiram saw was an adorable, fluffy pink rabbit, wiggling its bottom in a mesmerizing dance. Her eyes lit up with glee as she squealed. It's the limited edition Shaking Bear Bunny, the super rare, butt-wiggling hidden version. That thing sold out in 2 seconds flat. Look at how fast it shakes its tail. This is incredible. But Han Yujin was seeing something completely different. A bunny? What are you talking about? He was captivated by a scene that felt safe, warm, and strangely familiar. In this vision, Yu Hyun smiled at him warmly. Haha, Yujin. From now on, you're just going to stay home with me. The mysterious being's voice cut through their minds. I've simply changed my form into the thing each of you desires to see the most. While Park Hiram scrambled to get her phone out for a picture of the rare bunny, Han Yujin was frozen, his body rigid with tension. Pain flashed in his wide eyes, because the image he was seeing was the Han Yuhan from his previous life. Seeing his shocked expression, the entity asked with a smug tone, What do you think? Do you like it? Or perhaps, is this hitting a little too close to home? The creature then smirked, its voice mimicking his brother's. Huh? Big brother. Han Yujin's entire body went rigid. It was a direct psychological assault. He trembled with rage and screamed, "How dare you?" The real Han Yu-hen, standing beside him, saw his brother's distress. "Brother, are you okay?" he asked, his voice filled with concern. "Should I just get rid of it now?" Han Yujin fought to regain his composure, stopping his brother. "No, don't. Calm down. It's just an illusion. A mental attack. I can't let myself be tricked by this." When Han Yujin didn't take the bait, the illusion shifted again into a small, adorable Yu Hyun dressed in a little Santa suit. It even had a pair of comically large reindeer antlers. The illusion chirped, "You don't like this one either. Then how about this?" The ridiculously cute image was enough to make Han Yujin's resolve crumble. Though he was cursing it under his breath, his feet were already moving, dashing forward eagerly. Han Yujin shouted with excitement, "That's the outfit from the talent show. I never got a picture of it. Come here and let me give you a hug. You're my adorable little bear." Park Hirim and Han Yu-hen desperately held him back. "Sir, have you lost your mind? Brother, the real me is right here." But the entity sounded displeased. "I guess this isn't it, either." Realizing its mental attacks weren't working on the group, it decided to revert to its true form. "Fine. I'll just go back to how I was." Once again, a pinkish-white smoke billowed out, forming a swirling vortex in midair. From within the mist, a figure slowly emerged, a girl with long, flowing, silvery white hair. She began to speak, her voice echoing, "Allow me to introduce myself again, everyone." Her eyes, which had been closed, slowly fluttered open, revealing a deep and sorrowful gaze. But her fingers, they were covered in grotesque, fish-like scales. "You may call me Ha Chiller," she said. "I am the successor to Dauma, the Master of Plagues." Seeing Ha Chiller's stunning beauty and her surprisingly friendly demeanor, Park Hyriam asked cautiously, "What's with you?" Noticing the tears that perpetually streamed down the being's face, she smiled brightly. "My apologies. I'm afraid I can't reveal my personal information." Ha Chiller moved with an ethereal grace, her flowing robes dancing in the air. She drifted closer to Han Yu Hyun without a hint of hesitation. "Regardless, you are the ones the Master of Plagues desires." She leaned in, her face inches away from Yu Hyun's. "Especially this one," she purred. "His body has been tempered so perfectly. And his soul, it looks absolutely delicious. How did he manage to break free from the pact? Tell me, how would you feel about forging a new one with me?" Jin Hunter stood defensively in front of his younger brother. His voice was sharp as he snarled at her, "Get lost. If you're just here to spew that nonsense at my brother, then why are you so determined to cause him trouble? Have you already forgotten what happened to the last one who came for him?" Serafina's expression remained unchanged, a brilliant, chilling smile spreading across her lips. She floated like a beautiful, deadly jellyfish suspended in the sky. "That's right. He just lost his life, didn't he? I haven't received any information about that. I only came here because there's a person in this place with whom I still have a connection." In an instant, her face grotesquely morphed into the face of Yoon Kyung. "Well now," she said with disappointment, "this one died the moment I arrived." Jin Hunter's face darkened. He had a terrible feeling that his brother was about to face another disaster. Serafina extended her webbed, fin-like fingers, asking with curiosity, "Anyway, what is all this about?" She boldly pointed a single finger directly at Jin Hunter's chest. It seems he left his unique skill behind. Serafina's words felt like they were about to expose a critical secret, causing a cold sweat to run down Jin Hunter's back. She pressed on. "How did you manage to learn his skill?" The successor of Dauma stared him down, her eyes piercing. Sensing the imminent danger, Hyun Hunter moved forward while Elena Park pulled Jin Hunter back, but the woman wouldn't relent, determined to uncover the truth. "Did that fallen star lend you his power? But you're far too mediocre for such a gift. Besides, your class is laughably low." Hyun Hunter turned to his brother. "What is she talking about? Big brother, do you understand? What is she saying?" Only Jin Hunter knew the answers, but he chose to remain silent. Serafina continued her interrogation. "Do you know who killed him, and how?" Jin Hunter was determined not to say a word. He shot back coldly, "And why would I ever tell you?" A wave of relief washed over him. "She doesn't know about me or my regression. That's good." But Serafina simply paused for a moment, deciding not to press the issue. "So, you refuse to answer?" Jin Hunter's mind was reeling. He never expected to face another dangerous entity so soon. He wasn't prepared. If innocent people who knew nothing got involved, it would be a catastrophe. As he was lost in his thoughts, she spoke again. "Very well. I will take my leave for today. I dislike fighting without any intel on my opponent." Jin Hunter eyed Serafina with deep suspicion. "Is she really leaving?" he thought to himself. "Well, Rouge D, this is good for us." But suddenly, a wicked smirk twisted her lips as she spoke. "However, I'll leave you all a little gift." At that moment, Serafina excitedly raised her hand, summoning a shimmering dungeon gate. Serafina introduced it with an icy voice. This is a dungeon gate on the verge of a catastrophic breach. With her work done, she maintained a friendly act, even waving to everyone. A valuable present that I took great pains to trade from this body's original owner. Good luck, and send my regards to the fallen star. After speaking, Serafina vanished. From within the dungeon gate, it sounded as if something was simmering, ready to boil over. Everyone below looked up in stunned silence, their faces turning grim. Something was coming. With a massive boom, a torrent of water exploded from the dungeon, crashing down like a cataclysmic flood. The current was incredibly powerful, creating massive whirlpools as everyone gasped in absolute astonishment. As the vortex erupted, Elena Park nimbly leaped into the air, her face dark as she screamed, "Water!" Hyun Hunter had already managed to grab Jin Hunter under his arm and make a run for it. From above, Elena Park called out anxiously, "Guildmaster!" But no matter how fast he ran, there was no outrunning the speed of the water. "It's chasing us." In the blink of an eye, the two brothers were gone. In a single moment, the flood had submerged everything. Elena Park screamed in a panic, "Uncle!" Like a moth drawn to a flame, she used all of her power to dive into the raging current. Thanks to her high-class attributes, Elena Park was able to move freely within the water. Very quickly, she spotted the two brothers being sucked toward the dungeon gate by the current. Both of them were struggling desperately to breathe. Seeing the critical situation, Elena Park pushed her speed to its absolute limit, diving down. The two of them were already at the gate's threshold. Just as Elena Park's hand was about to grab hold of someone's shirt, it was already too late. All three of them were violently sucked into the dungeon. Nearby, Kang So-young ran over, panting as she called out, "Mr. Jin Hunter, Elena." Sung Tae-won was also stunned. What in the hell? The two of them stood on high ground looking down, only able to watch helplessly as the water raged on, submerging the entire prison. The whole area was now the site of a dungeon breach. I've never seen anything like this before. But amidst the chaos, some survivors began to surface from the water and were rescued. Luckily, the water isn't toxic, Chief, but the situation is still incredibly dangerous. The very ground they stood on was beginning to flood. Kang So-young shouted in a panic, "This is strange. The water level just keeps on rising. At this rate, I don't know what's going to happen." She stared down at the furiously rushing water. "If we clear the dungeon, will this all stop? Should we head inside?" But Song Tae-won immediately shut the idea down. "No. It's far too dangerous for all of us to enter at once." He calmly analyzed the situation. If this is a full-blown dungeon break, monsters will undoubtedly pour out. And if the dungeon is flooded, it's better for hunters with underwater combat skills to go in. An RS system hunter's poison is weakened by water, and the same goes for Mun Hyuna's wind skills. In that case, Kang So-young suddenly thought of someone. She quickly pulled out her phone. With urgency in her voice, she declared, "There's only one person who fits. I'm calling for backup immediately. When you're fighting in water, an electric type is always the best choice." Baek Yerim and Han Yoo-hyun plunged into the vast sea after Yoojin, supporting his head. The three of them descended deeper and deeper into a bottomless, watery abyss. "Mr. Yoo-hyun, are you all right?" But even in a desperate situation like this, Yoo-hyun's competitive spirit refused to die. He shot a cold look at Yerim. "Why did you follow us? Who asked you to come?" Yerim's temper flared. "So I was just supposed to stand by and watch him get swept away. You can't even use your fire abilities here." Han Yoo-hyun didn't live for competition, but he absolutely refused to accept defeat. He retorted to Yerim, "I have water-related items, and when it comes to close-quarters combat, there's not much difference between us." Baek Yerim wasn't about to let Han Yoo-hyun's sharp tongue win. "Huh? So you think you're better than me? Is that what you're saying?" Han Yoo-jin, who had already swallowed a ton of water, felt a headache coming on from their bickering. He reached out and pinched both of their cheeks. "Don't fight." Where are we? Are we inside the gate?" "Yeah, I think we're in the dungeon. But I haven't seen any monsters yet." Baek Yerim scanned their surroundings. "So that Beauty creature is still outside? No way. Did that single zombie cause all this?" Han Yoo-hyun was equally stunned. A power strong enough to drag all of us into a dungeon? He bowed his head in frustration. Damn it, Yerim got caught up in this, even though she had nothing to do with it. That woman, the successor of Diarma, seems even stronger than I thought. Do we have to keep fighting monsters like that from now on? From the dark water below, shimmering blue droplets began to form into orbs, floating up into the open space. Yoo-hyun, you might have heard her, but she said this dungeon is just a test of our abilities. As he spoke, the trio became mesmerized by the sparkling, transparent spheres that filled the dungeon. "What are these?" "Bubbles." Baek Yerim raised her spear and backed away cautiously. "We don't know what could be inside them." Baek Yerim poked one of the water orbs in front of her, and she froze. "Huh? This is the day we all went out for ice cream together." Han Yujin was stunned. What? We can see our memories just by touching them? Baek Yerim jumped up with a joyful expression, tapping orb after orb. I think so. This is the first time we met. Han Yu-hyun, having spent too much energy, tried to remind her. Yerim, we're inside a dungeon. Don't lose your focus. A bubble of water drifted up from behind and touched him. A memory flashed before his eyes, of him calling out his brother's name. Han Yujin turned his head, looking into a memory of his own. In that memory, he had his arm around Yu Hyun. It's freezing. Why are you waiting out here? It's my birthday today. Han Yujin murmured, this is really nostalgic. All three of them continued to drift, touching the beautiful memories held within the orbs of water. Baek Yerim was the most excited and thrilled of all. Ah, this is from Christmas. This tree was so beautiful. And this was the day we went on a picnic. She floated happily through the dreamlike bubbles of memory. It feels like I'm actually stepping into the memory, not just watching a video or looking at a picture. Baek Yerim held a water orb in her hands. I'll just look at one more. The temperature that day, the humidity, even the scents. I can feel every emotion so vividly. But suddenly, a heartbreaking scene emerged from the memory orb. A tiny Yerim stood alone amidst a chorus of hushed voices. Oh dear, to pass away so young. Now little Yerim is all alone. It was Yerim when she was just a little girl, a ribbon in her hair, staring blankly at a world she couldn't yet understand. But the child is the heir. Yerim, would you like to come and live with your uncle now? You'll still need a guardian. We will look after your house for you. On Yujin's side, it was the same. Unhappy memories were being dragged to the forefront of his mind as a news report echoed around him. Yesterday, on Christmas, to celebrate the birthday of the World Onslaught Guild Master, Yujin saw himself in the memory. Head slumped beside the television. This was Christmas, December 25th. My little brother's birthday. A cold laugh escaped Yujin's lips. Haha, so this is her plan. She's attacking us by making us watch our memories. Yujin told himself, get a grip. These are my own memories. There's nothing new here. A moment later, his eyes shot open. Yujin was now standing behind the iron bars of a basement window. He peered outside and saw a pair of feet step into view. Yujin's body went rigid. He threw the door open and used every ounce of his strength to run up the stairs. That's right. You came for me that day. I remember now. You came here. If only I had made things right with you that day. If we had never stepped foot in that dungeon, then you wouldn't have had to die. Yujin reached out, grabbing his brother Yu-hyun's shoulder in his memory, only to watch in horror as he shattered like cracked, fragile glass. His face drained of all color as a figure appeared beside him, whispering, I already told you, Kang. You can't bring him back. Even if you were to find him, your little brother would simply fade away, beyond the boundaries of this world. Yujin's knees gave out as he gasped for air, his trembling hands scrambling to gather the broken fragments. No. No. This isn't what I wanted. I turned back time to fix everything. This wasn't supposed to happen. Let me try again. If I can truly go back, I'll start from the outside. A voice cut through Yujin's nightmare. Mister. It was Yerim's voice. Snap out of it, mister. The horrifying vision shattered, and Yujin turned to see Yerim gripping his hand. We're still inside the dungeon. Yu-hyun also asked with concern. Hyung, are you all right? Yerim was bracing herself against a vicious vortex of water. She held on to him, fighting off the encroaching chill. Guild Master. The young girl wiped a stray tear from her lashes. Ugh, that damn zombie monster. Always digging up our worst memories. Yujin shouted. Yerim, are you okay? You must have seen a painful memory, too. Yerim replied, I did. But what can I do? It already happened. I can't change the past. If I let those memories stop me here, I'll just end up creating even more horrible memories. And that would be so much worse. Yerim's hands trembled as she tightened her grip on her spear. You're all my family now. It's different from before. I finally have the power to protect the ones I love. I refuse to lose anyone because I was too weak ever again. But of course, Yu-hyun's competitive nature couldn't let that stand. He just couldn't keep his sharp tongue in check. I'm Ms. Hyung's family. Yujin just shook his head and chuckled quietly. Seriously, can't you read the room? Heh. I thought she was just a kid who needed my help. When did she grow up so much? A wave of pride washed over him. All right then, I'm counting on you too. Just then, a new voice cut in as the Guild Master of Jupiter, Sung Hyun, made his entrance. Make that 3 of us. Yujin fearfully leaped back 3 meters. Is this another memory? Yerim, freeze him. Yerim looked just as shocked. Mr. Jupiter, why are you here? Sung Hyun replied, I was summoned when I heard you all were in trouble. It seems you really enjoyed our little trip to the lake. As he spoke, a brilliant bolt of golden lightning erupted, vaporizing the water blobs ahead. As your tour guide, I'm quite proud. Yerim's jaw dropped in awe. Whoa! In a single hit. Yujin, however, was not impressed. You're playing the tour guide again. The two began to bicker right in front of the younger hunters. I'm giving you a half-star review for that. Oh, did you not see? I brought dry clothes and towels. Fine. I'll add another half-star to make it a whole one. You're so stingy. Yerim was utterly confused. What were they even talking about? Since when did these two become friends? Yujin immediately shot back. Friends, my foot. Oh my, Sung Hyun sighed dramatically. And here I thought we were getting along. A water blob suddenly smacked right into Sung Hyun. A childhood memory? I see what kind of dungeon this is now. It seemed Yoo Hyun's sharp tongue was rubbing off on his brother. You actually had a childhood? I figured you popped out of the womb, a fully grown adult. As Yerim watched them trade insults, she thought, so, are they friends after all? Yoo Hyun scanned the area. Why do they keep appearing? Even if we eliminate them, will they just reform infinitely? Yerim realized he was right. If we freeze this entire place, they shouldn't be able to form again, right? I think this area is endless. Are you sure you can do it? Sung Hyun then revealed a large stash of mana potions. I brought plenty of mana potions. Ah, in that case, it's a piece of cake. But before she acted, Yerim couldn't resist taking a jab at Yoo Hyun. The fire-type guild master can just go sit in the corner and suck his thumb. Yujin could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I feel so much better now. That's right, everyone is working together. For now, we just have to face the problem in front of us. Yujin's spirits lifted as he encouraged the team. All right, let's go. Full of confidence, Yerim soared into the air. I'm going to freeze this whole place, so watch your step. Yerim surged forward with power. Here I come. I'll take care of them all without a scratch. She leaped upon the swirling waters, flash freezing them with every step. Sung Hyun moved forward. I'll handle the ones in the air. Nice one. Mr. Jupiter. The combination of lightning and ice caused the memory water blobs to shrink and patter to the ground. They're shrinking into tiny marbles. How bizarre. Yoo Hyun created a protective dome to shield his brother from the falling pellets. Yujin looked at the tiny orbs in his hand. He didn't think they were dangerous. Yoo Hyun spoke bluntly. You've been hurt by marbles before, haven't you? Besides, why are you even here? You should be resting at home. Yujin's temper flared. I'm here because of you. How could you just go and destroy the containment center? Do you have any idea how fast I had to rush over here? And you shouldn't have killed Yoon Kyung-soo. Yoo Hyun turned away, saying nonchalantly, I had no choice. He tried to escape, so I had to stop him. Yujin was still suspicious. Escape. Really? Yes. And here, this will help with the cold. Yoo Hyun summoned a small, gecko-like fire spirit to warm his brother. Yujin gazed at the spirit on his shoulder. He'd probably died in the dungeon. But this warmth felt so real. Have you given it a name yet? Yoo Hyun replied, I guess your suggestions keep getting rejected. What kind of names did you even propose? From a distance, Yerim called out to the two brothers, Hey, the path is blocked over here. The brothers quickly made their way over. Is this the end of the dungeon? I know this dungeon is split into sections, Yujin said, but the ground is frozen solid here, too. His brother agreed. You're right. The same ice mountain that formed over there has appeared here as well. Is this? Yeah. I think this is what we think it is, right? Could it really be? Yerim struck a confident pose. Proof of my awesome skills, wouldn't you say? But in reality, the other three had already guessed it was just a mirror. A mirror. Utterly embarrassed, Yerim collapsed to the floor. I knew that. But, since we aren't being reflected, Yujin noticed a large, leftover water bubble on the other side of the mirror. Perhaps that droplet of water is what reflected our information. Kid, can you pop it? Yerim, still sulking, shot it down. Okay, fine. It's done. What's next? Suddenly, the mirror began to tremble violently. Illusions twisted together, rumbling ominously above their heads. Is the boss about to appear from inside the mirror? Wait, isn't that the Bavar we fought before? From the water below, the terrifying, colossal Bavar dragon emerged. Why is it here? We don't have enough people this time. Suddenly, a strange liquid poured from the Bavar's mouth. There's something inside of it. From its jaws, another dragon crawled out. Whoa, that's one massive dragon. Except for the terrified Yerim, both Yoo Hyun and Sung Hyun Jae seemed to realize something. There, I've seen it before. It's like it becomes the most powerful enemy from our memories. Yujin was stunned. What? Wait, the strongest enemy from our memories? From that dragon's mouth, a torrent of blood gushed out, followed by a pair of chubby hands. A mermaid emerged. She even flipped her hair with a flick of her wrist. A mermaid. I must have faced something way too powerful. Whose memory did that come from? It seemed both he and Yu Hyun had touched Yujin's memory water bubble. Just then, Yirin noticed something. Hey, the earring she's wearing is just like mine. The mermaid swung her spear, and a massive, tsunami-like wave crashed toward Yujin's party. What is that? Everyone, run. Huh. The torrent of water defied logic, changing direction to chase after them. The water is following us. Yu Hyun summoned his fire spirit salamander. A trick like this won't work twice. The fire spirit unleashed its flames, blocking the pursuing wave. You're evaporating it with fire? Amazing. Yu Hyun commanded his spirit. All right, just like that. Go. Spicy crispy snack. Upon hearing its new name, the spirited salamander immediately extinguished its flames and the water rushed toward them again. So you don't like that name either, huh? You're so picky. Yiring, step up and give it a proper name. She stood before the wave, ready to face it alone. Yujin yelled, Yirim, can you do it? If you use your doubling skill, I don't think it will work. This is a different dimension. The mermaid queen relentlessly created wave after wave to crash down on them. Yujin and Yirim held their heads in panic. So are we going to die? Yirim even started sobbing her eyes out. Thank you for everything until now, mister. You two, guild leader. I didn't hate you that much. I even thought you were handsome when we first met. Thanks to you too. Mr. Jupiter, Yu Hyun, and Sung Hyunjae just stood there calmly, utterly powerless. What on earth is she saying? Yirim bid a happy farewell. Let's meet again in a world without dungeons. Just as the dramatic movie-like moment reached its peak, a sphere of space materialized. Huh, what's this? A protective barrier? A system message appeared. Are you okay, Honeybun? We opened a channel the moment we detected their interference. Yirim was bewildered. What? A sphere? Yujin clutched his head, exasperated with the system. Do something. And Hare created this godforsaken dungeon. And you call it a sphere? Sung Hyunjae was also curious. What is that? But Yu Hyun warned him off. It won't harm him. This doesn't concern you. The mermaid queen appeared beside them and added, We didn't expect to find you so soon. I'm glad my honeybun is all right. I'm sure she had no intention of killing you in this dungeon, but it seems my presence created a problem. This is just a pathetic copy, but with your current power, you still can't defeat it. Yujin pouted. A dungeon meant to test us is already putting our lives in danger. It was clear she was not a simple opponent. He hesitated before asking them both, then, help us. The mermaid queen replied, You know we cannot interfere, honeybun. Yujin slowly stood up. I'm not asking you to fight. How about a reward? A reward, you say. Just consider it the reward you forgot to give me after I defeated the master of those lizards. You helped, but I was the one who finished him. And I didn't receive anything but a few magic stones. The system was flustered. But that happened outside the system's jurisdiction. The mermaid queen asked him, I take it you have an idea. Yujin lowered his gaze. Give me a skill that can resolve this situation. Queen of the deep blue sea, you are the master of Yirim's earrings, are you not? His mind raced. I need to get stronger. When he'd first seen the earrings, he had ignored the glaring similarities. Their appearance, their name, the water droplet, and the skills they granted. Model. It doesn't matter if it's ice or water. Just see this as fate and lend this girl your power. Even though Yirim is inexperienced and young for an S rank, she's growing stronger, faster than I ever imagined. I need to help her become strong enough to protect herself. Especially when people try to deceive and control me. I will take back everything I can from them. Yirim, still so innocent, was developing her powers far faster than I'd ever predicted. Besides, she's not the type to just stand by and let others protect her. I have to support her so she can grow even stronger. Yujin pleaded with the mermaid queen, Please, lend her your skill. The queen replied, Darling, that's quite the request. If I accept, I'll require something of equal value in return. Yujin pushed Yirim forward, towards the system and the mermaid queen. Go on, say hello. This is the original owner of the earrings you're wearing. Yirim bowed in a hurry. Oh, hello. Her eyes began to sparkle. Thank you so much for your help. Are you? The mermaid queen of the deep blue sea. Are you really the one who owned these earrings? I'm just starting to get used to them. They're absolutely incredible. The mermaid queen paused for a moment before replying, Yes, those are the ones I wore in my youth. How cool. It's like having an item from a celebrity. Huh? It's a royal artifact. Faced with Yirim's pure enthusiasm, the mermaid queen began to soften. Very well. I will grant you this. Consider it a gift of fate. The queen then presented an item to Yirim. A brightly shimmering stone materialized in Yirim's hand. Item, ruler of the current. Item grade, legendary. The mermaid queen of the deep blue sea concentrated the world's aquatic power to forge this artifact. It can only be used once. Yirim's eyes went wide with disbelief. This is. Look at that grade. Yujin let out a sigh of relief. That's good. As Yerim thanked her, the Mermaid Queen warned, don't express your gratitude just yet. This is no simple gift. It is a transaction. With this, I will feel less conflicted about you. Yujin's mind started racing. Conflicted? Why? Wait, she said, less conflicted. Does that mean there's still more I can get from her? The Mermaid Queen looked exhausted. Gods, don't look at me like that. I cannot grant you the skill permanently. You may only use its power a single time, but if used wisely, it will be an immense help. Everything now depends on this child's own effort and talent. Yujin tried to sweet-talk her from the side. Couldn't you make it a permanent one? The queen looked like she wanted to smack him. Meanwhile, Yurim was busy trying to fit the ruler of the current into an empty slot on her spear. It looks like it'll fit perfectly right here. And just like that, the stone clicked into place. Before she could even react, a massive torrent of water erupted from the spear, launching her skyward and slamming her against the barrier. Unable to control it, she screamed in terror. Whoa, what is this? What's happening? What am I supposed to do? Help. Yerim. Yujin yelled up from below, trying to guide her. Feel a flow of mana. Read the queen's skill and sync it with your own. But my skill is ice, not water. It doesn't matter. Focus the power in your hand. If the attributes are compatible, you can learn to merge the skills. That's how I did it. Amidst the roaring deluge, Yerim could only catch fragments of his words, her panic rising. Whoa, how am I supposed to do that? Yerim shot from side to side, as even the Mermaid Queen outside was drenched by the chaotic spray. The system's voice spoke to Yujin. I believe this skills level is too high for her. Yujin refused to give up. No, I can't let this opportunity pass. If she could just see how it's done. That's right. Fundamentally, they're the same type of power. Yujin found a desperate solution. He immediately activated his skill, my Chick Guardian, to transmit the Mermaid Queen's senses directly to Yerim. Wait, uncle, if I transfer the senses from that copy of the Queen, thump. Suddenly, Yujin felt himself plunging into a vast, endless ocean. There was no bottom, no shore, only him, flailing in the crushing depths. What is this? No, I'm being swallowed whole. Sung Hyun's voice suddenly dragged Yujin back to reality. Yujin coughed violently, spitting up a mouthful of salt water. I'm fine. What do you mean you're fine? What did you just do? Yujin wiped his mouth. I guess the Guardian skill won't work. If that's the case, Yujin desperately grabbed onto guild leader Sung Hyun's arm. Guide, please. Your skill. A glint appeared in Sung Hyun's eyes. You look like you'll collapse if I say no. Come on, don't be like that. But we're close friends, aren't we? You said we were friends. And friends are supposed to help each other out. He pouted with a cold expression. I've never made a single friend in my entire life. When that didn't work, Yujin tried a different tactic. If I can't transfer the senses directly, I'll just have to find a workaround. I'll use my Zookeeper skill to create a link with Sung Hyun. Then, I'll transmit the fake Mermaid Queen's senses and movements directly to her through tactical foresight. Yerim, still struggling in the sky, was suddenly flooded with the senses of the fake Mermaid Queen. Huh? Her panic subsided as she focused on her opponent, seeing everything with perfect clarity. With a newfound confidence, Yerim shattered the barrier and faced the imposter head-on. I'm okay now, Yerim realized. I get it. It's like learning to play an instrument that was forged from a weapon. And just like playing a piano score on a violin, mastering this new skill with my power isn't difficult at all. Every single drop of water in the air will now obey my command. She soared confidently before the fake Mermaid Queen, a triumphant smirk playing on her lips. Oh, Water Monarch. All the water in the universe bows to me now. That means I can control it however I please. Yerim began to glide across the water's surface like a figure skater. The imposter could only stare, mesmerized by her flawless and fluid movements. Yerim raised her spear high. Water converged at its tip, growing larger and larger. With a thrilled cry, she aimed this ultimate attack right at the fake Mermaid Queen. Having completely mastered the power copied from her foe, she unleashed an assault that began to shatter the massive glass wall, the very barrier that had encased the entire dungeon space. With the fake Mermaid Queen defeated, Yerim hovered in the air, taking in the aftermath of her incredible power. She turned, beaming with joy, and called out, Mister. I did it. But then her heart sank. Mister? Yujin had collapsed, and Yu Hyun was desperately trying to wake him. His consciousness was adrift in a vast, deep ocean of darkness. My body feels so heavy. What happened to the boss? The gate. I think it's open. Did she manage to defeat it? It feels like I'm sinking. No, this is even worse than before. But Yerim's voice cut through the darkness, pulling Yujin back from the brink. Mister, wake up. She screamed at Yujin's dazed face. Why would you do something like that? Yeah, we beat the boss, thanks to the water drop. Just then, a system message appeared. The price for sharing the skill was the water drop falling into a deep slumber. Yujin froze. Ah, is that right? But Yurim's fury hadn't subsided in the slightest. Tell me the truth. You knew this would happen when you gave me the skill, didn't you? As she spoke, Yujin felt a strange pressure building. Is my fear resistance not working because her skill is mythic grade? Yurim was standing right in front of him, but it felt like he was being crushed by a massive tidal wave. Yujin stammered out a reply. But it was the only way to make you understand how it worked. Yurim yelled. So you did that for me? Her words crashed over Yujin, leaving him defenseless. He desperately turned to Yu Hyun for help. Hey, do something. Stop her. But Yu Hyun, fed up with his brother's recklessness, just looked away. I'm staying out of this. So Yujin turned to Sung Hyun. To his shock, Sung Hyun also turned away with a smug look. I'm on her side for this one. Oh, come on. Seriously. Yujin tried to escape, dashing toward the open dungeon gate. Ah, look, the gate's open. Let's get out of here. We can finally leave and then